Let it now, now. Let it now.
1, and Polly's up.
Good morning, everyone, and welcome back to day 2 of the Collegiate Esports National Competition Southeast and Midwest Virtual Qualifiers, where we're going to be playing today, once again, Valorant and Super Smash Bros. Ultimate for this qualifier. Don't forget, all these teams here today are competing for that first place prize, $1,000, and also qualification to Nationals in Atlanta, Georgia, that first week of May. I believe it's 4th, 5th, and 6th. But this is going to be some amazing action on the day. We have some of the top schools here that have made it out of their pools and will competing in the semifinals. As we start the Midwest, we take a look here. The 10 a.m. slot are going to be Ball State going up against Northwood in their semifinal matchup. For the 12 p.m. slot, which will be noon Eastern, that'll be Indiana University, the upset there, Northwood in the pool play from yesterday. Amazing to see them in the semifinals, and they'll be going against the Buckeye Gaming Collective. So that'll be your 12 p.m. Midwest match, and you can join Camel and Dryad over there for that commentary. Over to the Southeast at 10 a.m., we have Clemson going against University of Central Florida Academy. Both UCF teams made it out to the Southeast pool play. And at the 12 p.m. Bracket, we're going to have a second semifinals matchup for the Southeast. That'll be UCF's other team, the Knights, going against University of South Florida in the Southeast. And the casters there will be Catinator 3K and Spicy Pyro. So once again, like always, I'm your host, Paulie Hype, on the day. Let's take a minute. Let's get hype. Let's get the energy going because we have some amazing Valorant action coming to you all day long. So without further ado, the casters are prime, set, and ready. Let's throw it over to Camel and Dryad. If you're watching the Midwest, that'll be over on twitch.tv/esportsu. And if you want to check out the Southeast, it'll be Catinator 3K and the lovely Spicy Pyro on twitch.tv/esportsu2, the numero 2. So we'll see you guys over there. Thank you all so much, and I'll be back later on the day. Casters, take it away.
Hey, thank you so much, Paulie. Hype is in the name for a reason. That is most definitely for sure. I'm Catinator 3K. That's Spicy Pyro, and like Paulie said, we've got you with all the action here. Semifinal 1 into semifinal 2, and of course, the grand finals on the way for that sweet, sweet national qualification if these teams can make it. But as long as they can get to that top 2, at least guaranteed $750.
Absolutely. I'm super excited to see what's going to happen today. I mean, just as a reminder to everybody, it is a best of 3 series. And first up, we're actually going to be seeing Clemson versus the University of Central Florida's Academy team. So that would be Clemson is first seed from Pool 1 and UCFA was second seed for Pool 2. And then, after this first semifinals match, we'll be seeing another best of 3 series. The second semifinals, that will be, I believe, UCF, the main team, would be the first seed. And then the team that they're facing is USF, the University of Southern Florida. And these are going to be some heated games today. If anything, if what we saw tomorrow says anything about that.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Yesterday was a phenomenal time. We got to see a little bit of skill disparity, and then things really started to shake up towards the end of the day. Well, for the most part, towards our couple last series. And then we got to what was our final map, where we got to see just an absolute roll come through for UCF Academy as they're going to be facing off here against Clemson. Clemson 3-0, the only team to 3-0 coming out of group play. So there's a lot of pressure that's going to be on this Academy roster. But of course, we got to remember, Ash, that the only team that Academy roster lost to was the UCF Knights, the main roster. So definitely could just be this school is built different. They're insane, and that could be the case because it was a 13-0 on split coming to Full Sail when UCFA did take to the map. So not to say they can't take it to Clemson, but it's definitely going to be a tough series.
Absolutely. And just to give everybody a heads up, the maps that we are going to be seeing today, first one coming up is going to be Icebox, which is Clemson's pick. Clemson will be starting on defense, UCF Academy starting on the attacker's side. The second map is going to be Ascent, where UCFA is the one who picked that one, and Clemson will be starting on defense on that one as well. And Bind will be our deciding map. It does go to a 1-to-1, and I believe we're ready to throw it into Agent Select just to see what agent compositions we have going out here. And nothing too surprising. I mean, we got those Vipers on both teams. You see those Sova hovers. Actually, it might be...
That's so ironic.
Yeah,
the UCFA comp is almost identical to the split comp over here on the Icebox, which I think is very, very interesting. It's a little piece of knowledge and something that if you've been in the chat both days, hey, maybe you recognize.
Yeah, it's almost a mirror composition too. We just have that Raze swapped out for the Sage on both sides. I'm interested to see how that's going to really play into, the strategies that we're going to see coming out. Maybe a little bit more aggression from the team with the two duelists. And then, I mean, the Sage pick isn't. There was a point where on Icebox it was like a must pick to have Sage, especially to get if you want to get that plant down on the B site. It's not as common anymore. It's not as much of a must pick, especially with those Icebox changes that we saw a few patches ago. But a lot of teams do still like to bring her out just for the extra security, whether it's on the defuse or during the plant and going into things. I mean, I guess UCFA probably maybe went with the two duelist composition, considering that they are going to be attacking first, but we also saw that they're quite aggressive on the attack.
No, absolutely. And as we start to kick things off here, Spicy, I do want to ask you, what do you think about the Raze on Icebox? You see a couple teams run it, but it's very, very selective. Do you like it? Do you not like it?
I think it's pretty hit or miss, to be honest. I mean, we do have a lot of pressure going out mid right now. People are kind of just falling. And I mean, UCFA actually didn't even have to make their way onto site to clean up this pistol round, taking it 1-0. But back to your question, Kat. I mean, it's hard. I personally play either Sky, Sova, Raze, or Viper on Icebox. And I think that if you have the movement for Raze to be able to make that space in the place of a Jet player paired with the Reyna, I think can go do quite well. There aren't as many like close quarters for the paint shells and whatnot, but the movement can be quite helpful. So I think it really depends on the team composition and the play style. Sure.
Well, so far, I haven't got to see what this will look like in round one. As you mentioned, literally just get to sit and spawn. Release a nice 3K. A player that was finding those impact frags on the back of split as well, as they were anchoring towards that B site. So no surprises there. Very early in this game still, so still plenty of time, and it'll just be Sultanate currently over towards that B site, top cargo box. 2 bullets in that headhunter, all they could afford, all they could buy, making sure they're able to full buy for the next round. Here, the shots to rope, they'll take one. Akali has the frag just like that. The Reyna will overheal right on up, so that's armor that's going to be picked up for them. They move their way now down to kitchen. Rudy able to find one a second as well. This player's so consistent at 3K now, and Akali to find a 2K to go with it. It's flawless anti-eco for UCFA. Now they're into their bonus. All the weapons still alive.
Nothing too surprising there, considering the fact that they did have the advantage with the gun buys, but now rifles will be coming out for Clemson. And yeah, I mean, the aggression that we saw before is coming out once again from UCFA. However, it has been met with aggression from Clemson, especially in that pistol round. Clemson elected to, push up mid there. Pacing kind of changed in round 2, but I'm interested to see how Clemson decides to play with these rifles. That was a nice little rendezvous actually up to that box to get that early peek, but nothing's going to come from it quite yet. And I actually can't believe that Rudy already has that tool of false on hand.
Yeah, 2 3Ks in a row will do a number for you. That's most definitely for sure. Milk able to find a quick trade to get into the site. Slow's gone forwards. A little bit of stall potential from Clemson. Milk will look to walk through it. Scarecrow thinking about the swing to Rafter. Ooh, timing fortunately going to work out there. So they clear the drone. Now they'll move towards the front side of Maze. Still slowly taking their time here. See if they remember are in the bonus here. So this could be a huge round for them economy-wise. They'll find yet another as the Rays able to open up this site. Just need to find that Scarecrow player towards Rafter, who's been hanging out the entire round here. The teammates have fallen, not quite in the position to trade, just so far away. Can't quite get into the angle without risking taking a 1v2, a 1v3. Now Jax is going to look to try to make some trades happen with his teammate here. Really need just pure frags instead, but the only pure frags are coming from the Rays right now, and Beniper as well. They'll get some as well. UCFA 3-0. They'll take the bonus. They'll take weapons. UCF so dominant in this tournament, and very dominant early here on Icebox.
That's a huge round for UCFA to take for themselves as well. Like being able to secure 4 rifles out of the hands of Clemson on top of the extra padding that they already had for their credits for their economy with the bonus round, having won round 1. It puts Clemson in a really difficult position, you know, having to be forced onto this save now going into round 4. And then, you know, it's going to be a quick adjustment into a ping pong economy if the following bye round doesn't go well, but a bit of change of pacing going out here on this anti-eco for UCFA. Not looking to lose any guns too early. A little battle here going on. Boiler, both players looking to find some heads.
UCFA has been incredibly patient all the way through this map, and the trend continues on to the anti-eco. Kali will sit mid, we'll just wait for peaks. Trying to find the headshot angle. Boiler to Jax, who's just up and down, playing whack-a-mole here on the angle, able to finally find a frag. The Star Potato is going to fall. No trade to come through either from the Reyna. Hard shot to hit, and we'll see if they can hit these ones. We'll find one towards the backside of things. We'll dismiss away before Scarecrow can get a trade, but caught now by the Singer of Yuki into mids. That's a Vandal going to be picked up. 3-on-3 here, and a couple guns to work for Clemson. They're both going to be coming out of the tube side of things. Redefined, one traded by Yuki is Malek. They got a chance to work in the site now. A 2-on-2, well, 2-on-1. Sniper consistently finding frags. A utility player, but you need a frag. Sniper will get it done for you, and that leaves a 2v1 for Scarecrow.
This is really nice positioning from Rudy. I don't know if Scarecrow is actually going to check the opening into CT here with that window. And yeah, unfortunately, he doesn't check it quite quickly enough. That's going to be another round on the board for UCFA. It really looked like Clemson had the potential to convert that round into their favor. Unfortunately, it didn't quite work out, but it was a really nice pinch that we saw in mid just to be able to deal with Akali, who, you know, has just been mowing people down so far. And a timeout is going to come out from the side of Clemson. They definitely have to rethink their defensive strategies right now. Yeah. I find that, you know, Clemson is taking these early fights that they're losing, you know, holes in their defense coming out quite early on in the round, making it a bit harder to play as a team, easier to pick each other off. But again, that was an eco. We'll see if, you know, on this bye round, now that they're kind of talking about their strategies a little bit, if they're able to make the adjustments. And based on the pings that we're seeing, it looks like UCFA is going to try and blitz it towards A in this upcoming round.
Yeah, it definitely does look like that might be the case. And currently playing, they got the Empress available for Kali. We know how nuts this player is. So can just go in there and be the impact factor, get the job done. And this is the one thing about having that single initiator. Both these teams will have a problem similar. Is that you got to do a little bit of info peeking because eventually you need to know
that's a good spot.
Something. You need to know where that attacking site is. And you keep seeing back of site peaks come through, whether it's Rafter, whether it's towards headshot angle, and UCFA more than happy to wait for opportunities, wait for those info peaks, find the frags, and then push themselves forward. Pushing them forward is going to be Yuki, thinking about throwing the Viper's Pit, waiting for confirmation. Dart will come through. That's the confirmation needed. And just like that, the pit is up. We'll see if UCFA want to choke them into this thing. The drone will come through. Won't clear, though. Yuki will sit back generator. Into sight, UCFA going to try to go regardless.
Yuki just narrowly missed that snake bite. It just wasn't able to connect. And the fact that, you know, UCFA is actually taking these upper angles now, being able to take out Yuki, the Viper's Pit, now nullified. It's going to be a massacre on site so far. Now a 4v3 situation. Clemson with the upper hand for the first time.
Quick rotates come through from Clemson. We'll be able to catch Akali off before any more danger can come through. Melik, perfect timing. Scarecrow thinking about shooting a dart, and that'll leave a 3-on-3. Satchels come through from Melik. Won't actually jump to Rafter. Now positive was just missed. Was a little bit of a bait. But either way, still down towards hell. We'll find one as Azien's going to fall. Nade now refreshed and out just like that to Rafter. Jax, no choice but to jump back to the Snowbakes. We'll take just a little bit of damage as well. So that's armor gone from the Sage. And both players here on the retake will work their way towards screen. Rudy top 410 hasn't seen anything just yet. These players start slowly but surely moving their way into this thing. We've seen two-man retakes before from Clemson. Hasn't worked just yet. And, well, this round is no different. Beniper and Rudy combined for the last two. UCFA 5-0. Clemson Economy sent back to the dust.
And this is the synergy that we saw yesterday on Split Cat. I mean, UCFA, you can see that they are, the communications must be incredibly, I can't even speak right now. The comms must be going incredibly well for them. You know, always being able to swing off of each other, playing off of each other, peeking off of each other. Is something that we've seen quite a few teams throughout this tournament actually struggle to do, kind of giving 1vx situations instead, and UCFA is really clean when it comes down to that. And I was actually surprised to see that Viper's Pit not being pushed off from 410 because it does allow the players on UCFA to kind of jump over the site like we saw in the previous round, and things are already kicking off with one member of Clemson down.
Scarecrow able to quickly trade that back. Dismiss away. Screen control picked up by UCFA. The first time we've seen Akali play so far ahead, and well, the first time we see them go down so early in the post plan as well. AZN able to find 2 clean Sheriff 1-taps, and that leaves Clemson very much open to get to the back of the site here. 103 up for AZN, but no info, so can't use it quite yet. Drone tag might make things just a little bit different, but Clemson very close to the site. Don't have a ton of util though to try to actually start this defuse, considering it's playing a default.
Yeah, but if you do see, I mean, Rudy's just making quick work of the team right now, but I do want to point out those rendezvous. Oof, Rudy cleaning up with the 3K, but yeah, those rendezvous, I really like the placement of that. Rudy placing one on top of Belt, the other behind pipes, and, you know, with the plant and nest on a site there, it's, I don't know, I just really like the spots for those TPs, allowing Rudy to, you know, get away, reposition themselves, but also still be able to peek off on the defuse if the tap is happening, if you hear that going out. But still like causing a little bit of discord, making Clemson have to guess where Rudy is at.
Yeah.
Didn't really need to make use of it in that round, but a strategy that I really admire. And now going into round 7, UCFA is just the swap over.
What a read.
Yeah.
Incredible intuition to recognize the fact that wall just came up. They clearly got to be in the smoke. The range is pretty damn limited. To find that frag is quite nice. Scarecrow was able to find a quick trade from Kitchen, but still plenty more work to do for Clemson here. Still down at least a player. We're going to get the flank from Elect. Caught out by Sultanate. So things are evened up. And as I say that, the frags are starting to come through for UCFA as they clear the front side of sight. Plant's gone down as well. Post plant for UCFA. Well, it's been pretty darn good. Undefeated so far, Spicy. Sultanate will try to look forward here. Viper's Pit's going to be up. Full HP, but can Sultanate find? First TP totem has gone up. Second should come through if they're able to find this first frag, but Star Potato just barely hugging yellow. The frag found. Viper's Pit's gonna go up. TP totem up as well. Dart gonna tag it out. Swings to come through, and it's a double peek to have to find. So Rudy takes that one quite easily. 7-0 for UCFA.
An NT for Sultanate there, but a really nice hold by Rudy and Beniper Bios with the double hold, you know, taking those off angles with each other, making sure they don't give those 1vx situations. But I mean, going into this round, it's going to be an awkward buy for Clemson. They have been stuck in this back and forth economy. Scarecrow is going to elect to buy up to the, oh, actually it looks like it might be a full buy coming out. Yeah, because Sultanate actually does have that Toll False available, so I think the team will be electing to buy up with those rifles just to be able to help out a little bit. And Akali, always good for that opening pick.
Absolutely always, and Rudy will catch Sultanate trying to get to the back of sight, trying to reposition that operator. So just like that, it'll fall UCFA into the site once more, and Plant will go back to top cargo. We know how good that can be for this team if they're able to play the post plant. Right here, they're just going to work ahead instead. Now they'll move back to the safety of A main. Everyone will go nest. Force Clemson to work here, and that's just talks to UCFA's discipline, right? They've got such a lead and still playing so smart, not overextending, not letting 1v1s happen towards screens, really making this Clemson retake work for it. Jax is able to find just a little bit of chip damage. Oh, and that's real damage now traded out as 2 frags to be found for Clemson. Rudy to take one back, though, and make it a third for the chamber. We'll find the last 2 frags in UCFA. They are up 8-0 now.
I think what Clemson's really struggling with in these rounds where UCFA is taking A site really easily is the fact that UCFA elects to use the vertical angles much to their advantage, especially with that raise. And actually, Sultanate's never afraid to just jump on top of 410, just zoom all the way into nest on site. And it seems like Clemson's really struggling with dealing with the verticality, dealing with that aggressive take onto the site. I would like to see them maybe fall back, try and play the retake together instead of trying to fight for site control, all things considered, since it doesn't seem like they're able to really hold it themselves right now. And another A take is coming out. That Sova drone, just being able to clear some angles for Akali as they push in.
Trademark dealt with. Totem's dealt with as well. Now at least Sultanate all alone decide to have to deal with these pushes. Able to find one, but can't rendezvous out since it was broken. Like able to pick up 2. Rez has come through, so still on a 3-on-3 here. Total force available if UCFA want it for this post plant. Same story for the Hunter's Fury. Gotta get the plant down first though before they can start playing the post. And there it goes. It'll happen now. Clemson looking for the quick retake, trying to catch this team off guard, but well, no surprises to be had. UCFA absolutely nail the post plant yet again. They stay on close contact. Rare we see them do that in the late post plant, but when they do, definitely catches Clemson off guard. It's 9-0 now.
Yeah, Callum with a nice 4K for that round as well. However, it was also an eco for Clemson. They are able to afford their full rifles going into this next round. And Asian has actually the Hunter's Fury online. Yuki might do well to try and fight for an ultimate orb here just to get that Viper's Pit, possibly for the retake, get a safe diffuse off, make it more difficult for the planters to hold that post-plant situation. And now just swapping again after some nice conditioning with these A hits. UCFA is going to be making their way towards B and through mid, taking that aggression once again.
Trademark broken. Sultanate stuck towards yellow is going to have the rendezvous this time around and is going to have the frag as well. A still swing for Spike Carrier. Scarecrow will take Akali. UCFA, they try to switch things up. They try to go B, and that's why we talk about if it ain't broke, don't fix it, because now suddenly they've lost members and make that another. Start Potato going to fall, trying to make a flank up towards 2. Bayesian has that frag, and that leaves just 2 for UCFA. Just 1 now. Sultanate's taking another key frag. That initial rendezvous out to hallway. Malek, all the pressure in the world in a 1v5 to keep this game flawless. Swings, nothing found just yet. 1 kill, and that's all she wrote. AZN has the quick trade. Clemson are finally on the board. Spicy here in round 10.
9-1 now. Clemson looking to keep their name in the game. There are 2 rounds left, including this one. Before we swap sides here, 2 ultimates on both sides. Asian still has that Hunter's Fury. Yuki with the Viper's Pit available now. I would like to see Yuki hopping up onto 410 to hit that Viper's Pit, as opposed to waiting on the side, waiting to see if, you know, anybody's going to be pushing first. Just because, like, the lower Viper's Pit really allows the team to kind of bypass it if you decide to hop over it. But they will be hitting B this time around, and Sultanate with this vertical angle is going to be good for 1, and the rendezvous away is just so clean.
That's episode 2. UCFA back to B. Can they find different results? So far, not quite. Sultanate changed his TP slot. Is going to have to jump to default box instead. Interesting. Be able to get out of dodge after the first pick, so more power to him. Trap them to come through. Do a bit of damage for Malek here with those paint shells, but certainly hasn't gotten them into the site just yet. Ult available, that could be the difference maker here for UCFA getting in.
I like that Clemson, you can see that they're holding pretty strong, have that anchor on A, have that anchor mid as well, but since UCFA actually cut noise, the rotation is going to be pulled. A nice snake bite from Yuki, though, just to deny that plant. Waste time a little longer, and now we're seeing that Viper's Pit coming out with 40 seconds left on the clock. UCFA will have to decide if they're going to commit to this or rotate off, and it looks like it's going to be a race to the A site.
Yeah, can't blame them just trying to get out of dodge there. Definitely not favorable at that point. Scarecrow trying to make this mid-rotation not favorable for them either. To get through spawn, they'll all be heard. It's going to be a very quick flank. Don't think Scarecrow's been spotted. Still aware of the potential for the lurk anyway. Showstopper going to come through. UCFA need to clear site quickly. We'll hope this ultimate can do it for them. Some splash damage is going to be found on the screens player, but they don't think about Generator. Jax to find 1 quick trade, though. AZN has Rudy. Sniper in the back lines of things, but this plant has to go down. There's no time left. They need the frags. and they just can't find the Viper. They'll run away. It's all Yuki needs to do there. Just make sure the time expires, and that it does. UCFA 2-9 now as Clemson able to steal another round.
As Clemson started to move together more as a unit, that's when we started seeing these rounds, starting to go into their favor. That round in particular, Clemson did a really good job of delaying that plant. The early pick from Sultanate was also much, much needed. I believe for the rounds that USCA has been winning, they have been getting those first bloods for the most part, and that would be making it really difficult for Clemson to continue their defense. And now going back towards A, the site that works out quite a bit better than UCFA, we're going to see a 3-stack over here. A Hunter's Fury now coming out, but not really. Actually, it will find one on Akali.
Better late than never is what I always say, Spicy. Sure, definitely has mixed results sometimes, but if you can get the early frag, it can feel so good for a defense to make things just that much easier. And that it has, at least for the moment. It's UCFA trying to slow the game back down, trying to play patient. That's how we saw them play these early rounds. Worked out quite nicely. As they started to get that lead, they kind of started to play burst execute, played very quickly, especially when we got over to the B side and negated all the utility, and Clemson was just able to take a couple rounds. So they're slowing it down now. They are, of course, going to have one less player to work with here as they try to make their way through belt.
I mean, 35 seconds left on the clock now. And now, oh, what a good read from Jax. Star Potato trying to throw out that Viper's Pit. It's not going to happen, though. 5v2 situation with 25 seconds left.
One enemy
Great rotation from Clemson to be able to flood this site here to make sure they can't get in easily. Beniper to find one. But Yuki has a trade on Malek just as quick as that frag came through. Beniper darted. Will move away. Second darts there, and Yuki has the frag. Clemson will make it a 9-3 game. They found some momentum late into the half. Need to take it into the pistol.
Yeah, I mean, I think UCFA had the right idea there, kind of waiting, cutting noise, trying to re-hit A. But unfortunately, with their timing, it just allowed Clemson to kind of stagger that utility, continue to run down the clock on them. As UCFA gave a little bit more respect to Clemson, stop being as aggressive, that was when we saw Clemson, being able to take those 3 points for themselves. And now going into the second half, Clemson will be on the attack. They're leaning towards A first off, where we're going to see UCFA placing both of their duelists here just to fend things for themselves.
Kyle break dart early here. Still going to be scanned, though. Just fractions of a second too late on the break. So Clemson, a little bit of information. Akali will reposition off of that pipe angle. Clemson has just a little bit of room to work with here as they make their way up to Maze. Drone will lead Scarecrow in. First frag found. Headshot angle spotted for the Rays. Paint shells just barely avoided from the droning Sova. Scarecrow has another. Jax to pick up one as well. 3 frags that come through for Clemson. Momentum definitely being carried. Shockbolt going to stop wet for just a moment. But Jax will pick up the torch, carry it, and plant that spike. It's gone down 4-on-2 for the post plant here. Sultanate in a nice position to look screens. See the swing coming out from Rafters here for Sova. Hasn't amounted to much just yet. Star Potato's peak definitely has, though. We'll find one. Great dart for Beniper. Able to pick up Jax now towards the bottom side of Rafter. AZN will fall as well as Star Potato. These shots coming in crucial. But Yuki is able to find one. Star Potato to tap spike. In just a half here, forcing Yuki to play ahead, and have done just that. Do they read the peak correctly here? The swing. Oh, the flick to come out as well. The 3K from Star Potato to take the retake. UCFA 10-3.
That's just a Viper diff right there. Star Potato putting the 10-point on the board, and that's huge for UCFA. Now being able to buy up the Clemson with this 7-point difference between the two of them. It looks like a buy up, a force up is going to be coming out from Clemson as a bit of a Hail Mary to keep themselves potentially in the game for longer, not allowing UCFA to garner an even greater lead than they already do, especially because they'll only be 1 away from match point if UCFA does manage to take this round. Now, some Spectres and Sheriffs across the board. Clemson's going to have to really make work of it.
College swing early, taken out by Jax. So far, so good for the Force. Another Spectre down. as UCFA look to play forward. Scarecrow switch guns here. One to go close range Spectre instead. So they're going to be running it down here onto the site. One leader left for the overhealed Reyna. Rendezvous to come out for the chamber. Second swing to come through from the Rays. Hasn't quite found the shots though. Just wanted to stay alive, make sure the retake is at numbers. And now Beniper going to fall instead. Scarecrow to pick up a second. Spectre switch, definitely a valuable one as two frags going to come through because of it. Sultanate's found Rudy. And that just leaves the Viper gone. Just like that, a flawless round for Clemson. Well, what do you know? The bonus is successful.
That's exactly what Clemson needed, actually. They really needed to be able to win that round, or else that would have been likely match point for UCFA, considering that Clemson wouldn't have been able to afford the rifles that they normally would on the third round after Pittsville. So going into round 15 now, Clemson has the advantage economy, and gun-wise, UCFA is going to be forced onto this save here, considering that they lost that buy-up. There is a sheriff, though, in Akali's hands, and Akali's aim has been strong and true so far today, but Clemson's actually leaning away from A this time around, actually walking their way back towards B. But UCFA is holding strong. Clemson hasn't given them too much information to work with yet, and a rotation is actually pulled towards B. I'm a bit more prepared for this take here, hearing the drone especially kind of giving away Clemson's plan of attack. And just clearing all these angles. However, that Viper utility has been staggered just to be able to slow that down a bit, and the wall comes out for the plant.
That does, the plant will go down. Regardless of that post-plant utility, still have made waves. That's just less stake bites in this round, of course, due to that eco coming through. See how much damage UCFA is able to do on the retake here. Not expecting to necessarily win it, unless Tarbato is hitting shots per usual, but Sultanate's the only one hitting shots right now, able to find Beniper. Will rendezvous out as well. CFA, they've taken to the front of the site. They've gotten through the wall. We need to get a frag. Malik has another. Reacts a quick trade. Another to come through. But coming straight back, UCFA, they've picked up guns as well. Akali hitting shots. We'll find two with the Sheriff, and that leaves a 1v2 now for this team. Asian has to work up through mid. Rudy's going to check it. The shots are there, and they're found for the chamber. It's 11-4. It's a thrifty round win for UCFA. A retake they didn't expect to grab, but most certainly are happy to take.
That was a huge round for UCFA, being able to convert it into their favor, kind of moving as a unit there to get those frags down. Now we will be seeing rifles finally coming out across the board this half. The only ultimate online right now is Scarecrow's Empress, and the Empress really could do a lot of work here to be able to make that space for Clemson, allow Scarecrow to get really aggressive and up in UCFA's grill. Especially repositioning after those frags with the dismiss. Now that when in Empress, you will be invisible when using that dismiss there. But Empress not popped yet, and Rudy actually finding the first blood on Yuki.
Yeah, UCFA back to early round dominance here on the defensive side of things. Clemson able to grab Orb, and that'll put Rez up. Body pretty shallow mid, so they could res it if they'd like to. We'll see if UCFA able to recognize the potential for this. Scarecrow looking to go Rafter, but oh, well, there's a second body resable now, as Rudy has that one as well. Res has come through for Yuki, so the Viper utility back online. And the rotation coming through for Clemson. They'll work towards B main. We saw a very quick retake for UCFA, and that was on the eco. So we'll see what happens here now onto guns.
Yeah, that toxic screen is also already used on the A site, so no cover is going to be here for Clemson. Going on to B, luckily that Sage barrier orb.
Angle here.
Oh no!
Spike down B.
Able to pick it up from the top of default box. Yes, it's a quick trade, but Beniper has taken another. So still have to try to work this plant down in less numbers now. Beniper gonna pick up the mantle. We'll take the default spot instead. Sultanate able to rendezvous away, but that's more than Herd, and Akali has the Spectre frag. 12-4 match point for UCFA. Clemson started to get their share of rounds, and now UCFA done playing games.
Done playing games, and now Clemson is forced onto this eco force up for the last round at match point here. And just a reminder, this is Clemson's map pick. So this is an upset that we're seeing right now, 12-4 on the map pick of Clemson. Ascent being the next map up will be UCFA's pick, and UCFA is sweeping right now. Clemson's still struggling to deal with those vertical angles that UCFA really likes to take advantage of, even on the defensive side. And now a large posture towards mid from Clemson. But that poison orb is slowing things down a little bit. Scarecrow finally popping that Empress, looking to find something early.
Ooh. AZN able to find Viper towards the boiler. Clear to come through this poison orb, but they haven't played off it just yet. Pain Seal's going to come through. They'll back up for just a moment. Is Rudy able to find one? Jack's going to fall. Star Potato on the flank. So patient for UCF Academy right now, recognizing how much mid control there is. Taking their time, but Malek is going to go for the peak boiler, and Scarecrow has a clean triple burst with the Bulldog. Will find one. Clemson still just waiting for peaks, letting UCFA walk into them spawn.
What I really like about the positioning, though, that UCFA has is that you have the chamber watching underneath tube, now knowing that, you know, Clemson, for the most part, hasn't really pushed their way through up through mid, especially considering that trademark is watching kitchen. And then you have Viper watching that B push right now. So the only read that UCFA can really make would be that Clemson is heading towards A, and Akali popping that Empress. Good for the first kill on Asian. Plant is going to go down, though.
But it is Akali able to swing for one. Second not going to be found. Scarecrow has a massive trade, a much needed trade in the Viper's pit now as Clemson. A very low Viper, though. So they've got to keep Yuki alive, and they really want to make this post plan happen. Into the 2v2. Snakebite's going to go just a little wide here, so both these players going to be alive. Flank on its way. The chamber will jump towards the top of zip lines as well. Scarecrow has found Star Potato, but it's a quick trade coming through. Yuki able to dodge the spray, almost taken through the Viper's pit. Will reposition now. Chamber more than Nota, making so much noise. Yuki spots it, has the Spectre spray, and will win out the round. Clemson staying alive here, 5-12.
That was a huge round for Clemson, keeping their name in the game for a little bit longer, now being able to forward rifles across the board. And this is going to be the last buy round for UCFA as well. So if Clemson is able to take a 6th round for themselves, they'll likely be taking a 7th, kind of creeping closer and closer to the potential of going to overtime here. Clemson is actually going to be moving their way towards A once again. I still think it's really interesting that UCFA, you know, postures both of their duelists over towards the A site, but with the aggression that Akali likes to take, trying to get an early first blood, it's not too surprising.
Goes out for a quick scan. Sultanate tried to get the peek through the scan, but instead gets caught by the bullets of Akali, so going to fall early, and that's it. Operator out of the round here. No early frag this time around for Clemson. They're going to have to work a little bit from behind here. Close maze is the Reyna. Veer's out, but a swing under it is Akali. Looking to end this thing right here, right now, and take it to map number 2. The swing for a third, and well, a third will be had. AZN going to fall towards Belt. That's the spike down as well. Akali will reposition. We'll move further ahead here, recognizing the angles advantage. Malek has Jax towards Belt, and it's just one player, the very late Viper lurk that just made its way through B. Yuki, you got to find some 1v1s, homie. You got to be absolutely nuts to keep this map alive.
Well, Yuki will likely find at least one 1v1 here on site, considering the fact that Kellum is alone right now. Snakebite is going to go out here, try and do a little bit of damage.
Snakebite's there. The Fragiles come through, but Rudy will save the day from the top of Nest. UCFA 13-5, and that's on Clemson's map.
Yeah, what an upset here coming out on Clemson's map pick of Icebox, losing 13-5, like you mentioned. And now we are going to be going into Ascent. However, I just really want to highlight, like, UCFA, they did really, really well with those vertical angles, both on the attacking side and on the defensive side. I would have liked to see Clemson maybe take a few more rounds on defense. I think it would have been possible had Clemson played that retake a little bit more. We saw that in the later rounds when Clemson was able to get 3 rounds of their own before swapping sides. It was definitely because they decided to play together, because they elected to play those retakes as opposed to just trying to hold things down, stall things out. Playing a bit more passively too, because Clemson's defense always had a hole in it really, really early in the round, usually having someone picked off very early on. And Yeah, UCFA, they just really took advantage of those vertical angles, and Clemson didn't know how to handle it.
Yeah, absolutely insane for UCFA, man. We got to see them 13-0. We thought, okay, maybe it was just a full-scale skill difference. Doesn't look like that was the case. Looks like these guys are just absolutely insane, which is ridiculous considering this is, of course, the academy team. The A stands for academy.
Mm-hmm.
Doesn't stand for main roster. It's not ABC. It's Knights. It's academy. And the fact that this team is able to come out here and look this good against the only team that 3-0'd getting into the bracket is insane. That's Clemson's map pick as well. And as we get to Ascent, which is going to be UCF Academy's actual map pick, I am nervous for these guys at Clemson, but we do know how good of a day they had yesterday. There should be a chance for them to come back into this one. I will say, though, the map pick's quite interesting here, the way that we kind of work backwards, right? We get Icebox, a map that's very burst execute heavy, that's very quick pace, all about having that first early frag to really set yourself up to make side executes happen. And then we get into Ascent, a map that's much slower, all about getting that control, getting access in the mid, breaking defensive utility early to make your executes happen. So we're kind of taking the game and slowing it way down here. So that, I think, will be the win condition for Clemson if they're able to work off of the slower game. They're able to work off utility rather than that quick frag.
Absolutely. And I mean, heading into Agent Select now, we are going to see what team compositions will be coming out for both sides. Scarecrow is actually going to be on this jet this time around. We're going to see a Killjoy coming out, actually a pretty typical composition, a meta composition coming out for Clemson right now with that Sova, Jet, Killjoy, Sky, and Astra. And a nearly mirror composition on the other side for the Academy team here, except we will be seeing Kellum on that raise instead of seeing a second initiator coming out.
Well, Spicy, it's Ascent comps. Well, I mean, what more do you want?
Yeah, I know. It's like the two meta comps that are coming out here, having the raise and jet and then having the double initiator. It's like, yeah, it's the typical thing that you see for Ascent. Honestly, I know you were talking about how with Ascent you have to slow it down a little bit, and I definitely agree for the most part. The biggest thing for Ascent is getting that map control, especially mid control, trying to split these sites, because both of the choke points, you can't. I mean, it depends. Blitzing works for some teams, depending on how the defenders are set up for themselves. But because of the size of the choke points, both for B and A, it's a lot more difficult. You're kind of funneling yourselves like fish in a barrel in those situations. But I wouldn't be surprised if we saw the same kind of aggression coming out from UCFA. It's definitely the play style that they favor, and especially with those two duelists starting on the attacking side first, leaning towards A this time around. I think we're going to see some fast-paced action here. But the Killjoy on A site actually might slow things down.
I feel UCFA, very strong Sonics fans. They play the comps almost exactly the same. At least before Jason switched to a Sky. Anytime it's incredible crossfire setup towards Cat. Both frags going to come through. Clemson will adopt to play double Cat rather than worrying about A main, worrying about back of sight. And so far, that reward is going to be had. Scarecrow about to be caught from tile, and absolutely is. Star Potato has one. Can upgrade to a Sheriff now if they'd like to. There's help coming for Cat right now.
Yeah, 3v4 situation now. Clemson with the advantage. However, Yuki is going to be peeking into 3 here in mid. Will be good for 1. Rudy getting the trade off, though. Now a 3v2. Sultanate just trying to jiggle peek for some info, do a little jump peek here. And UCFA just clustered up in mid at the moment. Some utility set up for those flanks, but, it looks like a market move is going to be made.
30
That
seconds
it is,
left.
and they'll dodge all this utility in doing so. Just have to worry about this 1v2 now going into lane as AZN's going to be tucked very close here onto that platform angle. Shots not to be had. Star Potato going to take that one. Lots of damage done, though, to Rudy. So going to be low HP. Plant will go down now, and there's no utility to work with here. Turret will be up in 7. That will be just about it. Dart's gone very high over the wall, in fact. And Rudy, turret's there. Jax is going to take one swing to come through for Sultanate, and they've got both frags. Clemson, they'll grab the pistol, instantly bouncing back from map number 1.
I actually really like how Clemson played the defense on this pistol round, having to stack towards tree, just kind of trusting that Killjoy utility to give the early information for A main, having that crossfire setup, and just completely annihilating UCFA's attacking power, taking out both of their duelists. Now going into the second round, we are seeing Clemson on this buy up. It'll be an anti-eco for them. Can't get too greedy and risk letting those SMGs go into the hands of UCFA. And Akali is feeling confident with that Marshall.
They are, and we'll see if that confidence is going to be well rewarded. Some trades back and forth. It'll be Kali doing the damage. Scarecrow's looking to find some shots here. The Astro one-way comes up. Kali risking it all with that jump and able to get out scot-free, and Yuki not letting them get out scot-free up towards main. So he'll grab 2 quick frags with the Spectre. 2 more there. Spike drop from the beam. UCFA should have no trouble picking it right back up, and they do so. Door going to be broken by Yuki just in case things do somehow go awry, but UCFA will work away now towards spawn, thinking about the B side rotate.
5v3 now. Akali still has that Marshall in hand. Not really able to make work of it, and Scarecrow is going to come out on top in that Jet v Jet duel with the Marshalls. Sniper rifle galore here. Looks like UCFA is going to try and pick that Marshall back up, put it into their hands. However, A is looking pretty scary with this Killjoy util and, you know, the 3 stack towards A site, the quick rotation for the Sky and spawn as well.
Scarecrow to swing wide on scaffold. We'll tuck dart. We'll swing. There's the first. And like more than body shotable here. Caught by Sultanate Spectre as he tucked towards Wine. It's 2-0. It's flawless anti-eco coming through for Clemson. Now they'll work the bonus. You hit the Marshall headshots on the bonus. Hey, you can be pretty dang deadly.
Yeah, this could be another map upset. I mean, UCFA taking Clemson's pick on Icebox and Ascent now being UCFA's pick. Clemson having 2 really clean rounds right off the bat. But how, you know, rifles haven't come out yet. They will be coming out for UCFA in this upcoming round. No ultimates on the board either. I would like to see maybe some aggression coming out from Clemson. Try and get a few closer angles with these SMGs here, and Yuki's going to read my mind, pushing into the garage, and UCFA's actually really slowed it down a bit more than I was really expecting, and I don't know if that's, you know, more of a detriment to them or if it's ultimately going to be better off, and you know, as I was talking, Yuki making my dreams come true.
Close angles with the Spectre, certainly favorable, and that is exactly what we see come out the bonus early for Clemson. Yuki will grab 2 as they try to make their way into main, and UCFA now slowed down yet further as they try to re-clear these angles. Really thinking about it. 50 seconds on the clock, so still plenty of time for this team. They haven't been able to get too much util down just yet. Still going to be the Thanos Swarms. The Seekers are going to come out now as well for Clemson, really wanting to secure this bonus and that early economic advantage. Get information. You can actually go ahead and swing off of all of this util. We'll recognize, okay, they're still tileless. They're pretty close. I'll leave that alone. But they know that UCFA kind of getting the zone here towards mid. Bring an extra play over towards B, and we're looking to go mid-market, so great read so far from the Clemson defense. Shots are out with the Marshall. Nothing found just yet. Yuki able to take another with the Spectre. So good with the spray, but finally taken out by Sniper. Caught straight into the gravity well, though. 20 seconds remain. This team has to find 3 kills just to get onto the side in the first place. Malek still looking towards CT. Scarecrow's found one with the Marshall. Now traded out by Malek, who has so much work to do to get down to log. Second shot's not found just yet, and they won't be anytime soon as Jax has it with the Spectre spray. Guns picked up for Clemson. They are able to get the bonus 1-3-0 for them.
That was huge for Clemson, allowing them to, you know, garner an even greater lead, especially going into this upcoming round. Clemson will likely be taking it 4-0 as long as things are played out as we would normally imagine. A little bit of a half buy coming out from UCFA, some sheriffs and marshals across the board. I'm wondering if the slower pace is actually working against UCFA in these situations. And we're not seeing the same kind of aggression that we're used to seeing. Scarecrow with a nice body shot with that Marshall. Just going to do a little bit of work on UCFA. Just backing up here, nice reposition as well. And Yuki always getting aggressive here in B main, taking this space, just getting a little bit of information, even if they don't commit to it.
Absolutely. CFA yet again to a crawl. Haven't been able to grab those early frags, and it's really been detrimental for him here, Spicy.
We're really not seeing the duelists do as much work as we're probably used to. And as I say that, Akali's going to get one on
Always
Asian.
the way.
Yeah. Definitely. And it looks like A site is free for the taking for now. But Sultanate's good for 2 here in tree.
And Grady will come up, not even really needed anymore. Sultanate's already done the brunt of the work. Spike picked up, but still has to cross the gap. Scarecrow to find one out of Scaffold. Akali's going to have the quick trade. Sultanate going to fall. Finally, Jax has Akali, though, just like that. Black will get the plant down, but not much more to be expected. It's Nico, so the goal really is just to get the plant. So they've done what they needed to do. Great flash comes out for Jax to drop Scaffold to finish the job. 4-0 for Clemson. Now back to the gun round for UCFA. Got to get the ball rolling here.
Yeah, I think what UCFA is kind of struggling with right now is the lack of entry power. Despite having 2 duelists, you're not really seeing the explosiveness that Jets and Razes are known for. I mean, there's no issues really with the pacing itself, in my opinion. You can still play slowly and then try and explode onto a site later. But now, seeing this operator coming out in Scarecrow's hands, a stack towards the B site as well, and we're seeing Spike being postured over towards B2. Scarecrow might actually have the Spike in their hands in just a second.
Turret shot for Scarecrow here, so not caught out. Is this very, very aggressive operator angle. Fortunately, no one on UCFA working towards B main, so we'll get to stay alive here as they work once again towards that A split.
A lot of great information, though, being gathered by Clemson with these aggressive angles in garage, getting that info, knowing the Killjoy is around. Oh, and that's going to be a nice shot for Scarecrow. A nice tailwind away as well, taking down the Sova. Now, UCFA left with no really real info utility here, save for that raised boombot and the turret for flank.
Scarecrow to swing. Ooh, wallbang comes through off the body shot. So Kali just lucky to be alive here. Lockdown's going to come through to try to get UCFA into a site. We haven't really got to see any strong post plans just yet. The only plant we've gotten is, of course, the eco round. So can't really fault them there for that post plan. This time around, see if they're able to get the job done as they make their way into site. Alarm bot's going to be taken care of. They got to clear Jax to the back of the site, though. Last player left to deal with before that spike can, of course, go down. 25 seconds on the clock. Needs to get the clear quickly. No one's cleared back site. No one's checked it at all. Malek has to worry about the CT players when the flash comes through. So they'll take to find one. Trades coming through for UCFA, but Akali very far away from home right now, all the way over towards spawn. It's going to be too little too late. Only 10 seconds on the clock. Would have to find 3 frags. No time to plan at all. Is able to dodge the op shot, but can't dodge the blade storm. Scarecrow has finished the job. It's 5-0 for Clemson. And Ash, isn't today best of 3s?
Today is best of 3s.
Are you sure?
And we are...
We're looking at 2 completely different teams.
I know. I mean, it's like map to map. It's like the same rendition of what we saw in Icebox, but this time around Clemson dominating early on. I think UCFA was quite confident that backside was cleared for B, but you still got to check it. I mean, with that lockdown, you can always see that there's at least like one little spot in Boathouse that isn't fully covered for the most part.
Right.
So that was a huge risk that they're taking there, not clearing backside whatsoever. I do like how Clemson has actually moved their Killjoy around, being able to move Jax from site to site, trying to get those reads off, use that Killjoy utility to their advantage. Yeah, Clemson's just doing a really great job at stalling. UCFA is, I think, struggling to play off of each other a little bit here. We are kind of seeing a lack of coordination actually coming out from UCFA with their utility. I would like to see, Astra Gravity Welling maybe into some shock darts, maybe Gravity Welling even to just like help Raze and Jet get onto site in conjunction with the Sova utility, the Owl Drone clearing corners, the Recon Dart also clearing back site or Heaven, depending on if it's A or B. And now going back to a default for UCFA. We're going to see Scarecrow once again with this operator. Trying to look for an early pick in B main, but no one's taking the bait this time around.
Yeah, they'll force the turret. fall under the bus there, take the damage instead.
Mm-hmm.
So they have information on the early peak once more for UCFA. They're going to bring that spike as quick as they can over to the A site. Well, they'll look once again to split. It's been a struggle to get cat control for UCFA. It's been one round they've been able to get the spike at least through, but it did cost them 2 players' lives. This time around, they're going to be on the eco, make things tough once again. AZN will be the Astra, will be right here, and there's the gravity wells. This team is able to jump through. Yuki in a precarious situation, able to find one. The Bladestorm to fall. Sultanate's got their back as well from Ticket. Swings to come through now. Beniper and Star Potato to catch 2, but AZN just like that has traded them straight back. Star Potato with AZN's frag, and Jax the Nano Swarm will be awarded the final frag. 6-0 here for Clemson now. UCFA back to the gun rep.
I'm really surprised that Star Potato put down that Cosmic Divide on the eco round when an early pick wasn't had by UCFA. You know, if UCFA had maybe defaulted, or even if they didn't like default, if they were able to get 1 or 2 picks to try and put that Cosmic Divide out at that point, would have been worth it. But seemed a little bit premature to me, considering the fact that Clemson had a huge advantage with the guns. We are seeing another rifling round for UCFA, but if they lose this one, it's going to be another save. So this is a really important round for UCFA to keep themselves in the game for this map.
They have the Fury. 1 tag found. It'll be the showstopper to try to make something happen. It goes straight to Scaffold, and it hasn't found anything at all. UCFA putting it all into just the A main push. Very one-dimensional. Gravity well not activated just yet, but Yuki activated indeed, finds 2. Shockbolt to find 1. Rudy has a trade in the meantime, but just 1. As AZN will pick 1 up from door. Will swing now for the second frag as well. Sakai will fall, and Clemson are 7-0 now. Map 1 didn't mean anything to them. They bounced back here.
Yeah, it's an incredible upset that Clemson is taking for themselves. 7-0, like you mentioned. UCFA forced back onto this save, so that they're able to buy in the upcoming round. But Neighbor does have that Hunter's Fury online. If, you know, an early pick is possible, or even getting that plant down, saving it for the post-plant situation. However, Clemson has 3 ultimates of their own. 3 that are actually perfect in conjunction with each other. The Seekers, the Lockdown, and the Cosmic Divide. Likely we'll see those being saved for the next rifling round.
Scarecrow already out on the board with that operator pick. Sultanate Shockbolt to come through. Is actually going to be able to catch just a little bit of damage. Second one, not to land, but the first one, at least a little bit of chip onto the raise here. UCFA vibing in mid. Lawn chairs out. Just relaxing here on the eco. Trying to think about, man, what are we supposed to do? Our default is not working. We cannot bait utility. We can't find any control. They're able to hold cat with 1 Astrostar. That's the only piece of utility they're using. So we can't go to B site because they won't move the KJ over. Man, what are we supposed to do?
Honestly, UCFA, it's not too late to start some conditioning. 7-0. There are 5 rounds left on the attack for UCFA. I would have liked to see maybe some more conditioning for, you know, that A split, and then maybe try and make a fake happen if it's not working out. And that is a beautiful guiding light, allowing Yuki to get 2 for themselves. Yuki alone actually has been huge as far as, you know, holding down these sites. Usually at least good for 2 wherever they are. And oh, what a shot.
Yeah, what a shot indeed. Just barely saw Yuki before the flash actually got popped a second as well. Okay, but
no way.
trying to turn up here. 3K, but Sultanate finally shut things down. He said, brother, listen, you're not that guy. It's 8-0 here for Clemson. The rebuy will come through UCFA. A little bit extra money for Beniper as well, thanks to some nice share of frags.
That was a clip and a half for Beniper.
Yep.
Those very, very clean head taps there. Back to a default for UCFA. Yeah, I mean, it's tough. UCFA hasn't really done too much to condition Clemson.
Yeah.
To be honest, I mean...
Scarecrow up moved.
Mm-hmm.
New angle. Malek making more than enough noise, but won't peek. And now I've cut you off for nothing.
You're... Well, maybe not for nothing.
Okay, there we go. It was worth it. Oh, phew. Okay.
It's a nice clean one for Scarecrow too. Yeah, the default really isn't working out well for UCFA right now. Fortunately, they aren't able to make too much headway with their utility, with their placement, and their map control. That owl drone's going to be taken out quite early as well. Shockdart doing a bit of damage on Yuki.
Yep.
Another recon going out onto site, and it's going to be a B hit.
That it is. Seeker's going to get possibly some concussions, some stall time for Yuki to be able to isolate 1v1s. We'll find Akali first. And now to jump to the back of the site. Bird not up till 8 seconds here, so it might be too little too late to actually flash out of the back of sight. Great dart to come through to find one for Yuki, looking for the second, but it won't be. Booty has the quick trade. Scarecrow with the operator now for CT Stair to find one, and Sultanate has the last frag as well. Clemson 9-0 now. UCFA finally make it to site, but they are gone from it just as quick as they got there.
Clemson has really found their footing. I mean, ever since the end of Icebox, we did see them starting to move more like a unit, playing more together, greater synergy coming out. They've definitely warmed up, especially going into Ascent. It's quite the different team that we're seeing coming out, and it seems like UCFA, on the other hand, has lost their footing a little bit, lacking the coordination that we're really used to seeing from them. 2 ultimates are available on both sides right now. UCFA will likely need to expend those to be able to get around under their belt. If they're able to get 3, it will be a lot easier for UCFA to kind of climb back up, but that guiding light is going to give away their positioning.
That it is. Yuki once again playing behind just this singular star, but it is the 3-stack coming through from Clemson. The dog out. We'll spot one. Not aware of the second, though, and that could be the advantage for UCFA here. The lockdown not going to come through. Scarecrow to find one to mid, traded by Akali, who's now back to help Sultanate. Okay, just taking the fight straight to a mid, and we'll win it out. Akali now traded. We'll get out the lockdown as well. UCFA, they'll let the lockdown pop, and we'll start to work their way into sight. Now still have to worry about this Astro Scaffold, and they've traded the kill quite quickly. Spike picked back up. Door going to be closed, so should have the chance to plan here as long as Benifer wins that fight, and that he does. Yuki gonna fall, plan to go down. 2v2, the best look on the post point we've gotten so far from UCFA, but the lockdown looking to spoil the plans. Scary Hunter's Fury. Star Potato has to protect it and has done just that. Bolt's gonna come out here. Lockdown broken by Beniper, and that just leaves Sultanate out of door. Has to find a 1v2 to keep this flawless for Clemson. Great shock pull to come through. Drone for info. Will catch the generator player, but that is about all. Sultanate to swing forward. Will break dart. Information gained. Great double swing comes out for UCFA, and Beniper a 3K to finally put UCFA on the board. Round 10, exact same scoreline for Icebox as well.
Whew. Yeah. Oh my God. Yeah, you're right. This is just, it's like a reverse roll coming out here. 1 ultimate on both sides. Clemson actually has, 2 who are quite close to theirs as well. Scarecrow is close to that Blade Storm. That could be helpful in a sticky situation if they get up close and personal someone with the operator in hand. Sultanate is 2 away from that Hunter's Fury as well. Would have great stopping power. Scarecrow is always great for that early pick. Taking one down. And it's tough too. I mean, UCFA, I am now realizing part of the issue that they're running into at the moment is they don't have any flashes. And they're not using the owl drone to, I mean, it's being used, but it doesn't have the opportunity to clear corners in place of the flashes. Considering the fact that Clemson does very, very well with shooting it out early before they can gather any information.
The Eldrin can pretty effectively force operators off of the angle, but it's hard to do that when Scarecrow is in a new angle every single dang round. Scarecrow now up to cap. Will find one. You're right, UCFA, if you don't flash this, you've got to be able to work off vision now. You've got to be able to work off just early raw frags, and that's definitely been a shallow point for this team in the map so far. Not the same story for Icebox, just new map, new things going on, and Sultanate able to find an off angle to take down Star Potato. Over the top is Scarecrow to find their 3K, looking for 4, and it will be had. Clemson 10-1. UCFA sent back to the Swans.
I mean, also regardless of Scarecrow, switching up their angles with the operator, changing their positioning every round or so, we usually see at least one person with Scarecrow nearby to actually shoot out the owl drone for Scarecrow in those situations. So even then, it's not doing too much work to push Scarecrow off of those angles with the op. Now, going to be watching B-Link this time around, and UCFA is postured up for this B-split push. The Owl Drone actually pushing Scarecrow off for the first time, just like you mentioned.
That's what we need to see, but is it too late, though? It's enough rounds for Clemson here early to be more than satisfied here at the defensive half. And we know how good Yuki is up close. First flash to come through. Second one perfectly timed. The swing to come forward. It's the Phantom. This is the gun to do it with. Scarecrow will take one as they reposition to CT. Just to back away is Yuki trying to find it with that bolt tag. Not quite, but Jax has one on the wall bang to supplement. Yuki's in, dogs forward, concussion found. No Star Potato still in that close angle. Nanoswarm's there to force him away, and Yuki to spray through. Great read from Clemson. Great defensive plays. And that will make it a 1-on-4. Too low for Malek to work with here. Double satchel opportunity going to be there as well. Oh, okay, we're good. We're good. The satchel will make it through safe and sound. And Malek looking to make a rotation happen.
30 seconds on the clock, though.
Bro, no one is running this face.
Oh, unfortunate that Malek was scanned by the dart here. Not necessarily ready for this player to be on. Cat and Asian is going to have the drop on Malek in this situation. 11-1. We are swapping sides now. UCFA will be on the defense. Clemson on the attack. And things aren't looking so great for UCFA. I mean, having the two initiators as well. If we're going to see the same type of coordination coming out from Clemson on this attacking half, I'm sure we'll see Yuki and Sultanate grabbing a lot of info for their team to be able to make these strategies happen and come to fruition here. But maybe UCFA, their duelists could be more defensive-sided duelists on Ascent.
Okay.
As we might see some flanks coming out. Some aggression that we're familiar with, but you know, sometimes defense is your side, sometimes attack is your side. I'm not going to count UCFA quite yet. Of course. I am surprised that no tactical pause came out though to kind of revisit their strategies.
Definitely. Oh. Well,
I'm eating my words.
No, I mean that was the aggressive peak, just didn't quite go the way they would have liked it to. So UCFA going to be down one early here. Astra Utility is going to be their main, but it doesn't really mean much if Clemson's walking up Cat for free, and in they go. They've got the site. They've got the plant to go down. Door will be closed. It'll take quite a bit of time to break considering they're on pistols here for UCFA. Spansford from Scarecrow, and he's hit both players. Got the clean reads coming through right now. Will now sit towards Hell, ready and wait. Post-plant Astra Utility now active.
Yeah, the turret is available to peek through door where you see FA here, but Sultanate's just ready for this recon bolt, poised for this retake.
Oh, great gravity well to find two for Sultanate. Still opportunity to find a trade, and that makes it 2-on-2. Beniper thinking to go Hell. They'll time the drop together, the coordinated assault, but neither player will find anything as Jax will take both out of the round. It's 12-1. It's match point for Clemson, and they've got the extra money going into what could be the last round of map number 2.
UCFA is going to have to force up as much as they can afford going into this round. We are going to see actually a decent buy across the board, other than the fact that UCFA is obviously stuck on the light shields because they don't have the same kind of economy as Clemson, as they lost that first pistol round. At match point, there's no real point right now for this particular round to be fighting for ultimate orb control. UCFA is going to play it a little bit more safely. Play their lives a bit more so they can play as a team, play those retakes if necessary. And Scarecrow's actually already taken quite a bit of damage.
Scarecrow to make it up archway. Oh, massive shot opportunities. And it will be found. Will bail themselves out of danger. Scarecrow to find one, Jax another. Caught from Tile as Rudy will make the flank happen. Try to even out the numbers just a little bit here. Still going to be down a player, and Akali very, very low towards Scaffold. Still finishing jump box. Oh, you can see the flash coming together. Perfectly played by the team. The gravity well to help that as well. That's 3 players assisting that frag. Clemson's teamwork unrivaled right now. Sniper will find one from Scaffold. Dogs come out looking for the stall just in case his team decides to drop. They look for the coordinated peek towards Hell once again, but generator player going to be there as well. They'll spot it early. Daisy going to take massive damage to the back. Time running shorter and shorter, about 20 seconds. The team has to jump down. They'll do just that. But Hyper, the running gun Spectre, able to find 2, but the third map to be found. It's the reversal onto site, and it's 13-1 for Clemson. Map number 1, who cares? Clemson takes it on UCFA's map.
And that's a second upset coming in for the second match in this best of 3 series. And just to reiterate, Clemson lost to UCF Academy on Icebox 13-5. Prior to this, that being Clemson's map pick, and Ascent was UCF's pick. Clemson taking that one home for themselves, 13-1 this time around. That means we're going to be going to Bind coming up next. And it's like it was a reverse sweep. They completely swapped, the kind of energy that they're bringing into each of these maps. And I'm curious to see how Bind is going to go.
Yeah, and as we think about that exact point, Spicy, what are the similarities between the playstyles on Ascent and Bind?
They're both closer quarter maps. I mean, they're smaller maps. You are going to have to, prioritize splitting sites a bit more. Those are the main similarities between Bind and Ascent. If you're pushing B, you're going to be taking both hookah and long. If you're pushing A, you're better off going short and through showers. There were some Bind changes in the 2 patches ago, patch 4.0. So we saw if you're not up to date with the game right now, the double stack boxes in A short has been swapped. So there are a lower box where everybody can actually jump up, get that aggressive angle, and the little bench on A short as well. And I believe before we go into Bind, though, we are going to throw to a short break just so the players can get situated before a third map, kind of talk things over a little bit, and we will catch you guys in a few.
Now with those 2 kills, he's got the Viper's Pit as well, so if he really wants to just shut off B completely, he can even go for that. Now TN, the fanciest chance in a duel, and I mean, honestly, you just have to leave B. There's not pretty much space, and with Ollie controlling, it's going to be an elbow push, but you have someone watching Nest as well. Every angle right now being hounded, surrounded here by Northwood, and also they're none the wiser.
That is just insane. I mean, you're never expecting a kill like that to happen. 2 kills like that to happen immediately, and we'll get a third one as well. Ali on fire, make it 4, flawless as well. All in the hands of Ali, popping off on this round, gets 2 headshots through the smoke, and then just guarantees that any push potential is going to be denied. Boston cannot go in. They were so lost. You saw them just standing there figuring out what to do, if they wanted to rotate or not, and I think even rotating had a better chance for them.
For Ball State, if you're the coach there, I mean, you're just saying, unlucky. Sometimes it's gonna happen. You have these players, and
you can't plan for that. You can't plan for the Viper to get 2 headshots on the other. Like, what was that? That is insane. Probably one of the best plays that we've seen yet, and it's completely unexpected. I'm sure Leo was also surprised. Sure, you're hoping to get 1 maybe, and 2 after a little bit, but the 2 headshots that came in, just insane.
How the game, how Ali has been playing, and really had a good showing on both maps so far. 10-5 and 6 here. We just have a bit of a pause here, just waiting on that to expire. But the scary part is for Ball State is that Dip isn't even really doing much here. He's in a lesser role with this jet. He hasn't really been able to find kills. Not that he's missing shots or just muffing these engagements. He just really hasn't had time or been accompanied by anyone to really get anything done. So for the time being, he's just the op player. He's just watching over Nest. He's watching over these long corridors, and the extremities are just being held by Northwood so tremendously well, and it's allowed a ton of space for Northwood to play around. But for the side of Ball State, you have to have Spoody, you have to have Ian start to step up here so you can win some of these attacking rounds and move to the defensive side with a better mindset.
Studi has had some good moments too, but it seems like they just come and go, right? It's a little bit difficult, and it just seems like over anything he's prioritizing giving information to his team, which is also completely valid, but that it just a little bit more is going to be needed if you want to make it even, and getting as many rounds as you can on the attacking side, especially in a map like Breeze, is a perfect scenario to start planning towards the second half and what you can do in the defense. I think Northwood definitely have the benefit here as they start on the defense, but also anything can happen, so they can and they have to get as many rounds as possible to deny any comeback chances that Ball State had.
looks like just dip potentially. Yes, we're just going to go back to camps here, just a little bit longer of a pause than anticipated here. But yeah, I mean, as we've seen, Ali stepping up in a big way, and the main parts here for BSU are just unfortunate circumstances and not really working together as a collective unit as much as I would have liked. And we'll see if that does change as they move over to the defensive side and they take better angles, and the onus doesn't sit on them to have that spike plan. We'll see if that does change anything. But in the meantime, 6-4 here in favor of Northwood. Great start for them. Let's see if they can continue it.
This is also another one of those now or never for Ball State, right? They already lost that first map, and they need to win this one if they want to stay competitive. They want to keep winning throughout the day. So it's definitely difficult, but they can make it happen. They've gotten more rounds that we saw towards the beginning in a map that I always recognize is extremely difficult for the attacking side. You have 3 areas that you can go in, including mid, but they're just so open that you don't know where the defense is holding. You don't know if they're going to be holding from cubby, from window, or anywhere else where you're going to be caught off guard. And we've seen a lot of those off guard kills that are happening and that are really affecting, it seems like, the gameplay and even the mentality a little bit of what Ball State feels like can be a chance for a comeback, and it can be a chance to win this map.
Yeah, and one of the most soul-crushing moments is that type of play that Ali makes where you just die, to nobody really, just in the smoke, just an invisible, just cast with a ghost. And it's unfortunate there, to say the least, but you have to regain, you have to just move on. There's always another round to play, but for BSU, this is their potentially last map. If they want to head to split, if they want to go to game number 3, if they want to qualify for that land, they need to start picking things up and start getting things going, but still just waiting on this pause to expire. We're gonna make sure that we get into the game as soon as possible for you guys, but still, we have seen, as these rounds have progressed, we'll see if Parker can get things done on the defensive side. Chamber and attack, not the greatest insight of how that Chamber player is playing. Once you get towards defense, it really starts to become a lot easier to get things done.
Yeah, absolutely. But that is why, right? That's why when you are attacking, you just have to hope to get as many rounds as possible early on, just to try to have a chance, just to have an opportunity.
Absolutely. So looks like. Ooh,
on my way.
Yeah, so we're just getting heard that one of the players' mouses died. So looks like, it's unfortunate. Looks like, it happens. It looks like we're gonna go to a quick break, small break. When we come back, we're gonna make sure that everything's all set and ready to go.
On my way.
Welcome back, everybody. I hope everyone had a nice little break, grab some water, some snacks, and we are going into map 3 now of this best of 3 series for semifinals of the CENC Southeast Regional Invitational. Welcome back, Kat, and I'm excited to see some action on Bind.
Oh yeah, absolutely, and hopefully UCFA had a nice break, because looked like they were kind of broken towards the end of that map, or I guess for the entirety of the map, but definitely a very slow start for them after what was a quick win for them on Icebox, a 13-5 scoreline they were able to take, and that was on Clemson's map, and then to come back onto their map pick, and Clemson took them 13-1, just for a quick refresher if you're just joining us here on the broadcast. Now we go to Bind, and Ascend and Bind, very similar in the fact that defaults are so prevalent, and you spoke to this significantly, Spicy. We didn't really get to see any default pressure at all from UCFA.
Yeah, the default positioning was there for UCFA, but I found that, on the attacking side, UCFA usually had one of their duelists picked off quite early on, which made it difficult for them to entry onto site, especially considering the fact that their team composition had no flashes whatsoever. They had to really make use of that raised boombot, cloudburst and the tailwind, and the owl drone coming out, but the coordination just wasn't there on the attack. Unfortunately, they weren't really able to find the pressure that we saw them find on Icebox, and I'm not sure if it's because maybe it was a more close quarters map, not really suited to their play style as much, but surprising considering the fact that UCFA was their Ascent was UCFA's map pick. But going into Bind being the decider, the last map left, we are going to be seeing UCFA starting on the attack once again, Clemson on defense, and very typical agent composition coming out from Clemson here, a very meta composition for Bind. You have that Viper the Astra, this, the double initiator, double controller, and the Rays. It's like what your classic team comp, and then a bit of a different one on the side of UCFA, going for 2 duelists.
Yeah, we'll get the Rays differential coming through for both teams here, but it looks like rather than playing Jets, we'll get the Rays, and then of course the Chamber for the operator pickup instead. So we've got 2 duelists. We've got the Chamber, who's also able to act as that sentinel for the team, and then also the opping player. So they'll still, if they want to attacking operator, they'll have 2 players that can still not only entry frag but refrag as well. So that'll be very interesting to see if UCFA is able to work with it. And then of course the Reyna's back for Akali, the Flashes are back, and that is what did get them significant entry frags going into Icebox, significantly got them into the back of the A site. So hopefully that will come back, because Barton is a map, man, if you know Flash is, it's not going to happen for you. The moment Scarecrow is able to grab that operator onto Ascent, we saw the damage that Jet can do, especially when they're so consistently moving around the map. And we saw how prevalent Clemson was to let that happen, to let the rotations come through defensively, to make that an opportunity for Scarecrow to find peaks. So can't let that happen again on Bind. So some Flashes back in the mix. The Lears, not the greatest Flashes in the world, but it's better than nothing, that's for dang sure.
Yeah, the near sight isn't quite as powerful as like a proper flash. However, Akali will actually have to be a little bit conservative with those Lears, considering that Reyna only has 2 and they don't recharge. On top of that, having the 2 controllers on the side of Clemson here, the Lears are going to be probably one of the most prevalent pieces of utility for pushing onto site, as there will be a lot of smokes that they'll have to cross through, because I'm sure that Clemson will do well with staggering those smokes as well with the Astra and the Viper. And this time around, we're actually seeing a B lean for UCFA, and only 1 on Clemson alone to defend site. The other 4 going for a quick flank through market.
Clemson, so much early information here. But it does just leave limited supplies over towards the B side. And it'll be a long time coming before this rotation actually comes through. Decided to check all the way through Shower instead. There's so much info now going on to the B site. It's going to be a long time coming for the rotates through, unless they all decide to jump TP. So AZM better have an absolutely insane time holding here. Just going to give it up. We'll wait for the retake to come through. But there's a lot of utility spent for UCFA at the very least, so not a ton for the post plant. And all that utility, of course, kept for Clemson. Well, AZN's not so much, as Rudy's able to find that one with the Headhunter body shots, but now sneak away. Rendezvous is placed. Poison Orb up for Yuki to get the team through, but a Shock Bolt, they just ate so much HP off of it. Akali able to find one, will overheal now. Look towards Cubby to sneak through Dart. Will find Yuki into that Poison Orb. Looking to come out and find a 3K, and has done just that. We'd like to take the last kill off camera. 1-0, flawless for UCFA. Back to some strength here as they're allowed to kind of walk straight into the site.
Yeah, not a bad play. However, considering the timing that Clemson had on UCFA, rather than clearing all the way through Showers, was an interesting play. I mean, usually you would maybe, I would understand sending 1 person just to check to see if anyone snuck their way through, but sending the whole horde back through all the way through CT is interesting. They could have had a really quick flank there on the hookah players, especially, and now there's going to be that boom bot coming out, and another aggressive peek. Akali's just going to mow him down.
Okay, Clemson humbled early here. It is the eco, of course. Jax to find one, will sneak away now under window. Going all the way to the back of the site. Great shock bolt. Oh, but we're just barely able to get off the box before that thing can throw the splash damage down. Shock bolt of his own, and that one perfectly bounced into the tube. Jax is gone away from their hiding spot here. We'll get a drone from Beniper. Looks like we might get a look towards Long as well in the meantime. Lots of steps going to be made. AZN, great right clicks, able to find one. So we'll trade their life as Star Potato has the frag. That leaves just Yuki in a 1v3, caught out by Malek and gone from the round. UCFA 2-0. 2 quick rounds for them. Possibly back to form, but we'll find out here as we start on the bonus.
Yeah, rifles finally in the hands of Clemson. Might be able to do quick work with those, but we'll have to play a bit of an anti-eco, not risk losing a Phantom or a Vandal too early and letting it go into the hands of UCFA. There is already the Empress online. Akali having already secured 5 kills for themselves and a death. Being able to put that on the board. It could be actually quite the tide turner here, especially if Akali's able to get a rifle into their hands, and now more of a default hold coming out from Clemson on the defense.
Aggression will pay off here towards Showers. Rudy very low. Rendezvous away to get back to the rest of the team. Dog has information on 2 towards the backside of Fountain. Sultanate the tap orb, not to grab though. Jax will grab the frag onto Akali as he tries to lurk up towards a short. So low numbers for UCFA, low health bars as well. Early into this round, look to take the fight with the Viper. Luck in with those paint shells, and Yuki will back away. Out of hookah, but towards close box, so still going to be a threat if this team decides to push in, which they absolutely will. The split's coming through. AZN utility, but not down right now. Drones seen, and AZN will move away. Not targeted at all. Gravity Well is there. The team will push forward, but Yuki has both frags going into hookah. Nebula now up as well, so you see if they don't really have a way to step in. Could TP, would walk straight into the raise into shower. Just nothing found for them this round.
Good timing, though, considering the fact that that rotation was essentially fully pulled over towards the B site. But Scarecrow with this positioning, no one's going to be checking the corner, though. Going to get that frag off on the Sniper. Gravity will be pulling the Scarecrow through, though. Star Potato good with the Spectre, but it's a 4v1 situation. The Nebula is up. Star Potato able to take down Jax as well. Not going to be able to close the round out. Sultanate grabbing that last kill, putting the first round on the board for Clemson. Nothing too surprising considering the gun differential there, Cat. But
yep.
Now rifles across the board, and Akali still has that Empress online. Star Potato is one away from that Cosmic Divide as well. I would like to see Star Potato fighting for an alt orb here to be able to pop that as early as possible. I don't know. I don't know why some players are very conservative with their ultimates. You essentially want to get as many out as you can every single round. So I don't know. I would like to see these teams focusing on that alt economy a little bit more.
I will say Clemson very early for both orbs in these last couple of rounds. Have been very active to Shower, very active to Long as well. This time around, not the case. They'll give Shower away to UCFA as to slide their way forward. The Astra going to be on the lurk right now, so that orb going to be a bit of time before picked up. The Viper not going to make moves. Will opt to stay just close enough towards Cubby. Oh, Star Potato looking to do too much, and see you later. Yuki has that frag every day of the week. We'll step away now back towards Hookah. Where it's nice and safe, where it's nice and comfortable. Sultanate Dog to jump through. Hasn't spotted anything though. Akali trying to take advantage of that. Will step forward now into the peak short. Scarecrow's up to Cubby. Once again, a situation where they might not check the corner, but they do this time around. That mistake won't be repeated twice. Akali has that frag. Empress now popped. There's the ultimate used. As UCFA looking to turn the tides, grab this round. TP gonna come through. Oh no, he got full flash and accidentally jumped TP, trying to dodge out the angle. With an Hyper nonetheless, will take the frags instead. He'll be the entry fragger now as the util player. That's the Silva has to think about it. Where's the spike? 2 players have moved over to Hookah. They will clear Long indeed. Yuki not able to find another uncleared scenario. As Jax now, okay, surely they've moved over. Another TP has come through. They have indeed, but you've moved over to the next round, Brother Akali, with 3K. Make that 3-1.
Yeah, quick work with the Empress, like I mentioned prior to the round starting. Now we are going to see Star Potato does have that Cosmic Divide in hand. That was a really nice reposition for Yuki, being able to fall back after that pick off of Star Potato. Yuki always usually does quite well with those lurks, not getting too greedy. Often good for one as well, especially on the defensive side. And now it's actually going to look like Clemson is electing to force up as much as they can into this upcoming round. Yuki, with that Viper's Pit online, is likely going to pop that pretty early on here. Shortened. Yeah, here it comes.
Viper's Pit popped for short, and UCFA will start to prod their way into the B site. Of course, the extra player going to be there thanks to this pit for such significant short coverage. So Lear gone, so only one more going to be on the round here for UCFA, and that's very early in the round to have it gone as well. Pop shots through smoke, not finding any targets though. Sultanate ready and wait with Initiator utility as well. So information going to be gained in just a second here as the Trailblazer makes its way down. Shot by the Astra, so only the Astra spotted. Second Lear gone through to Hookah. AZN will fall, but gets a quick trade. Scarecrow will take Malek. Showstoppers there. We'll find value though. Players very much wary of it. We'll move away. We'll clear some space. Scarecrow not able to find the mark with it. Nonetheless, drone to come through. We'll dart. Akali looking to swing forward. Barely saved by that satchel of Scarecrow, but still stuck at the corner. Stuck in the double pulse now. Concussed, and Akali has a frag. Overheal to come through, but taken out by Jax. That's a quick trade come through to CT. He'll move to elbow now, and the Viper finally will TP to Hookah.
planted.
2v3 situation. The spike is going to go down for UFCA. The advantage for them as well. Rudy with a quick pick on Yuki, leaving Jax left alone, but the crossfire is going to reign true here. 4-1 now for UCFA. Clemson now onto this eco round. Jax does have that Hunter's Fury available. Likely not going to come out unless we see the round converting into Clemson's favor. Star Potatoes still does have that cosmic divide as well, and it's going to be another default for UCFA. They are finding their groove once again on the attacking side, and Akali is definitely a lot more comfortable on the Reyna.
Yeah, most certainly so. I'd like to find one. Uncomfortable now. Sultanate's able to find a quick sheriff one tap for a trade. Can't recover the gun, unfortunately. Just a little bit too far away, but they can find Sultanate. Maybe that's a different story. Snipers will work their way in. Tag to go through to AZN, back of sight. Not sure if they see Yuki to Hookah, though. He's been frequenting the spot, so should have at least some sort of awareness towards it. Shockwell to come through. No tags found. Oh, through the box. No idea that Beniber just hit that shot, but we know, and it was dang clean. Akali to grab one. Looking to play forward towards box, and they've got it with the wall bang. That's a 2K for Akali to get into the site. 3K now. The Nebula going to fall. Listeners forward, trying to clear CT. Sleeves us over. Leers through. No near sight, but the frag nonetheless. Akali's finished the job. 5-1 for UCFA. Guns to be bought now for Clemson.
We're seeing kind of a similar rendition to what we saw on Icebox. Quite a bit of attacking power coming out from UCFA. 2 ultimates on the board. Jax still has that Hunter's Fury. Might be able to use it this upcoming round just to tag some of the members of UCFA, trying to push through the choke point, or perhaps when the plant is going down. Sultanate also has those Seekers available too, and UCFA could actually do a lot here fighting for alt orbs, considering that quite a few members are just 1 away from the ultimate. And the nice crossfire here in B long, a 3-stack towards B actually.
What's happening shower right now? You just walks up the screen to sneak past Milek, and he'll be able to turn right back around and grab the frag, so no worries there. Skirker has another, Jax has one as well. And Clemson on the upper end of things here. Beniper, Shockbolt able to grab one, so the numbers just slightly thinned out. We'll look at a 3-on-2 here. Showstopper available for UCFA. Last one didn't quite hit the target, but this could be a different story now. It's the attacking side. It's going to have it in their possession. Drone through shower. Hasn't seen anything. UCFA taking their sweet time. They've got a minute to work with. They recognize, and they'll look to poke and prod just a bit here.
Things are looking in Clemson's favor right now, especially in that early round. 3v2 now, though. I do want to commend the Sovas on both teams, however. They both do quick work with their shock darts, usually hitting true, doing a lot of damage, and actually quite a few shock dart kills coming out. Beniper, if they're able to get this plant down, will have the Hunter's Fury online, and the Showstopper is going to come out to get
trade.
A lot of space. A good trade coming out, like you mentioned. 2v1 now, 15 seconds on the clock.
Hunter's Fury going to go towards the site right now, trying to stall for the plant. 10 seconds. Hunter's Fury will go wide. Plant will just barely get down, but Beniper's going to be full HP. Got to find 2 1v1s. They're looking for the double swing to come through. That was the first look at the 1v1. Now tagged heavy by the Shock Wolf, and Sultanate will finish it with a couple body shots. Clemson will grab their second round. UCFA still lead 5-2.
In those 1vx situations, I mean, Beniper didn't really have a choice as far as where to plant, considering the amount of time left on the clock, but triple stack is such a dangerous place to plant now, considering the fact that several patches ago, the Radianite boxes are just more penetrable. You can get so much damage off, and trying to swing around them to isolate those 1v1s just becomes more difficult when you can get wallbang so easily. UCFA, sorry, now have 4 ultimates online. This round really should go in their favor with that Hunter's Fury, with that Cosmic Divide that hasn't been popped yet by Star Potato as well. Now the drone will be coming through along with the Leer just to make all of this space on a site, but the Snakebite is going to slow things down.
come out. Teams work their way up to A short. It's been... Oh, I didn't see it. I just blinked for so long. That's crazy. Two going to be in the shower right now. So one thing about not splitting is you actually don't get any of that presence, but the Cosmic Divide is going to make up for it. Forces the team to have to play through the wall, and that they are. Star Potato going to find the first if they come through. Rudy has another. Scarecrow goes to the top with Truck to find just one frag. Plant faded. And now we'll go down, recognizing no one got to push through. That a numbers disadvantage. And still a significant amount of ults up here for UCFA. Hopefully should need them. Those should be able to put them into the next round. Cosmic Divide will come up for Clemson now. As they look to cut off the short angle. Sultanate's been able to find one. As they'll take Star Potato away from box. Do this wall bang play. Tour de Force online just in case from short now, but stuck behind the divide currently. Two coming through the lamp. Gonna try to peek towards side. Jack's gonna hold on to things. Lazy unable to find two. The Tour de Force can't do nothing if it can't get behind the wall. They have no idea. Rudy, nobody calm that the defuse was happening. Never even peeked in AZN. We'll find a 3K Clemson 3-5.
It's tough too, considering the fact that once the Cosmic Divide goes up, your ability to hear what's going on site goes down. And despite the fact that, you know, abilities are the only things that can pass through the Cosmic Divide, unfortunately, the eco utility weapons do not. And now Scarecrow is going to have an operator in their hands. I actually don't think we've seen Scarecrow op quite yet, so it'll be interesting to see if Scarecrow is able to actually get value out of it. As I say that, there goes Star Potato, the only smoke controller available for UCFA. It's going to be even harder to get onto site now. The controller is like the one person that you don't want to lose early on.
Oh, absolutely. It makes it so much more difficult to cut angles off. So look to do it manually here. As once again, early Lear comes through for UCFA. Short, once again, it's denied early access to site. They're up to the 2-on-2 default here. Both will split sides of the map. Just looking for early pushes with Clemson. Not given at all. Very disciplined so far on the defensive end of things.
Yeah. 50 seconds on the clock now. Clemson doing very, very well to stagger that utility, especially the Viper util, just to continue to slow down these pushes. Spike is being postured towards the B site right now, but Clemson having a 3-stack on B, it's going to be tough to make their way over. And as I say that, Scarecrow, good for another taking down their double. And what a headshot, actually, onto Beniper. Now, Scarecrow just playing around tube here, trying to conserve their life, play with the team. Maybe good for another kill in hookah. We'll see in a second.
This is exactly why Scarecrow was that operator player over onto Ascent. Talking about the moment that Scarecrow got knocked in the hands, it was so scary for UCFA. As they're left reeling, they'll have to save. Headed for the hills, headed for the spawn. That's all she wrote on the round. Great frags from Scarecrow, and Clemson will walk away with a 4th.
Oh my, you are totally right. I keep thinking of Scarecrow as being a Reyna player, that it completely blanked my mind that Scarecrow was in fact the Jet Opper last map on Ascent. You're completely right on that, Alex. I mean, they were a total monster on the previous map, and now pulling out all the stops once again. Clemson slowly climbing back to make this tie happen. 4-5 now. Just one away from tying it up.
Let's make some chaos.
And still an ultimate on either side. Beniper with the Hunter's Fury in hand, and the Showstopper is available as well. Sultanate's going to get a bit of information with that guiding light there. Not going to throw the Trailblazer out quite yet. Asian's just setting up those stars. And it's going to be your classic B split push. We're seeing a rotation being pulled over towards B as well.
UCFA back to the classics here. Forget the default. Let's just run it down. How does it go, though, is the question. Good so far. He's going to find one, instantly traded out. Those 2 frags come through for UCFA. They're into the site. The plan has gone down as well. They'll have this guy close contact for elbow, but going to be waiting for the rest of the team to make their way through into positions now, and we'll start to see this retake get pinched. Scarecrow trying to retake with the operator. CT is so difficult. Such limited sight lines. See what they're able to find. Flash is there. The Viper's pit from Hookah to stretch them into the side. Scarecrow's been able to find with the operator, and they've managed to dwindle numbers just a little bit here. Peek's coming out, but it's a dink coming forward. Not the frag just yet for Sultanate. There it is, converted just now. The Viper heard but not seen, and now caught out. Beniper and Akali combined for the last 2 frags, and UCFA, they found their 6th.
UCFA does so well with their split pushes. Their defaults definitely aren't as strong as the split pushes are. And now they're going back to what wasn't broken. This time around, I believe it will be an A split push instead, just switching things up a little bit here. Beniper still has that Hunter's Fury in hand. If able to tag a member or two on Clemson up early with that recon or that owl drone, we might see that Hunter's Fury coming out for an early pick as well. But Scarecrow repositioned towards A is actually going to take down Lorena. No Lears available for UCFA to make this push onto site.
Drone to come
Look at
forward.
this push out of Hookah.
Both move to long here to make sure nobody lurking towards Fountain. Malek gonna be in for a nasty surprise here momentarily. Very in tune to the possibilities of it though. Hunter's Fury out for Beniper, able to catch one, a tag as well. Scarecrow will go low HP. Player towards top box is gonna be Jax. Wonder if they clear this though with that early backside contact, and the flank of course still on its way. Dart for information, trying to find the wallbang. They'll throw the trademark down. Instantly broken. Star Potato will be able to break this over though. Gravity Wall is there, but not good for too much. Scarecrow.
They have no
Fine,
idea that the
left.
flank's happening. The trademark wasn't triggered.
Flank is there. And Sultanate has found one. No idea indeed. Absolutely caught off guard. And are they caught off guard? Shower as well. Both two players gonna be ready and wait here. And AZN's there. All the timing is perfect for Beniper to come through. He checks, just gets an inkling, and is absolutely correct. Is gonna find one, and that leaves a 2-on-2 at the front of the site as Clemson move forward. No flashes available for Sultanate. Has to do it dry, but they make it happen. Scarecrow will step off the plant to find one, and Sultanate has the other. It's 5-on-6 here, almost tied up for Clemson as they steal away yet another round.
That flank and the sandwich was definitely what won Clemson that round. I really like how we saw Asian actually, going into that astral form, putting that star down just to dissipate it, just to cover the trademark, as the two members, that being Asian and Scarecrow, pushed through that flank, completely catching the players short off guard. Beniper though, kind of having an inkling, like you mentioned, the back of his head, a little bit of a, the hairs on the back of his neck sticking up, knowing that somebody might be coming through showers with a huge flick. And now Scarecrow repositioning once again, and Clemson doing very well to have somebody paired along with Scarecrow to shoot out that recon bolt, allowing the operator to still hold this angle. And there goes Akali.
GG's Akali gone from this round. Sultanate will find information on the dog. Causeway Divide to go forward yet again for UCFA. Last time they were here, just barely lost it in the post plant. Can it be a different story here though? There's no divide on the side of Clemson right now, so this could be the difference maker. Seeker's gonna come through divide, flashes out, no pop, and they know they've got control over towards Lamp. They'll slide forward. It's gonna be a star in the way though, so could Gravity Well, this will be the no pulse instead. Both players can cuss. We need to find one with the judge. Won't re-swing. Has done just enough, or maybe not, as Jax and Scarecrow combine for two. They'll push their way into the site. They've managed to get there, but no one on the defuse just yet. Will now start to hold Star Potato to go top of the new box. Able to find one. Out into the showstopper, and Scarecrow has absolutely stopped this show. A 4K for the Rays, and it's all tied up. 6-6 here. Map number 3. We're got to get a close one.
Yeah, just as a reminder to everybody at home, this is a best of 3 series. We've already seen the first 2 maps, both Clemson and UCF Academy taking one for themselves. UCF definitely had Icebox under their belt, which was Clemson's pick. Ascent going to Clemson, which is UCF's pick. And now we're on the decider, which is Bind. And going into this swapping of halves here, everything's all tied up like Alex mentioned. Going to be a close game. We might even see it to go to overtime, because this is the last match. This is the decider for who is going to be going into grand finals to face off against the other semifinals, which we will actually be seeing after this game. Will be the second round of best of 3 for semis. And now Clemson on the attack, moving it over towards the A site, where they will be met with some chamber utility. That owl drone coming out get a lot of information, and Akali getting aggressive in shower is going to be sought out by that guiding light.
If they are, now the chamber will come over towards help, and the Rays paint shells cleanly placed. That's the controller out of this round. At least one of them. The Viper's still active. We'll have the toxic screen to throw. It's still the cutoff site for that plant to happen. Sultanate. Hearing the footsteps, hearing the players walk back towards shower. He's still on the lurk, but has to be careful. It's now 3 players have stacked up towards it for UCFA. All the way flooded towards this side. A spike still down towards Cubby now. Picked up and sliding just ever so closer to Lamp. Scarecrow to find 1. Trades now coming out as players will start to move. The patience is run thin. It's Viper has 2. Akali has another as they finally take out Sultanate. It's a TP to come through. Jack's running it down to get the B site. Slowed by the trademark. Might make contact happen a little bit earlier than expected. Great dart to find Rudy. Where's Star Potato's positioning as well? First of 2 shock bolts to come out. The pole going to be inside the box, so Jack's actually able to hold on to things. We're going to hear the double swing come through. Beniper has the frag at 3K for the Sova. And UCFA will take the pistol 7-6.
Close game. UCFA now having the advantage, being able to buy up to those Spectres across the board. Not seeing the Ares buys coming out quite as much anymore since patch 4.01 rolled out, giving it a little bit of a nerf after it was a bit overpowered in patch 4.0. However, Yuki's actually electing to buy up to a Stinger, so it's going to be an off buy in the following round if things don't go too well for Yuki. I am surprised to actually be seeing that Stinger buy coming out, but on a map like Bind, you can make quick work with a Stinger with these close angles.
We can. Let's see if Akali's able to do so. Able to find 1. A quick trade to come through, but Rudy's right back into the thick of things and has found a 2K. So that leaves just Yuki up towards short. Paint shells will be there. They'll connect. The shrapnel to come through now. Just barely tucked. Trademark triggered. Yuki will take it and back away. Move towards showers. Where is where that spike is down, but it's also where Rudy still is around. I'll move to short now, just in case Yuki wants to re-hit. But plenty of defensive utility, plenty of defensive resources for UCFA, and they'll sit pretty on the spike.
Yuki, I would like to see maybe at least getting a pick or 2 here with the Stinger. Hopefully someone will push out, and as I say that, Melik is going to walk straight into Yuki's crosshair. Now a 3v1 situation, a lot of cover available, but Yuki's going to creep their way into U-Haul here. Still 30 seconds to work with. Looking to maybe find another close range duel, but UCFA has so much information with the positioning of their Astra. Pushed out through B, knowing the rotation has not come through. And Beniper going to close things out. 8-6 for Clemson. Still able to, retain 3 of those Spectres. Yuki is going to be on that Stinger buy once again, while the rest of their team is on rifles. I'm curious to know if that's a strategy that they tend to go with, or if maybe there's a miscommunication with that round, Cat, but I'm not quite sure.
I don't know. That's a good question for sure. It's a question of if sometimes players go rogue in the buys. Homies, trust me, I got it. I can get the job done. And sometimes it just doesn't work out. Okay, sometimes you're a little overconfident, and you pay the price when it comes to buying for gun run. It's okay. I believe in him. We'll get the job done right here. We'll check for that trademark. That is where it was actually in the last round, but this time it'll be moved over just a little bit closer to U-Haul. And, well, Yuki has found that out the hard way, so Swing's going to come through now from the Rays, taking their sweet, sweet time actually onto it. And there it is. Okay, Malek, what is this? A clean, crispy one-tap. Scarecrow going to be tagged up just a bit by the shock bolt. We'll throw a nade forward. The pole trying to make that contact hit a little harder than it did, and Clemson will make their way into sight now. The swing's coming through, so they'll to pick up 1. Rudy has another quick trade. Beniper has 1 as well. So pretty advantageous for this team on low eco, and Sultanate trying to reload, but isn't ready for the Rays to step through. Much to find another. Jax has 1, and instantly out of hookahs. Akali to find the right click. 9-6 for UCFA.
Yeah, we started this half off with a 6-6 tie. UCFA taking the first 3 rounds for themselves, which is huge, considering the fact that Clemson was on their bye there and now back onto a forced save, stuck in the beginning of a ping-pong economy, going back and forth between the buys and the saves every other round. No ultimates online quite yet for either team. And Scarecrow is just doing their best to kind of carry the rest of Clemson in their backpack right now.
Trademark once again stuck towards U-Haul, and player stuck towards short as Rudy has one. Akali will take two through the Nebula. The precision is there. It's clinical. You see that every day coming through on the execute, and they just know. Yuki has snuck in to Lamp, but has to back away because those util coming in. The shock bolts there. Just wants to avoid all that splash damage.
One enemy
Akali will clear Lamp to be sure. Rudy picked up one from short. Nice one tap from AZN, but that's about it. Sniper has finished the job. 10-6 now for UCFA. Really looking to garner control, garner momentum, and break eco yet again here. Back to the gun round.
This is the round that Clemson has to win. I mean, otherwise, UCFA is going to take an 11th round for themselves. Clemson will be forced back onto that save, allowing UCFA to take it to match point unless Clemson's able to pull off a cool thrifty if this round doesn't go in their favor. Jax is one away from that Hunter's Fury. Would like to see maybe some progression towards Showers here to try and secure that. And Snakebite is not gonna land where it was supposed to.
You hate to see it. You do hate to see it. Speaks a little bit to the last couple of rounds here for the Clemson offense. You know what they say. As long as the bad luck comes at the start of the round, the end of the round has to be luck-filled. They don't say that, but I do. Because I believe in Clemson.
I was about to say, I don't know where I've heard that saying before. Little blind op shot. Not going to find anything. Looks like Clemson's going to go recover the spike in market here. Poising themselves up for a B hit after faking A with some utility. Now.
Well, one piece less than they would have liked to, but yeah.
There is a trademark in Hookah that will really give some early information to Seekers, revealing the plan of Clemson as well. And Scarecrow's just blasting onto sight. Fortunately, Star Potato's good for the trade. Taking down 2. 4v2 situation.
Oh my goodness, AZN in a perfect position, but is going to get checked in. But Iper has a quick trade yet again off that initial frag. So Clemson, they find some frags in, but it's quick, sufficient trades for UCFA. It's quick rotation, and Rudy finishes the job with that operator in his hands. 11-6 for UCFA. The double satchel in for Clemson tried to make the space happen. They didn't account for 2 close into sight. Star Potato did not get checked in to 2. Was able to find 1. So you got to make a decision there for Scarecrow. Do you shoot Beniber? Do you shoot Star Potato? Unfortunately, there both of the answers are wrong. It's just a great defensive setup.
Yeah, I mean, I think Clemson was expecting maybe 4 players to have been postured over A after the fake happened, but UCFA holding strong actually kept 2 anchoring B. Things not going too well in Clemson's favor. In that round now, back onto an eco, we hear some shares. The Owl Drone is going to come out, tag up Melik, forcing him to fall back now in this situation, and I'm kind of worried that Clemson's going to funnel themselves like fish in a barrel here up in A short. Rudy is watching with the op as well. Oh, this flank!
Snuck through. Good for 2. Dismissed away as well. Lear in hand. Lear now out into the air. Will near sight those players, so no help going to come through. That look towards short. Will back away just before the flash comes out as well. Reed will take that short player, and Akali looking to reswing yet again. The Lear is out. Good for 1. That's a 3K now for the Reyna, and that just leaves the poor old Astra for Clemson. Sheriff in hand, and no shots to be found. A 4K from the Reyna. Massive shower flank, and it is match point for UCF Academy.
Match point, and I mean, Clemson is back on a bye now, but that's 6 rounds that they'll have to climb back from to be able to tie it up so we can go to overtime. We are going to see Scarecrow finally pulling that operator out on the attacking half. We know how strong he is on the op. One away from Showstopper as well, which is a piece of utility that could make a lot of space onto site when pushing on here. And 3 other ultimates on the board for Clemson. Those will have to be expended to try and guarantee this round, to keep their name in the game if they still want a chance to make it to grand finals.
Absolutely. Trailblazer comes in early. And able to clear towards sight here. So Star Potato still able to tuck towards crate. much slower round for Clemson here. They definitely can feel the pressure. They recognize this could be the difference between them making 750 or not. They're so slow on the default. Yet again, we've got the flank from Akali, able to step in mid-market. Just barely the spike has moved forward in time. Hunter's Fury for both teams coming through. Both able to garner tags. Second tag now out. It's Akali. The flank is here. Mlek has one. Akali has another. That's the spike down to ramp. They have to play backwards. Jack's trying to do so. Looks back. And just as they do, Star Potato has taken it from Cubby. Another found for the Astra. And now it's all up to one. The Sky and Hookah. The first peak there. And they're gone. It's flawless for UCFA. They've done it. They're on to the grand finals, at least 750 in the bag.
Congratulations to UCFA for making it over to grand finals now. Just to reiterate, Clemson was the top seed in Pool A coming into the semifinals, UCFA being the second seed going into semifinals from Pool B. And, you know, UCFA really played their hearts out today. It was looking dangerous on Ascent Cat when UCFA kind of seemed like a different team from what we were used to seeing, lacking that aggression, playing a little bit more passively, not playing with the confidence that we're used to seeing coming out from them, but turning things around, going into bind, really itching to make it to grands. And congratulations to them. Clemson put up a great fight, though.
Yeah, absolutely. Clemson, a 13-1. You cannot discredit them at all for map number 2. The fact that UCF Academy are able to just bounce straight back. They take it straight back to them. They're on map number 3. Looks like they didn't lose any momentum, which is absolutely insane to see for a team that goes down so far. They came out the gates early. They got the job done and take it 13-6. I'm sure that break was helpful for them. And they'll get a nice little break. They'll get a lot of time to sit back, relax. They can even watch all the semifinal too, as they are happening staggered. Maybe take some notes down, and we'll catch them in the grand finals here a little bit later today.
Didn't really need to make use of it in that round, but a strategy that I really admire now going into round 7, UCFA is
the swap
over.
As well, now these Sultan all alone decide to have to deal with these pushes. Able to find one, but can't rendezvous out since it was broken. Able to pick up 2. Rez has come through. So still in a 3-on-3 here. Total force available if UCFA want it for this post. But same story for the Hunter's Fury. Gotta get the plant down first though before they can start playing the post. And there it goes. What'll happen now? Clemson looking for the quick retake, trying to catch this team off guard, but no surprises to be like just the half here, forcing you to play ahead, and it's done just that. They read the peak correctly here. The swing. The flick to come out.
Going on to B, luckily that stage barrier
angle here.
Oh no!
Quick scan, Sultan tried to get the peak through the scan, but instead gets caught by the bullets of the Kali, so going to fall early, and that's it. Operator out of the round here. No early fragging this time around. Clemson, they're going to have to work a little bit from behind here. Post maze is the Reina. Veers out, but a swing under it is a Kali. Looking to end this thing right here, right now, and take it to map number 2. The swing for no one's cleared backside. No one's checked it at all. Mlek has to worry about the CT players. The flash comes through, so they can find one. Trades coming through for UCFA, but Akali Banner is able to jump through. Yuki in a precarious situation, able to find one. The plays from the fall. Sultan Nate's got their back as well from Ticket. Swings to come through now, but Iper and Star Potato to catch 2, but AZN just like that is traded them straight back. Star Potato with AZN's frag, and Jax, the Nano Swarm, will be awarded the final frag. Putting it all into just the A main push. Very one-dimensional. Growdy will not activated just yet, but Yuki activated indeed finds 2. Shockbolt to find 1. Rudy has a trade in the meantime, but just 1. AZN will pick 1 up from door. Will swing now for the second.
That A split, and then maybe try and make a fake happen if it's not working out. And that is the beautiful guiding light, allowing Yuki to get 2 for themselves. Yuki alone are huge as far as, holding down these sites. Usually at least good for 2, wherever they are. And, what a shot!
What a shot indeed. Just barely saw Yuki before The flash actually got popped a second as well. Okay, but
No way!
turn up here for Icebox. Just new map, new things going on, and Sultanate able to find an off angle to take down Star Potato. Over the top is Scarecrow to find their 3K, looking for 4, and it will be had. They're going to be there as well, but spotted early. Daisy going to take massive damage to the back. Time running shorter and shorter, about 20 seconds. The team has to jump down. They'll do just that. Viper, the running gun Spectre, able to find 2, but the third not to be found. It's the reversal on the site. It's 13-1 for Clemson. Shock Bolt, they just ate so much HP off of it. Akai able to find 1. Will overheal now. Look towards Cubby to sneak through Dart. Will find UP into that poison orb. Looking to come out and find a 3K in his so fast to think about it. Where's the spike? 2 players have moved over to Hookah. They will clear long indeed. Yuki not able to find another uncleared scenario. As Jack's now, okay, surely they've moved over. Another TP has come through. They have indeed, but you've moved over. Got it with the wall bang. That's a 2K for Akali to get into the site. 3K now is the Nebula going to fall. This is forward, trying to do a CT. So the leaders through. No near sight. We're still online just in case from short now. We're stuck behind the divide currently. 2 coming through the lamp. Gonna try to peek towards side. Jack's gonna hold on to things. They's getting able to find 2. The Tour de Force can't do nothing if it can't get behind the wall. They have no idea. Nobody calm that the defuse was happening. That both players because we need to find one with the judge. Won't re-swing. Has done just enough. Or maybe not, as Jackson Scarecrow combined for 2. They'll push their way into the site. They managed to get there, but no one on the defuse just yet. Will now start to hold Star Potato to go top of the new box. Able to find 1. Out into the showstopper.
The off as well. Oh, this flank.
Snuck through. Good for 2. Dismissed away as well. Lear in hand. Lear now out into the air. Will near sight those players, so no help going to come through. They're looking for short. Will back away just before the flash comes out as well. Reed will take that short player, and Akai looking to re-swing yet again. The Lear is out. Good for 1. That's a 3K now for the Reyna, and that just leaves the poor old Astra for Clemson. Sheriff in hand, and no shots to be found. And now it's all up to 1. The Sky and Hookah, the first peak there, and they're gone. It's flawless for UCFA. They've done it. They're on to the grand finals, at least 750.
I didn't really
They
need
were
to
moving towards A, and already Ted gets an early kill towards B. He's looking for 1 more potentially. He's concussed. He's got 2 bullets in the chamber. The catch will be destroyed. Does he have the headshot? He has 20. He has 2. Good damage on Kamei. Can he find the shots? He cannot. In the meantime, on the opposite side, Anas takes down Smart Punch. The spike was planted in Indiana. Get out scot-free, but a couple of members fall. Still 4v3, still winnable. And after that, it's going to be now a 4v2, and it's getting more and more tough for Indiana.
To be a difficult one, especially if Buckeye wants to play together, and they definitely do. We've seen it before. We saw it yesterday. The teamwork was insane, but a kill coming in. The Rays taken down, and is a 1v2, almost making it work for Memphis, but nothing else can be done, especially when you go against Kamet, this player that we saw yesterday. We even got to interview yesterday. And such a good, confident player that was able to be highlighted multiple times throughout the entire stream. One that you have to keep an eye on, and luckily and hopefully there was some preparation for this. They received some bot review, whatever it takes for us out of Indiana to predict what Kemen and the rest of the team can do next.
See what they do indeed. I wonder if he's wearing the shades that he wore in the interview. You think he wears them while he plays?
Yeah.
That would be special. That would be insane.
I'm just gonna believe he does, yeah.
Yeah, no, he definitely does. We'll just go with that. Now Kamei sitting at 3-0 here, so close here to getting that breach ultimate, really making do onto one of these sites. Now Memphis going to arrest forward, spots a couple of members, but so far A looks to be cleared, at least from Memphis's eyes. I'll wait for that Viper's wall to drop. The timing, will it be on his side? He's turned the blind eye. He's gonna walk over this tripwire as well. Chop Chops knows exactly what's going on, but knows where the bullets are coming from as well. Memphis has an inkling of suspicion, but in the meantime, drop will go for the plant, and it'll be the same case here for Indiana, getting the plant down and making their way out of the site.
That's where you get value out of a Cypher, just denying any crazy push coming in. Now the kills are going to be everything in Bucket. They have the advantage. They're going to get 2 all in the hands of the Rays, and a little bit more than enemy needed. They're going to make it happen fast as the last one goes down. Drop gets taken down in the defuse. Now that takes place, taking Buckeye to a 2-0 lead.
Not your day, is it?
Close to getting that Rolling Thunder here. 2 ult orbs away from that massive cooldown. really helping some of these retakes, because it seems like Indiana are content with going for these fast plants, especially in a situation where they're in a disadvantageous point, but this time around they have the better guns, they have the longer range weaponry here, so Drive will see if they can make do on a big purchase here and win this round.
This is a nice spot. Yes, this should do.
I see the commitment here coming in for the setup Buckeye, but just like yesterday, being very respectful of the enemy, not making any crazy or unexpected decisions. So you're going to keep the guns that they got from last round, the guns that they were able to keep, and besides that is what Indiana can do now that they have rifles. First of all, is going to be getting that information, but the paint shows are going to get that first kill. Memphis does get taken down.
Hopefully for Smart Punch had that updraft, was able to be okay, and now is safe for the time being, and Ted will claim the sword using the Viper's Wall as a good concealment tool there, and in the meantime will work his way underground here through tunnel. Still the spike behind, and Indiana playing in a much more methodical pace, and now being down a man as well. With these better guns, you know, the onus sits on them to make a move drive, and BGC hunker down on B, and one over towards A as a safety just in case, but in the meantime, Spike is over towards B. It's going to be 2A, maybe as a potential distraction.
Distraction that is taking place, but the spike is on the floor. In the meantime, leaning towards going to that B side, and no kills yet. No one has been taken down on the side of Buckeye, and that is the one condition here, making it even a 4-4 would be ideal, and the more they can get, the better here. But everyone is playing so patient as the J start to come in, and the numbers that continue to benefit Buckeye could build into something more. The Spectres are going to get the kills that they need, and there's no time. There's 15 seconds remaining. The spike is going to get planted. There's no one around, but the rotation for the defense is already taking place.
Here for Druff in the back of the site. We'll use the Viper lineups here from Polly as well. He only has one snake bite here. He's going to be in an altercation momentarily, potentially, as he has 3 members surrounded here. We make the move. We'll go for the first shot. Find Sean right between the eyes. He's going to be able to get out of this one scot-free. He's good for one more. Kamei brings it back in the meantime, and now Druff in a 1v2 situation. He's going to get Rolling Thunder. It does not matter. He's unfazed, he's unmatched, and he's unwilling to go down. 2-1 here for Indiana.
The Rolling Thunder as well makes things even more difficult, even the visibility, and you start doubting yourself. Do I want to push in? Do I want to wait? Because getting that information is so difficult, but Druff does exactly what he needed to do, plays it patiently, knows when to use and when not to use his ultimate, and to make sure that he's able to get the kills just in time. That is insane. Even stun, he's able to get that last kill right when he needed to. So now it is the first round that the side of Indiana is able to get, but how many more they can get in a row?
Right there.
Snowball, that is really the question here. And so far in Fracture, we've seen the rotations, we've seen more drawn out engagements. Indiana seem content with taking their time and playing things slowly, especially now that they have a Rolling Thunder of their own. That could be used onto one of these sites. And if Memphis gets an early frag, really make things good over towards B, as the spike is in that general direction.
A lot of information, and that is what you gotta do in this map, right? You know that the attacking team can come from literally anywhere. They can catch you off guard, just like Sean does, and does get taken down as well. And so that information is going to be everything to make things even here. For the side of Indiana, now they have the advantage. They have 4 members alive, and they might be able to plan this fight towards B.
Tour de force available, so many tools here for BGC to work with. If that plant does come in, they have options. Excuse me, as Anas will be good for 1 on top of 10. Takes down the chamber here early on. It will be traded back, though. In the meantime, chaos ensuing on top of the site here. There's multiple kills going each way, and after the dust settles, 2v2 here. Rolling Thunder still available.
Last player
Looks like that's going to be the play here, especially now that Smart Punch has a kill. You might not even have to invest.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. After a short break, we're here with the fantastic face of Rudy yet again from the University of Central Florida Academy. We just watched them make their way into the grand finals after what was looking to be a pretty close series. Rudy, how are you feeling?
Finals against our own sister team, so that'd be pretty hype. I'm more hyped we picked up the dub in the 2-1 series, so yeah.
Yes, sir.
Absolutely. I was curious. I mean, going into the last map, the decider on Bind, how were you guys feeling? I mean, you swept on Icebox, absolutely killed it on Clemson's map pick, but then when it came down to your map pick, it was a reverse sweep coming out. And then going into Bind, you guys definitely, I mean, things were really close during the first half, but you were able to really bring it up in the second half once you guys swapped sides. And I was wondering how the mental was going into the third map after you did lose out on your map pick.
Honestly, a sense sometimes a gamble for us depending on how the other team plays. So losses like that, while it hurts because it's like a reverse sweep on our map, our mentals are really strong. Got some iron mentals over on the other team, so we knew we just brush it off. We got to take the stub. That map doesn't matter. Whatever happens, happens, and now we're here. So we were pretty hyped, and it made a more interesting series. A little 2-1 action instead of just a 2-0 sweep.
Exactly. I mean, yeah, kudos to you guys. I think the strong mental is definitely half of the battle going into, series like this one, especially close games and whatnot, when you're trying to get the dub to get into the final portion of the bracket, into grands, and definitely something that a lot of teams struggle with as far as, tilting at each other and stuff like that. So kudos to you guys and congrats again.
Yeah.
And going into that final map, we saw a very slow, very focused game play style from both teams up until halftime. We got 6-6 for the first 12 rounds, and then it was almost like the Twitch chat copy pasta. 6 is all they get. You guys ran it up to finish at 13-6. What was the flip switched there in the second half of the game? Why was it so dominant towards the end?
Well, you know how Bind goes. Sometimes breaking defense holds is really hard, and they're playing double controller, and Viper is basically a sentinel because her kit's just so strong right now. So we knew once we got on defense, it would sort of be wraps. We just have to make them play at our speed. We sort of figured out their playstyle by the third map, and by the second half, everything was figured out, and it was just a matter of getting our kills.
Absolutely. Well, congratulations again. Unfortunately, that's all the time that we have right now for the interview, as we do have to get into the second semifinals, which would be your sister team, like you mentioned, facing off against USF. It would be pretty crazy to see you guys go head to head in grands. And before we go out,
I know we will.
Got the confidence. But before we head out, was there anything that any final words that you wanted to say before we see you later in grands? Any thanks or shout outs for now?
For now, just you got to thank the team. Akali, Kalen, Beniper, Star, always going crazy, keeping up, keeping the mental strong, and we're excited. We're gonna show you guys. I know our sister team's gonna pull through, so we're gonna show you an interesting series: the UCF versus UCF in the grand finals.
All right. Well, thank you so much, Rudy. We'll have to see if that comes to fruition, but your sister team looking pretty mean. We'll see if they got what it takes, though, as we're going to jump into that game here momentarily. And Rudy, get yourself some nice rest, man. Relax, take a breather. Maybe watch the game just in case your sister team doesn't win, so you got at least a couple strats to know about. And we'll see you later today.
Yeah, see you guys later.
Whoo! UCF versus UCF would be a spicy matchup for grand finals, Kat. Not only a spicy matchup, but it's going to be almost a nightmare for us to cast, I think.
yeah, a little bit. A little bit.
I'm going to be like, wait, which UCF team am I talking about right now? But I don't know, maybe we might call the main team just the Knights and the other team Academy to make it easier for ourselves. But going into things, I just want to go over the map picks and bans before we head in. I believe UCF Knights, the main team, banned Bind, and then USF bans Fracture. UCFK having the first map pick, going with Ascent, where USF will be picking defense first, and USF picking Breeze as the second map. UCF also picking defense first. And then the last two bans going out will be Split and Haven, leaving Icebox as the decider. We don't know who will be picking sides yet, because if it does go 1-1 for the first two maps, it'll be whoever had the most rounds. And I think we're going to be ready to throw to Agent Select really shortly, just to see what compositions the teams will be going with.
Here we go into agent select for map number 1 here. Important to remember, this is the main roster, one for the University of Central Florida. It's also the top seed here coming out of Pool B. We've got the second seed for USF here. We did see them go 2-1 in their bracket other than the 3-0 Clemson. So statistically speaking, UCFK is going to have a massive advantage going into this one early, but the stats never tell the whole story. It's all up to what happens in the server.
Absolutely. And I mean, on the side of Knights, we are seeing a double duelist coming out once again, kind of similar to what their academy team was running. However, in place of the Jet, we are going to be seeing Reyna instead. And Cookies and Cream, always on that chamber pick, is definitely really strong with it. I like the aggression that we see from Cookies and Cream on the chamber as well, and I think it'll be a nice replacement for the Jet Opera that you normally see coming out on Ascent.
Actually very similar to the UCFA composition, almost like they're from the same school or something. Almost like they got the same coaching staff or something like that. I don't know, just a thought. And the USF, very similar to the original composition we got to see from them yesterday, so no surprises there. Both these teams are going to be very comfortable. I will say a lot more nuance coming through in the chamber, just about how Cookies uses it. And yesterday, Cookies used it pretty dang solid.
Yeah, it'll be a nice eco weapon, having that ultimate, the Tour de Force, available in place of the operator in case their economy isn't able to quite afford it in future rounds. But yeah, very similar agent compositions. I do know when we talked to Rudy the other day, we found out that the academy team and Knights, being the main team, do scrim against each other quite frequently. So they are quite knowing about each other's strategies and whatnot. So if UCF Knights does pull through to grand finals, it'll be a really, really interesting matchup where both teams have a lot of insider info on each other. But before we go to that, I mean, we are still in semifinals, map 1 being Ascent. And I mean, it is UCF Knights map pick.
That is true.
The same thing for the last match we saw
true.
on Ascent. So I'm interested to see if Knights is actually going to be able to take this one home, or if USF will upset like we saw in the last semifinals best of 3.
I do like the picnic table tea party rounding that for UCFK to send them into things. Always good to see the team vibes are high going into this series. I will say, we just talked to Rudy. He said this is a gamble for the academy team. We talked about the same coaching staff, same sort of composition. The difference is going to be the Reyna, of course, so a little bit of flashes for UCFK, and hopefully that will be the difference for this roster. That's already looking to go straight into the ace site. They are right. He's going to find one through the green box. Great wall bang to be found. Steve has another, and into sight just like that they go. Plant will go down. Generator as well off the frags from both of these entry duelists. Door broken momentarily here by Volus.
Yeah, already a 3v5 situation. Some really nice crossfires being set up here as well. No flanks are going to be coming out on this retake. The whiffs from Cookies and Cream, but eventually they will land. Getting a second headshot for themselves now. 1v5 situation, and Cookies and Cream's just going to close it out with a nice flawless 3K for themselves. A nice start for UCF Knights going into map 1.
Absolutely, and we definitely saw that the weaker side of this map, well, I mean, one round came defensively, so I guess technically the weaker side of this map for the academy roster was, of course, the attacking side. So, early attacking side lead is always great to see from their sister team, and now they get to buy up all these weapons. The Bulldog will come through for Weasel just in case. We'll see what it is able to find for this round, but should be pretty secure for UCFK as long as they play the cards right, as long as they avoid close angles like this chamber on the lurk is about to walk into. Contact to be made in B main. Now double swing gonna come through. Turret forward first. Tasty will back up here off the Spectre spray. Surely Cookies checks. Does indeed. First track found. Reswing, and that's found as well. A Scythe is able to make it all the way through mid-market. They're into CT. Region will find one as well on the lurk. And it's clean house right now for the anti-eco. Moving on to the bonus. Absolutely clean. As Steph has yet another frag. 2-0 as the 2K comes through for the race.
Yeah, nothing too surprising there. I mean, it is the gun diff that it comes down to in those rounds for the most part. Cookies and Cream now 2 away from that tool to fall, so we'll have that kind of ultimate operator up early on if they so desire to use it. Now going to be a rifling round for USF. I'd like to see them holding strong, either playing for those retakes, playing together, not really letting those rifles go into the hands of UCFK in this upcoming round. Otherwise, the tides could really turn and go in UCFK's favor. A lot of mid control is also being taken by UCFK here.
You will spray through Nebula. A little bit of chip damage. Quite enough to warrant a frag. Trailblazers come through. Plus information towards Cad and Kilroy getting plenty towards Archway. Seth trying to play off of that Roomba, but in the end of the day, Kilroy will burn the Tailwind to escape out of mid. So that could come into play just later into the round. See the Chamberlain coming through as well for UCFK. So they'll be able to use a little bit of that B-side utility, get a little bit of the bait going on, which is always good to see, something we didn't get to see in the Academy roster's default.
The pace has definitely slowed down now in this round, that recon. Looking to get some information A main, but UCFK playing slow, playing quietly.
They rotate off that.
Oh, yeah, they did.
Two-tuck dart. Silver rotates all the way over the CT stairs of B, and that's going to lead for one less player here into the actual defensive side of things. Region's found one. That's a Phantom down to be picked up here over towards Cat. Begging to pick up a frag and instantly traded by Region yet again. So yet another gun has fallen by the wayside here in Scaffold, and the Chamber Lurk is now moved all the way over from B and is available towards Cat. We'll slide forward towards Door, what just got broken down. It's an absolute pincer coming through, and Cookies has that one very much secured for the post plant. Dart has come through, but Psycho can't capitalize off it. We'll have to work much, much harder to get forward into Scaffold. We'll have 2 players there. They've got the recon set up. He'll get tucked yet again for UCFK. Clearly good at tucking all this utility. The swings come through. Now Dart will get 1 scan. Still no ability to capitalize. And just like that, the retake hopes are over. UCF will be left to try to save Spawn.
Yeah, I gotta save those guns, especially now that UCFK manages to secure some for themselves, but hiding in Spawn not gonna do too much for USF. Playing for those exit frags there, not really able to come to fruition. UCFK have a nice stack of money for themselves now. They're going to be solid for quite a few rounds, can risk a couple losses. Not that they would want to, obviously, because this is one of the best of 3s for semifinals, the deciders for who will be moving on to grands. But cushion is nice nonetheless. USF forced onto the save. No ultimates online. It's a gamble stack towards B. It's going to be some 5v5 action.
Word out early. Oh my goodness. USF is taking it to him on the eco, and so was Ryujin, able to find 3. Cookies will have another. The swing to finish the round. It's the 4K off a clean gravity well. The utility so clean for UCF Knights, and just like that, it's 4-0. Just like that, we're reset here into the gun round.
Yeah, it's tough. I mean, it can be a great play on ecos, trying to catch your opponents off guard, trying to stack, overwhelm with bodies, but unfortunately, UCFK wasn't defaulting. They in fact had a 5-stack outside of garage, making that surprise attack quite detrimental considering the gun differential here. But now we are going into round 5. USF back on a bye, but if they lose this one, they will be forced onto another save. The Guiding Light's going to get some information here, reveal the locations a bit of UCFK, and Kilroy with his operator in hand, unfortunately smoked out by the Nebula, which has now faded, looking to do a little bit of work with that. And Seth with the paint shell is just going to take out Psycho.
Yeah, Seth happy to have that one. Kilroy, trigger pull just in time. Cookies will get the jet rather low, but will be able to avoid danger. We'll see if this guy wants to meet up with the jet, and they'll do just that over towards Garden. So the healing will come through. What better place for the regrowth than in nature over towards Garden? And meantime, the attacky side will work their way over towards A main, where 2 Nebulas are ready and waiting, or a Nebula and a gravity well combination, I should say, rather. It's a matter of time, and back towards green box yet again for this Astra, the same spot pretty much every round, so should be expected for UCFK. We saw the pistol. They got absolutely blasted by the Ghost of Ryujin through the green box. Some round they'll be towards that concrete side, the side that is hard. You can't wallbang that side. Step forward. Nebula's in, gravity well there as well. Ryu's just going to play straight through it. Nobody's capitalized off the peak. There it is from Bacon. Now there, double stats will come through for Zephyr 1 rather. And 1 was all he needed. Was able to find Bacon. The refrags come through, but 6 HP on to the Jet, and absolutely no one going to be able to heal that player up. Plant down nonetheless, though. We'll see if UCFK are good for yet another post plant.
Dart will be up in about 15 seconds for Weisel.
Ooh.
The operator shot's not
Oh,
going
the
to land
satchel!
this time around, but the satchel, like you mentioned, is going to help win that round, and Weisel's going to close it out with another kill for themselves. It's clean 5-0 so far for UCF Knights against the University of South Florida. Now with, being on an eco once again, it looks like UCFK will likely be taking a 6th round for themselves as well, unless USF is able to convert this round into their favor, get some more of those ultimates online, and use them in conjunction with each other to make some magic happen. But otherwise, I just want to point out, Bible is 0-0-5 right now. With those 5 assists, like the Astra utility is definitely impeccable, being able to coordinate with their team, not even having to get those kills to be helpful.
Yeah. Utility has been absolutely phenomenal from this team early. A massive difference for them. Gravity Well's out very early, stalled for so much, and actually just going to go ahead and play this one. So Lear's going to come through onto the turret. Being broken now by Ryujin, who goes a bit low, but Bible's getting into sight. The first frag going to come through for the Astra now. If no one else is there for the frag, hey, I can do both, guys. Still think I'm a util player. Psycho able to find one. Is probably going to fall. Was low already. The Sheriff one tap is very easy from that close range. And it's a gun picked up. Just one for USF, and that's a kill picked up for Cookies and Cream towards lobby. Bacon won't fall. Showstopper's out. Steve might as well use it. I mean, you'll have another one soon. You're getting tons of kills. Might as well be able to pick up one. Cookies and Cream now on the B main flank. We'll take the last 2 frags, and UCFK is 6-0, having an absolute field day right now.
Sep's blast packs are actually just owning right now. Like, whether it's getting kills or just, like, displacing the enemy to make their shots miss, it's been quite impeccable. Going into round 7, USF is back on a bye. Kilroy forcing up to that operator once again. There are 3 ultimates online: Lockdown, Cosmic Divide, and the Jet Blade Storm. And then both Psycho and Volus are also 1 away from each of their ultimates. I'd like to see maybe some contesting here, but also you got to be careful, play for your life to make sure that you can keep those ultimates online. And there goes the operator.
Add another assist to the tally, ladies and gentlemen. The Gravity Well, good early to give Ryujin a frag. 2 going to be close contact here. They play into the Nebula. Ryujin, yum, 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 will eat it up. It's about breakfast time. Pancakes with extra syrup coming through, and just like that, the ace site wide open with a side of OJ for this team as they'll make their way through. Ryujin will be close, looking for the ace. We'll wait the time. We'll wait the time out. It's easier to let him walk into your crosshair than to walk into theirs. That's always the case in any situation, and the refrag is going to be there to scaffold as well. UCFK, even though they're having an easy time right now, even though they're absolutely popping off in the frag department, still so disciplined, so very patient.
USF going for the save, considering that both members do have their full shields intact. Not going to close door and market, though. Don't want to give away the information as to where they're hiding right now. Wanting to save these rifles together, hiding back in Boathouse. Yeah, I don't know. I
mean, you have so much eco. You could lose every gun and it would not mean anything. Now there we go. The hunt's on. Step is there close. Ryu's gonna sneak up towards lane. Time runs shorter and shorter. The Nano Swarm's gonna stall out for a bit of time. Region will just tuck them all and run straight through. Bolas will be the one to get the frag, and that's the only frag. Oh, well, Tasty. Maybe eat the words just a little bit. Seth will fall too, but nonetheless, the guns are saved, and the timeout call. The Psycho, the IGL, looking to save the game here, so they're down 7-0 early.
That was actually a nice hunt coming out, considering the fact that they did have so much cushion to be able to afford to lose those guns, to risk it in that situation. It does definitely pad the economy of USF a little bit for those last 2 players who are still up, but Psycho, like you said, coming out with the tack pause now. I'm having trouble trying to think of what USF could really do differently. I mean, the stalling isn't working too well, but neither are the retakes. I would like to maybe see a bit more flank action coming out, putting some more pressure on to UCFK, because right now UCFK hasn't really had the need to really look over their shoulder, be concerned about any really good lurks, any, stabbing in the back. So maybe some conditioning coming out from USF, still playing for their lives, but just to add a little bit of that pressure, add a little bit of map control underneath their belts could do them quite well. And 5 ultimates online as well for this upcoming round. USF should be able to convert this round into their favor, but surprisingly not seeing a buy coming out across the board to be able to afford guns to pair up with the rifles that they saved previously.
At the very least, we'll pop Blade Storm, so we'll get close, just 1 gun off. But still, absolutely right. The buy's going to be so weird next round because they're going to have 2 able to full buy, and, well, Tasty ain't able to do much into this round. Seth once again, clean paint shells, cooks and cream, getting the work done towards mid, taken out by now the Blade Storm. That's a gun potentially picked up, unless Ryusion can pick up the kill, and he's done just that. This Killroy going to fall towards Cat. A quick trade to come through from the Reyna. Now position towards Garden. We'll spot the barrel, looking for the wall bang. Do they know the player's close? Garden. Won't matter. They'll back away. Leer in hand now as well for Ryusion. Psycho to swing close. Shoulder should be seen. It is. Ryusion, Leer in hand, back once more. Great dart. Has to shoot at Psycho. Fantastic peek. Able to find one. So guns in hands. A chance here. Seekers available as well. Hunter's Fury for both. Sova's flash is out. Going to pop on everybody except for Bible, who finds one tucked towards hell. And the second as well will swing for the 180 onto Psycho. Coming through door, and it's 8-0 for UCFK. Light work, and UCF should probably have buy here. It's going to be close to get a full buy out.
Yeah, it is going to be tough, I think, for them to get a full buy. It's going to be... we saw the operator coming out, but actually electing to go with the rifle this time around. I would like to see USF maybe just doing a normal save to try and get their economy back in line with each other instead of being on these kind of off buys. And now going into this round, we're seeing a slightly different setup here. Kilroy is going to have that operator watching B-Link. No one's peeking it quite yet, though. We have the Killjoy on the side of USF, still playing the A site, but playing a bit farther back this time around, not looking to die early on. Because, I mean, if the Killjoy does die, so does their utility and all of that slowing power. So you got to live for as long as you can.
Straight facts right there. And the aim inside of things, not going to work to that operator towards Cat. See where the contact comes tiles. A lot of timing for this one. Okay. Cookies and cream. Bro, it's just been on point with these phantom shots. And one more for the road. It's Bacon going to fall, trying to make a way through mid-market. Another repeat from the Sova. Will opt out of it, deciding to help the team instead on this retake. They got so much utility, so many ultimates to actually make this one happen. Hunter's Fury out. Ryujin stuck in a pickle here as he gets concussed by the dog, and Psycho to pick up one. That's the first ult expended. The first frag found off of it, though. Lockdown going to come through. Seeker's going to be available as well for USF, but the Hunter's Fury saved for so long for UCFK. They've used it to perfection to take down that lockdown. Bible's taking out Bolas off a quick trade towards Scaffold. Psycho to swing through. Once again, blast back. Seth hasn't quite found the frag yet, but has zoned Psycho. It's zoned by Tasty, though the pinch to come through. Weisel has found one towards Scaffold, so a quick trade, and now into the 1v1. Tasty to tap, the swing, and Weisel will win the 1v1. 9-0 for UCF Knights.
That was a really close round. Probably the closest round that USF has gotten to possibly converting it into their favor. You know, we did see Weisel was able to clutch it out there. An expensive round for both sides, actually, with all the ults that were expended to make the plays happen. And I'm not going to say anything because I don't want to cast or curse anything, but an eco is coming back out for USF. We will likely be seeing UCFK taking this round under their belt as well. 10-0.
You said it, Ash. Well, you might be right. He's able to pick up one. Go back away now. Weisel dropped the Tibroza to find another as well. Vol's able to take one. The head's there. Found. Jet able to get away, but okay. Well, Tour de Force not whiffing anything. Clean shots to be found. And that just leaves Tasty. Jump spotting towards mid. It'll be 2 players there. The Killjoy left with just the Sheriff. The peak towards Cookies and Cream has been on fire. Yeah, the trend continues. 10-0. Burning up is UCFK right now. Absolutely demolishing. And they'll keep the fall score line rolling as we head back to another gun round.
Cookies and Cream has had actually impeccable presence over in B Link, regardless of their team playing for a B push or an A push or in default. The lurk that has come out from Cookies and Cream has definitely been very impactful throughout the series so far, or this match, I mean. Usually good for at least one, often two, with some lurky picks throughout mid, cutting off those rotations, really opening up the sites for their teams, not having to worry about, you know, those stacks. And Psycho with the aggressive push in is going to take that first pick out on Seth, but Weisel close behind is there for the follow-up.
He's just stuck in gravity well. Move forward now. First Lear didn't need to make contact with anything. Baker will make contact with Pixie and Premium. Will take one down. Caught by Drone, and Bible will take the frag. Assist awarded to the Sova. Kilroy's found a quick trade. B main will be cut off all the way through thanks to the Cosmic Divide. Kilroy has to work back forward. They use that Trailblazer to sneak through the divide right now. Stars caught towards lane. Dog has definitely spotted Ryujin close CT stair. Looking to swarm that as quickly as possible. Is going to be this retaking side of things. Spam through Nebula. Nothing found just yet. Kilroy smoke in, and now we're with the team lane. Gravity will gonna stall for tons of time, and fragile players as well. Kilroy to jump forward, Bible to find one from back of the site. Ryujin to pick up one from CT stair to now peek as Kilroy will fall. That just leaves Tasty 1v2 to give USF a round. Can they finally get on the board? The double peek has come through. Ryujin from CT stair will find a second frag, and UCFK yet again remain on top, 11-0.
UCFK is just playing very, very well together right now. I did like the idea that Kilroy had, trying to, you know, use that tailwind to get a different angle reposition and maybe get a wider peak with the other members who were playing Cat. But unfortunately, with the positioning, the other members weren't quite able to see the angle to get Ryujin, who was playing on stairs in that moment, not getting the trade off, and now leaning towards the B site once again. And it's actually a gamble stack towards A for the most part on this default hold from USF. Evolus has actually just missed a player who's crossed over from B-Link.
Yeah, new angle, and okay, recovers in time to look at the angle of Ryujin. The man hasn't lost many fights today, and that story will remain true as they speak up through Archway. Now the mid-market split gonna come forwards. Opportunity here for Bacon, who's been able to find some frags, and some frags this round as well. Just one, though. So Ryujin has the trade. Psycho now to drone out. We'll have the tag towards Switch. Double satchel away from Seth to avoid danger. Plant's gone down. Post plant more than fortified for UCFK. Tasty gonna look to come market. Ryujin has caught the barrel, has caught the frag. Looking for another on to Psycho out CT, but will falter. For 3K though, plenty of frags from the Reyna this round. Wise will find one, and that just leaves Psycho in a 1v3. Shock bolt to come through. We'll bounce it off to exactly where it needs to go with those shots as well. Precisely exactly where they need to be. 12-0 match point for UCFK.
Switching sides. Match point.
I mean, regardless, USF has to win this one if they want to keep their name in the game for map 1. UCFK definitely dominating on their map pick, being Ascent, throwing out a 12-0. That is quite the scoreline to actually try and come back from. You have to win 12 in a row on the side of USF, really gather that momentum early on after the sides are swapped, but not going to count USF out quite yet. However, Ryujin has been an absolute monster to face up against, playing with a lot of confidence, using that Reyna utility to really make a lot of space onto these sites. But now on the defense, I'm curious to know if that kind of aggression will be punished. And poised with the shorty, unfortunately, it's not an A hit. It's actually a lean towards B and mid from USF.
That it is. Astro utility going to be set here. They're going to have to worry about that. Kilroy, okay, a nice little one dink gonna come through onto Weisel. Now the drone will come out. We'll peek with the robotic utility rather than his own head. Just to be safe. Kilroy tagged will have to head away. Rest of the team in the mid-market now. Regrowth to come through. Look to slide their way up towards mid-market. Psycho's shock bolt going to be on point. So we'll move away towards CT.
Oh, the shorty.
Oh, the shorty. Now is your time. Now is your moment, Ryujin. They line up. They'll find one second as well, and dismisses away. Very rarely do you see the frag and the escape. Psycho's going to find two, though, to trade things right back. Into the site they go towards A. Great shot, but Psycho just barely backtracks, moonwalks away from disaster. The second one dodges well. Bacon's been able to find a frag. Another to go with it. And the Roomba shot just out in time. The utility hasn't been there for UCFK. Just little
30 seconds
little
left.
adjustments. So close, but yet so far. And now Bible the scaffold. The last man standing. 1 star left in the inventory, 1 currently on the ground towards Generator. This could be the game here if the clutch does come through. Shots onto Tasty, but they're coming through the box. Plenty of other players going to remain on site as well. Second star now out to pull the gravity well to get Tasty out into the open. The peek's there, but the shots are not. Tasty has found it just barely. USF holding on by a thread. It's 1-12 if they finally take the pistol.
Finally take the pistol, and now will have that gun advantage, trying to push back this loss as much as they possibly can. Spectres and Bulldogs coming out now. That was, the shorty kills were nasty, actually, from Ryujin. I can't believe 2 came to fruition there in that situation. Now Cookies and Cream taking some shorty inspiration as well. They're going to be all shortied up on A, looking for their own shotties, but USF not taking the bait. They will be headed towards the B side right now, to looking for these longer angle fights, taking this mid control for themselves. Just knowing that UCFK will be playing those cheese close corner guns.
That they will. Found out the hard way into the early pistol last round. Bible will back away, allows the shock bolt to come forward. Not going to connect though. USF still so patient. They know they have the utility advantage, as you mentioned. The cheese is ever so pungent with this team. Like to be made, not a ton of utility, of course, as it is the eco, so USF can most certainly just walk out of these angles. But choose to come mid instead, as they have some knowledge of the positioning of Seth.
Yeah, another slow round coming out. USF playing this anti-eco very, very carefully. The shorty has been revealed in tree here, and the recon's going to come out. It's not going to land this time.
There's the shorty, and well, it's good for damage, but not the frag. Bacon has been able to find it. 30 HP left to the Astros. Nameplate's gone down for USF. Killjoy flank is on the way momentarily. Will be up the scaffold, and Psycho will hold them from the front of things. Tasty. The Jaws theme playing over the intercom right now. As there he is. Psycho with one, Tasty another. One more flank on the way, and Bible, okay, able to convert just 1. Spectre picked up as well. Looking for some more econ damage. It does have a second frag. Can't shoot units one time, so limited peek. You know that Psycho's behind Ticket Booth. But to maybe hold him on site here for a moment. Good turret play and good swing off of it. Psycho will take that frag. And USF 2-12. Have a shot for the bonus, but most definitely worth buying up here. They need every single round.
Yeah, they absolutely do need every single round, every advantage that they can possibly get. Psycho, 1 away from that Hunter's Fury. Would like to see some investments being made to try and protect Psycho while gathering an ultimate orb. Just to get that online as soon as possible, as that could be a huge win condition for USF in this upcoming round. Because, I mean, don't forget that if we do go 1-1, if USF is able to pull it back together on their map pick, it will be a round differential decider for who gets to start on what side on the third map. So you want to get a score as close as you possibly can.
Take flight.
Now, it'll be a rotation over towards the B site, and a lot of A lobby is being taken by UCFK.
Hi, Cookies and Cream. Tagged by the dog. Not one you want to pet, unfortunately. We spotted out towards Logva Rendezvous away. Ryujin able to find one. Mid flank has come through as well, but has been cut off as Bacon has a frag with 2 more frags. UCFK make it a third as Bible and Cookies and Cream absolutely annihilating the B site push. Nobody makes out a B main, and it's 13-2 as UCF Knights will take map number 1.
Yeah, congrats to UCF Knights for taking map number 1, Ascent being their map pick. And next up, we are going to be seeing Breeze, USF's map pick. Knights starting on the defense this time around. And they're quite different maps. I'm going to be interested to see if, USF is going to be able to maybe pull some crazy lurks out, some crazy flanks out, try and catch UCF Knights off guard to be able to keep their name in the game. But that was quite the stomp.
Yeah, most definitely. And most notably, Cookies and Cream's mid control. The ability to find such consistent frags with the Phantom too. I mean, that's still see the short range spray gun. And he made it look like an absolute sniper all the way down mid. And now we're going to a map that's long range angles. you got to be able to hit shots consistently and hit those one taps. So Cookies and Cream going to be an absolute threat onto this map. I wouldn't be surprised to see sort of similar composition to the Academy roster, which was, of course, that Viper, that Chamber, and the Chamber allocated over towards the B site. It worked pretty dang well for the Academy team, and USF, I'm pretty sure, didn't play flashes, so that could also be a point of contention to see coming forward into Breeze. But, of course, I'll let the agents do the talking for me. I want to be the one to make decisions because the past doesn't matter. Let's talk about the present.
For sure. But I mean, like, looking at my notes from yesterday, we actually did see UCF Knights playing on Breeze versus Full Sail. That was quite a bit of a stomp as well, 13-2 versus Full Sail in the group stages. And UCFK, they ran the Viper, Sky, Jet, Sova, and Chamber team composition. Probably will see the same thing coming out this time around as well. And I believe it was UCFK who had allocated Cookies and Cream, the Chamber, over onto B site, using that Viper on A in place of the usual Sentinel, just because, Chamber is able to cover the choke points a bit better on Breeze as opposed to on A site, especially with those changes, and Viper being able to cut off those lines of sight, making it a bit more difficult for the attackers to push on. And we are going to actually see what the team compositions will end up being as we run into Agent Select here. And is that a neon hover that I see? I don't know. Seth is totally trolling us right now.
He's trolling for sure, yeah. Seth gives great info, as you mentioned, onto that Chamber as well, talking about the allocation, the fact they only needed 2 trademarks to really hold those choke points down, which is always great to hear inside the minds of the players. Always great to have interviews just like that. And they're so strong. It's no surprise to see them pick this map, or not pick this map, but not to be on it, not to ban it, because they look good on it. Looked very good on it yesterday, and even though it's not a map that they picked, it's a map that I feel like they're very, very comfortable on. So USF, they got to show us something here, because 13-2 scoreline map 1, that doesn't lead to a lot of confidence going into map number 2.
Yeah, but I mean, we haven't seen USF on Breeze quite yet, so we might be a little bit surprised by them. And I mean, the other thing, though, is that UCFK really, their play style, I think, complements Breeze quite well as well. The aggression, the pushes on the flanks, the lurks that come out, and you can really use that to your advantage on Breeze, where there are a lot more options. The map is bigger. Being punished for flanking is a lot more difficult because the defenders have so many avenues that they have to watch, so many choke points, and you can really kind of weave your way through the defense, try and find holes in their defense too. So I'm definitely interested to see how it's going to play out. And I know that UCF Knights has a very, very solid hold on defense on this map.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. Is there anything in particular you find taking out of this Agents Select before we actually kick off into the game that you think will be a point of contention other than just the basic compositional?
It's hard to say because we did leave the Agent Select just a second before I think everyone was locked in. So I'm not 100% sure what the rosters are going to look like fully quite yet. But I think we are going to send it into game. And once we see who's actually been solidified, we'll be able to make a read on that. And it's a total mirror composition. So this is going to be an agent diff coming out in this map. We're going to really see how these players face up against each other, considering that all the utility is going to be the same. And, the double initiator is so strong on a map like Breeze, where information is king.
Absolutely. Psycho spotted early. Oh, Cookies and Cream, a clean headhunter tap. Looking for more through Broken Wall. We'll find more indeed. Flashes to come through. The peaks off of them. 2 trades to come forward for USF as they make their way up towards Elbow. Kilroy comes up. Huge tasty frag as well, but traded now by Bible. Kilroy into sight. Able to find one. The second with the headhunter isn't there. Nobody has bullets. So both players just barely able to survive. Snake bites there towards Spike. Peeks from Bible. Both players staring at each other on the angle. And Bible will swing. We'll find the classic 1 tap. And a very close pistol will lead to the lead early for the University of Central Florida.
That was a really, really nice classic dink for that last kill, and now allowing UCFK to buy up. We're going to see some Spectres coming out here. It looks like Seth is actually going to be going with a Sheriff, maybe to save for an early operator if possible. And some Marshals across the board, my personal favorite, especially on Breeze. Those long range angles, something you can definitely take advantage of, especially when your opponents are stuck on pistols.
Early A site push here. Little jump shot towards mid door. Okay. The biggest brain in all of Valorant coming out here for Seth. Just knows. Simply just knows. Just better. It's the Arcane Sheriff. I mean, it does things like that. It has powers in it. Quite frankly, ask any player. They'll tell you. Bible will hold close towards Toxic Screen. Seth still twists back the site. Peeks to come out now. Dart for both sides of things here, and Weisel going to save his jet towards the back of sight, finding Psycho with the Marshall. Tasty's around the corner for a trade, but taken out immediately by Bible. Has found a second with the Spectre Spray. Looking for a third. No bullets in the gun, but Cookies and Cream certainly has bullets in his. It's UCF 2-0 now.
Not going to iterate on that round too much, considering that is a gun diff once again with that bonus, having that gun advantage. But now that USF has rifles in hand, we're going to really be able to see how these two teams go head to head. Bible coming out with this Viper's Toxic Screen once again. Not actually be... Okay, there we go. There it is, launched. Oh, it's going to be a sneak into Chop Shop. They're going to try and sneak in quite early.
We've seen Seth before on this map play so aggressively. He's got him low. Can he get the trade? He cannot. Bacon's able to find 2 on the lurk. Massive from the Viper. UCF have a 2-player advantage early here now and will work their way into mid where they'll lose 1. Just the 1-player advantage now, and Bacon, of course, rather low. Ryujian's second flash will pop, and information going to be gained. There's one outside of elbow. Second flash popped, and down, back into elbow. USF goes. Cookies and Cream still up to CT. Trademark will pop. This team will work ever so slightly back into spawn. Recognizing on this util, recognizing on this attention, and looking to reset the map a bit.
I was actually surprised. I would have liked to see Seth taking that initial first point of contact there in Chop Shop, considering that, you know, they do have the tailwind to be able to dash out if things go awry, and then you could see the Viper following up with the Spectre, but it's not how it happened. And Cookies and Cream, it's actually disgusting with the Headhunter. They've been locking on, and I guess that's why they play Chamber.
Oh, absolutely. Ronnie, we're going to be set up to get to back of castles. They'll play close up the pillar here. Tasty to find one to Weisel. Trade from Ryuji to find a second Marshall frag this round. Cooks into the pillar to find a second. Last behind him tries the 180, but Volt's going to take that one. Marshall shot's not quite on just yet. But they have been for the rest of the round. Can they be now? Close up the thing. Default box going to have position. Fake plant. And the peak for Volus. The Marshall shot is to the body. But no more. USF. They make it away with the second round.
I'm actually interested by the fact that we are seeing Psycho playing on the Jet pick this time around. Normally we see Psycho being the IGL for USF is usually playing an initiator. Most often Sova has those really nice lineups for the recons, for the shock darts, but now switching over to a duelist, quite a different play style. Meanwhile, we see I believe it is Tasty picking up that initiator role instead. I'm curious to know how this is going to continue to affect the play style of USF going into this map, and Weisel's going to be poised with that recon, looking to get a bit of information. Not going to quite find something. Ooh. And Bacon getting that drop. He's going to get that first blood.
That he is. In the meantime, Ryujian's made significant progress outside B main, so tons of information going to be gained for this one. Trademark going to be there, though. So it's broken. Attention's going to be gained. Slow pinch to come through from the attacking side as Bacon's all the way into sight. Bible trying to make opportunities happen, but traded quickly by Vola. Sight taken. Yosef, the plant to go down. Ryujian recognizing the teammates are gone. Money going to be there for a rebuy, and potential look towards exit frags here.
I'm too far.
Yeah, exit frags would definitely be the play in this particular round, but actually going to elect to try and peek through double doors. They're still looking for heads to peek out, but USF playing safely, playing together, not really willing to give up any of their guns as they try and get into a 2v2, but Ryujian is good for one, taking down Kilroy, and Recon is going to come out, though, causing Ryujian to fall back. But, you know, still able to get one in this 1v4 situation isn't too bad. Now waiting for the bomb to explode. Not going to die to it, just going to preserve this gun for now. Going into round 5, we are still going to see that operator in the hands of Psycho. And a timeout's actually coming out from USF as well as they revisit their attacking strategy.
Yeah, interesting, of course, Spicy, because that was a pretty solid attack, pretty clean round. Just a kill given up there towards the end of things where he's just able to find a nice shot. But other than that, the round looked pretty clinical, looked pretty convenient. I don't know if this timeout is for just comfort, possibly like bathroom break scenario, because I feel like the team's looking not too shabby right now.
Either that or it's possible that they're, maybe looking to break up the momentum coming out right now just to maybe slow UCFK in their tracks,
rub the
especially
rounds
considering the fact that Ascent went so well in their favor. I think it's not necessarily a bad idea to have a tactical pause coming out this early on. Just to really solidify what your plan of attack is going to be. But at the same time, you also run the risk of slowing down your own momentum when you're the one who just previously won the round.
Anyone have funds to spare?
Well, we will see. It would be quite unfortunate if this round does not prevail after what was, of course, their timeout.
It's
2 guns picked
unlikely,
up
though.
here. Hero rifles. Yeah, very unlikely, but as you mentioned, Spicy, in the previous map. You say that and then suddenly you're getting spammed in Twitch chat the moment things don't go the way they should. But early flash is coming out for UCFK, and we'll talk about things not going the way we'd expect. Kilroy's down early. That's the chamber out of the round. Oh my goodness, the Ghost one gets huge, and Ryujin will follow up with a body shot on the Vandal. And just like that, there's guns up. Weisel will find another. I say just run it down mid for UCFK. Those are the guns down. Just leaves 2 members here. Vol's able to find one. Weisel on a massive flank operator in hand. Is the angle there? Will the palm tree going to be in the way? Not just decorative, but also blocking the angle. Second look, both frags, nothing found just yet. It cooks the cream on the flank. Just waiting, just toying with it. And will now take the frag as Weisel has one as well. 3-2 for UCFK. That's not only a round they shouldn't have won, but a round they come out with 4 guns, one of them being an operator.
Yeah, the operator is huge to be able to put under their belts, just preserving their economy so much. This is going to be the last buy round for USF before they're forced onto a save, and that's tough. I mean, USF also had 4 ultimates online in that round. The Tool de False did come out, but we are seeing that the Vipers, Pit the Seekers, and Hunter's Fury are still available going into round 6 now. And 3 ultimates on the side of UCFK as well, so it really could be anybody's round, but that was a nice switch up coming up from UCFK. Trying to get all of that mid control really overwhelming and definitely catching USF off guard.
Oh, absolutely. And, well, momentum stopped and now gone. UCFK cleared through the timeout to say, let's run it down mid. And, hey, strat definitely worked out. Ryu's going to be close mid door here. All the util available. Seekers as well. Zeph will have info towards mid. Should have spotted a gun barrel here. The gun very much poised. Crosshair right where it needs to be. He's going to try to make a flash play happen here. Will give up information as he does spam down mid, and the Jets been able to make it all the way up the tunnel. Psycho on a bit of a lurk here. Position that I don't think you're expecting here if you're Seth, and you're definitely not. Psycho has one. Seekers will work through now into hallway.
Yeah, that was a nice off angle. The Seekers coming out from Ryujin, as mentioned, trying to stall this site take for as long as possible. 30 seconds on the clock, though. Ryujin alone on site, and it was a whiff, but initially.
3 goals.
And now it's going to be the heads, but the reload is going to betray Ryujin in this situation. Bible, though, might have some nice positioning here. Is going to have to help protect Weisel while the Hunter's Fury is being used.
Hunter's Fury, no tags. Bible will step forward now into CT. Vols will step forward to hallway to find Weisel. And that just leaves the Viper 1v4. You see FK, a nice pistol round win, but just like that, the tide turns when we get back to the gun round. Bible looking for exit. Same kind of situation we saw Ryujin in. The money to rebuy. First peek towards hallway. Vols was just nearby recently. Stepped up to overlook to kill the teammate. Not quite sure where they've repositioned to. First peek is there. First shot's not to be found. Vols will head for the hills down hallway. Caught out just barely. Bible will take a frag and we'll head for the hills.
Ooh, yeah, gotta preserve this gun in this 3v1 situation with the spike ticking down. But USF is definitely hunting right now. Not gonna actually risk losing those rifles, just kind of running away from Bible in this situation. But still a lot of economy for UCFK for them to work with. Was an expensive round for both sides. But a few ultimates were expended, now leaving both Viper's pits the only ones left up. And I mean, Bible actually might be throwing one out early in this coming round. That's an interesting toxic screen. I actually have not seen a Viper throw that toxic screen before, I don't think, considering the fact that it does actually give a bit of space to the attackers. But I guess it's because we're seeing aggression.
Absolutely. Psycho is going to find Bible early. Talk about aggression. UCFK once again down a member early into the round. Is USF really coming into their own? No wonder it's their map pick. Chamber up close. Going to have close contact here to back a sight with the operator. Good to find one. They'll look to suffocate this operator as quick as possible. Dash in. Psycho caught Rendezvous out towards the back of Orange. Cookies and Cream will get a new position. Toxic screen, though, going to block off all that info. Ooh, Shockbolt just short. Could have been disastrous. Drone broken by the operator. So the new location for Cookies and Cream is indeed revealed. Look for the peak. We'll catch the cross. It's just a leg, though. Kilroy jumps just in time. The Viper's Pit will go down for USF, trying to hold on to the thing here.
We do have that Trailblazer, though, able to clear these angles with the dog.
Just saw Viper there.
Not necessarily going to find... Yep, I believe that is true, and Bacon is going to fall. Goodbye, Viper's Pit, and that's a 4v1 situation now. It looks like Ryujin is going to close it out. 4-3 for UCFK. A solid hold and a solid retake by the team. Cookies and Cream definitely owning with the op that round.
Yeah.
That was a perfect rendezvous. You couldn't have asked for a better one.
Oh, absolutely. Repositioning quite nice as well, and a nice retake for UCFK. They'll be able to get around here. That's not off the eco. That's off of purely playing their default defense, playing a nice retake together. And hopefully that's the footing they need to really start to cement themselves back into this game. As soon as we got the gun round, we saw them really start to falter just a little bit here. Getting a little bit over aggressive, not playing as coordinated as a team as we're used to seeing them play. But that round is the exact opposite. A return to form for them, and we'll see if that translates to the rest of this game.
Ooh, Bladestorm popped early. Nothing too surprising there, and looks like USF is actually yearning for some mid control this time around, going for that double doors play. Once again, we saw it once before, but Cookies and Cream is ready with the op. It's gonna whiff though this time around, and now USF has that information that they can deal with, and it's gonna be a rotation being called off of A because of that.
Such an interesting team comes in here for USF. The fact they're playing single duels, they have the chamber, which typically we see on the lurk, but it's Psycho who's been primarily lurking instead. So there's been like this lack of entry presence. It hasn't been too much of an issue so far because USF is always able to find the first frag, and from there just have the space regardless. But I do see that being something of note later into these rounds. Will be the entry straight into the dog, which is going to lead to the concussion. Fortunately, Regrowth is going to be there. Psycho's able to back out just in time, and they look to play now towards the B side. There's the entry duelist, and there it is. Just there onto the entry. The Bible gonna catch two, make it three. As just spraying them down towards tunnel. A 4K for the Viper, and full grab one as well. It's 5-3 for UCFK as they clean up shop there into mid.
Yeah, some really nice eco frags going out there for Bible. Now it will be another rifling round for USF, but UCFK actually has the advantage here with two ultimates online still. Mainly the Viper's Pit being the difference maker here. We're going to see the same toxic screen coming out from Bible. I'm still not sure how I feel about it, considering how much space is given to the attackers, being able to kind of creep into those corners. But I'm interested to see how it would play out. Unfortunately, it will be an A and Hall's take this time around, but Cookies and Cream repositioned perfectly, and the Poison Cloud is going to come up to cut off that line of sight.
That it is, as Cooking Creams will now have to be looking towards sight instead, but so far, nothing to be seen. Poison Orb doesn't last forever, and gone just like that. Cooking Cream back onto this angle. Still nothing as Ryujin is able to find one. They'll sneak into the Swan here. 3 CFK, now to mid door they go. Gonna pinch this offense before they can even get that post plant defense set up. Shock supposed to come through from Weisel. Bible able to find one.
no.
Killer with a quick trade. Cookies and Cream gonna find one with the operator through the poison orb. A second as well as now Tasty steps in the middle of pyramids. Making one more for the road, and yes sir, a 3K for the chamber. Playing the rendezvous and the operator perfectly towards A side. It's 6-3 for UCFK.
I want to know what kind of cookies and Cream's eating. I mean,
Pure protein.
they're pure protein cookies just to be able to get that op flex up. Put those flicks down, and now that's 3 ultimates on the board for UCFK. Still gonna have those Blade Storms, still gonna have that Viper's Pit, and now the Tool of the False is available. Not that it's necessary, because Cookies and Cream has yet to drop this off, and an Eco is coming out again for USF, and going for another mid play. USF is kind of struggling to condition UCFK in these attacking rounds. But at the same time, UCFK just has had an iron wall of defense.
Certainly.
I have the spike.
Spike will default towards mid. Will now move its way towards A. It's the quick pistol for USF. Just looking to get in, get this thing over with. Because of course the operator's still there for Cookies and Cream. Trying to wall bang through the headshot angle. Hasn't found anything just yet. Weisel will peek over. Shock bolts there. Will do just a bit of damage. And Seth on the flank has found one. Looking for the door. Wall bang. Not quite, but Cookies and Cream has the op shot nonetheless. A 180 to turn around towards mid. Oh, just barely off the headshots. As Hasty will find one instantly traded now. Barbara Eugene makes his way down mid. Flash to come forward. As UCFK looking to retake site early here. Dogs out. Trailblazer forward. Weisel to find one. A Psycho peeks to the back of the site. Kilroy's found the quick trade. Dog. Oh, that connected. It probably killed.
Yeah, it could have. It totally could have.
Last game was concussed, but nonetheless, Ryzen swings, finishes the job. Defuser come through, 7-3.
7-3, and UCFK making really great. Okay, there we go. Really great work of the flanks, like I was mentioning. I mean, I did say that UCFK does very well with their lurks, does really well with their flanks, and on a map like Breeze, you can really use that to your advantage, and they're just running it down. Almost playing the attackers on defense, trying to corner USF as often as they possibly can. And now with 4 ultimates online, it looks like an 8th round will probably be going in the hands of UCFK. That Viper's Pit still hasn't needed to be used quite yet. And I would like to see Volus fighting for an ult orb here, maybe an early frag instead. Just to get those Seekers online, really help USF make a read, make a strat, and play onto a site.
Bible waiting for this hallway push to come through before dropping this pit, just to make sure. Cookies and Cream up shot. We'll take drone. Steph is able to find Bacon. Ryujin very far down to chop shot. Concussion will come through off the Seekers, but Tasty is right there. Perfect place, perfect timing. Come out the chop shot to cut up Kyujin, to cut up the flank. And Steph will head back to the safety of his teammates, head back towards inside. And Spike will sit still towards default here for USF. Psycho yet again has lurked all the way up mid. 2 players already in wait. Clean one tap to find one. Second peek now towards the back of B site. Not quite there, but it's the flank from Weisel.
Oh, the reload.
This whole reload. Psycho turns around here. Weisel, perfect place. Perfect time. Has the frag. Recon forward now as well to make sure no one else coming up Bevel. Nobody else tunnel. But it will be Volus up hallway.
Ooh, giving away their location there, though, by opening the door. Now the Trailblazer is going to come out at the risk of losing a lot of HP.
Yeah, so much HP lost, but they did stall the operator for so long, and the rendezvous comes through for Cookies and Cream. Forgets that it's on the middle of the site, so Volus has full visual onto the chamber. We'll take him down. So risky play indeed from the sky, but one that was very much monumental to getting them into the site. The plant's gone down now, set up to default. No one to play lineups, of course, because the Viper is dead. Weisel out to CT. Make that very low sky fall to the ground here in this one. The retake still on. Dart taken by Kilroy. Information gained. Snake might get to come through. Going to force him off the angle. Bounces a little far. The Bible's found the frag. Those shots not far off at all. Perfectly placed. Kilroy will peek. He's going to go ahead and jump on out of the site with that rendezvous. Bible will throw the Viper's Pit. Looking to get onto the spike right now. Has to hold it. Onto it. On the off angle as well. Kilroy has to play forward into the pit. Time running shorter and shorter. A couple seconds left on the hold. And just barely... it will go off. It's half a second off, Ash. And Kilroy just barely gets to walk away with the clutch.
That was so close. And I think the funniest part is the fact that nobody on USF pinged the bomb for Kilroy in that situation. He was just running in blind, trying to shoot and run it down. But I mean, time was on their side anyways. But come on, guys, like, you really got to ping the bomb for your teammates in that situation. You can't leave them high and dry like that, especially with a close game like the one that we're seeing. And now Control the False finally online. We're going to see what Cookies and Cream can do.
Dog taken by the Jet, so not going to spot Cookies and Cream back in sight, but he's not going to spot much either. So there is going to be the toxic screen in his way. Tuck drone, peek now. Oh! First pick found. That's a slow field as well. And make a second slow field. The second pick to come through. Make it a third. Rendezvous out as well. Ryujin now to step forward to take one of his own. Kilroy going to fall. Psycho stuck in the trademark. Slow towards sight. So for slow field, really do think about it. Psycho to find one. Move away. Stuck still towards default and Cookies and Cream with the 4K. This chamber absolutely phenomenally utilized onto the A side. It's 8-4 for University of Central Florida.
I don't think we've seen a stronger opper in this series so far, other than Cookies and Cream. I mean, he's just absolutely been owning both with the Tool of False and with the op itself, and we can definitely see why they are a chamber main. You know, being able to have that ultimate, have an operator under their hands at all times, as long as they can get the ult points to be able to get it. And now, this is going to be the first round of swapping halves. USF is going to now be on the defense from here on out, and I would like to see if they're able to, you know, pull it back from here, be able to maybe get those same kinds of flanks off of UCFK, or even be able to hold sight a little bit better. But again, this is a mirror composition, so we are seeing a little bit of a team diff coming out for now, but still close rounds for the most part.
Absolutely. Cookies and Cream close mid. Shots traded back and forth here. We'll switch to the Classic now. Taken out by Psycho before that flash can even come through. Ryujin to find the quick trade. Volas has one right back from mid. Great duo play coming through for USF there. But in the meantime, Spike has made its way to site and Plant has gone down. CFK now tasked with holding on to this thing. Headshot angle. Shot's not quite found for Seth. Kilroy is able to find one of his own. Bible gonna fall. And these two players just stuck towards default here, stuck on the plant. As Wallace has found one. Weisel with a quick trade, but gone just like that as Bacon Sheriff will connect. It's 5-8 here for USF. They take the pistol.
USF kind of creeping closer to tying it up now. Getting that pistol round was incredibly important for them in order to allow them to force that buy up coming out in round 14 now. And hopefully, I mean, if everything plays out the way it should, if you play carefully in this anti-eco situation, likely we'll see the 6th round on the board for USF. But with the two marshals coming out on the side of UCFK, I'm not going to count them out quite yet, because we have seen some really nasty kills.
Dog will come down, will jump just short of Cookies and Cream, so able to dodge the FOV. Limited, of course, in the dog. Cookies and Cream to walk up elbow. It will be the chamber to lurk. And a very aggressive default coming out of UCFK. They're very segmented here, very split apart. Spike will rest towards the outside of Chop Shop for the moment being. Now picked up by the Viper. Let's see if they try to move it over towards B as they start to make space.
Yeah, slow round coming out, actually, for this
Just Viper.
Cookies and Cream has actually just snuck up all the way onto B site here. Gonna actually miss the players who are on B right now. Not sure if they know the Viper's still posted up back site, and might actually get one in the back.
Snakebite got thrown, so Cookies and Cream more than knows that Bacon has to be to the front of castle. Shot is hit. Shots found, and just like that, it means the plant should get down to the B site. So UCFK already a successful eco if nothing else comes their way. But they got a Spectre now. Back castle. Gonna be handed over to the Jet. And okay, Cookies and Cream with a Headhunter. No recoil on the weapon. And a very clean shot with that scope onto his upgraded Sheriff. A one straight back from Kilroy. Anything you can do, I can do better, brother. He's going to need more frags. And yeah, USF still down a player into this retake. They start to move their way in. Dart instantly broken. Rendezvous set up. Bible to find one with the Sheriff. Peeks forward for kill. We're trying to get to back of castle. Rendezvous now activated just in case this frag doesn't quite go his way. And well, it's not going to. No Rendezvous either. SF has one in Ryujin to finish the job. UCFK, they managed to play a very split default. It takes so much space and it's 9-5.
And that was a huge, semi buy-up round for UCFK. The lurk coming out from Cookies and Cream was impeccable, very impactful there, getting those 2 frags out. And I mean, we did see Kilroy answering with a headhunter of their own, and I guess that's why the ability is named what it is. That is reigning true today. USF now forced onto this save. No ultimates online right now. And a little bit of an aggressive angle is actually being held on the A site at the moment. But Psycho will be cleared out by this drone. Taken out quite early on as well. Not quite playing with the team this time around.
Woo. Get to find one region has another, and just like that, UCFK have more than bulldozed their way into the A site. Tasty trying to find something, but all he's gonna find is bullets from the wall. Bang of Cookies and Cream. Bacon with 1 in. Bible with a quick trade, 10-5 for UCFK.
I was actually surprised to see Psycho taking such an aggressive angle on A, considering the fact that they were on a save in the coming round. We are going to be seeing rifles coming out now on the side of USF, but Psycho, having bought up to, I believe, what was a Sheriff the previous round, is actually going to be forced onto a Marshal this time around.
Gun here.
I'd like to see UCFK maybe playing for Ryujin Seekers, trying to get that Ult Orb and Chop Shop here. Get that out early on, secure another round for them, taking it to 11-5. Would definitely be a smart move, but UCFK does love their mid control, and we're going to see what kind of magic they can make happen.
Most certainly, Volus going to be physically present here to mid. We'll have an opportunity in just a moment's time. Dog is going to give him way to the... Oh, no. What sort of timing has happened here? Volus calling the dog. He opts to go elbow. Nobody has info to mid, and just like that, UCFK are working their way through. At least Bacon. Oh, and he's anchored quite nicely. Able to find one. Ryujin to fall, but another has already made it through the Poison Cloud. More than ready for it, though. Has found that one as well. Kilroy pick up one. I see Rendezvous back to spawn to safety. UCFK suddenly, what looked to be a massive advantage, has been handled by the USF defense.
And now, UCFK is actually finding themselves surrounded. You got a player in Nest, you have a player kind of watching mid right now. However, their back is actually turned to the players in elbow, and then one on B site. There aren't too many places UCFK can go at the moment.
30 seconds left.
Especially with Tasty watching this tunnel entrance and the elbow sector as well. With 20 seconds on the clock, UCFK is going to make a mad race over to the A site. But Psycho is going to be good with the Marshal spotting out one. But with 10 seconds, there's no choice but B.
Absolutely. No choice but B, and still going to be very close. It would have to get this first frag and then instantly plant to default. No time. 4-second plant. Only 2 on the clock when they get to site. Tasty will find the frag. And just like that, USF 6-10. What a hold from Bacon, the difference maker in saving that round.
Yeah, Bacon was definitely a difference maker there, and oof, it was not looking good initially, especially when Volus was caught out by that unfortunate timing with the Trailblazer. Yeah. And going into this upcoming round, UCFK has the advantage still with these 3 ultimates up, almost 4. The Seekers are going to be huge as far as making their way onto site, being able to read the defensive positions of the USF players, especially if they're concerned about any lurks. And now the Owl drone coming out just to clear these close angles, and not going to spot the Jet Psycho playing behind Pyramid, who is going to peek out and get one for themselves.
That quick trade's coming back. Is safe instantly. Is going to trade that one. Into site plan has gone down now for UCFK. Ryujin, clean one tap to Tasty as he peeks out towards Overlook. Taylor should be known about here to Orange Box. Definitely will be, but known or not, find the frag. Trades back from Wiser, though, to find 2 onto the default plant spot. And Bacon into a 1v3. Was that monumental player into last round. But this time, would have to work the players into his crosshair, not the other way around. He's going to opt to save instead.
Yeah, gonna fall back to the B site. I mean, USF's economy was not looking too great, and having the full shields and rifle to be a bit of a hero gun in the upcoming round will definitely possibly be a difference maker for USF. But that just means that an 11th round is on the board for UCFK. One away from match point now. If UCFK is able to take this map home, just a reminder, this is a best of 3 series. UCFK already have taken Ascent under their belts, which was their map pick. Breeze being the University of Southern Florida's map pick now. And the one that they have to fight it out on to see if they can take it to a third match to potentially get to grand finals. Otherwise, we're going to be seeing UCF versus UCF.
Right here.
Yeah,
Right here.
the odds looking higher and higher as these rounds do go on spicy, but I hope in the USF squad will throw the Vipers pit to B, which is where this heavy default is going to go to. See if UCFK are able to break through regardless. Drone's going to come through. Bacon spotted and darted as well. Going to have to move away. And just like that, Seth has taken the frag. Seiko has a quick trade, but Bible's there just like that into sight. Looking through the toxic screen, just bullets sprayed from both teams. No one quite connecting. Neither were the shock bolts. The plant is indeed going to go down. All of that. Just barely going to clip the side of the tunnel there. So no, the second shock bolt, no good either. Rajan has one. Instant trade back from Kilroy. 2v3 now for the retake.
Yeah, tensions are high with this tool to false in Kilroy's hands. Gonna pick up a deagle for themselves as well. Now, last man standing in this 1v3. Can he pull it off?
Oh,
and it's gonna be a whip initially! And Weisel's gonna close that out. 12-6 now for UCFK. That is match point.
Oh no, Kilroy was slowly lining it up, had the 1v1s, the opportunities, just is ready for the second kill before the first has gone through, runs before he's caught the ball, and unfortunately it will be incomplete for him. UCFK match point, significant economic advantage here as they look to burst execute straight to the A site.
Whew, yeah. I mean, this is probably going to be the one where we see UCF close it out, considering that, considering that USF is on this save. Tool de False is coming out. And so is that Owl drone to clear these corners. And an early Seekers.
Very early.
Out from Bolus. Quite surprised, actually.
Also surprised by the Psycho frag, able to find one on the one tap. The Seeker's not going to find any sort of value. And now the Viper's pit is up. The time where you really wish you could have them. Kilroy to jump to stairs. Able to find a Dakin still alive, but Weisel to find two yet again. So consistent into the post plant. Will slide away. Hunter's Fury going to be in his possession now as well. Bible to pick up one, make it a second for the Viper out of the pit. And that just leaves the Sky gone to the gun of Sefin. Just like that, it's 13-6. It's a UCFA Grand Finals.
Whew, what a game. I mean, Breeze was also USF's map pick going into the second match, and congratulations for UCF Knights taking this semifinal series 2-0, meaning they're moving on to grands where they're actually facing up a team that they know quite well, being UCF Academy. And we talked to Rudy previously. We do know that these two teams scrim together. They know the in and outs of each other's play styles. So it's going to be a really heated matchup coming up for grands. A nice try from USF. Unfortunately, we're not able to pull through in the end. But honestly, when you're dealing with an operator like Cookies and Cream, what are you going to do?
Oh, absolutely. So intelligently placed for the chamber. Thought we might see it over to the B side, and then a very nuanced look over towards it on to A. As soon as the operator got into the hands, I mean, it was an absolute nightmare. Almost impossible to find any sort of leverage to mention for USF. And before we jump into grand finals, we'll take a quick break. We'll get an interview with these players, see how they're feeling before we get into grands, and we'll be right back on the other side of this break. The CT stairs of B, and that's going to lead for one less player here into the actual defensive side of things. Breezy found one, that's a fancy down to be picked up here over towards Cat. Then they can pick up a frag in. Early. Oh my goodness, USF is taking it to him on the eco, and so was Ryujin able to find three. Could still have another. The swing to finish the round. It's the 4K off a clean gravity welding. Give Ryujin a frag. Two gonna be close contact here. And he play into the nebula. Ryujin, yum, 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 will eat it up. It's about breakfast time. Psycho in a 1v3. Shot bolt to come through. Will bounce it off to exactly where it needs to go. With those shots as well. Precisely exactly where they need to be. 12-0. So we'll move away towards
Oh, the shorty.
Oh, the shorty. Now is your time. Now is your moment, Ryujin. They line up. Able to find one. No second way! And dismiss. We spotted out towards Log. Rendezvous away. Ryujin able to find one. Mid flank has come through as well, but has been cut off as Bacon has a frag. With two more frags, UCFK make it a third as Bible and Cookies and Cream absolutely annihilating the B site push. Nobody makes out of it. Absolutely. Psycho spotted early. Oh, Cookies and Cream, a clean headhunter tap. Looking for more through broken wall. We'll find more indeed. Flashes to come through the peak. Cheered. Go jump up towards mid door. Oh.
Spectre, but it's not how it happened. And Cookies and Cream. It's actually disgusting.
Going to have close contact here to back the site with the operator. Good to find one. They'll look to suffocate this operator as quick as possible. Dash in. Psycho caught Rendezvous. Just saw Viper there.
Necessarily gonna find. Yep, I believe that is true. And Bacon is going to fall. Goodbye, Viper's Pit. And that's a 3v4v1 situation now. It looks like Ryujin is gonna close it out. 4-3 for UCFK. A solid hold, a solid retake by the team. Cookies and Cream definitely
was able to back out, but just in time. And we'll look to play now towards the B side. There's the entry duelist, and there it is, just there onto the entry. The Viper going to catch two, make it three. As just spraying them down towards tunnel. A 4K for the Viper, and we'll grab one as well. It's 5-3 for the UCFK. We're going to get that post-play defense set up. Shock wants to come through from Weisel. Bible able to find one. Killer with a quick trade. Cookies and Cream going to find one with the operator through the poison orb. Second as well, as now Tasty steps in the middle of the pyramids. Make it one more for the road, and yes, sir, a 3K for the chamber. Going to spot Cookies and Cream back in sight, but he's not going to spot much either. There's going to be a toxic screen in his way. Tuck drone, peek now. First pick found. That's a slow field as well. Make a second slow field. It's like a pick to come through. Make it a third. Rendezvous out as well. Ryujin now to step forward to take one of his own. Kilroy gonna fall. Psycho stuck in the trademark. Slow towards sight. So for slow field, really do think about it. Psycho find one. Move away. Stuck still towards default. And Cookies and Cream with the 4K should get down to the B site. So UCFK already a successful eco if nothing else comes their way. But they got a Spectre now. Back castle. Gonna be handed over to the Jet. And okay, Cookies and Cream with the head. Weisel to find two yet again. So consistent into the post plan. Will slide away. Hunter's Fury gonna be in his possession now as well. Vial to pick up one. Make it a second for the Viper out of the pit. And that just leaves the Sky gone to the gun of Seppin, just like CT Stairs of B. And that's gonna lead for one less player here into the actual defensive side of things. Regions found one. That's a Phantom down to be picked up here over towards Cat. They can pick up a frag and in. Cleared out early. Oh my goodness. USF is taking it to him on the eco, and so was Ryujin able to find three. Cookies will have another. The swing to finish the round. It's the 4K off a clean gravity welding. Give Ryujin a frag. Two going to be close to contact here. They play into the nebula. Ryujin. Yum, yum, yum. Will eat it up. It's about breakfast time. Psycho in a 1v3. Shock bolt to come through. We'll bounce it off to exactly where it needs to go with those shots as well. Precisely actually where it needs to be. 12-0. So we'll move away towards.
Oh, the shorty.
Oh, the shorty. Now is your time. Now is your moment, Ryujin. They line up. Able to find one. Second and dismiss. We spotted out towards Log. Rendezvous away. Ryujin able to find one. Mid flank has come through as well. Has been cut off as Bacon has a frag. With two more frags, UCFK make it a third as Bible and Cookies and Cream absolutely annihilating the B site push. Nobody makes out of it. Absolutely. Psycho spotted early. Oh, Cookies and Cream, a clean headhunter tap. Looking for more through broken wall. We'll find more indeed. Flashes to come through the peak here. Eagle jump up towards mid door. Oh.
Spectre, but it's not how it happened. And Cookies and Cream. It's actually disgusting.
Going to have close contact here to back a site with the operator. Good to find one. They'll look to suffocate this operator as quick as possible. Dash in. Psycho caught Rendezvous.
Dog.
Should saw
Not
Viper there.
necessarily gonna find. Yep, I believe that is true. And Bacon is going to fall. Goodbye, Viper's Pit. And that's the 3v4v1 situation now. It looks like Ryujin is gonna close it out. 4-3 for UCFK. A solid hold and a solid retake by the team. Cookies and cream definitely.
Tech was able to back out just in time and look to play now towards the B side. There's the entry duelist, and there it is. Just there onto the entry. The Bible gonna catch two, make it three. That's just spraying them down towards tunnel. A 4K for the Viper, and full grab one as well. It's 5-3 for UCFK. We get that post-play defense set up. Shock wants to come through from Weisel. Bible able to find one. Killer with a quick trade. Cookies and cream gonna find one with the operator through the poison orb. Second as well as now Tasty steps in the middle of pyramids. Make it one more for the road, and yes, sir, a 3K for the chamber. Going to spot Cookies back to the site, but he's not going to spot much either. There's going to be a toxic screen in his way. Tuck drone, peek now. First pick found. That's a slow field as well. Make a second slow field, a second pick to come through. Make it a third. Rendezvous out as well. Ryujin now to step forward to take one of his own. Kilroy going to fall. Cycle stuck in the trademark. Slow towards sight. So for slow field, really, if you think about it, Cycle to find one. Move away. Stuck still towards default. Cookies and cream, but the 4K should get down to the B site. So UCFK already a successful eco if nothing else comes their way. But they got a Spectre now. That castle gonna be handed over to the Jet. Okay, Cookies and cream with the head. Able to find two yet again. So consistent into the post plant. Will slide away. Hunter's Fury gonna be in his possession now as well. Vital to pick up one. Make it a second for the Viper out of the pit. And that just leaves the sky gone to the gun of Sefin, just like he stares a beat. And that's going to lead for one less player here into the actual defensive side of things. Reeves found one. That's a phantom down that he's picked up here over towards Cat. Taking to pick up a frag in. Squared out early. Oh my goodness, USF is taking it to him on the eco, and so is Ryujin, able to find three. Cookies will have another. The swing to finish the round. It's the 4K off a clean gravity welding. Give Ryujin a frag. Two gonna be close contact here. They play into the nebula. Ryujin, yum 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 will eat it up. It's about breakfast time. Psycho, a 1v3. Shock bolt to come through. We'll bounce it off to exactly where it needs to go with those shots as well. Exactly where they need to be. 12-0. So we'll move away towards.
Oh, the shorty.
Oh, this shorty. Now is your time. Now is your moment, Ryujin. They line up. Able to find one. And this. We spotted out towards Log for Rendezvous away. Ryujin able to find one. Mid flank has come through as well, but has been cut off as Bacon has a frag. With two more frags, UCFK make it a third as Bible and Cookies and Cream absolutely annihilating the B-side push. Nobody makes out of it. Still late. Spotted early. Oh, Cookies and Cream, a clean headhunter tap. Looking for more through Broken Wall. We'll find more indeed. Flashes to come through the peak here. They'll jump up towards mid door. Oh,
Spectre, but it's not how it happened. And Cookies and Cream, it's actually disgusting.
Going to have close contact here. Get back in sight with the operator. Good to find one. They'll look to suffocate this operator as quick as possible. Dash in. Psycho caught Rendezvous.
Dog.
There's
Not
Viper there.
necessarily gonna find. Yep, I believe that is true, and Bacon is going to fall. Goodbye, Viper's Pit, and that's a 4v1 situation now. It looks like Ryujin is gonna close it out. 4-3 for UCFK. A solid hold and a solid retake by the team. Cookies and Cream definitely
Was able to back out just in time and look to play now towards the B side. There's the entry duelist, and there it is. Just there onto the entry. The Bible gonna catch two, make it three. That's just spraying them down towards tunnel. A 4K for the Viper, and full grab one as well. It's 5-3 for UCFK. We get that post-play defense set up. Shock supposed to come through from Weisel. Bible able to find one. Killer with a quick trade. Cookies and Cream gonna find one with the operator through the poison orb. Second as well as now Tasty steps in the middle of pyramid. Make it one more for the road, and yes, sir, a 3K for the chamber. Going to spot Cookies and Cream back in sight, but he's not going to spot much either. There's going to be a toxic screen in his way. Tuck drone, peek now. First pick found. That's a slow field as well. And make it a second slow field, a second pick to come through. Make it a third. Rendezvous out as well. Ryujin now to step forward to take one of his own. Kilroy going to fall. Psycho stuck in the trademark. Slow towards sight. So for slow field, really, if you think about it, Psycho to find one. Move away. stuck still towards default. The Cookies and Cream with the 4K. Just get down to the B site. So CFK already a successful eco if nothing else comes their way. But they got a Spectre now. Back castle. Gonna be handed over to the Jet. Okay. Cookies and Cream with the head. Weisel to find two yet again. So consistent into the post plant. Slide away. Hunter's Fury gonna be in his possession now as well. Pile to pick up one. Make it a second for the Viper out of the pin. And that just leaves the Sky gone to the gun of Sefbin, just like CT stairs of B. And that's going to lead for one less player here into the actual defensive side of things. Reasons found one. That's a Phantom down to be picked up here over towards the Cat. They're going to pick up a frag and in. Squared out early. Oh my goodness. USF is taking it to him on the eco. And so was Ryujin able to find three. Cookies will have another. The swing to finish the round. It's the 4K off a clean gravity. Well, give Ryujin a frag. Two going to be close contact here. They play into the Nebula. Ryujin. Woo! Yum, yum, yum. Will eat it up. It's about breakfast time. Psycho. The 1v3. Shockbolt to come through. We'll bounce it off to exactly where it needs to go.
Welcome back, everybody. We have a Weisel here with us after that great dub. Congratulations again to your team for taking it 2-0 within semifinals. How are you feeling?
I'm feeling pretty good, and appreciate the getting the win. It's always nice, especially when being able to take it with two maps, not having to go to the third is always really nice. And taking the first one convincingly is also like really confident, inspiring.
Absolutely. That definitely helps with the mental, keeping things rolling, keeping that momentum going. And I mean, going into grand finals, you will be facing up against your academy team. We've spoken to Rudy twice now in interviews. We do know that you guys are scrim partners every now and then. You guys know each other pretty well. So how are you feeling going into this?
Considering we played them on Ascent in groups, I'm feeling fairly confident, only because like we know them pretty well, and we know like kind of like how they like to play, like their style of like what they want to do. And I know that they do a lot more like VOD reviews and like to check more towards like, oh hey, what could we have done better against like them and things like that. So we can play towards that. We'll see what happens. I'm not gonna say exactly, but it worked in the groups. So they have to stay a little bit more on their toes and not exactly autopilot. They'll have to do a lot more thinking this time around for sure.
Yeah, there will be a lot of mid-round adaptations, I'm sure, for both of you guys, since you're so familiar with each other's play styles. And yeah, I think it's gonna be a match to watch for sure.
I like that. I like that answer. Very very media friendly. The fact that these are your homies. You can't come out here and say too much, especially against your homies, man. Those are your people. So you gotta be careful with it for sure, most definitely. And we'll talk a little bit about the series here. Jumping into Breeze, 8-4 first half for you guys. The Chamberman locking it down on the A site. You just will post plant so consistent, almost always a double from you if you were default to site. What does map look like for you? How comfortable do you guys feel on Breeze?
Honestly, we're really comfortable. We didn't scrim Breeze too much beforehand, but once we did like a small roster swap, like basically like a week or two ago, and brought Steven, our Cookies and Cream. He just fills the role perfectly. I used to be the person who was playing Sunnel a lot, and while I was like good, and I would say like in the role respectively, he is more like consistent, especially on Chamber with just like hitting off shots and things. And I mean, heck, in 2 group stage games, he dropped like 29 kills. He's stepping up to the plate very well, especially for not having like experience on the team. So he's slotting in, and he's something that you can like easily kind of like build around and like just expect like really good things out of him. So it's really nice to have him on the team.
Absolutely. I mean, especially with like going back to the Ascent game, Cookies and Cream had incredible mid control for you guys, always being good for at least one pick with that lurk. And I think that was really great as far as, being able to make plays off of that and whatnot. But sorry, I had a question and now I've totally blanked. So I'm going to pass it back over to Alex.
Sure. I want to set the stage a little bit here, Weisel. So we know you won't say too much. It's your homies, of course, but come on, you got to give us your predictions, right? It's a full USF Grand Finals. Are you guys winning?
I think it's going to be a 2-0. We'll see. We'll see how it goes.
2-0.
They are really good individual players. Like I know Akali in particular, he is like cracked. He doesn't miss shots half the time, and the other half, it's he might be asleep with his monitor off. I can't really tell. If he's on point,
Okay.
it's a terrifying feat. It's
Sure.
just you have to put like the extra like thought and like just kind of like play around it more than like what you want to do with your own plan.
Sure.
You have to be able to like attack what he's trying to do and like the space he's creating for his team. And if you don't, you're going to falter. So he's somebody that like I'm kind of looking out for. If we can shut him down early and just kind of like get in their heads a little bit, I think a 2-0 is very viable. But it all depends on basically how the first five rounds go.
Absolutely. And I was curious, this is a question I like to ask most teams. Is there anything that your team specifically does to like, hype each other up or, prepare for your matches like on game day, anything that you guys do as a team? Or do you guys just do like your typical warm-ups and then have like a group meeting ahead of time just to have like a little bit of a mental check before going in?
Most of the time we don't do too much. It's all like fun and games. I mean, we're playing games for a chance to like win money, so it's always kind of fun.
Right.
And we like have like good mentality going into it. But I know like even in the beginning of like both maps today, it was just like we're getting everybody just huddled up in spawn, just as like a joke.
I saw that. Yeah, the tea party percent table. Yeah.
Exactly. Just to just get the vibe up and see how everybody's doing. And most of the time, everybody's kind of like feeling really good. And as long as we don't like. We just don't get in our heads too much, we'll be fine. And honestly, even when we were down on the bind game we played yesterday for the third pool game, we were able to sort of just like support each other and pull everybody up, and it worked out really well for us.
Absolutely. And speaking of some time to prep, some time to vibe, we'll give that to you now, about 15 minutes before we're set to tee off here in the grand finals. So take some time while we get some relaxation, get the vibes up high, because we're going to grands, baby. A chance for $1,000, a chance to head to Atlanta. When we come back from the break, don't go anywhere. More action on your way. We'll see you soon. Welcome back, one and all, to the Collegiate Esports National Conference Southeast Region Valorant Invitational. We have made it after 2 days of intense action, first in the best of 1 group stage and now into the best of 3 bracket play. We're here into the grand finals where UCF has swept the whole dang thing. It's the Academy roster up against their Knights main roster.
It's going to be a spicy matchup. I mean, we know that these two teams know the ins and outs of each other. They're quite familiar with each other's play styles. So it's going to be a lot of mind games, I think, for the most part, coming out from both of them. Both teams are going to have to adapt a lot mid-round, try and throw each other off guard, do some really good conditioning work throughout as well. And I mean, let's just get straight into the map bans and picks here. Knights banning Split off the bat, and then UCF Knights Academy banning Ascent. The Knights team being the main team, picking Breeze first off, where Academy will be starting on defense. The Academy team then picking Icebox for map 2. Knights picking defense on that one. And then the bans next going out would be Haven and Bind, leaving Fracture as the decider, as if we go to map 3.
Yeah, that will be an interesting matchup to watch for sure if we get there, the first Fracture of this event. We've seen every other map but Fracture, so it would be kind of hyped to see it, but we'll see what the case ends up being. But in regards to these first 2 maps, we're looking at maps that are very frag heavy, very puck heavy maps. Breeze, we just got to watch get played, so we know for a fact the Knights are going to be feeling pretty dang good on it. And I'm not surprised to see Academy go ahead and ban Ascent, because that's a map that looked a little bit difficult in terms of actual team defaults for them. So, hey, you do what you got to do. We got some trolls here on the hover. Get your Twitch clips out, boys. Get the funnies out. Get the laughs out, because we're going into grand finals. This thing still ain't no joke. Okay, you made $750. You made it into the second place, but that $1,000, that's the difference between you playing in May in Atlanta or not, Spicy. So it might be your homies, might be your boys, but certainly no memes going around.
Absolutely not. And Akali's actually switching it up from the Reyna, going to be taking this Jet pick on the side of Academy this time around. Star Potato is going to be your typical controller once again. And it looks like Melik's actually hovering the Sova, as we normally see him playing that Raze main. We're going to be locking in here as well with that double initiator composition coming out from Academy. And it looks like it's going to be a mirror matchup.
Yeah, that it does. So it's a question of if Academy can play this matchup to the level that we know that the Knights can, considering the fact that that chamber from Cookies and Cream is so monumental for the Knights. But now they're playing as a team that has scrimmed them before. Does Academy know how to shut him down?
That's a really good question. I mean, they do have the utility with the Sky Flashes to be able to push that operator off, but it's going to be tough all around. This is going to be a real big team diff kind of matchup coming out, especially considering the fact that they're so familiar with each other. I mean, it's going to come down ultimately to not the individual performance of the players, but the team's performance, their ability to synergize, adapt together, make these strategies and ability usage. Sorry, I almost said ultimate usage. Ability usage combinations to, really make these executions happen, whether it's for the retake, site holds, attacks, and whatnot. I'm definitely excited to, get into the nitty gritty and throwing into game right off the bat. We're seeing Knights getting ready for a B split push, or maybe just a blitz through B main here, but we'll be faced with that Viper utility that could really do a lot to slow things down.
Absolutely. So we will get the Academy roster. They love or just play the exact same way. Hey, why not? Works for the Knights, should work for us too, but we'll see how they're able to handle it, as they will play that same default defensive chamber allocated over towards A. No trademarks onto this round. It'll be Headhunter Bullets bought up instead. Star Potato Toxic Scream back up. Drone's going to come through, trying to push this Viper away. Move all the way to the back of the site now. It's early castle control going to be gained for the Knights. They'll make their way to the backside just like that. Very much caught out of Star Potatoes. Gonna get absolutely obliterated through that back wall. As Cookies and Cream, good for the first plant to go down for the Knights. It's already, they've segmented themselves into the pistol. Retake looking strong right now for this post plant.
Yeah, Cookie's taking a lot of poke here, though. Academy, no flanks coming out. Just gonna be a retake through CT and tunnel here. Toxic Screen is gonna go up to slow that down a bit.
Definitely looks up towards sight. First shot's not gonna be found. Smelek getting everything. originally the Rays, now playing the util of Sova, able to find 2, a 3K as well, and Akali to finish the job with one more. And okay, add a second to it to really finish the job. Make that 1-0 for the Academy rosters. They come out with a very clean retake. 4 went into it, 4 came out.
Yeah, I mean, like Weisel said, when Akali's online, and Akali has been online all day so far. Some nice kills to clean things up, and Melik as well with 3 for themselves. You know, you got that Raze duelist confidence coming out, but in the place with the Sova this time around. We're gonna see this buy up. Melik's actually electing to go just with the Sheriff in this coming round, maybe saving for an early operator for themselves. And now Knights has swapped over towards the A site. A bit of an A heavy default though, looking for some mid control as well.
Most certainly, Assess going to be out early here. Be looking towards that Marshal of Akali. You know, Akali's good for the frags quite consistently. Oh, it's my fault. I shouldn't have said anything.
Caster Curse, live action.
Very sorry. The presence still segmented here for the Knights. They'll take their sweet time on it. Are going to be lower utility, of course, going into this round, as they did lose the pistol. So make sure they go nice and patient. Weisel, oh, just barely tags the wall. Akali now, there is the frag that he's always good for. SF is going to fall. Academy have the first 2 frags as that A site push. Not going to find much just yet.
Not quite yet. Beniper might not be expecting the chamber lurk here, but I spoke too soon. Cookies and cream, not quite catching Beniper off guard. Now 5v1 situation.
Oh.
Ryujin is going to be good for 1 with the headshot with the Marshal, though. Not expecting 1 to have pushed out to Cave, and that's a 3rd for Akali. 2-0 for UCF Academy. Now taking the advantage, but Knights is going to have rifles across the board. Maybe be able to put 1 on the board for themselves as well in this upcoming round. No ultimates quite yet. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. I don't want to speak too soon.
Sure.
It is only 2 rounds then.
Yeah, absolutely. Akali 5-0. We did get to talk in that interview with Weisel the fact that Akali is a huge win condition for this team. Like, sounded the same sort of thing, but that was when he was on the do list. So now to play utility and still be able to frag, that would be monumental for the Academy team. We saw that early into the retake. See if that story continues to develop as we play throughout this game. But we know for a fact Akali's a definite win condition, has to be fragging. And so far, so good. We darted back aside, out for 1 huge Marshal headshot as Bible's going to fall. That's the Viper gone, so no more utility. Going to be much harder to hold on the post plane here. Ryuj is in, but a huge cloud burst to come through. Would he be able to find the trade, keep his teammate alive? Cookies and cream straight back. The Star Potato hasn't even started to rotate just yet. Anchoring down just in case. You guys got this. I trust the teammates. The 3-on-3. You guys win this 100%. Weisel going to go ahead and throw that plant down. Usually good for 2 when he does get this plant to default. See if that's the case. It's a peek to come out. There's the first as Fruity is going to fall towards the top side of Moat. Out is Cookies and Cream to find another as Malek is gone. And now the Viper to rotate through. Going to be up to mid door to try to help match this guy's aggression all the way through that backside orange box. 2 flashes in the hands. See how they use them. Well, not going to be able to. Cookies and Cream has it from a headshot angle. A quick trade from Star Potato, but there's the second frag that Weisel consistently good for. The Knights 1-2 as they're going to take that buy-up round.
I would have liked to see Academy playing together a little bit more in that round. They definitely gave those 1vx situations on that retake, not really waiting for Star Potato to make the rotation over. But you'll live and you'll learn. Akali now going to have this operator in hand, as well as the Blade Storms ready, just in case they get stuck in a sticky situation. Ryujin, though, however, is able to have those Seekers. This could be a huge win condition for Knights, being able to use that to enter onto a site, just kind of seek out where the defenders are holding.
Like early hallway peek. I think did spot 1. We'll slide away for now. Tour de force up towards mid. Going to be looking at an authentic operator in the hands of Seth. See if he's able to find here. Not much just yet. There's no one peeking. We've really slowed down the pace of the game here, default-wise. And Akali, there's the look, and there's the frag. So the first pick comes through. Tour de force no more. Soul points expended and not going to return any value here for the Knights.
I like how Akali's actually changed the angle that they're holding now, kind of waiting for that
Ooh.
elbow push. And yeah, Seth's going to fall to the operator. Now it's a 5v3 situation. Academy just has to play together as the Seekers come out and not allow Knights to isolate any 1v1s.
So he plants down now, but it's nothing without the frags. Right, he's able to grab one, instantly traded by the shock bolt of Malek. Weisel out, sneaking through default, and now right back into the angle. Rudy will drop Bible, and that just leaves Weisel to try to hold on to things on the gun round. Able to grab one, second pick not to be found, still stuck in the flash. Sniper has the frag. Academy up 3-1 here, giving us a run for our money early.
A run for their money early, and I just want to point out, I mean, Breeze is Knights' pick, not Academy's pick. Just as a reminder for everybody going out now, and it's looking like they are taking the lead. Knights able to still afford another buy. Weisel will have the Hunter's Fury still in hand, might be able to use that to do some chip damage, get some information off early on in a round, or maybe save it for the post plant. We'll see how things go. And then Bible, if able to get onto a site, will be able to, you know, pull that Viper's Pit out to try and secure a round in a post plant situation. But I would like to see Melik, you know, trying to fight for that ult orb for themselves to get their own Hunter's Fury online as well.
Poison Cloud gonna stall this entire B push. The Knights working to default here. Drones out early. You see the chamber lurk up towards elbow. Shown from the opposite side of things as well. Hasn't found anything just yet, but Star Potato certainly will. Physically present towards the top of Castle. First pick to be found off the Fragile from that snake bite. Sniper gonna pick up two from the back of the site. It's a fantastic hold early here for the Academy side of things. Another flash out. Blinds to come through. They'll swing anyway. Weisel to find one. Cookies and cream with another. The Knights now looking to play forward off of these capitalized frags, but Akali has picked up one. Looking for the second of Cookies and Cream, and the shots are cleaned from the operator on the Jet. 4-1 for Academy.
I mean, Kat, you were asking before, what can Academy do to take down a monster like Cookies and Cream, especially once the operator is in their hands? And I guess the answer is just giving one to Akali.
Yeah.
You know, especially when he's online. Just absolutely owning, both with the AWP and the rifles. Going into round 6, though. Just doing some quick math in my brain. We are going to see Seekers available for Academy on the retake. Knights going for a default attack position this time around, looking for maybe an early pick or whatnot.
Ooh. Well, early pick will be, by the way, of Academy. Malek will pick up one under Ryujin down hallway. Akali up early. Cookies and Cream will walk straight into the scope, and Akali, all he has to do is pull the trigger. We'll smoke dart, but inside the smoke, so still scanned. We'll speak back out mid door anyway, and Akali's having a hell of a game early. Weisel will fall into mid. And that just leaves two members of the Knights to push forward. Zephin first shots. Oh, close but not quite, as Star Potato is able to recover. Takes a clean flick to the head, finds a frag. Bible gonna find two ghosts, one tap, so Akali will fall. That's the out down for now. Rudy with a quick trade, and we'll be able to recover it. So 5-1 for Academy.
5-1 for Academy. It was an eco round, though, for Knights. Now able to buy up. We're going to see Cookies and Cream with an operator of their own. We'll see how this face-off goes between Akali and Cookies and Cream. I'm curious to see if they'll end up at the same sites, but I can't quite... Nope. Maybe? Cookies is just running around with the trademarks right now just to make sure that their flank is covered. But I think they're actually looking to see if Akali will take the same duel here. Double doors, but this time around, it's not quite gonna happen. Holding more so for that A main angle. The Trailblazer just clearing the close angles as they slowly creep up.
Cookies and Cream creeping all the way up towards mid here. Drone out for Weisel. Spot the shoulder of Akali. Yes, that operator will go ahead and shoot off the drone.
It's a great flank.
Flank good for one. Seth able to pick up one down to the headshot angle. And will now walk away to mid door. The rest of the team will do the same. We'll move over towards mid. That spike working its way back into spawn. The nose positioning for Cookies and Cream is good. Can he capitalize on the sight line? Very limited in terms of what you can actually see visibility-wise. Can't quite spot the jump, but does now. Sees a jump spotting going on. Might have potential for it. Seth will look up for another on headshot angle. Lots of steps being made to headshot. A crouch down for Rudy, but caught out The Knights make their way to the A site. Seeker's going to come through. No one quite there to utilize.
That was a really nice fake coming from Knights, actually. You know, posturing themselves towards A, cutting noise there, throwing a bit of util to try and sell that B push. Having Academy drawing those rotations over. Nice clean site take for Knights now. They just have to hold this post plant. But Viper did use the Seekers pretty early on. I would have liked to see that saved until the team was, you know, more postured up for the retake, a little bit closer, but still got those 2 Guiding Lights and a Trailblazer alive. It's a 2v4 situation.
Star Potato gonna find 2, looking to bring this thing back. The flank from Sniper's good for 1. The time runs shorter and shorter. Can kill Eco, but cannot win the round. Weisel for 2. Knights Academy will grab their second round. 2-5 now. As UCF squads continue to tangle.
Whew. Several ultimates online now for both sides. Melik does have that Hunter's Fury. Star Potato probably going to pull out that Viper's Pit, considering it is a buy round for Knights, having lost the previous one. And Rudy is going to elect to save their credits and pull out the Tool de Force in this upcoming round. And then, I mean, we can say something similar as far as the side of Knights. That Viper's Pit still available in Bible's hands just to secure the post plant. But Knights is playing quite slowly at the moment, kind of postured up towards A. That toxic screen, though, is going to come up just to reveal, at the very least, the location of the Viper on the side of Knights.
Knights location revealed. Will work their way up Chop Shop regardless. Akali very much up close and personal. The Chop Shop drone shot doesn't burn the tailwind, just takes 1 Cloudburst to back away. That'll be convenient later on, but now...
Oh no!
The positioning, so unfortunate for both of those tags. Luck able to send 1 tag back, but only 1 with that Hunter's Fury. Stuck to the close side of Moat. Rudy looking to bail the teammate out. Will jump up towards Orange. Hasn't spotted anything just that. Luck able to grab 1. Viper's Pit will go active here for this team on the post plant. Ryujin able to find 1. Cookie Cream has another. Rudy into Moat now. Dipping and diving. Looking to make a splash into the round, but it's just Bible to find something from Pit. Sniper going to fall. Chamber so close. Way too close for comfort as Rudy shots off. Good for 1, and Cookies and Cream quick trade. And the Knights will find a 3rd.
Knights slowly climbing their way back up to this tie. I mean, like you said, Akali, huge win condition for Academy. The only one on the board right now with double digits. Has that Blade Storm in hand, which could be a huge Hail Mary for Academy on this eco round. However, Knights still has 3 ultimates, Cookies and Cream, not needing to pull out the Tool de Force, considering they have an operator now. And Ryujin does have the Seekers to make their way onto site, or to even just stave off that retake a little bit longer. And Akali's getting aggressive up here in mid, looking for a quick flank.
Marshall Spam going through hip fire. He's lit the entire team.
What the?
Will come through. The only one who can't get held back, of course, is the Sky. Cannot heal themselves. Akali to play close range with the Blade Storm. Oh, looking to dip and dive in. Good for 1. All those blades gonna go to the back. The second frag, though, was just quite found. Classic up close for Akali. Right clicks to be found, but nothing there. Cooks and Cream gonna find the outshot onto Rudy. Bible has Akali as well. Viper to find 1 with the Marshall. Has to get so much more than that, and it is going to do so. Body shots to Cookie and Cream, and he's going to fall. Plant still knocked down for the Knights, and even harder to do so. Star Potato is going to take down Weisel. That just leaves 1 towards default. A 1v2. The Academy will slow the round down. Will take their time with this one, running to find the double peak opportunity.
Oh.
Stuck in the scope is Viper. No worries, though. Star Potato's there for the quick trade. It's a thrifty for the Academy roster. 6-3 now.
That was a nice little cross from Star Potato, and I believe it was Viper there in the end of that round, clutching it out with the thrifty. 6-3, like you mentioned, Star Potato still having that Viper's Pit available. Viper also 1 away from the Seekers. Huge win conditions for both teams, and it's going to be a force-up coming out of the side of Knights. This is going to be the last one until they are forced onto another save. Cookies and Cream opting for that Tool de Force this time around. Looking to make some quick work of it, but nobody's taking the bait mid this time. And Akali actually just pushed straight up into Chop Shop, taking down Ryujin. And that is a 4v5 situation. Only a few seconds have passed by in the round.
Well, the advantage yet again here for Academy. Akali, a monster thus far. And the Knights really stuck here to spawn to rethink. The audible hasn't been called just yet. They now will start to work their way to a B default where that Viper's Pit is ready and wait all over main.
Yeah, that's tough. I mean, having the Viper's Pit on B main and then having Akali post up with the operator on A definitely makes it daunting to push either site. We have Cookies and Cream kind of lurking here, just at the bottom of shoot. Trying to see if anyone's going to make this rotation, try and flank out. And Star Potato actually left the Viper's Pit, allowing it to go down. It's still hiding from that recon.
Does that fake the rotate? Well, not anymore. If the recon comes through. So going to be spotted out. We'll have to move away towards the front side of Pillar. Taking out Malek, able to grab one though in the meantime. Asef is into the site for the first frag. Trades all the way across the board here onto site. Bible good for a 2K. But Malek has taken yet another. That leaves just Bible. The Viper has to do it all here. Won't have the utility to work with. Back behind. Has to get it planted. 10 seconds remaining. Looking for the frags. Time to plant. Has to hold on to it though. And look at this double peek coming out from Academy. Recognize the footsteps are coming. Able to find one. 180's there, but it's the right clicks from Akali. Goes in deep and gets the job done. Academy. Yes, sir. You see her right there. 7-3 on the scoreline.
Damn, I do love that Akali has the
Good
Academy spray equipped. That is style right there. As Akali has styled on Knights that round. And now we're going to see Wiza calling for a timeout. Bit of attack pause just to slow down the momentum that Academy has built for themselves so far. And I mean, going into this round, Knights has been giving actually, at least the last round specifically, they were giving a lot of respect to Academy. We are used to seeing Knights taking a lot of map control for themselves, and in that previous round that they just lost, they were stuck in their spawn half the time, especially with the fact that Akali had pushed out so far into Shop to get that early frag. It made pushing Cave and A very, very daunting for them. And then knowing that the Viper's Pit was posted up somewhere else, the only place they had to go was mid, and they had no information really on where the other players of Academy were posted up. Going into this round, though, I would be interested to see maybe a fake coming out. I mean, that worked very, very well against Academy the first time around. Academy's one of their weak links is definitely the fact that they are prone to those quick rotations, just being over rotating quite easily as well. But still going back to the default play, Knights is going to be on this eco, so we might see the fake coming out actually on the next rifling round.
Yeah, Akali definitely prone to look for those aggressive angles, which means very quick to rotate for opportunities as soon as noise is heard. And all you gotta do, you're absolutely right, is throw a fake, and that operator is prone to move off the site, and just like that, they're able to find their way in. That's been the answer for them pretty consistently over the rounds, at least, that we've seen them be able to take. And we'll see if that ends up being the story yet again. Seeker's going to come out here very early for Academy for information here, and that should kind of give way that this fake is indeed happening. But do they know that the spike is all the way over towards the back of B main, though, is the question. Only one Seeker's gone in that direction. It's just for the sky. Two Seekers instead will head into hallway where Chamber's ready to deal with them. Now the rest of the team will recognize, okay, it's a 2-to-1 split. That means we'll move our way over to the B site where they have technically less information.
Less information, but Academy is stacked towards A for the most part right now, and that guiding light is going to do a lot of work taking down Star Potato. It's going to be a free site for the taking, and Academy's going to have to play this retake 4v4.
It is a free site, unfortunately. Just barely caught out, so Viper will make it cost at least one life. Viper's Pit will go down now, but Storm still up for Sephiroth. They murk their way around into Pillar. Academy have had some good retakes before. Let's see what this one leads to them. A dink to come through. Peek from back castle. Flash to come through. Everyone blind onto that one. Left to grab two in the meantime. Seth to find a right click. Still more work to be done as Wise will pick up one from the back of the site. To jump the top to castle. Rudy to pick up one. Seth from back castle has yet another. So the trades have come through. That leaves a 1v1 tap to the spike, and Rudy will catch the headshot angle. Seth will fall, trying to come up to peek the chamber. And Academy will steal away yet another round. It's 8-3.
Oh, 8-3, and Rudy gets to secure that operator for themselves in this upcoming round. Not sure if they'll be keeping it or tossing it over. Yep, to Akali, nothing too surprising there. 15-7. Got that double KDA. Definitely top of the leaderboard right now. And this is the last round before the swap. I mean, we do know that Knights does very, very well on defense, especially on Breeze. They have really great map control. They like to flank out and whatnot. So I honestly, the tides could turn once we swap halves, but this half isn't quite over yet, and Akali's taking another aggressive angle here in Chop Shop.
Shots whiffed. We'll have to slide away. Once again, able to get out of dodge without utilizing that tailwind. It's absolutely huge for him. Now my presence known to the back of the site. We'll shoot Trailblazer early. So no additional info to be gained for the Knights side of things. Well, got out of dodge with the tailwind, but unfortunately, you know, sometimes you slip. And so Rudy will slip his way into a frag. So all good as the kill comes through towards hallway, and the rest of the team now for the Knights looking to push their way through tunnel, where Seth is able to pick up the first one. Hunter's Fear going to come through now, and they're absolutely zoned in these tight angles. Seth has to burn at least one updraft. Frags to be found. Wise able to pick up one, so Star Potato is going to fall to the back of the site. That's B site wide open. This is going to be a numbers advantage yet again for the post plant, but we've seen this before from the Knights. We just were here onto the B site. Can they hold strong against the retake this time around? There's going to be a huge flank coming from Elbow right now. Lucky able to find one. He's got shockful timing for Cookies and Cream, but still able to find the double spray down. Massive from him, and that just leaves one for Academy onto this retake. Two going to be over towards main, so very much split is the defensive side of things. Malek really having to bowl this down perfectly to knock one pin into the other, and time runs short.
Yeah, Malek had too many angles they really had to worry about there, especially with that mid presence, the elbow presence from Cookies and Cream. Was concerned about tunnel, had no idea that, you know, Cookies fell back to play a B main with Seth there. And now we are swapping sides. Academy still maintaining this lead 8-4. And Academy actually leaning towards the A site this time around, where they will be met with the headhunter of Cookies and Cream, and we saw how nasty that was on defense in the last game during semifinals against USF. 5 bullets for 5 heads. That's all I'm saying.
That's very true. We'll see what Cookies and Cream is able to bring to the table. Knights definitely feeling a bit uncomfortable right now. Remember, we saw them just recently. It was 8-4 for them. Now they're on the opposite side of the scoreline. Can they bring things back? Jones in first. Does it clear this backside cubby? Indeed it does, but Cooks and Cream, he's cleared Akali off the server. He's gone just like that. So that's that fraggy potential. That very much needed entry duelist out of the round. They still will get the plant out. Cooks and Cream will spam for another. Really trying to spam that back, but can't quite find the same sort of luck. Shockwell to come through. It's gone a little bit far. Cookies and Cream a 3K. Massive so far. Seth to pick up one. And they're going to run it down here. Everybody jumps forward. Team flash. It don't matter. They're looking for Malek, and they'll get him. Seth to take a 2K. The Knights will take pistol. It's 5-8.
That's a flawless round for Knights. Just what they needed going into this half. Taking that advantage with the pistol round, allowing them to buy up very comfortably for the bonus. And just, you know, narrowing this score difference as much as they possibly can. And Akali, feeling confident as always, going to be pulling out this Marshall, while the rest of the team elects for a save.
That works.
Has the money to do so if he can grab a frag, which, you know, I wouldn't count him out of grabbing a frag, Ash.
I definitely would not either. And, I mean, Academy kind of swapping their strategy now on this upcoming round, looking for some more mid control. The recon, though, is going to do a lot of work, get a lot of information as far as, you know, at least mid presence, not knowing quite who is here yet. And Ryujin is going to be able to take down Beniper.
Pinned right now. We'll try to flash themselves out. Angle picked up. First shot found. Sometimes Steph's going to find one. Cookies and Cream. They're absolutely nailing it down over towards the A side as well. That just leaves 2 towards mid. Shots for Ryujin. Finally taken out by Star Potato. So good with the go. So consistent. Finding double taps just like that. Still stuck towards mid, though. No real presence other than this. Cookies and Cream will make sure there's no presence towards mid door. As Rudy going to fall, and that just leaves the Viper. Star Potato. It's been good with the Ghost, but I don't think good enough to 1v4, especially against some upgraded utility.
Oh, just this is a good read on the vertical angle, but Seth actually just dropping back here. This is a really tough spot for Star Potato to be in, and as you said, Star Potato was good for one with the Ghost once again on Cookies, but the round will be closed out by Weisel, taking it to 8-6. Knights 2 away from tying it up now. We'll see what they can do with this bonus round. Rifles in the hands of Knights Academy. I mean, Akali actually hasn't gotten a frag yet since swapping halves.
It's early, Ash. Just wait. This round,
is true.
it's gonna be a movie. It's gonna be different right here. So
We do know that it is a win condition though for Academy.
1000% is Trailblazers out. We'll get that concussion. And here it is. Akali looking to bring them in early. The entry duelist has jumped through all this Viper utility. There's the first. Bible going to fall. Seth close quarters. Able to dash out. Burns the tail when Akali will find a second. And Beniper is going to take that trade. A 3K. A movie. And we're watching it live right there. Weisel will fall. It's a premium showing as that just leaves Cookies and Cream up towards mid. Akali. Oh, the timing. The Chamber is going to be able to sneak their way forward. Star Potato looking towards A as well, which leaves that mid rotation wide open for Cookies and Cream.
Oh!
For the first. A second as well. And there's more 1v1s on the way. They're going to jump towards CT. Both players walking though, so shouldn't actually end up walking into one another. This Viper can get to the back of sight. Oh no.
One enemy remains.
Caught from the rear of Star Potato, and suddenly it's a 1v1. Planted for the Sova though, and time does run short. Cookies and Cream would have to jump on it right now. Certainly no time for the defuse, but such a valiant effort. Able to upgrade weapons as well. Able to take plenty of guns off the Academy roster, even though they inevitably do go up 9-6. One more gun? One more gun? The flick is there. The shots. Oh, a good call. Good call from Malek. No need to repeat this. Just give me my gun, please. And they'll get out the round.
It's also just an amazing round for a bonus coming out from Knights Academy as well, even though they weren't, or Knights themselves. Now I'm getting tripped up between these two teams. But yeah, that's a great bonus coming out from Knights. You know, not winning the round, but still doing quite a bit of damage to the Academy's economy. Now Rudy having to, you know, buy up with a Bulldog instead of a full rifle. The tool to fall is also coming out in the hands of Cookies on the A site as Academy poises themselves up for the stage 8.
We got Seekers out and Cookies and Cream. He's out of as well as he'll take down Beniper and instantly rendezvous to the back of Orange Box. Caught by Malek though, staring at the Seekers, and that's a perfect angle for the Sova to find that frag. They've managed to shut him down, managed to get to sight, and they'll get the spike down with it. Guy towards back sight, peeking up towards Overlook. Angle not there quite yet. He'll catch the drop. He'll come out the angle when the teammate's waiting for the utility. Plant now finally going down where he's able to pick up one. Looking through the toxic screen, but caught by Malek instead. The Sova comes up huge yet again for a second. 3v3 for the retake.
Nice toxic screen coming back up, just allowing Rudy to fall back here, playing with the team. However, I can't quite tell if Spike is planted well for a main.
A little bit of an awkward situation, but Star Potato can definitely turn out to grab it. He'll grab himself a death instead. Rudy will find one, trades to come forward. Stuck. Oh, he falls off. The angle gets scuffed, and Bible has plenty more time to recoil reset there to find the frag. 7-9 as Knights will find the retake.
Bible's actually done really, really well in a lot of clutch situations. I mean, being last alive, Bible has, you know, held strong, been able to actually clutch things out for their team quite a few times now. I was worried that the spike was planted in a location that, you know, the Knights would be able to sneakily diffuse it with the cover of Pyramid, but, you know, that it wasn't quite planted where I thought it was. Plus there were, you know, the changes on a site, making the site a little bit bigger as far as where the plant spots can possibly be. And Akali gonna be pulling out those blade storms really early on. And I understand why the toxic screen is placed the way it is now on B, but I will get to that a little bit later.
Give me those back.
Akali is gonna find one. Not saving those frags for later. So Ryuji's gone early. Looking for cookies and cream. Now the headshot angle. He's able to swing through. Just recognizes the timing. Recognizes the space. Takes advantage. Finds the frag. Safe side anchor. Lek on the rear side of things. Caught by Bible, though. He's around for the flank. Some cream to drive through. Another found. Will shut down the tour de force. Will shut down everybody. Looking for the 4K, but shut down by Star Potato. Who jumps forward through the snake bite. No choice but to. And Bible will let him walk straight into the crosshair. 8-9. That's the Knights almost brought this game to tie.
I mean, like I said, Knights' side is definitely defense on Breeze. They did incredibly well in the semifinals on this particular map, and now we're seeing the same kind of iteration once again. Not getting as aggressive with the flanks and the lurks, considering the play style of Academy makes it a little bit more difficult to take advantage of that. But, you know, back to this Viper wall. I get it now. You know, it's there for false security. You know, you have the attackers coming in, trying to clear corners, and then you can kind of duck in and out of it and bait the other player playing sight. But not going towards B this time around, and the aggression from Nice is actually being punished this time. The aggression that I mentioned that they like to use on the defense.
One enemy remaining.
Yeah, absolutely. Academy more than ready for it. Akali to grab one. Take a peek towards Bible. Can't quite find, and Malek, well, he'll have the trade. No worries at all. 10-8 for Academy. A quick bounce back for them. A very quick round. What was that, 20 seconds?
Yeah, that was a really quick round, especially because the aggression was punished so early coming out from Knights. Unfortunately, the gamble ended up playing right into the hands of Academy, who was stacked outside of A completely. They aren't really willing to risk going towards B again, especially after the way the Vipers wall kind of played out for them. You know, allowing allowing Seth to kind of bob in and out of it, and try and bait the player on site. And this time around, Seth is actually going to be popping this Blade Storm over on the B site. And a lot of mid aggression has actually been taken by Academy at the moment as they try to pinch A.
They're broken early because the cream nonetheless going to get scanned. Ooh, rendezvous to get away from this Hunter's Fury. Like looking just for one tag, but it won't be. Hunter's Fury won't find the value looking for it. In the mid door now, that the split on its way regardless. We need to find one. We'll shut down the chamber. That crucial anchor. Ryujin blinded back to orange, they know, and they're looking for the double peek. They'll set it up. The Knights Academy looking to knock it down now. We'll dodge the flash. We'll turn it. Akali to grab one. Traded, though, from Overlook. Where Viper's able to find a clean angle. Very small gap. Huge margin for error, but found it nonetheless. And Seth, same story there. I'll pick up one from Staircase, and now I'll move with his teammate to work towards Sight. As Bible has made it through door. Has had phenomenal retakes, as you mentioned in the past, Ash. Needs to have one now. Seth to jump around. Shots. Oh, dashes forwards. But he's okay. He lives still. Star Potato to take out one as he jumps out of the pit. Huge for Seth here. Can he make it happen? Able to find one. Viper's pit is down, and Star Potato has the frag. Academy 11-8. They win a crucial round. They hold strong in the post play.
Holding incredibly strong in the post plant. This is going to be the last buy up for Knights right now before they are forced onto a save. So this is also going to be a crucial round for them. Otherwise, Academy will be taking it to match point. And with Knights being on a thrifty kind of round, it would probably be, you know, a 13-8. But I mean, I'm also not going to count Knights out on any thrifties. Those players do lock onto heads. They do have the ability to frag out. So it could be a bit of an upset. And I mean, right now it kind of is an upset considering that Academy has the lead on Knights' map.
Absolutely. Up early. Once again, that early aggression. He finds a shot. Won't connect, though, and will have to burn the Tailwind to get out of a sticky situation. Tailwind used in for the opposing jet. As they're into sight just like that. Set to pick up one. Traded quickly by Beniper and back inside his Akali. Is he able to find anything with this newfound position? Yes, he is. He'll take down Bible. Sight's wide open. Plant's going to go down, and post plant will be set up. Hunter's Fury going to be available for the Knights. They've got a tag. Have it decided to utilize, though. His eco, of course. Now it will go through. Very, very late. Doesn't find tag. Not so far. No, nothing found. Ryujin able to find one, though, as Malek is going to fall. That's the Sova post plant gone. They'll look to push themselves forward. Ooh, huge shock roll is going to bring it to a 3v2 on the retake. Akali still back at Castle. Looking to double peek him. Shock roll will get him really low. Able to peek still to find one. Ryujin's got the quick trade. It's all up to start. Potato the Viper from Tunnel. Able to pick up one. Just the 1v1 with Viper now. As Weisel is onto the site. Snake bites are down, but they don't cover the spike. They're absolutely off. Has to swing at a Star Potato. He's there. Shots back and forth. Has wasted so much time. Weisel just sit here and hold. The classic shots out. Doesn't get it. It's so close, but Star Potato to swing. 0.03 Spicy. Academy take it 12-8.
Match point.
I have no words. The round really looked like it was converting into Knights' favor. I was really worried there. I mean, Star Potato having run down on bullets, just pulling out the classic in the nick of time, barely making the clutch happen, but Star Potato is going to be the star this time around. I do actually like how Knights has, like the past round at least, they elected to go for the half buy so they could save to afford full rifles at match point here, fighting it out at match point instead of risking going on an eco at match point. And then the tool to false now pulled out by Cookies and Cream. He is poised to take one down, but the whiff is going to happen.
Yes, it is. Akali not whiffing through mid door just yet. Able to find one onto Steph. That's the opposing jet taken out of this one. Cookies and Cream, significant amount of shots out the gun. And Bible, shots connecting. Good for a 3K. Looking for more. Akali to peek through door. A 3K of their own for the jet into the 2v2 now. And that's the tour de force gone. Weisel to pick up Akali to finally shut this player down. Bible looking to swing for the 4K to take down Beniper and keep his team up in map number 1. Their map pick as well. Massive pinch. Massive opportunity for Beniper if he's able to somehow isolate 1v1s. First flash to come through, and will find Bible. Isolates the 1v1s perfectly. Weisel full flash, and Beniper has it. A 1v2 clutch in Academy. Take map number 1, 13-8.
Oh, that was a tight game and an upset. Knights Academy being UCF Knights Academy, I should say the entire name, taking map 1 under their belts in grand finals now, and that being also the main team's map choice. And up next, we're going to be seeing Icebox, which is the Academy team's choice. And I'm curious to see, if it's going to be a reverse upset or if we're going to be seeing Academy taking it all the way home. Akali just owning, especially early on during the first half, getting a lot of rounds under the belt of Academy. We really saw Knights bringing it back on the defense, where they are definitely strongest on Breeze from what we've seen. They're strong in attack too, but they do work very, very well on defense. But unfortunately, the magic wasn't able to happen.
Yeah, absolutely. And isn't it poetic that Weisel, the man on the interview desk that said it would be a 2-0, that said it was going to be easy, light work, would be the last member to fall in a 2v1 clutch on the wrong end of things. You couldn't write the script better if you tried. But on a serious note, if Akali is opping like that, going into a map like Icebox, it's going to be so much of a threat and so difficult for this Knights team to try to jump back into things. I have full faith they can do so. We've seen them do so. We know how good this team is, but this is the first time they're facing adversity. This is the first map they've actually lost the entire event. The first map they've lost the entire event, Spicy. So can they bounce back is the question. We know they can do so in scrims, they can do so in league play, but can they do so here in this 2-day tournament?
Well, we'll see who's going to be able to get into each other's heads. I am curious to know production. We are just waiting for the teams to swap over right now, waiting for the Icebox match to get rolling. I think we're going to go straight into that. And I mean, we've seen Academy play on Icebox. I'm just looking at my notes really quickly here. And unfortunately, we did not see Knights taking it to Icebox in the semifinals, where it would have been the decider, the third map against USF. But Academy looks really, really good on Icebox, to be quite honest with you. That was the first game that they played today versus Clemson in the semifinals, where they took that map 13-5. And just to give a little bit of a rundown, they started on the attack first, and we saw Akali playing the Reyna. Melik was on that raised pick, Rudy on the Chamber, Star Potato on Viper, and Beniper Bio on Sova. And I'm curious to know if they're going to run the same team composition, or if they're going to switch things up to maybe throw Knights off guard.
Who knows, what to wait and see. I definitely can say that Akali, those entry frags were coming in waves. I will say we got a little bit of a buffer towards the middle of the match. We saw Akali start to finally be taken out early in terms of actually getting into sights. And once they did lose that early player, they really did struggle to make the executes happen. But his quick adaptations got right back into the thick of things and definitely looked good through the rest of the map. And then, of course, Akali, man, you know he's going to be good. Even his own teammates on the other side of the matchup here, it will tell you how good that this player really is. So there definitely is going to be potential here. It's just a matter if they can make this team play happen. But even less so on Icebox, a map that you really can make those individualistic plays that we've been talking about.
Yeah, for sure. I think the biggest thing that I'm curious about is the fact that we saw Akali playing Reyna earlier today on Icebox, but then seeing how much of a monster they are on Jet.
Yeah.
Another Jet map being Icebox. I'm curious to know if Akali will be sticking with the agent that they just played in Breeze, or if they will be making the swap over to Reyna, because obviously the opping power is definitely a lot stronger on Jet, having the tailwind to dash away, the cloud burst to provide you some cover while you're reloading. But enough about that. We are going to be moving into the second map. Teams are ready, and let's take it into agent select.
Here we go. Why worry about, why ask the question? Why ponder on whether they'll move agents? We can just find out, baby. We can see straight from the source. Interesting for sure, but I mean, man, Academy definitely surprising me just a little bit. I won't lie. Not to say that I didn't think they could do it, Ash, but a little bit surprised. And we'll get your question answered here in just a second.
Absolutely, and I don't know. Maybe Weisel did their own version of Caster Curse in the interview here. We're gonna find out, but maybe this one will be another upset. You know, Knights taking away the map pick of the UCF Knights Academy. And it looks like it is going to reign true as far as the team composition for the Academy team. They're going to stick with what they played with earlier. Akali going back to that Reyna pick. We're seeing Malik on Raze, and it's actually, I'm wondering if it's a mirror matchup. But what I'm curious about is this normally the team composition that Knights plays with? Or do they just know the team composition of Academy and are doing the mirror matchup just to do this face-off?
That's a very, very good question. I will say the Raze definitely makes the question much more valid, especially because we get to go through, we get to see their Breeze comps and say, okay, well, things are pretty similar here. They feel comfortable on the agents, obviously. But then you get to the Raze, and it's definitely a specialized pick. We definitely see very specific teams play it, and they definitely have strats to work around it. So that is a phenomenal question. Does this roster have strats to work around it? Or are they just hitting them with the young, hey, man, if you can do it, if you think we can't do it?
Yeah, I think it'll definitely be interesting to see. Like you said, Raze isn't really a meta pick for most teams. It's usually maybe a team composition that's built around certain kinds of plays, certain kind of play styles. But going into this Academy, it's going to be starting out on the attack first. Rudy taking that aggressive vertical angle that we've seen several times before. And it's going to be a blitz onto A site from the looks of things, but actually maybe a fake and a rotate to B.
Kali very into this push. Just barely. Won't be able to dodge the paint shells there. Will stay alive off the shrapnel. Concern with that decay coming through from the wall, but is very much alive. Not a ton of presence made right now, so the anchor is a little rough, but could be looking for the late lurk instead. Nonetheless, the team has gone their way into sight. The plant's going to go down. Shock bolt is there, but just one. So plant has gone down. And Malek's able to get away as well, all the way over towards B main. And here's that late lurk we're talking about. But look who stayed as Ryujin. Well, he stayed just to get flicked. Akali's got that frag. Is now looking for more down to the bottom of Boiler. More is going to be grabbed as Bible falls. And now we got trades happening to the back of B main as this site gets pushed. Weisel's going to find Star Potato. Akali under tube, and he's shut down now. As Seth is going to have that one. 2-on-2. Paint shells are out. Lots of damage into Weisel. But Knife able to take out Sefin. Malek will finish the job. Academy, they won map 1. They win the pistol here on map number 2.
Strong start for Academy. A nice little fake going out on the A site. Actually, something that we haven't really seen from them before. We haven't seen Academy pull too many fakes throughout the series in general. Usually just going for those more aggressive plays. And now being able to buy up here, we're seeing Malek actually opting just for a Sheriff. And if I remember correctly, Malek was the Opper on Icebox as opposed to Akali on the Rays.
If you know, you know. I do not recollect, so I will agree with you every step of the way here. I also agree with the fact that Akali good for at least one frag here. Absolutely is. The shorty is there. Does enough damage to let Wiseau get the trade. 2 frags are going to come through from Academy. 1 back the other way. So the post plant should be pretty solidified here. Rudy to grab one. Okay, cookies and cream. The headhunter. Good to find that head as Rudy is going to fall to the 1 tap. Not another shorty frag. Could it be? Yes, it could. As Malek getting absolutely ran over, steamrolled by this shorty. GG's, that's just how it goes. Wiseau out to Raptor looking for a second frag. These players going to be full HP compared to that last one. Spectre picked up for cookies and cream. Sniper in the dart, just got the gun back in hand. Oh, able to turn in time. It's to ruin cookies and cream's day. Wiseau trying to come off the spike, but too little, too late. Sniper has the frag, and 2-0 for Academy here. 2 Spectres recovered.
Ooh. Shoddy like a melody for Knights, but in the end wasn't able to close it out. It's going to be rifles across the board now, though. And Star Potato actually, I believe, picked up one of the shorties for themselves. We're going to see the same bonus coming out from the Academy team. Going for another A push, just because, you know, the angles are a little bit closer as opposed to the long angles of B main and mid here. Trying to get some value out of the Sheriff as well. Melik taking these early peeks, but nobody's going to bite quite yet. Ryujin is going to have to be pushed off of that headshot angle.
Paintshell's going to push him even further away towards screen. This Academy will take all that space. Set utility to recognize they've got it, and they'll make sure they're able to get to site. Go down here momentarily. Plenty of numbers for the retake. Lurk is going to be on to mid right now. Contact being there with that chamber. That fight will get won by Star Potato towards the backside of things. Malek is able to win the fight with Ryujin as well. So these downgraded weapons have been able to get the job done thus far for Academy. Still up in the flank. A very, very late lurk coming through by the Viper. He'll be around when they get there. As long as this team in front can stall, that'll work out. As Wiseau able to find one, trying to kill that stall potential. Star Potato now on their way around, making them take their time to look at it. Bible, okay, quick trade though. Is going to find that one a second as well. So they 180 to find Melik up close towards Maze. Sniper has one in Rudy the Headhunter. That's just Rudy things, man. 3-0 for the Academy roster.
That is just Rudy things. And, you know, I really like that plant spot for Academy. You can tell that they have that strategy down pat, really working around that specific plant spot where they definitely favor. And I mean, going into this round, it will be finally a rifling round for Academy. Knights forced onto a save after losing their rifling round. Going to be some Sheriffs across the board. Going to see a Spectre coming out as well. And now onto a default. Academy is just playing a careful anti-eco, not looking to lose a rifle too early on.
He's up close contact, and Rudy has that one wrapped up. Spectre close range spray. Be pretty dang good sometimes, especially when you're ready for it. The Ceph will fall. That's B main control gain for the Academy roster, and they'll start to slide their way forward. Looking like they might play off this. They might play a fake as they work the way with Spike into a maze. Gotta make presence B though.
Yeah, this is an interesting split push. I mean, Knights doesn't have too much information either right now. Cookies and Cream having just missed the timing on these will be good for one though. Yeah, always locking onto those heads with the Headhunter. Star Potato is going to fall, meaning there are no smokes left for the Academy team, but the plant is going to go down on the A site.
That it is. The chamber's been pulled at the very least. Cookies and Cream's all the way over. So they're still able to get into Cypher Knife to find one, so Bible's going to fall. Malek will catch Wiseau coming out towards Rafter, and it's just the 1v3. The chamber now will make their way over to the A site where that spike, of course, is planted.
Did manage to pick up a Vandal for themselves, though.
It's absolutely true. What can they do with that newfound weapon? Okay, good for one. Rendezvous for Rudy to get out of danger. And now they can set up that double peek. Cookies and Cream has to eventually get this spike to at least half. Rudy just playing with time, jumping around with the Spectre, just doing Rudy things. And Malek will finish it up with a nice little wall bang. 4-0 for the Academy squad.
Melek also has really great timing with those satchels for the most part as well. You know, I saw that one being thrown just to push the retake off for a little bit longer. We're going to see this timeout coming from the side of Knights as Academy has garnered this 4-0 lead for themselves. And it's not too surprising that that previous round went in favor of Academy, considering that Knights was on an eco. But now, on the rifling round, they really have to make sure that they secure this one, or else they will be forced onto another save if it goes to a 5-0 instead of a 4-1. It's going to be a critical round for them, and if the observer wouldn't mind pulling up the scoreboard momentarily, I would just love to see what's going on with the ultimate economy for both teams.
Well, Ash, I can't give you the score, but I can tell you what ults are active.
Your memory must be better than mine, because I would love to know.
All I can tell you is that we've got 2 Tour de Forces available, a Viper's Pit for the Knight side of things. Oh, look. There it is. I just give you the headers, because I definitely don't remember.
Well, you got those down pat.
Thank you.
Yep,
I can't read, but I can see pictures. Don't worry.
Hell yeah, you can. And I mean, Akali actually has that Empress online too, so that could be huge for Academy, being able to, you know, dismiss away and have the additional firepower to the rifle. The tool default is being pulled out immediately, but it's not an A hit this time. It's going to be a sneak through mid, and Akali getting that opening pick.
Trademark put so far back to just have the Viper lone anchor. There's no... That trademark for tube is pretty nice, but there's nothing towards under tube, so it allows for play just like that. Absolutely nobody watching Boiler. Just a little bit of a last night happens. Kind of ironic to have it happen straight out of your timeout, but hey, you live and you learn. That's just the way of the road. Or I used to be able to get all the way up towards tube, now into hallway. Akali close range. Star Potato to pick up 1. So numbers dwindling still. Akali with a quick trade onto Weisel. We'll find Ryujin as well. Great placement of the aim here. Dealing with the verticality quite nicely. Paint shells will get Akali very low, though. So have to play forward straight into the headshot of Akali. A monster absolutely awakening. It's 5-0. It's the Knights. Well, Akali under their bed. So they are being put to rest.
Akali definitely owned in that round. A little 4K for themselves. Didn't even need to pop the Empress to make the magic happen. And now Knights is going to be on another bye. Definitely a little bit interesting economy-wise, trying to balance things out as much as possible. Seeing a bit of a scuffed buy, and Ares coming out from Bible, actually. And I'm curious to know, doesn't look like the Viper's Pit will be popped right away. Probably saving it for the retake this time around.
Top 5, Empress up. Gonna eat a paint shell here and all the way down to 48 HP. Won't matter if they get this frag, and they do just that. Raging gonna fall, will TP away. New angle, new frag. SF is gonna fall towards the back of the site. Akali not done just yet. Looking for the 3K, but shut down now by Cookies and Cream, who's looking to hold on to the back of the site. The goal line stand. As Weisel gonna get involved as well. We'll throw it on the Hunter's Fury. Close, but not quite. The tag's not gonna be found. Showstopper will come out as well. Knights Academy, they secured all this front of sight. They've secured so much damage as well on this Knights team. The retake going to prove very difficult once this play does go down now.
Yeah, 2 players on Knights, the Chamber and Viper, also being quite low. No heals available within the roster, and Weisel is going for this peek with the Guardian. It is going to be actually a kill in the end on Rudy, but now a 1v3 situation, and Cookies and Cream not able to clutch it out. Star Potato closing the round out with a 2K for themselves. That's 6-0 for Knights Academy. And I just want to point out, you did mention that, you know, they didn't have one of those trademarks, so watching the bottom of tube there. The adjustment was made after the play 2 rounds ago. Obviously a little bit too late. But I did like, I don't know, I like the Poison Cloud that does come out to do that cover. And now it's going to be a final buy round for Knights before they are forced onto a proper save. And 3 ultimates on either side. 2 Viper's Pits available. This could be a tight round, and that's going to be coming out immediately just to cover A. The nice little 410 Viper's Pit just to cover the upper angles as well.
Much needed from Seth there. Able to find an early pick towards the top of screen right over the Viper's Pit. It's a nice angle for him. Definitely unexpected and makes that off angle just a little bit easier to play. So there's the first frag for the Knights. Something hopefully they're able to utilize as the Empress will come through from Ryujin all the way up towards spawn. But he's taken out by Rudy. Finds a clean one tap. And so does Akali, who's all the way through to B. It's wide open. Viper's Pit will now go down for Academy. And they will use that to secure the plan as the spike makes its way through B main. Cookies and Cream caught in no man's land. Blended into a milkshake as he's going to fall. And that just leaves 2 for this retake to happen. Showstopper is up, but I don't know if you can get into this round, though. One looking towards Overlook right now. Akali will tuck back into the pit just before seeing this Viper, so there's going to be an opportunity for the flank, but it's caught out by Star Potato as he steps out of the pit, and that just leaves Seth able to find one. Still plenty of health to his name, but not anymore, as Rudy's going to pick that one up and finish the job, and it's 7-0 for the Academy squad.
A clean hold in that post-plant situation. Now, we are going to see Knights, the main team of UCF, forced onto a save. Seth being the only one to afford a rifle in the upcoming round. I'm not sure if it's just going to be Seth buying up or if we're going to see maybe similar forces across the board, but a little bit of a dangerous choice there, only leaving Seth with 1,000 creds. I don't think they'd be able to afford a rifle in the following round. But things are looking quite dire for Knights.
Yep, they are, and Akali looking to make it even more so. As we work back up towards pipe. First frag found as Bible will fall to the one tap. Seth, a quick trade, though. Look to hold strong here towards the front side of sight. Satchel back. Ooh, I like that movement. It's so clean. Seth, we need the shots to be just as clean, and yes, they are. Second headshot locked on to Spiniper going to fall. Sylvia Utility now out of this round. Buggy out to guarantee. Nobody's pushing that front side of sight. Cookies and Cream gonna opt to rotate over. Still the Viper held towards mid. The Academy will slow down now, recognizing gonna need a frag before they can really make it execute happen.
Definitely, and Star Potato having that poison cloud up, just kind of covering the vision of the player Boiler right now, not being able to see for that rotation. Toxins are low though, so the poison cloud did have to go down. Cookies and Cream with the headhunter, kind of poised here just to see if anyone's going to try and lurk up mid. There might be a timing that happens, as Star Potato just pushes through, but...
Oh, the timing to get away from Cookies and Cream, but straight into YSL, so you miss time one and you perfectly time the other. That's just how it goes. Spike's going to go down in the meantime as Academy look to hold the post plant once more. Going to be downgrade utility for the Knights, so it's definitely doable. Lex going to fall, though. Quick trade to come through, and Weisel to finish the job as Rudy will fall. They've done it, ladies and gentlemen. The Knights, long have we waited. They've definitely hesitated, but round has been secured. 1-7 for this team. Plenty more work to be done, but their scoreline has been activated.
That it has indeed. And once again, I mean, Weisel in the interview did mention that the win conditions for Academy, although I do want to point out, Akali might be, a total raid boss of a player to go up against. Definitely a force to be reckoned with. But Academy's been doing very well to actually coordinate with each other in the past 2 maps. Who knows? Maybe in the scrims they're like, yeah, we'll just pretend like we don't know what team play is, and we're just gonna pull out all the stops when we face you in grand finals. Don't sweat it, guys. Like, don't worry about it. But going over to the A site once again, Boombot clearing these angles, and an early Hunter's Fury is gonna come out. Akali with that opening frag too, and that's 3 left on Knights to defend.
A steamroll into the A side. It's blasted wide open as Rudy's able to find one. Tucked towards spawn as Wise's able to find Akali. And the Academy roster will slow down. They'll play the post plant together as a team, recognizing don't need to let them have opportunities. Clear shot by Malek, and he gets the frag as well. Clean transfer. That's where Ryuji's going to fall, trying to make their way out to the screen. And that leaves just Weisel. Peeks there. Rudy with the 3K. 8-1 for the Academy squad.
3 more rounds left on this half until we swap sides, and it looks like... I don't know, I'm just waiting to see what the buys are going to look like on the side of Knights here. However, Academy does have 2 ultimates online, got that Empress available, as well as the Tool de Force. Neither of them will probably be coming out in this coming round unless Academy gets stuck into some sort of sticky situation. But another awkward buy coming out from Knights, a bit of a half buy here. those who are able to afford rifles will buy up and do so. And there's going to be a timing here in mid and tube.
Ryu's able to catch one into the Vandal. Second found as well as the Knights looking to storm their way back into this game. They need a momentum moment just like this one. Ryujin good for a 3K. Cookies and Cream will take Rudy now. And that just leaves the Sova here for the Academy side. Beniper going to do some damage here in this round. Shockbolt will do damage to him. Clears out towards spawn. We'll work back now towards B main. The pinch is on its way. They're running him down. Ryujin will wrap things up. It's a 4K for the Reyna. A moment that definitely was needed. A flawless round. Can they carry on to this?
That could potentially be a tide turner, switching the momentum into the favor of Knights. And unfortunately for Beniper, you know, there really wasn't anywhere else that he could have been. The read for Knights was really easy to be able to pinch that player, play together for a flawless round to come to fruition. Now, we are on round 11, 1 round away from switching sides once again. And looks like Beniper's going to set up for this recon just to see if anybody is, you know, playing close by green here. Not going to scan any information as Cookies and Cream just hides behind yellow.
He's been huge for the side anchor before, able to find one. So Rendezvous out early. Yellow now taken by Academy, but they've lost a player in the process. They still looking to make their way into side. Slow field. Now Inspire and Akali will step forward. Empress is cracked and looking to make something happen. Is this Reyna? Swinging around, good for the first survival, going to fall, able to dismiss away before any danger can come from the gap. Beniper will find one as well as Ryujin goes down. And man advantage back for Academy now.
This positioning is actually huge for Akali, actually, especially with this rotation coming out towards the A site. Akali's going to be able to really cut off the players who are rotating on the Knight side, but instead electing to actually play their life, play with the team, instead of playing as a lone individual. Weisel will be the only one defending A here on out. Gonna get that early information, hearing that recon. They're gonna call for that rotation, and the Hunter's Fury is gonna come out to slow that plant.
Hunter's Fury out. We'll get one tag. Plant now will come to fruition. Plenty of time as well. Tour de Force is available if they'd like to move it, and they'll do just that. Just see if it stays on site, if it heads towards main. Steph gonna come out to Rafter, immediately swinging towards Helen. Rudy now in quite a precarious position with this thing. Will be able to slide it away. Now it heads towards main. Knights have occupied the back of the site. In the maze. Early is Weisel. The swing out will beat Akali, and that's exactly what needs to happen. I said if he was going to come through. Shock Bolt's there. Second shock is out. It'll kill one. Beniper has another quick trade, though, from Seth, and he will get the defuse. The Knights will steal away a third.
That was a really tight round. Down to 12 seconds on the clock. Plenty of time to get the defuse off, but I mean, all the frazzled gunfights going on definitely kept things interesting, depending on who would be left standing. And Knights reigning supreme around the round table this time around, telling the Academy team to sit down for now. However, the Academy team is still in the lead by 5 points. It's either going to be a 9-3 or it'll be an 8-4 going into the half, where Academy will be on the defense and Knights will be attacking.
Early aggression coming through from Ryujin, and that's been absolutely caught out as he's gone just like that. Steph towards the back of sight. Playing on close contact generator, able to sash it away, but location revealed, able to find one to Akali, but nothing more than that. Rudy has it over the zip lines, and just like that, into sight once more. Weisel playing the shock bolts for default, but Academy, they'll walk away, they'll recognize, and they'll head back. Oh, maybe a fake for the rotate.
Definitely a fake for the rotate, especially with those footsteps. Bible, kind of suspicious here, is actually going to go and try and see if the rotation is actually happening, but not actually checking mid and spawn, instead going straight to the B site. Cookies and Cream, though, has that tool to false in hand, and we've seen what he can do with it.
We most certainly have. The dart's going to beat us. They're going to know. We'll have to shoot their way out, and just not going to happen. Rudy going to shoot him out the round. Cookie Cream will have to watch from the spectator screen. Weisel and partner. Bible trying to make something happen from screen. Snake bites out, but they'll go to the top of the generator instead. Academy looking very much poised for the post plant here. Knights have so much work to do. They do get the back of the site for free, but they've got to clear all of B main.
One enemy remaining.
That's a good one. Instant trade to come through. And Viva will fall to Malek. It's 9-3. The Academy roster 6 rounds ahead going into the second pistol.
Switching sides now, we are going to see Knights main roster taking the attacking half. I am interested to see what kind of pacing we're going to see coming out from Knights. We do know that they do enjoy, working those slow defaults, trying to get as much map control as they possibly can before executing a site, trying to gather all of that information as well, as opposed to the raw aggression you usually see coming out from the Academy team. So it'll definitely be a change of pacing. We're seeing that initially coming out from the very first round off the bat as well, with this A heavy kind of default play with the chamber lurk through B and arena lurk through mid here. And, just going into things, cookies and cream. Headhunter in hand is going to see his double chamber, but the talk screen just going to actually slow that down. And a quick rotation is being called over, kind of leaning towards A and mid. Actually, never mind. No, they're just holding strong. They're holding strong. It looked like the players on Academy were actually just going to run over towards the A site, but not this time around.
So good in the case the IGL screams, guys, please. Around. Well, now they'll move over towards A site with all that utility used towards the back of things, but Knight's still definitely playing the default. There's potential to move. Spike playing so far to the quick rotate. Now all the way back to spawn. So potential to go anywhere here. 55 seconds left into this round. And we'll start to work over towards that B side.
Yeah, slowly creeping up. The Academy kind of taking that bait towards A, having 4 of the members kind of stacked over there. But the toxic screen still doing a lot of work for the Academy team, kind of slowing it down for Knights right now. And Academy having a really good read with the amount of timing that's passed by. Star Potato, the only one lone on site, though, really kind of just looking to do some damage through the wall here.
Absolutely. Gonna get snake bites. Oh, no shot. You're getting out of that one alive. It's a bullet tunnel. But 2 frags to come back the other way. Akali and Malek both to combine for 2. The Knights will send themselves all the way to B main, forced off of the site. Academy looking for the retake. They've got some low players to work with on both sides of the coin. It's up to if we go heads or tails. Akali in first, taking it head to head, looking for opportunities, able to find one. Dismisses away. Malek is able to pick up another to B main, and there's the 3K out for Akali. It's 10-3 for the Academy roster. They managed to snatch the pistol.
Snatching the pistol means that they get to buy up in the upcoming round. Curious to see if Knights will actually be forcing to try and meet the same kind of firepower, but it's always a risk when you do that, because then you're sacrificing your rifling round, and it looks like Knights is going to be playing it safe. Never mind, they're not playing it safe. They are going to go for the force up, just try and close the gap earlier on instead of risking this match going 11-3 and even closer to match point. They're going to try and maybe steal a round out from the noses of the Academy team. I don't know if the Academy team will actually expect this buy-up coming out from Knights as they go for a straightforward A hit.
We'll have to wait and see. We'll find out pretty shortly. Akali is going to be on. Headhunter.
Never mind.
It'll do its due diligence, as that's the first frag to come forward. A clean headshot. The Knights will play their way now into the site region. Is going to be targeted by that recon bolt, so we'll wait just a moment before bringing it in. Now the secondary duel is going to be right behind him. Plan has gone down. Shock bolt's there. Perfectly placed in. Oh, not quite a frag, but very, very low. Rudy's going to find Bible. Solo, in fact, gone out of the round. Like with the swing, able to find one. That's the first low player. The Sova going to be low as well. As Wise is on close contact angle. Scary for him here early. The Viper going to swing through. Star Potato has that frag. And we'll pick up another. Cookies and Cream now last player standing. Found the 2 frags, but we'll have to ace to win this round. And Malek will take him out. It's 11-3 for the Academy squad. The buy-up is no good.
Yeah, that was a risky play going for that buy-up. Now sacrificing what would have been a rifling round for Knights. They're going to be forced onto an eco, allowing Academy to have, kind of a free bonus going into round 15 here. 15. Quick maths once again. And no ultimates online. Akali is one away from that Empress, though. with the Guardian in hand, could get that online quite early on, and Knights is going to have to maybe pull a cool Thrifty out from out of their sleeve, out of their back pocket to keep their name in the game, especially since if Academy wins this one out, that will be match point.
Knights will give us some cheese. They'll work their way up towards mid here. Trademark will be under tube, so not going to be an easy time. Not going to be an unexpected time if they want to play their way through. Akali, not unexpected there. Dweisel towards Belt. They've caught one. Seth will pick up a quick trade.
Ooh.
Benai shock, Volt down the tunnel. Cookies and Cream is going to fall. Spike recovered, but not for long. As Benai will take another down. The Knights, they try to push mid, and they've been stunted. We have two Vipers that have walked right past each other. You notice? Why is that Viper to B site? They walk past each other in the toxic screen, and suddenly there's a flank opportunity to look under tube. Star Potato's been able to find Ryujin, same situation. Flank opportunity, that's where it comes from. The Bible's there. He's got some shots off. Hasn't mounted much just yet. Lots of damage. Lots and lots of damage, and now the first frag found. Another Viper going to be behind him here. Pretty low, except for that Viper. If he can win this one fight, things definitely start to happen. The shots are there.
Okay.
Now both players easily one-shottable, but only 25 seconds, and you'll see them start to rotate. They'll start to move away. Spike has to be recovered, and so much more on top of that for Bible. Toxic Scream will go up first. 15 seconds, and oh, the timing. He'll walk straight in the chamber, has no idea. Right behind him, and the pinch is coming through. Rudy will grab the frag, and it's match point for UCF Academy.
That was a really nice try from Bible, but Academy had the upper hand there. That was really great repositioning from Brooding, allowing a sandwich kind of action to happen within Kitchen there. And I mean, Tube is a terrible place to lose this spike. You're just fishing a barrel at that point when you're trying to recover it, regardless of the angle that you go from, and especially on the attackers. That's usually from the bottom of Tube or hopping up on Snow Pile, trying to get into Kitchen from somewhere else. And now, match point, like you said, Rifles finally in the hands of Knights. They are going to have to make quick work of the abilities that they have. Going back for a default, though. Maybe Ryujin looking for an early pick. You know, the lurking Reyna that you definitely want to have on your team because he's usually good for at least one.
Swings there, and it'll be Melik. Good for one instead. Ryujin's gone just like that. There's no more lurk. Knights Academy now down a member here. Very, very early in the round, they'll work their way towards B main with this significant pressure put on by the UCF Academy side. He's trying to find their way in. Moonbow will be the first point of entry. Instantly taken, so that's information gained. Nade's going to come through onto Star Potato, who is going to peek off the angle.
Ooh.
No contact spotted for either player. That one way going to give no information away. Dart tucked as well. And we reset the default. We reset the map.
Yeah, after losing Ryujin pretty early on the A site, Knights giving a lot of respect now to the Academy team, but it's going to be a quick rotation over towards A after showing quite a heavy B presence. Empress finally beat as well. Akali is going to be making the way through Maze, and there's going to be a nasty crossfire here, and this might be the end. The showstopper, it will be popped. Melik taking out a 4K, and that is the 4K for Melik, ending this series. Congratulations to UCF Academy, taking this 13-3. That is a 2-0 sweep in the grand finals.
A 13-8 breeze into a 13-3 Icebox. Hey, was their map for a reason. They absolutely showed us why. The frag potential massive from both Akali and Melik. I mean, you saw an example right there, a 4K coming through from the Rays. An absolute blender from who but those two players. They get the job done. And oh my days, are we sure that they're the Academy roster? I'm calling them the main roster from now on, and nobody can tell me otherwise. A phenomenal performance.
Definitely an incredible performance. I'm excited to see, you know, in the interviews how this conversation is going to go. I mean, Weisel may have cast, I mean, you're not a caster, but you may have stream cursed yourself saying that it was going to be a 2-0 sweep for the main roster, and instead it being a 2-0 for the Academy team instead. But all things granted, I mean, both teams played incredibly well. However, I think the Academy team really pulled it together with their team play. And on top of that, Akali just really went off, being, you know, a total monster to go up against. And in the end, Weisel did also tell us that individually, he believes that the players on the academy team, for the most part, are stronger,
yes.
and that the main team strength lies in team play.
Yep.
And the individual performance definitely shown through today.
Yeah, and that's it was a really favorable set list in terms of maps coming through. We got maps where you can really make those mechanical plays. You can really show prowess in those areas. And so no surprise to see this team come out and get the dub. And we'll get to hear from them personally. They're going to be here on the broadcast in just a couple of minutes. We'll be back. But after this break, we're talking to the University of Central Florida Academy about their win here and their trip coming up here in May.
Fox's screen is going to go up to slow that down a bit.
Let's tuck towards sight. First shot's not going to be fast. Black getting everything. Originally the Rays, now playing the Utah Solo, able to find two, a 3K as well. And Akali to finish the job with one more. And okay, that is for the Academy side of things. Another flash out. Blinds to come through. They'll swing anyway. Weisel to find one. Cooks and Cream with another. And Ice now looking to play forward off of these capitalized frags. But Akali has picked up one. Looking for the second of Cooks and Cream, and the shots are clean from the operator on the jet. 4-1.
An early pick or whatnot.
Ooh. Well, early pick will be by the way of Academy. Mlek will pick up one under Ryujin down hallway. Akali up early. Cooks and Cream will walk straight into the scope, and Akali, all he has to do is pull the trigger. We'll smoke dart, but inside the smoke, so still scanned. Peacock out mid door anyway, and back to the site to jump the top to Castle. Rudy to pick up one. Seth from back. Castle has yet another, so the trades have come through. And that leaves a 1v1 tap to the spike, and Rudy will catch the headshot angle. Seth will fall, trying to come up to peek the chamber. Can they hold strong as the retake this time around? There's going to be a huge flank coming from Elbow right now. Lucky able to find one. Shot full timing for Cooks and Cream, but still able to find the double spray down. There's this backside cubby. Indeed it does, but Cooks and Cream, he's cleared. Akali out the server. They'll sneak their way forward. Star Potato looking towards A as well. Which leaves that mid rotation wide open for Cookies and Cream.
Oh,
For the first. A second as well. And there's more 1v1s on the way. They're going to go on to push themselves forward. Huge shock bolt is going to bring it to a 3v2 on the retake. Akali still back at Castle. Looking to double peek him. Shock bolt will get him really low. Able to peek still to find one. Ryu's got the quick trade. It's all up to start. Potato the Viper from tunnel. Able to pick up one. Just the one going to Viper now. This site. Snake bites are down. But they don't cover the spike. They're absolutely off. Has to swing at a Star Potato. He's there. Shots back and forth. Has wasted so much time. Why is he gonna sit here and hold? The classic shots out. Doesn't get it. It's so close for Star Potato to swing. 0.03 spicy. Academy taking it 12-8. Well, massive pinch. Massive opportunity for the Knifer. He's able to somehow isolate 1v1s. First flash to come through. And will find Bible. Isolates 1v1s perfectly. Weisel full flash. And the Knifer has it. A 1v2 clutch in Academy. Take now into hallway. Akali close range. Star Potato to pick up one. So numbers dwindling. Still Akali with a quick trade onto Weisel. We'll find Ryujin as well. Great placement of the aim here. Dealing with the verticality quite nicely. Paint shells will get Akali very low though. So have to play forward straight into the headshot of Akali. A monster absolutely awakening.
and there's going to be a timing here in mid and two.
Ryujin able to catch one into the Vandal. Second found as well. So nice looking to storm their way back in this game. They need a momentum moment just like this one. Ryujin good for a 3K. Cookies and Cream will take Rudy now. We go heads or tails. Akali in first. Taking head to head. Looking for opportunities. Able to find one. Dismisses away. Select is able to pick up another to be made. And there's the third 3K out. Like opportunity. That's where it comes from. The Bible's there. He's got some shots off. Hasn't mounted much just yet. Lots of damage. Lots and lots of damage. And now the first frag found. The Viper going to be behind him here. Pretty low, except for that Viper. If he can win this one fight, things definitely start to happen. The shots are there.
Okay.
Now both players easily.
Chris finally beat as well. Akali is going to be making the way through Maze, and there's going to be a
Blunder.
nasty crossfire here, and this might be the end. The showstopper will be popped. Melik
Do it to him.
taking out a 4K, and that is the 4K for Melik ending. Fox's screen is going to go up to slow that down a bit.
Looks up towards sight. First shot's not going to be fast. Black getting everything. originally the Rays, now playing the Utah Solo, able to find 2, a 3K as well, and Akali to finish the job with 1 more. And okay, that is for the Academy side of things. Another flash out. Blinds to come through. They'll swing anyway. Wise able to find 1. Cooks and Cream with another. And Knights now looking to play forward off of these capitalized frags, but Akali has picked up 1. Looking for the second to Cooks and Cream, and the shots are cleaned from the operator on the Jet, 4-1.
An early pick or whatnot.
Ooh. Well, early pick will be, by the way, of Academy. Mlek will pick up 1 under by using down hallway. Akali up early. Cooks and Cream will walk straight into the scope, and Akali, all he has to do is pull the trigger. We'll smoke dart, but inside the smoke, so still scan. Peacock out mid door anyway, and back to the site. To jump to top of the castle. Rudy to pick up 1 step from back. Castle has yet another, so the trades have come through. That leaves the 1v1 tap to the spike, and Rudy will catch the headshot angle. Seth will fall, trying to come up to peek the chamber. Can they hold strong as the retake this time around? There's going to be a huge flank coming from Elbow right now. Black able to find 1. With that shot, full timing for Cooks and Cream, but still able to find the double spray down. This backside Cubby. Indeed it does, but Cooks and Cream, he's cleared Akali out the server. They're able to sneak their way forward. Star Potato looking towards A as well. Which leaves that mid-rotation wide open for Cookies and Cream. For the first. A second as well. And there's more 1v1s on the way. They're going to push themselves forward. Huge shock bolt is going to bring it to a 3v2 on the retake. Akali still back. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the CENC Southeast Invitational. Look who's back yet again. It's Rudy of UCF Academy. Brother, you've done it. You've won the whole thing.
We did it all. We won it all. Cannot be upset. I'm hyped.
Yes, sir.
This is actually so big for us.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Your own roster. They came on their interview after the semifinals. You know what they said? They said they were going to 2-0 you, man. They said they were going to run you down, and you 2-0'd them. How does that feel?
You know, it sort of hyped us up more. We were watching because I was trying to be very nice and cordial during my interviews. I was sort of curious what Weisel was going to say. And we saw that. It sort of fired us up, you know? Because people always put doubt on the name because it's Academy.
Yeah.
And we wanted to prove ourselves, show them that we're not just Academy.
Absolutely.
Just the name.
Absolutely. Well, congratulations again. I mean, what were comms like in these games? Like, I'm curious to see if they're any different, considering the fact that you guys are so familiar with each other. You know, I know that like for when you're running like scrims or 10-mans with people that you're very familiar with, you're friends with, the comms are a little bit different. You're kind of like, oh, like we could totally get into this person's head if we do this play and what that kind of thing. So it's curious to see how that went down for you guys.
Comms were actually like, this was probably our by far best series, best games that we played throughout the entire tournament.
Mm-hmm.
We were sort of scaling the entire time. Like as we played more and more, we were just getting better and better. And by the time we got to the grand finals, our comms were on point. We were fire. We were like talking. The mental was good. The post-plan situations were going good. And we were really like, in certain situations, we sort of like knew, oh, like this person's going to play like this. They're going to play this post-plan like this, or they're going to try and go for a flank here.
Mm-hmm.
And so we really like got a read on them early on in some of these matches. We're really happy with the Breeze pickup because we personally really don't like Breeze as a map. We're more really like Icebox.
Mm-hmm.
But I'm really happy we picked up these maps, and like, yeah, I was actually fire. The comms were fire. Everything was going great. Everybody was excited. We had people were, after the first map and after we were doing good into the second map, people were getting really excited. We had to chill out. Job's not done, you know?
Yes, sir. Mama mentality.
Yeah, for sure. Well, I mean, congratulations again. Plus, I mean, I want to commend you guys. I think Kat and I could definitely agree that we saw you guys scaling throughout the tournament.
Absolutely.
We saw that as individual players, you guys were incredibly strong throughout this series this weekend, but particularly in grand finals, we felt the team synergy coming together a lot more than in the previous games. And I think that was phenomenal for you guys. And then on top of that, Akali just like totally popping off in several rounds.
You heard what Weisel said. He said, monitors off, hit everything. He said, I'll just hit everything.
The ego just inflated after that.
That was hype. Akali was really feeling himself, leading us to the dub, helping us out. We were all going crazy there. It was hype.
Love that for you guys.
We talked a little bit after the map pick and ban. We feel like you're a team that definitely does strive when you're able to let players like Akali get involved in such a way. Do you feel like you kind of got to cheese the map pick and ban a little bit, getting to play maps that really does play to that strong suit?
Well, funny enough, we have scrimmed them on a bunch of maps and like vice versa, and we sort of knew where they were strong and where we're strong, and so we almost gambled in a sense, banning maps that we knew we were okay at, but they were good at, and we were sort of just like trying to limit the map pool because we felt like we could play a lot more maps at an okay level or like a good level,
Right.
whereas they just didn't have the same sort of like tech available. So like we banned out Ascend and we tried to force it to like a bind icebox, maybe split. They banned our split, so we just try to go for like the bind icebox vibes. And the fact that we went on Breeze was really big because I really didn't want to play a third map. But yeah, it was really hype.
Fair.
We really tried to work around our comp there because Kalem's really nuts on Raze, and to have him off roll is sort of tough sometimes because on like maps like Breeze or on like bigger, more open maps, it's like even Ascent sometimes it's sort of hard to get the you know, like the Raze going. Like there's way too much room for them to move around. So when we can get him on maps like Icebox, he really thrives there too.
Absolutely. That was actually a question that I was going to ask you about, you know, Kellum being on that Sova pick and how you guys kind of worked around that, but actually worked out quite well in your favor. And I just want to say overall, highlighting both Star Potato and Beniper Bio had insane clutch rounds several times throughout the grands, and especially Beniper was going off with the shock darts too quite a few times. And
Beniper he's lineup Larry over there. Crazy.
Absolutely. And do you guys have any plans as far as like, I don't know, celebrating the dub that came out today?
Well, funny enough, like a little bit of lore in this situation, we didn't know we were going to be playing, or we didn't know this was a thing that we'd be playing until Friday.
Oh, so okay, you were not ready.
Friday or Thursday, I think we were told by like one of the higher ups at the esports program that there's a spot available for us, and so we're like, F it, man, we'll play it. We'll do it and we'll try our best. So we honestly weren't really expecting that, but yeah, we're really happy that we came out with a dub. I don't know what we'll do yet. Hopefully we'll do something crazy.
Yeah, you guys definitely got to Sully the win. I mean, not only did you guys win the 1K for yourselves, but you're also going over to nationals in Georgia. So, I mean, that's going to be a lot of fun, I'm sure, going to a LAN together with the whole team and whatnot. Fingers crossed that COVID doesn't get in the way of things. But yeah, did you have any final words, Kat, that you wanted to say?
Nah, really, take your time, man. We know you love to shout out the team, but is there anyone on the program when you shout out the board at the school, administration, whatever it is, man? Now is your time to highlight the program.
I guess we can shout out Carson. Carson, I guess, technically got us the spot at the last second, finessed something, worked his magic or something, got us through. We also got to shout out the manager, Burnout. Burnout's like actually the best. He like schedules all the scrims. He's always on time to everything, and he's like just crazy organized and just make sure everything's a well-moving machine. So yeah, I guess the manager staff, the people who are handling everything in the background really came in clutch too, making sure everything's going well.
Absolutely. Well, congratulations again, Rudy, to you and the team. Definitely looking forward to seeing you guys play it off in the nationals in May. But I think that's all the time that we have right now for the interview, because we do have to get things rolling for the rest of the stream. I know that we have Smash coming up later today. So congrats again, and looking forward to seeing you guys compete in the future.
Of course. You'll see us take a dub in Atlanta too.
Yes, sir.
All right, I'll talk to you guys later.
Sounds good. Thank you for your time.
Peace out, man.
Clean little transition.
What a guy.
Yeah, I mean, what a series, Kat.
Oh, absolutely. An insane series. Academy, I really do feel like it's got to play to win conditions, man. So much better in terms of maps. I mean, mechanically, dude, Weisel spit straight facts. Mechanically, the team just looks so strong, and definitely showed us why, especially when we got the Icebox map. That is all about, man, having those entry frags. Akali is a menace to society, and Rudy's such an impact player. So when we don't talk about so much, impact players, I feel like get a bad rep sometimes. The fact that like they're just there doing their thing, they're consistent, they're always making plays happen, but nothing like crazy, so nobody really mentions it. But Rudy's always consistently getting something done, so got to give credit to the boy too. And also just he's so chill, so hyped for the interview. I just know he's a great teammate in comms.
Absolutely. And That is first place going to UCF Academy and second place going to UCF Knights. UCF Academy snagging a cool 1K prize pool for themselves, and Knights will be getting a nice little $750 USD as well for second place. And I believe that the Midwest regional event is also over now. Northwood reigning supreme in that series. So we actually will be sending over to our host, Polly, after a short break, who's just going to give a little bit of a rundown of what happened in this season this weekend. And after that, we're going to be seeing the semi and grand finals for the Southeast region on Esports U2 for Super Smash Bros. Ultimate, where Kilomiles and Sai will be your lovely casters taking you throughout the rest of that series. We're going to see which school comes out on top for Smash later tonight. Fox screen is going to go up to slow that down a bit.
They look stuck towards the site. First shot's not going to be fast. Black getting everything. Originally the Rays, now playing the Utah, looks so able to find a 3K as well, and Akali to finish the job with one more, and okay, that is for the Academy side of things. Another flash out. Blinds to come through, they'll swing anyway. Wise will find one, Cooks and Cream with another. The Knights now looking to play forward off of these capitalized frags, but Akali has picked up one. Looking for the second of Cooks and Cream, and the shots are clean from the operator on the Jet, 4-1.
An early pick.
Ooh. Well, early pick will be, by the way, of Academy. Mlek will pick up one under Ryujin down hallway. Akali up early. Cooks and Cream will walk straight into the scope, and Akali, all he has to do is pull the trigger. We'll smoke dart, but inside the smoke, so still scan. Peacock out mid door anyway, and back to the site. To jump to top of the castle. Rudy to pick up one. From back, Castle has yet another trade to come through. And that leaves a 1v1 tap to the spike, and Rudy will catch the headshot angle. Set for fall, trying to come up to peek the chamber. Can they hold strong as the retake this time around? There's going to be a huge flank coming from Melbow right now. Black able to find one. He's got shot full timing for Cooks and Cream, but still able to find the double spray. This back side, indeed it does, but Cooks and Cream, he's cleared Akali out the server. Sneak their way forward. Star Potato looking towards A as well, which leaves that mid rotation wide open for Cookies and Cream. For the first, a second as well. And there's more 1v1s on the way. They're going to push themselves forward. Huge shock bolt is going to bring it to a 3v2 on the retake. Akali still back at Castle. Looking to double peek him. Shock bolt will get him really low. Able to peek, still to find one. Ryu's got the quick trade. It's all at the start. Potato the Viper from Tunnel. Able to pick up one. Just the one going to Viper now. Site, snake bites are down, but they don't cover the spike. They're absolutely off. Past the swing of the Star Potato, he's there. Shots back and forth, has wasted so much time. Why is it just sit here and hold? The classic shots out. Does he get it? It's so close for Star Potato to swing. .03 spicy. Academy take it 12-8 as well. Massive pinch, massive opportunity for Beniper. He's able to somehow isolate 1v1s. First flash to come through, and will find Bible. Isolates 1v1s perfectly. Wise will full flash, and Beniper has it. A 1v2 clutch in Academy. Taking it now into hallway. Akali close range. Star Potato to pick up one. The numbers dwindling still. Akali with a quick trade onto Weisel. We'll find Ryujin as well. Great placement of the aim here. Dealing with the verticality quite nicely. Paint shells will get Akali very low though. Have to play forward straight into the headshot of Akali, a monster absolutely awakening.
There's going to be a timing here in mid and two.
Catching one into the Vandal. Second found as well as the Knights look to storm their way back into this game. They need a momentum moment just like this one. Ryujin good for a 3K. Cookies and Cream will take Rudy now. We go heads or tails. Akali in first, looking head to head, looking for opportunities, able to find one. This is the way. Smelek is able to pick up another to be made, and there's the third 3K out. Flank opportunity, that's where it comes from. Bible's there, he's got some shots off. Hasn't mounted much just yet. Lots of damage, lots and lots of damage, and now the first frag found. The Viper gonna be behind him here. Pretty low, except for that Viper. If he can win this one fight, things definitely start to happen. The shots are there. And now both players easily.
Chris finally beat as well. Akali is going to be making the way through Maze, and there's going to be a nasty crossfire here, and this might be the end. The showstopper will be popped. Melik
do it to him.
Taking out a 4K, and that is the 4K for Melik ending. Toxic screen is going to go up to slow that down a bit.
Definitely looks up towards sight. First shot's not going to be found. Luck getting everything. Originally the Rays, now playing the Utah. Looks so able to find two. A 3K as well. And Akali to finish the job with one more. And okay, that is for the Academy side, I think. Another flash out. Blinds to come through. They'll swing anyway. Weisel to find one. Cooks and cream with another. And I now looking to play forward off of these capitalized frags. But Akali has picked up one. Looking for the second of Cooks and Cream, and the shots are clean from the operator on the Jet 4-1.
An early pick or whatnot.
Ooh. Well, early pick will be, by the way, of Academy. Luck will pick up one. The Ryujin down hallway. Akali up early. Cooks and Cream will walk straight into the scope, and Akali, all he has to do is pull the trigger. We'll smoke dart, but inside the smoke, so still scan. Puka got mid door anyway, and back to the site. To jump to top the castle. Rudy to pick up one. From back, Castle has yet another, so the trades have come through. That leaves a 1v1 tap to the spike, and Rudy will catch the headshot angle. Seth will fall, trying to come up to peek the chamber. Can they hold strong against the retake this time around? There's going to be a huge flank coming from Elbow right now. Luck able to find one. He's got shockful timing for Cooks and Cream, but still able to find the double spray down. This backside Cubby. Indeed it does, but Cooks and Cream, he's cleared Akali off the server. They'll be able to sneak their way forward. Star Potato looking towards A as well, which leaves that mid rotation wide open for Cookies and Cream. For the first. A second as well. And there's more 1v1s on the way. They're going to push themselves forward. Huge shock bolt is going to bring it to a 3v2 on the retake. Akali still back at Castle. Looking to double peek him. Shock bolt will get him really low. Able to peek still to find one. Ryu's got the quick trade. It's all at the start. Potato the Viper from Tunnel. Able to pick up one. Just the one going with the Viper now. The site. Snake bites are down, but they don't cover the spike. They're absolutely off. Has to swing in a Star Potato. He's there. Shots back and forth. Has wasted so much time. Why is it just sit here and hold? The classic shots out. Doesn't get it. It's so close, but Star Potato to swing. 0.03 spicy. Academy taking it 12 days. Well, massive pinch. Massive opportunity for the Knife to maybe somehow isolate 1v1. First flash to come through. And will find Bible. Isolates 1v1 perfectly. Weisel full flash, and Viper has it. A 1v2 Collection Academy taking out. Now into the hallway. Akali close range. Star Potato to pick up one. The numbers dwindling still. Akali with a quick trade onto Weisel. We'll find Ryujin as well. Great placement of the aim here. Dealing with the verticality quite nicely. Paint shells will get Akali very low though. Just have to play forward straight into the headshot of Akali. A monster absolutely awakening.
There's going to be a timing here in mid and two.
One into the Vandal. Second found as well. So Knights with just going their way back in this game. They need a momentum moment just like this one. Ryujin good for a 3K. Cookies Green will take Rudy now. We go heads or tails. Akali in first. Taking it head to head. Looking for opportunities. Able to find one. Dismisses away. Select is able to pick up another to be made. And there's the third 3K out. Flank opportunity. That's where it comes from. Bible's there. He's got some shots off. Hasn't mounted it much just yet. Lots of damage. Lots and lots of damage. And now the first frag found. The Viper going to be behind him here. Pretty low, except for that Viper. If he can win this one fight, things definitely start to happen. The shots are there.
Okay.
Now both players easily.
Chris finally beat as well. Akali is going to be making the way through maze, and there's going to be a nasty crossfire here, and this might be the end. The showstopper will be popped. Melik taking out a 4K, and that is the 4K for Melik ending. Toxic screen is going to go up to slow that down a bit.
Definitely looks up towards sight. First shot's not going to be found. Black getting everything. Originally the Rays, now playing the Utah. Looks so able to find two. A 3K as well. And Akali to finish the job with one more. And okay, that is for the Academy side of things. Another flash out. Blinds to come through. They'll swing anyway. Weisel to find one. Cooks and Cream with another. And I now looking to play forward off of these capitalized frags. But Akali has picked up one. Looking for the second of Cookies and Cream, and the shots are clean from the operator on the Jet 4-1.
An early pick or whatnot.
Ooh. Well, early pick will be, by the way, of Academy. Luck will pick up one under Ryujin down hallway. Akali up early. Cookies and Cream will walk straight into the scope, and Akali, all he has to do is pull the trigger. We'll smoke dart, but inside the smoke, so still scan. Puka got mid door anyway, and back of the site. To jump to top of the castle. Rudy to pick up one. From back, Castle has yet another. The trades have come through. That leaves a 1v1 tap to the spike, and Rudy will catch the headshot angle. Seth will fall, trying to come up to peek the chamber. Can they hold strong against the retake this time around? There's going to be a huge flank coming from elbow right now. Lucky able to find one. He's got shockful timing for Cookies and Cream, but still able to find the double spray down. This backside cubby. Indeed it does, but Cookies and Cream, he's cleared Akali off the server. They'll be able to sneak their way forward. Star Potato looking towards A as well, which leaves that mid rotation wide open for Cookies and Cream. For the first, a second as well. And there's more 1v1s on the way. They're going to jump. They'll look to push themselves forward. Huge shockful is going to bring it to a 3v2 on the retake. Akali still back at Castle. Looking to double peek him. Shockbolt will get him really low. Able to peek, still to find one. Ryu's got the quick trade. It's all at the start. Potato the Viper from Tunnel. Able to pick up one. Just the one going with Viper now. The sight, snake fights are down, but they don't cover the spike. They're absolutely off. Has to swing at a Star Potato. He's there. Shots back and forth. Has wasted so much time. Why is it just sit here and hold? The classic shots out. Doesn't get it. It's so close, but Star Potato the swing. 0.03 spicy. Academy take it 12 well. Massive pinch. Massive opportunity. The Sniper is able to somehow isolate 1v1s. First flash to come through. And will find Bible. Isolates 1v1s perfectly. Weisel full flash. And the Sniper has it. A 1v2 clutch in Academy. Taking it now into hallway. Akali close range. Star Potato to pick up one. The number's dwindling still. Akali with a quick trade onto Weisel. We'll find Ryujian as well. Great placement of the aim here. Dealing with the verticality quite nicely. Paint Shell's looking at Akali very low though. Just have to play forward straight into the headshot of Akali. A monster absolutely awakening.
And there's going to be a timing here in mid and two.
Able to catch one into the Vandal. Second found as well. So nice with the storm their way back into this game. They need a momentum moment just like this one. Raijin good for a 3K. Cookies and Cream will take Rudy now. We go heads or tails. Akali in first. Taking head to head. Looking for opportunities. Able to find one. Distances away. Select is able to pick up another to be main. And there's the third 3K out. Like opportunity. That's where it comes from. Bible's there. He's got some shots off. Hasn't mounted it much just yet. Lots of damage. Lots and lots of damage. And now the first frag found. The Viper going to be behind him here. Pretty low, except for that Viper. If you win this one fight, things definitely start to happen. The shots are there.
Okay.
Now both players easily.
I think Chris finally beat as well. Akali is going to be making the way through maze, and there's going to be a
Blender.
nasty crossfire here. And this might be the end. The showstopper. It will be popped. Melik
Do it to him.
taking out a 4K, and that is the 4K for Melik ending. Toxic screen is going to go up to slow that down a bit.
They look up towards sight. First shot's not going to be fast. Black getting everything. Originally the Rays, now playing the Utah. So able to find two, a 3K as well, and Akali to finish the job with one more. And okay, for the Academy side of things. For the flash out. Blinds to come through. They'll swing anyway. Weisel to find one. Cooks and Cream with another. Knights now looking to play forward off of these capitalized frags, but Akali has picked up one. Looking for the second of Cookies and Cream, and the shots are clean from the operator on the Jet 4-1.
An early pick or whatnot.
Ooh. Well, early pick will be, by the way, of Academy. Luck will pick up one by using down hallway. Akali up early. Cookies and Cream will walk straight into the scope, and Akali, all he has to do is pull the trigger. We'll smoke dart, but inside the smoke, so still scanned. Peacock out mid door anyway, and back of the site to jump the top to Castle. Rudy to pick up one. Seth from back. Castle has yet another, so the trades have come through. And that leaves a 1v1 tap to the spike, and Rudy will catch the headshot angle. Seth will fall, trying to come up to peek the chamber. B-site. Can they hold strong against the retake this time around? There's going to be a huge flank coming from elbow right now. Lucky able to find one. He's got shockful timing for Cookies and Cream, but still able to find the double spray down. This backside cubby. Indeed it does, but Cookies and Cream, he's cleared Akali off the server. They'll be able to sneak their way forward. Star Potato looking towards A as well, which leaves that mid rotation wide open for Cookies and Cream. For the first, a second as well. And there's more 1v1s on the way. They're going to jump. They'll push themselves forward. Huge shockful is going to bring it to a 3v2 on the retake. Akali still back at Castle. Looking to double peek him. Shockbolt will get him really low. Able to peek, still to find one. Ryu's got the quick trade. It's all at the start. Potato the Viper from Tunnel. Able to pick up one. Just the one going with Viper now. Weisel is onto the site. Snake fights are down, but they don't cover the spike. They're absolutely off. Has to swing at a Star Potato. He's there. Shots.
national competition Midwest and Southeast virtual qualifiers for both Valorant and Super Smash Bros. Ultimate. We just had an amazing morning watching a ton of Valorant, all these top schools in the regions competing. We had the semifinals today where it was actually Northwood that wound up coming back from that 2 spot out of Pool A and winning the Midwest region. Congratulations to Northwood Esports, as we will see them in Atlanta May 4th, 5th, and 6th for our Nationals tournament, which is our grand final big event of the year. It's going to be magical. And coming out of the Southeast region, we have University of Central Florida, the Academy team. So well done, University of Central Florida Academy, as they, again, will join us in Atlanta that first week of May for our grand finals and nationals, rather, Valorant action. Without further ado, though, let's throw it over to Super Smash Bros. Ultimate. We have some amazing semifinals matches coming up in both the Midwest and Southeast region. Remember, if you're tuned into Midwest or you want to watch Midwest, that'll be on twitch.tv/esportsu. And our casters will be Lyric and Max Ketchum. You guys are doing fantastic. Pleasure to have both of you. If you want to tune into the Southeast region of Super Smash Bros. Ultimate, then you'll be tuned in alongside Kilamiles and Psy. Again, amazing casters all around. And we have some more semifinals and finals action coming up on that channel. That'll be twitch.tv/esportsu, the number 2. So esportsu2. That'll be over on that Twitch there. So thank you all so much. I hope you're enjoying the event. We're just getting started here with a fantastic year of events for the CENC. So without further ado, take it over, casters, and everyone enjoy some Super Smash Bros. Ultimate right here for the CENC Valorant Smash Bros. Invitational.
Thank you very much, Paulie, for another hype intro, as once again, I, Kilamiles, joined by Sai, are getting ready, getting hyped to go into the semi-finals of the Southeast CENC Super Smash Bros. Ultimate Invitational.
I'm so excited to be back, you guys. We're going to have so many phenomenal games here. And just to remind everyone that's watching from home, the winner of today's event is not only going to have $1,000 going to their team, but they're also going to be invited to compete later in the year for nationals. Details will be announced later, full details, but just know it is going to be a huge event. I'm really excited to see how that turns out. But more than anything, I'm really happy to see more crew battles. I really love this format. Our matches are going to be 3 out of 5 now. So we're going to have 3. There are 4 teams left. 3 players each, and they're all going to be doing 3 out of 5 crew battles. So you are going to see a lot of Smash Day. And again, my favorite format. And I'm just really excited to go ahead and get started, honestly. Yesterday, so we're going to have USF versus Clemson. Is that correct? USF Clemson?
Yes, it is.
All right. So I got to say, if I had to have a personal MVP of the entire thing yesterday, from what I saw, it had to be Veer from USF. This dude's Rob was just on a tear. He at one point took 8 stocks of 9 total from the opposite team, and then right after took 9. So I didn't even get to see who the rest of USF is, but I can already tell that they've got some heavy hitters going on, just because if one guy is able to like wipe an entire team and anyone else is even close to that level, they're definitely going to be a lot of trouble for anybody coming to face them. That's not to dump on Clemson, of course. We saw some great stuff coming from them with Chunky. We saw Morality. Honestly, this should be a really great match. And of course, we are in the Final Four, so everybody here is worth more than their salt. But I'm really excited to see where we end up today.
Yeah, I feel like with Clemson, the ideal thing you need to do is figure out where Viri is going to be placed. Because if Viri is coming in first, like a wrecking ball leading the charge, you've got to be ready. Find someone who can, at the very least, take the momentum out of their sails. Get a stock. Get 2 stocks. Hey, if you can straight up beat Viri, you're going to beat USF. No offense.
Oh, no, yeah. No, I agree. Like, you know what would be super crazy? What if Viri was just like, you know how a lot of people will traditionally anchor their crews where it's just like, all right, our first guy, we'll see what they can do. Then we have our midpoint. Then we have our anchor, who's like the captain. What if Viri was just their first guy? What if Viri was just like we'll see what happens with this guy character? Because my God, if there's 2 people stronger than Viri on that team, I'm scared.
Yeah.
I will say for Clemson, though, I'm not sleeping on them, because we did see Chunky yesterday take 7 stocks. His Wii Fit was going crazy yesterday. He was really dominating. So I'm just really excited to see when this gets started. I'm really hyped right now.
Yeah, I know for a fact, based on their results, they all go to the same locals over at Clemson, and they all just trade wins with each other. They are constantly going back and forth and beating each other, practice against each other, and dominating their region. So they're all around the same skill level. Having that balance is really crucial, and I think it might be the counter to Viri. If you're just able to take 2 stocks, if you're at that level where each member can take 2 stocks, you're going to be at a deficit to start out, but you'll have the stamina to go up against the latter half of USF.
Yes, and it looks like we're about to cut to the game in a moment, so I'm really excited to see who they're going to start. And on that note, with their team being balanced, I think that's really good. Like, I know there's a little bit of character overlap with Cloud, but which is not a bad thing, by the way, in any argument. It's never bad to have more than one good Cloud on your side. But that does give them a little bit of an opportunity to be able to like kind of counterpick for matchups more carefully. Like you might have a player where there's like a skill gap, but they play a character like just kind of counters the other person. But if everyone's around the same skill level, then that kind of that decision making doesn't really come in, you know? Like you can just be like, all right, we'll send in the this because I know the this is as good as whoever else. So that's really good about having a well-balanced team, especially if they're all like taking turns winning the local. I think that's really cool.
Yeah, and even though they do have, you know, some character diversity, I do think the double Cloud is a really good thing. We were talking about characters the other day who kind of, they don't invalidate their bad matchups, but you can still win regardless. But we're not going to be seeing that Cloud at all. I assume this is going to be Chunky's Wii Fit trainer taking on one of the unseen players from UCF from yesterday.
All right, yeah, I finally get to see what the rest of the team looks like. All right, this is Rat Matner. All right, I like that name. Of course, you know what? Starting Steve against Wii Fit, interesting. I don't think Wii Fit should be super polarizing. Like, a lot of her lead straps aren't going to be as scary if he just doesn't interact with them. And he literally can set up barriers to do that. But so far, Chunky is going really ham with these projectiles and set up a lot of free damage from full screen, which honestly, while Steve has wood tools, I don't see him mining for diamond or anything yet. While he has wood tools, that's not a bad plan because he can take that stock at 0.
What I'm seeing right now, Sai, is character experience. Do you see the angles that they're throwing in, the rebounds that they're doing whenever Rat Matner leaves a stray block? This is practice. They know exactly how to get around Steve's standard defenses, and they've gotten an unanswered 82% for it. And sure, you've mined up a plenitude of resources. You've got diamond tools unlocked, but like, now you have to find a way to use it.
Right. Like, where are the confirms though? You know, like the tools you have in your hand are scary, but like if you've been getting tagged with projectiles for 100%, like you got to start to make up the difference when full this first stock is gone, especially in a crew battle. Every stock matters so much more.
Oh, and that minecart is slamming into Chunky right there. As Rat Matner looks for the down smash confirm, but now Deep Breathing is online. You're at ledge. You need to find a way off, but you're able to avoid Wii Fit. Chunky eluded. As Rat Matner gets back to the crafting table, they get spiked off the stage by their own blocks and finished off in the air.
Can we talk about how strong Wii Fit back air is? Where kicking him into a wall in the opposite direction still almost killed him? Like, that move is a problem. Matt, he does have some damage on him, and he's not out of this just yet, but he's got to be sure not to... He's got to kind of, like, close the space. I know it's kind of comforting for Steve to, like, you know, kind of wait on the other side of the stage and just kind of, like, try to mine for better tools. But, like, if you're losing to these projectiles, especially if, like, it's this consistent that it's, like, a projectile problem, you got to kind of get in there and scrap a little bit.
And I feel like it is a little bit of a spacing issue too. Look at this. Steve is losing almost every air-to-air trade with Wii Fit, who doesn't have significant disjoints. And I feel like you just need to get some more drift back aerials in there. You need to find ways to, well, actually use your disjoints, because otherwise you're going to be in range to be buried by that jab. Now you're off stage, just barely parkouring back down, but you're still going to get thrown off regardless.
I would say Chunky has really good defense too, because Matt is throwing out these diamond backers, which all of them, there you go. Matt finding a stock. Good timing too, because you definitely don't want to go down 2 stocks in a crew battle at any point. But yeah, his positioning, he's throwing out these back airs at like a decent, like his zone where he's throwing them isn't bad, but oh no. Okay, Wii Fit's gonna be a big one from that. But like, yeah, he's just been respecting them. He's been getting like bear out of shield. Hey, look, it's bear out of shield. Like, he's doing a really good job of not letting Steve get away with pressing him.
Oh, and look at this punish right here, 51%, 67, sending him up. And even though they fall down with the anvil, you're just speeding up the return to disadvantage. No, that is a jab. Rat Matner rather is able to get something started, but they get a little too aggressive. They get grabbed, and now they're back in disadvantage. You might think We Fit on the ledge is in disadvantage, but nah.
Oh, never in this case. Now, of course, you know, you can mix things up. There's minecart, there's TNT, there's things you can definitely use to like throw her off, but so far it just looks like Chunky's just responded to Rat, the little bit of offense that he has had to deal with, he's just responding to it really, really well. And also his strings looking really good. Like as we saw earlier at the start of that, 0 to 61, you know, shout out to Luigi. Didn't kill, but you know, still, it's definitely shades for Luigi for something like that off a throw. Matt's not going to be able to make it back from there, and Chunky is going to start Clemson off with a 2-stock lead. Now, again, we saw Chunky take 7 stocks yesterday, so Chunky is mad good, and definitely is representing the team really well at the beginning of that.
Yeah, and I did feel like Rat Matner had some ideas to begin with, but it was a pretty standard Steve game plan. Get resources, get diamonds, go in and scrap. And they never really demonstrated an extremely strong punish game. They never really managed to find a way to weave in and around Chunky. And so Chunky said, okay, your threat range, it's powerful, but I'll just navigate around it, and you'll never really find a way in.
Yeah, I think most of the time when Steve is like bearing your shield like that, like a lot of people are like, oh man, what do I do? Because like, I think a retreating Steve Bear on the shield is like pretty hard to punish, especially if he's just like gonna like try to minecart right after and make it even harder to deal with. Like there's a lot of options that he can pressure you with, but Chunky was just really on the ball with responding to them. Now we did see Rat Matner get pretty close to getting a 0 death. We saw those wood tools like kind of walking her off, and he got the first fair, but he needed another one to secure the stock. And then also, even at that weird angle that he got sent at, Wii Fit's recovery does have the vertical to make it back. Like a lot of characters might have died over that just because like they might have a recovery that takes a little bit of time or just doesn't go up that high vertically, but Wii Fit's just happened to be really good in that situation. So that is a little bit unfortunate for Rat Matt, but either way, congrats to Chunky Kong taking those first 2 stocks. And again, a character as explosive as Wii Fit, I could definitely see Chunky taking 2 more, even if it's Veery. And
yeah. I was about to speculate that perhaps Veery lets the team kind of gather info for them and then does this precise surgical strike and just demolishes the other team. Because we did see USF go down 1-0 or 0-1 yesterday.
That's true.
This time though, Veery's just coming right in. Maybe you have the data from yesterday. You're ready to fight Chunky. Yeah, right off the gate, throwing for that laser, but it's not going to happen. Instead, Deep Breathing is online, but they're wary of that landing nair. They're very confident in their ability to avoid it. These dashbacks are punishing the over-aggressive commitments from Wii Fit.
That's true. That's true. All right. So again, we saw Chunky being really careful with, really comfortable in their zone with their projectile game, but Veery, both he as a player and also Rob are very good at breaking that zone. And at the start of this match, we are almost seeing a 0 death, just narrowly survives, a couple % out of the window. Chunky gonna barely stay alive, but here's another trap, gyro to F smash. Chunky responds again and has one more chance to kind of even this back up and take some of the momentum back.
The one thing I'm noticing about Veery's defense, Veery proved me wrong right there. Veery almost never gets hit by a projectile without also trading. And trading with a Rob projectile is not great. I mean,
nice.
You're still able to finish them off, though. Reading that mid-level recovery, maybe going for the platform. Now, Chunky does have a stock off Veery.
It's true.
Very nice.
He's breathed. So, you know, 1 or 2 mistakes, as we saw, especially from just a down throw. Oh, but speaking of throws, here comes Veery coming in with that attempt at the up throw up air, or down throw up air. Not enough to kill just yet. Definitely still keeping Chunky on notice. And there's the back air covering so many options. Chunky has been sneaking in some Wii Fit forward airs at like odd angles, and Veery just wasn't able to let it happen.
Yes, the gyro slowly taking stage for Veery, giving them back center just as the platforms come back in. Now Chunky does get grabbed. Veery trying to follow them off, doing that fair trade, but now you're in a bad position. Luckily, Rob is able to rocket right back onto stage, but it was still a bit of a shaky situation. Chunky being able to scrap right here, and there is a chance now that Deep Breathing is online that they could get another stock.
I do want to say, I know we spent 20 minutes on the mic of me giving you my Rob is busted sermon, but even in that situation, narrowly missing the 0 death and getting reversal with that down air, still came back and won this fight.
Now, Chunky has taken 5 stocks, so he is definitely living up to the caliber of player we saw yesterday. Veery on his last stock already. Even if Chunky goes down here, that's still fantastic for Clemson. It looks like he's actually in a position to take this game entirely. Veery looks like the strongest player on their team, and if Chunky beats him, then I don't know where they go from here.
Yeah, it feels like in these juggle scenarios, Rob is having a really tough time getting down. Chunky is covering every single option that Veery wants to go for, parrying the Nair as well, giving you a great option. And I was talking about how Veery doesn't get hit by projectiles, but look at this. You're getting smacked across the stage. You can't get down. And even though you're able to get the gyro on stage, it's not going to guarantee you a way off ledge, as now Veery trying to get a miracle happening, and with full rage, that back air is going to blow your face off, setting Chunky off the screen in 1 stock. Veery keeps themselves in this first crew battle.
Yeah, it was 100% crucial for Veery to be able to take that stock, especially now that they're still at quite the deficit to deal with, but I love the way he pulled that off. He did the down tilt just as a knowledge check. Like, again, Rob's boxing tools are just so safe and so, like, scary that even that single down tilt, just to see how Chunky would react, and you saw him try to go for a shield grab, he's like, oh, cool, it's back air time. Like, you know, if he had spot dodged from that down tilt, he still might have gotten back aired. If he had jumped and tried an aerial from that down tilt, he still could have got punished. So it's actually kind of scary. I feel like that down tilt is in like a similar category as like Young Links, where it's just like, it's not a regular move, it's actually a knowledge check. Like, I'm going to do this, I'm going to be really safe, and whatever you decide to do as in response to this, I'm getting something for free. And that's a tool I feel like I don't see out of Rob that often. Like, I normally when I see a Rob do down tilt, it's for like the down tilt gyro locks or like, you know, just like general pressure. But in a high pressure kill situation, I don't see them go for that very often, except for maybe like a jab lock. You know what I mean? But yeah, he's just got a really versatile kit. So coming in, we're gonna have Rob versus Cloud. Veery is down to just 1 stock. Their team only has 4 stocks left to 6, so this is quite the deficit. And this, I believe, is Morality coming in, right? Or Zoroaster. That was super smooth. Zoroaster's going to come in. And I did see some really good work from them yesterday, too. So let's see if maybe they can keep the lead going or take the first stock before Veery evens things up.
Now, Kalos right here, I'm not sure how I feel about that. I feel like Rob's better in the neutral. It maybe helps Cloud's recovery a tiny bit. But either way, going to be a little tricky to get that opening.
The Nintendo Classic.
Yep. If you remember last time, the beginning of the stream was a little rocky as we figured this situation out. So we're going to do that very quickly. Oh, it might have been the full arena that time, though.
Oh, wow.
As
the full arena just
now, we have a chance to talk about Veery versus Zoroaster Sai. We didn't get to see a ton of Zoroaster yesterday. There were a lot of little quirks, but I feel like Cloud is someone who it is very hard not to trade with if you're going in. Veery has to be very preemptive if they want to avoid taking extra %. And even if you just every 3rd interaction is a trade, by the last stock, you're probably going to be able to finish off Veery.
Yeah, and if nothing else, Rob is pretty good about like landing on your shield relatively safely with like, if he spaces it well, a forward air, but you know, also a neutral air. But Cloud, you know, as we saw a couple patches back, getting that up smash buff where up smash is only 7 frames is really scary. Even if he isn't going for like a hard punish or that up smash, he's still got up B out of shield. He definitely has things that Veery's going to have to respect on his shield. So I would assume that Veery's probably going to play a little bit more of a projectile game. Not fully commit to zoning, but just a little bit more. Just try to throw him off his rhythm because, yeah, if you come in with something really unsafe against Cloud, you can die. God help you if he has limit too. You're super dead, actually. So,
yep.
We'll see.
I mean, the thing about this matchup, if you're able to get Cloud off stage without limit, I feel like Rob has the tools to really bully them. Like, I feel like landing a back air at like 30 might just be death. Like, what do you think about that? Like, obviously, that's true for a lot of characters, but Rob has a special advantage in the fact that his back air is registered as a truck.
Yes. The fact that PG Stats dropped an entire video on just Rob's back air, like, which I don't even know if that's his best move, but like the fact that there's a whole 7-minute breakdown on just that move says a lot. It's just so good. I mean, I think the scariest part of it is like, let's say he doesn't kill you with the 0 death and he's just like,
We'll see what happens. Like, back air as an edge guarding tool is just insane. Like, if you get hit by that off stage past 50, I don't see many characters coming back. I don't know if I see any character actually surviving it, let alone actually making it back, with no jump. So, very scary character. Cloud is, of course, too. I'm actually really happy with, like, the resurgence of Cloud as a competitive Smash 4 player. No. I wasn't really too keen on Cloud back in the day, but I think the way he's been balanced now feels a lot better. Like, some of his tools are still really impressive. Like, back air is objectively still crazy. Like, back air is kind of the old up air at this point. But I'm happy that we're seeing Spargo like thrive in this meta, and we're seeing Cloud like really get pushed further. Cole is really great with Cloud too. You see him switch off Roy for Cloud all the time in certain matchups. I think most famously, I've seen him going Cloud against Mudace a lot, and I know Mudace has a lot of trouble with that.
Real quick, Sai.
Yeah.
We are getting an update that Viri actually got the stock taken without doing anything to Cloud. It's 6 stocks to 3 in favor of Clemson. And I feel like that does come down to Clemson's... I think Viri might have a slightly higher peak than any of Clemson's players, but that doesn't really matter in a crew battle. When you have that average skill, that balance that we talked about, you're able to get so much more mileage.
So we've got K-Rule coming in from Clemson. Let me double check this real quick. Who was the K-Rule? I know it wasn't JLB. That was a different K-Rule.
Yeah, that was something else entirely. This is going to be Grapefruit coming in from USF. We don't actually have a lot of information on how Grapefruit has performed at previous tournaments. However, they have a chance to show their stuff and gather some information for their team here against Zoroaster.
That's true. Let's see how this goes down. And I'm almost a little bit K-Rule pilled after yesterday. I was actually really happy to see that character kind of pop off. So maybe something's going on in the meta where K-Rule might be rising a little bit. But so far, it looks pretty even. Zoroaster's doing a really good job of just like spacing around K-Rule. Like, K-Rule F-Tilt theoretically could shut down a lot of Cloud's grounded options, but Zoroaster's just been like really on the ball about like making sure he's not trading with anything armored.
What you've said, Sai, yesterday was that as a heavy, you only have to guess right once. 44%, this is guess range right here. If you get one confirm, you're in guess range. But Cloud's in guess range too, with that Blade Beam at ledge, but it's still not going to kill. You've got the crown in hand, but not in position to really punish you hard for that. And the dash attack not going to hit through the neutral getup either.
That's nice. See what I was talking about with that back air? Like, throw the back air, see how they react to it. It's so incredibly safe. Like, back air on shield, like falling back air and a rising back air and like punishing the shield grab for it, like that's just so good. And the range on it is very deceptive.
As now you're able to get that limit cross slash. At the moment, Grapefruit is able to keep you in disadvantage, continually getting tech traps again and again and again, but now you're off stage. Now you have to get off ledge against Cloud, but shielding that back air is just going to make Zoroaster retreat back to the other platform, and ooh, just body slamming right through that move. Now you got Cloud at ledge, the Nair will send them off. Going for the Gimp at this point, but no. I respect Grapefruit for not going off stage there.
I think he got a little bit greedy trying to find the down air. Neutral air would have worked. Zoroaster made it really, really good recovery, holding the wall. Oh, and that armor going to save Grapefruit. That definitely was a stock on most other characters. Zoroaster was really trying to find a way to finish that second stock off early, which again, crew battle, so I super get it. Down smash might have done it as well, but getting a little bit overzealous and Grapefruit able to take that stock and kind of get a little bit momentum back to their side.
But it's a common trend we see a lot where it's almost all counter hits right now. Grapefruit had that one little burst of momentum, hit a speed boost, but after that, any real mileage they've gotten, and that Blade Beam right there has just been counter hits.
So just like we saw yesterday, that move just looks really, really powerful at the ledge. It's just like, you can't wait on it because we saw famously yesterday, if you wait on it, you automatically die. And Grapefruit didn't even wait that long, but you wait on it, you die, you jump into it, you might get hit. Even if you get up and try to plank with it, it's like 12 hits, so that's not gonna work. Like it's actually kind of tough to deal with that.
Yeah, and really the thing you got to watch out for is getting knocked onto one of these side platforms. That is Grapefruit's win condition, to be honest. And the win condition could have been the recovery right there, but unfortunately Grapefruit not able to connect, and now you've been up B'd off stage again. Up B playing the game for Zeroaster, and finally the hammer is slammed down. Zeroaster gets Clemson Esports up 1-0 in this semifinals match.
All right. I mean, good job to Clemson. What a way to end it, too, with that forward air. It definitely looked like there were some options for Grapefruit to, like, take those stocks. Like, he was trying to go down there for that neutral air, but Zeroaster just made really, really good decisions when it came to the way he recovered. Because I do think just going for, like, a traditional recovery where you're, like, a little bit offside the ledge and try to drift in a little bit, like, all that was covered. And you can see Grapefruit getting a little bit flustered, too. At one point was trying to get, like, a down air, which, yeah, if it hits, it's going to work. But neutral air is still, like, a much safer easier tool for that matchup if it's able to trade, because the armor is going to protect you. It's going to send it an angle Cloud can't come back from. But Grapefruit really got a little bloodlusted and wanted that stock. Yeah, and Zeroaster just kept his composure, had a big boost of energy at that last like 10 seconds or so, and finished it off with that forward air. It was really nice.
Yeah, overall, I gotta say about Clemson, textbook gameplay. Like, they've got their moments of creativity, they've got their pop-off moments, but they're just doing the correct things over and over again. Like, right there, Zeroaster up B's out of shield twice in a row to get them off stage, and then edge guards with forward air. That's exactly what you should be doing. Like, that's the optimal situation for Cloud.
Right.
And earlier, think back to how Chunky was running away against that Steve player. It was just... It felt like they had so much experience that it made up for any sort of deficit. They had the perfect angle every single time to get through Steve's defenses.
Yeah, they were really, really, like, you saw Steve would set up like a 3-tier wall, which is kind of like the default that you see. They put up 3 blocks, they try to go over and like mine, but like Chunky was just like, just like kind of shooting over the wall, kind of going through it in the middle, just finding a lot of like really fun angles that I don't think he was ready to have to deal with. And this is a best of 5, so there's plenty of time to adapt. There's plenty of time to counterpick if you need to. He can, if they end up playing at the start of this again, he can go in there being like, all right, cool, he's going to be really projectile heavy. I'll try to throw out some mine carts, or maybe even camp up at the top a little bit. You know, just as long as you're adapting, because it definitely seemed like Chunky had a really good anti-Steve game plan. As long as it was a Rat Mat, right? As long as Rat Mat's able to like adapt and try to figure something out, this could still be solid. But otherwise, it looks really good for Clemson, especially being able to stop Veery, because Veery was in like final boss tier yesterday.
Yep. And I do feel like that was Veery, again, angry. Like that was that was just pure nonstop aggression, and it's hard to keep that up nonstop. So once you have a little more information on the opponent's habits, maybe you can steal these stocks a little more efficiently. But putting all the pressure on Veery really isn't fair for USF. They have other like one player that I'm not sure is present today is Jeff, who is top 10 in the local PR, as well as just a very consistent Wolf player in their region.
Wolf's great in crews too.
I feel like that's just a really good, consistent piece that you can add in, but you're not always going to get the chances. Now, Clemson, USF resetting right now to go into the second part. If you weren't here yesterday, here's how the rule set is going to break down. It's going to be a crew battle, which means 9 stocks to each school, 3 stocks to each player. If you take all 9 stocks, you win the crew battle, but the game isn't over yet. To win, it's a best of 5, so you need to win 3 crew battles in order to be our champion and move on to the finals.
Yes, and it's definitely going to be a hard-fought battle for everybody here. That is a lot of time to, A, strategize with your team, and B, download information on the way that the other people are playing. This is also a format that really benefits people that are like dual mains or, you know, tri mains or a tweak style player where you just play everybody. Like anybody with like a lot of character variety is going to really thrive in this format, because in a best of 5, you have several chances to not only counterpick specific matchups, but counterpick like entire teams. You know what I mean? If Jeff were here, and I don't know if Jeff is or isn't, for example, like, not that K-Rool can't get it done, because K-Rool definitely can. Oh, hey, it's Jeff. It's Jeff. So Jeff is here. I was going to say that like Wolf is a character with much less polarizing matchups than K-Rool. I think his matchup spread across the board is like really good. Even the ones that are bad are still solid because Wolf just has a lot of tools. And I think it would be hard for them to like hard counter this character. I think that's just a really solid start. Like whoever you send in against the Wolf, they have to deal with Wolf. You know, they have to deal with his tools. They have to respect everything that character can throw at you.
Yeah, Ben. We're going to see them try and mix up, get some more data, get some respect, as it's going to be Jeth. We don't know who their opponent is, but we've seen some very... I mean, I think Clemson could literally send in anyone. Mm-hmm. I feel like Chunky is their standard battering ram to just get through pretty much anyone.
It's working.
The one tool I feel like Wolf does have in that matchup is a very powerful projectile in the form of Blaster.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Blaster's transcendent, which means it'll go through anything that Chunky will throw at you. So if you're just able to make Chunky uncomfortable consistently, you might have a chance. But you know Chunky is going to be throwing that volley straight back at you.
Whatever intern decided to give the Blaster gun itself a hitbox, we got beef. Because it's so annoying. You're like, oh, I got in on this zoner. And it's like, and what about it? Like, here's 15. And you're pushed back out. Like, okay, cool. I'm actually taking more damage than I normally would have taken for getting closer to you. That feels like the opposite of how a zoning tool, should work. But yeah, Wolf's just mad good. So, of course, Jeff also does have the reflector. So Chunky, I think he's still going to play a pretty projectile heavy game. He's just going to have to like be careful of the reflector, which, as you're saying, he is, and he's very well aware. But despite that, Chunky once again taking an early lead. I have yet to see him not come in and take the lead immediately.
Yep. This is how Chunky likes to play. Get you to kill percent, and then kill you dead with deep breathing, which gives you a massive damage boost and knockback boost on all your moves.
Mm-hmm.
But it's expired now, so some of your kill power is also expired. But in an off-stage situation, it doesn't really matter how high your kill power is. If you get that hit, they're dead.
Yeah, Wolf does have a linear recovery. His options back they do have a lot of knockback, so you have to be careful. But I could definitely see this being a nightmare if she's just really careful with her spacing. Oh, wow. Risky up B onto the stage. Trying to find some way to reset neutral, but Jeff getting dash attack to sit back off. And I like that Chunky didn't fully commit to the deep breathing either. Wanted to make sure he didn't waste any time. Want to absolutely maximize this insane power that we think we give herself.
What Jeff is being forced to do is they're forced into the same game plan that Chunky is playing of fishing for these projectiles and then going for a high percent kill. But as you can see from the percent deficit, Weefit's just better at this game. Chunky is just better at this game. And Jeff, well, on the losing side of this right now, is just trying to find this kill move. There's a spike, but you're not able to get the up air follow-up, and now you up smash on shield, and you know Chunky's going to punish Jeff for that.
And then the immediate Wolf back air, a.k.a. the Great Equalizer, a.k.a., RIP in peace, the Yanni Destroyer, is going to come through. Wolf back air is just so good. And you saw him spacing it against Chunky a lot at the ledge, and Chunky didn't even try to contest it. Chunky actually just opted to just kind of crouch down and be like, I don't even want to risk trading with this at like 75. It's not worth it. But yeah, Jeff, he's at the percent deficit, but if you're able to just like take those stocks as soon as you die anyway, not a bad start to the team, especially since Chunky is the main person we've seen taking stocks for them. I don't know if he's like their number one player. I'm not 100% sure, but he does always get them a strong lead. So even if Jeff ends this down, but it still, takes 2 stocks off Chunky, that's a net win for their team at this point.
You know it is, as at this point, you can see Jeff is starting to find ways to avoid getting hit in neutral. Again, I bring up a 2-to-1 ratio a lot because that's what it feels like a lot of the time, but I feel like Jeff is slowly finding their way around that 2-to-1 ratio, avoiding that grab, avoiding the dash attack. Very good positioning right now to avoid any sort of Chunky's overshoot options. Down smash not going to connect, but there's good pressure at ledge. The pace of the game is starting to pick up, Sai.
Yeah, this is a lot more even. Jeff is even running into the projectiles, physically kicking it, playing actual soccer, like with the ball. I love that. Now, I am again seeing Chunky crouch a lot to avoid those Wolf aerials. If Jeff catches on, an F tilt or a down smash could be absolutely devastating. So it's working. Oh, God, that's so scary. It's working right now, but he's going to have to be careful.
And now, right off the Angel platform, this is where Jeff got their mileage before, but they're not able to find the kill that time. Now your invincibility has expired. Trades are back on the menu, boys. As... once again, we're back to the standard game, and you get hit by the double hit of the soccer ball. That's an invitation for a bigger punish from Chunky. The momentum's starting to swing again.
yeah, Chunky might be in a position to do that trademark, start off, with a 2-stock lead. He's not out of this just yet. Like, Jeff can still find a back air, and Chunky's very afraid of it. But other than that, I think the neutral has shifted way to Chunky's favor at this point.
Yeah, far, far away as you get the forward air sent up.
Ooh!
That's a nice way to reset things. If you're able to finish off this stock right here, right now, it's brutal, but a nice little poke above the ledge, just the tip of your finger is enough. But going for the up B out of parry, that's not going to be fast enough, not at all, and you're sent off stage. Right now, Chunky is looking for this finisher right now, but Jeff dips a little bit too low and isn't able to make it back. Chunky gets their 2-stock lead. That's more or less their signature at this point, Sai.
Man, one thing about Chunky, he's going to give you that 2-stock lead. If Chunky got 1,000 fans, I'm one of them. If Chunky got 1 fan, I'm one of them. I think it was really well played from Jeff. I just think that once the momentum started to slip away, the mentality of as long as I take 1 more stock, it's fine, may have kind of gotten to them. And he definitely got a little bit more desperate trying to take that 2nd stock. We even saw like an up B on stage, which if you get the read or if you get the footstool up B out of shield, which is easier said than done, sure, you can steal that momentum back and you can at least take 2 stocks off of him. But he just wasn't able to find a good way to do it. And then that F tilt just spelled disaster. He only barely survived by air dodging in, but having no air dodge trying to recover against Wii Fit is rough. There's a lot of things Wii Fit can do to you if you don't even have the option to air dodge. Like, there's so many projectiles. There's all of her aerials can kill you. Like, there's a lot to have to worry about. And you saw Jeff very concerned, trying to recover as far away as he could, but just wasn't enough to make it.
I feel like Chunky is the epitome of players who are like, there are ways to beat what I'm doing. Just do it. Just don't get hit. Just find your way in. Get your punish. It's up to you. They set up the maze, and you have to follow the string all the way through. And I haven't really seen a player consistently able to do that yet. Viri was able to go even. But even then, when you are going even with Wii Fit, you're not even always trading with them. You're trading with their projectiles.
Yeah.
And they're going to get the health back anyway.
Exactly.
So we'll see if Viri is able to up the defense a little bit.
Yeah, we'd say she probably heals about, like, I don't know, if I had to average it, maybe like 15-ish% of stock, which doesn't seem like much. But with a character with this much kill power, it does matter. So, all right, so Chunky's going to run off. Viri, unless he throws a laser away, is going to get like a slightly stronger laser at the beginning of the match. Ooh, there it is. But other than that, let's see what they're going to do different. They are going back to Town and City. I'm not sure how stage bans work, but boy, oh boy, would I not want to fight Rob here. I feel like if I had to guess without looking at the rules, normally the opposing crew just gets to kind of counterpick stage for free. So good idea for Viri to take Chunky here. This is such a devastating place to get Rob combo. But despite that, Chunky once again with an early lead, only taking 8%. Let's see if Viri can maybe get like a quick 0 death, especially with these nairs and gyros. But other than that, he's just getting pinged with projectiles over and over again.
Yeah, Viri's able to take stage control, and then they're just battered back into disadvantage, but Rob will kill you if you even give them a ghost of a chance, as right there, you barely avoid the spike right there. Right now, spacing that back air at ledge, Viri has already made up this deficit, but you've got to do more than that. You want to get a much larger lead than just going even. You don't want to finish this off with 1 stock again, as Chunky is making this almost impossible. Going for the immediate up tilt right there, but a slow mash saves Chunky's life, as they're now at ledge trying to get off against Rob.
Yeah, it's very important to be able to mix up your mash. Like, Rob has a punish, with whichever mash option you choose, but you have to make sure that you make him guess. Like, you can do the slow mash so you don't have to worry about being up tilted, but you might get up smashed. Or you do the fast mash to make sure you don't get up smashed, but you might get up it, So there's a lot of mind games that come with that. But so far, Viri off to a much better start than the first time. Already got 53% on Chunky, only at 92, which until she breathes isn't really that scary. And honestly, the way he's pressuring with these projectiles, I don't think he'll get to.
Viri got in, and even though they're not right next to Wii Fit, I don't think they've been let out this entire time. Bouncing them back and finishing them with a long-range snipe, but hey, there's some payback right there as the soccer ball flies in from off screen, but there's the back air. Straight from Rob's torso, the fuel igniting Chunky's stock. As Viri is able to win without dropping a stock, now we have a chance for USF to reverse this.
That move is so good, man. His face killed. Like I think part of the argument where like, oh, back air is not that crazy because it's slow is like, yeah, but there's like so much drift on it. It's really active. The hitbox is massive. Like even I don't even think Chunky was like positioned poorly. Like he was on the opposite side of Rob, and Rob was just like, nah, we got that too, you know. So yeah, that's gonna even things back up. Now, this is the other problem. So the main thing that we saw from USF was that like it was very, very point heavy with very like running through and kind of doing what Chunky's been doing and just like wiping whole teams and just going crazy. That last game, Chunky killed Very pretty convincingly. But now the other opponents, the other members of that team have to like make sure they're hanging on to Chunky's level because now Very's in full force. Very has 3 stocks, and Very, as we saw, is really, really good with the right momentum. So we're in for a battle for sure. We're in for something tough.
Very, I feel like, is so momentum based. Like, it feels like USF drops their first game every time, but then they're right back into the fray. You need to either find a way to push yourself up to that level long enough to take down Very, or bring Very back down to your level, because otherwise you're going to get touch of death every single time. And even if you survive, there's going to be another option covered. As right now, you can see Very taking a page out of Chunky's book, just kind of annoying Cloud from a distance, and it's only these up Bs that are really finding any perch against the Roaster.
All right, nice pressure on the shield. All right, the Roaster's trying to fight his way back in there, getting that nice side B. So much great damage coming from that move. Such a great poking tool if you are really clean with your spacing. Right now, he's got limit, but Very looks totally unfazed and is just going really in and not even like pretending to be afraid of that. Nice, avoiding the blade beam. Is going to have some trouble landing with up air, but again, neutral air from Rob is just such a good tool. Even juggling this character with bad disadvantage, air quotes, seems to be tougher than it should be.
Yes, it feels like the Roaster has spent most of their time buying some real estate on these platforms, and even though they chase Rob all the way up, they're still not able to find the way down until Very lands with the Nair, gets the up air, finishes off the Roaster's stock, and just like that, USF has a lead.
It's actually really crazy how much pressure the Roaster was just putting on Very. Like, it was a lot of really good patience, just sharking below, just waiting for Very to try to come down with an aerial. But he was very patient. It was just like, I'm just going to use the entire tank of gas to make sure you do not punish me right now.
Yeah, and
air
at
dodge.
the
There it
moment,
is.
oh, nice read right there.
That Cloud up smash is just such a phenomenal tool. Even catching the air dodge, drifting relatively far away, he was still able to come in and punish because it is only 7 frames.
And just waiting out that cross slash. You don't have to deal with that.
That gyro
what you do have to deal with is that side B. Is that going to kill? No, but you're still off stage, and you got to be ready for the follow-up. Very, I feel like anytime they've hit side B, they just wait out there. They know. They know you got to go past them.
If it's not going to kill, it's going to put you in a position for back air to kill. That's what it is. That's why it's such a death sentence.
Yeah, as now you're able to just go right on over that aggressive laser. But still, Very has 2 stocks on the board. Even percents right now, as Cloud is able to get an opening. Right now is a Roaster, an opportunity to keep Very off. Juggling this character is tough, but you avoid the Nair. You're still not able to get the hit. This constant pressure with the back airs, though, Sai.
Yeah, and even using his own gyro against him. I do like that the meta is shifting, where people are using Rob's gyros to zero death him back, which I really like that. I feel like as the years go on, it's going to continue that way. But the Roaster definitely showing us that he's ready to do that, too, if Very's sloppy with where he's placing them.
And Very just icing out this limit. They don't have to deal with that at all. But it doesn't matter because still, when you're above Cloud, you're still in disadvantage. And Very hasn't been able to get those hits that lead to the monumental swings.
Now, I will say that Kalos is going to give you that little bit of extra space in the blast zone so that like you won't guarantee die from getting an early side B, but there's still a lot of there's still a pretty good stage for Rob though. Gives him a lot of room to run around and play those and throw those projectiles out. There's a wall, so there's less options for you to mix up your recovery unless you have a wall jump. So it can be really tough to get back against Rob on this stage. Let's see if the Roaster's able to take the stock off Very. Goes for a really aggressive limit cross slash, but Very was nowhere in the same state as him, and that's going to take limit off deck.
Stray hits from Very, and now Rob is at max rage. This is terrifying. We have seen Very come back from this, but no, the back air.
All right,
great
still
spacing.
Close thanks to that back air. Whoa! And that limit cross slash. That up smash absolutely would have been a disaster. I've seen it scoop from relatively far away, but good awareness by Zeroaster to not get clipped by that.
I talked about taking the wind out of Very's sails. I feel like Zeroaster has done just that. Zeroaster has managed to turn this into a very unwinnable situation to, well, they've been at kill percent for so long, and the down smash still isn't gonna do it. Very will keep you off stage, and finally the gyro will snipe you, but not before you've sniped Viri down. Still a slight lead for USF, but Zeroaster definitely made this look possible.
Yeah, taking those 2 stocks was really, really important, especially keeping it as close as he did. Here's what I'm thinking though. So, who are they going to send in as a response? Are they going to send in? Flux to Lucas? Because that might be. I feel like it will be really hard for Lucas to take the first stock against a character like Rob. Not impossible, but it's going to be way more work on Lucas's side, to find something. His recovery is exploitable. He gets away with a lot from most characters, but Rob might be the one that stops him. Like a side B can interrupt tether. Gyro at the ledge could be really tough to deal with. I don't know. It's not an impossible task, but it's definitely going to be a little bit of an uphill battle for them from here. I could see Viri taking 1 or 2 more stocks before he's out of here.
Yeah, we're either going to see Morality the Cloud or Fluxwave or the Lucas. I mean, based on how we saw Cloud do, I feel like Cloud is just so much better coverage. Both Rob and Cloud, characters that even though they have losing matchups, they're not losing to an extent that they're unwinnable. And not knowing what's coming in next, so it's going to be a Joker. I'll be real, I have no idea who this is. We did not see this Joker yesterday, so I'm excited to see how they perform against Viri.
I'm really trying to figure out who it is. Maybe their in-game tag will tell us. Yeah, I'm looking through the notes. I didn't see a Joker, but Joker's always a great pick, so...
I have no idea who this is. The 5150 Link,
Somebody's
okay.
cousin goes to Clemson, but all right, cool. Yeah, I didn't see this person play yesterday, but let's see what they got. So they do only have 1 stock to take. Joker's a great character to throw in for a crew battle. Even if they do end up going down against Viri, like a stock or so, they're going to be that much closer to Arson earlier. And we've seen a lot of really early Arson all of yesterday. So that's really detrimental in this crew battle.
There's Rob's opening. You got jab locked, and now you're side beat off stage. Big buddy Arsene's here to play, but you're still on ledge against Rob. The double back air, though, isn't going to find Perch. Good awareness by 5150 to avoid it. I'm just going to say the Link. Sorry, your numbers are getting out.
The Link? You're just kind of like...
yeah, that's even more confusing. 515. We'll go with that.
All right. Here we go. What's the match mix-up? Oh, wow. I like that. He tried to get him with the back air instead. Good awareness for him to just neutral air dodge just in case. And using those down guns to make sure he can't be pressured on his landing. Really good stuff because Rob can do so much to you when you're trying to land on top of him.
Yes, now. Getting caught by the gyro, just trying to get back. The back airs are doing a good job at keeping Viri off stage. Getting back onto stage is something that Clemson has been great at keeping Viri off, but being wrong on the guess on the landing is going to get you back air.
Yeah, that was a really unexpected back air. I don't think he was ready for that at all. Oh, no, no air dodge? Okay, get sent to the right. Not going to get sent off stage. Not going to risk eating a 0 death.
I'm seeing a lot of early jump side. This could be bad.
77% already. Jeez, so much damage.
Ooh. Slipping right off that platform as you go high again. Viri loves to go high because it gives you an opportunity to get that counter hit. Able to avoid that rising back air, and there's a rising back air you can't dodge.
Man, he's got to find a way to take this stock. Viri is just in full force right now. And
this is the Viri we saw yesterday. This is the Viri we saw take 9 stocks.
Yes.
This is the OCV right here. As they're able to get Joker off stage now. Going for these back airs again. Just putting constant pressure on. And with the up air, you're still not going to be dead, but it's so close. Air dodging through. You manage to get the shield out, but the up smash is the coverage you need. Viri brings it back and puts USF on the board.
I think the 5150 could have responded in that situation with an arson back air and maybe won a trade. Once it got to like a high percent on both at the end there, I think he could have maybe taken that stock, but all the momentum was just way in Viri's side. And it's crazy how much damage he was racking up. And yeah, I don't really have another way to put it. Like Viri just came through. What did Viri take just now? 7?
4 stocks still left for USF, by the way. They still had another player who could have cleaned up.
Yeah.
But
that's a lot.
Not necessary. USF, a very swingy team. I feel like based on the evidence we've seen, USF gets better and better and better before you shut them down. And into this best of 5 crew battle format, that is terrifying. They're just going to keep getting better each and every time. So you either, again, need to find a way to douse the flames or pump yours up even higher.
Yes, and I'm really not sure where they're going to go from here. I think we were definitely right, though, with our concerns. Viri is definitely the player to beat on their team. So they're just gonna have to find an answer. Of course, if they're able to get Chunky against Viri again, it seems like they're going a little bit back and forth now, but that definitely seems to be the play. Let's see. I don't know what I would do if I were them, actually.
When Viri gets an opening, they get a massive lead. I feel like Chunky is just the best player at not giving them those leads. And Zeroaster. Okay, we need to talk about Zeroaster. I feel like Zeroaster is the actual counter right here. They were the one who beat Viri in game 1. They were the one who just really took the momentum out. They got Viri down to last hit, last stock, and just weren't able to close it out. And even though Chunky, I feel like, has a similar performance, Zeroaster is avoiding a lot of these openings a lot more than Chunky is.
Yeah, and I'm also looking through the teams here. So we haven't been able to see Riolu come in yet, but even outside of the threat of Viri, they do have a Pokemon trainer on their team, and that is very threatening. I think Pokemon Trainer is crazy good. I think the crew battle format, again, can benefit him really well, especially the option to, just the way that that character works. You can rack up a bunch of damage to Squirtle. You can steal stocks relatively early. You can really steal stocks with Ivysaur and Charizard, and you can live for a really long time as Charizard too. Charizard is very threatening. Like, I know people might consider him, quote, not as good as the other two, but in his own right at this point, from what we've seen from players like Quinn, players like Beastzard, like, that character is really scary too. So having that on your team is really smart. Just a Pokemon Trainer player. If you're building a crew, you can find one of them. Hire that man. Hire that player as soon as you can.
Oh, yeah. But it's not going to be the PT right now. It's going to be the rematch. I told you, Zeroaster, I think, is the answer to Viri. If Zeroaster was able to clean things up a little more, they might be able to take out a lot more of Viri's lifeline than other players. See how Zeroaster is able to perform. And in the first even match they've played, not a great start right there, as you're caught with the Nair jumping off.
Yeah, really important to jump out of there. One more hit, and it will set up a situation for either down air or side B, and either of those would have been brutal in Cloud's kind of mediocre recovery.
As an immediate opening right there. These forward airs, we haven't seen them play too much of a role previously against the Roaster because it's not as disjointed as something like the Nair, but look at that constant pressure. Even with the parry, you're not able to do much.
And good awareness too. You're able to roll out of that last hit. There's actually like a 14 frame gap where you can parry the final hit of that move and you get like a free punish. Not everybody knows about it, but if you do know, it'll put a Cloud player on notice real quick.
As fishing for these landing Nairs again. Viri wants this kill. They want it bad.
Wow, that shield is small. And Cloud has huge hitboxes, so you gotta be careful. Great DI, though, from Zeroaster. A lot of people would have fallen right there.
Yeah, going in towards center stage. That is what, well, Zeroaster loves to land right in the dot in the center of the Pokeball. Viri's starting to catch onto it a little bit, but now Zeroaster is controlling it. There's a reason they love to go there. Look how dominant they are in this juggle situation.
Yeah, if they commit to landing on one of the platforms, Cloud can run over and punish it so quickly. Wow, both these players really holding on to this first stock. There's a couple of situations where either one of them could have had like a discernible lead right now, but great DI from both sides here. A little bit late on the back air, but is going to take that first stock with the dash attack of the ledge. That move is so strong. It's so huge at 2 frames. It really kind of does everything for you.
Yeah, as able to get right back to the ledge right there. With the lead right now, this is looking very nice for Zeroaster. Viri just isn't able to get these openings.
Yeah,
the
really
Nairs are parried, the down tilts are parried, the projectiles are shielded. Zeroaster will not let Viri touch them.
This is a one-player game, ladies and gentlemen. This is what we're seeing right now. Viri struggling to find an answer, getting cleaned up from above with that back air because, again, the hitbox is just enormous. Viri's still been fighting to take this first stock for over 2 minutes now. Finally finds it with that back air. He's been in kill percent for a while, but Viri just could not close it out. Oh, here we go.
And that might be.
Dang.
I promise you, we are doing our best to get this figured out right here, ladies and gentlemen. As that might have been okay. We're gonna figure this out, but I'll be honest with you, Sai. Every single time Viri and Zeroaster play, they disconnect on the first stock.
It's true. I just want to see
something
some
about
good matches. But I mean, you know what? It is what it is. We're all trying our best here, and Nintendo just makes that tough for us sometimes. But that's okay.
Yeah, we're hanging in there.
We're hanging in there. And again, this is to determine who's going to move on to nationals and get to play in person, where none of that is a problem. So, these teams are fighting extra hard. And also, there is that $1,000 grand prize. So, no matter how this goes down, whatever team wins is going to be very happy to be able to represent for their school, but B, get to fight at a national IRL. Did they announce? Have they announced where it is yet? Because I don't want to spill tea that I shouldn't spill or anything.
Yeah. Actually, yeah, they have. It's it's going to be in Atlanta, Georgia.
Okay,
that was in the official tweet they gave me to send out. That yes, in May in Atlanta, Georgia. That's where these qualifying teams will be facing off.
Okay,
and
great.
In person, there are a lot of teams who, when I asked them for notes on their players, when I asked them, did a little interview with them, they said, "Oh, we have this player who's really good, probably one of the best players on our team, but they don't do that well online." So. They're not in yet. So we're not even seeing the full potential of all these teams. There are so many people who are benched just waiting, itching for that offline event in Atlanta, Georgia in May. So stay tuned. That's going to be great. But for now, we are here fighting for that spot in the event.
All right, and it looks like Very won that game with 1 stock left, so that is going to give their team the lead. And again, Very coming in with momentum, still doing his job for sure. Curious to see who they're going to send in against him. My guess would probably be Chunky once again. That definitely seems like the play. He seems like the person that outside of the roster is able to do the best against Very. So, we're going to see more Rob, more WeFit.
Rob has defensive options. That is a broad statement to make, but he does. But how do you really avoid taking that many trades with Chunky? It felt like a lot of it was so unavoidable if you didn't want to play completely passive.
Yeah, it really did. He's going to have to – I guess you kind of have to go in and scrap, and it's not that he doesn't have the tools. Oh, we're actually
might have been a little mistake. They're like, oh, crap, I'm still on Cloud.
Okay, I was just like, another Cloud? Because Very, he do be eating clouds. So, I don't know. All right.
Yeah, there he is. Chunky coming back in. Very – it felt like they had Veery's number for a minute and a half when they started facing off, and then Chunky made it even. And when it's even, you're just going to slowly but surely lose ground. And at such a big stock deficit, not going to be great either.
This might be a Very. Sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off.
No, go ahead.
This might be a really, really ideal situation for Chunky, because it definitely seems like if he's doing anything, it is in that first 60 seconds. Definitely seems like that's when he's strongest. So only having to take 1 stock, and also it seems like the Chunky passive power up just being really good in that opening minute. That could be really good for the team.
But look at this. Chunky Very staying in Chunky's face, not letting them get any of that early lead. Normally, Chunky is right on the other side of the stage where they're trying to get, but Very's just chasing them down.
All right, now we're seeing a little bit more of that passive projectile neutral. Very has yet to be touched. He's very much respecting WeFit, having that deep breathing, and he's really taking advantage of the layout of Kalos. He's kind of either hanging out either on the platform or right below it, and forcing Chunky to commit to an angle, and then just moving to wherever the angle isn't.
Yeah, it feels like they're trying to just cover this jump again and again and again. The gyro setup right there. Oh, they put the back air out and falling with it still hit them, and the gyro into the soccer ball is going to be the finishing touch.
Yeah, that was a huge play for USF. Really needed to make sure they cemented that lead, taking another stock off Chunky, and only at 42% too. Once again, taking no chances with that WeFit deep breathing. Oh, there it is. Deep breathing F tilt. All right, Chunky trying to find an early stock, trying to force that forward air. Not going to find it just yet. Oh, Very taking a lot of damage, staying up close. He might have to go back to zoning really soon, because now he's at 95, and he is getting pretty close to those WeFit kill percents.
Yeah, the answer I feel like lies in the Salute the Sun mix-ups, but maybe you don't even need to use that mix-up when you have Very off stage. This is where they've gotten a lot of mileage before, catching with landing, up airs, up tilts. Oh, the spot dodge right there puts Very in the air again. Deep breathing still online. Is that enough to finish them? Not quite.
All right, let's see. Man, they want to kill Very in the air so bad. And Very is so good about just using all of that gas to make sure that whatever punish they commit to, whenever they do eventually go for the double jump up air, he is not phased. Ooh, sneaky up air coming from Very. Might even have the opportunity to take yet another stock from Chunky and really put Clemson at a deficit.
Constant pressure right now. This is a bad situation though. No jump right now as they're able to get the gyro again. WeFit has to slowly struggle back on, but they're not able to get the spike. The miss right here and landing on top of WeFit, that's scary, but they're avoiding that back air at a shield range. Both at kill percent right now. One mistake is your downfall.
174% each, and Chunky coming in with the forward air, making sure the lead doesn't grow too much, only taking one stock. Gonna kind of get the team back on their back. Now, Veery and Chunky are definitely the two players that we've seen take the most stocks for both these teams respectively. So now we don't know if this is going to be the Chunky show, or I'm not even sure who USF is going to send in. We could see that Pokemon trainer we haven't seen just yet. K-Rule would be a little risky. They might go with Jeff.
I know Extra Riolu had said that they're not thinking they're going to be the one to come in. It's going to be Jeff, who was it? Matster.
Mm-hmm.
It's going to be, or Grapefruit. One of those three.
Okay.
I feel like Jeth was starting to get the rhythm of Chunky's gameplay when they played previously. It felt like they were able to find the way in. So I wouldn't be too scared. And remember, it's still 6-5 in USF's favor. Like, they're not tremendously down. They started out with Veery this time. And we're so used to seeing Veery come in second that it's like, oh, they're down to that. No, they still got two more people.
Oh, yeah.
And I feel like Jeth with 3 stocks to 2 is a very good matchup against Chunky.
Very curious about how this is going to go down, especially because UCF, we're going to see later on, that, again, I would assume is the strongest team in this bracket. Whoever does go on in here, eventually at some point is going to have to fight against Jake F's match. Well, this is also assuming that UCF wins their match. Let me not, put that on the fourth team. But Javier on Earth and Jake F Smash, they're just, and Psychic from what we saw, are all really, really powerful. So we're definitely going to be seeing some wildness later on today as well. But I am enjoying what we're seeing right now. I'm not going to lie.
Yeah, it's looking like Jeth is going to be the answer to Chunky right here, right now. I feel like in the early game, Chunky was, again, Jeth was forced into playing Chunky's game, going for just using the one projectile, going through Veery's trading, and it was not going in their favor. They started to find more ways in towards the latter half of the game, but at that point it was too late. I feel as if Jeth is able to channel that magic they found at the end of the previous game, we could be seeing something big. But if Jeth is trapped into the trading game, stock market's going to crash right there. I mean,
yeah, for sure.
It's not going to go well.
Trading with her is just so scary. And she has really powerful moves to even trade with. Like, if you trade with the Wii Fit back here, I don't care what happened. You did not win. You are not successful if you traded with that move. It doesn't matter.
As here and now. Okay, Jeth. What do you got for us?
All right. Let's get it
going.
Trying
to close the distance immediately, even with deep breathing online, avoiding that counter hit if they can.
Yep, and we're seeing Blaster contesting against Chunky's projectiles once again, kind of keeping him on notice. I like that he's switching it up and trying to throw him at like short hop height, because that is an angle that she likes to throw a soccer ball at, and that might kind of just take the momentum out of that entirely if that zone is just kind of covered all the time. So far, so good for Jeff. Got a lot more damage on him in the beginning of this than the previous games. Chunky's trademark early momentum doesn't really seem to be here, and that's really detrimental when you're already coming in a stock down in the crew battle.
Yeah, there's so much adaptation in play, even more than traditional best-of-5 sets in Smash Brothers. Think of how much time, how many sets you have to learn each other's habits here. That's very clear that's what they are doing here. Chunky now down a significant margin. Jeff could be the very play here. I would say the hero play, but I mean, come on, Veery.
Hopefully not a hero player. I don't know. Maybe they have. Maybe there's a Pocky hero, Pocky hero on the team. Who knows? But so far, Jeff in a really good spot. He does have to fight his way back on stage, and Chunky's evening this up. Got a lot of damage after that failed shield grab. Really about 100%, almost uncontested. But yeah, maybe Jeff can figure this out. You know?
No, if they got a kill off of that, that would have been amazing. But right here and now, the army crawl towards Jeff is only going to net you a couple more percent.
It's really funny how often Chunky makes Jeff switch his momentum just by crawling. He's like, all right, now I can't space for back air. Oh, okay, now I can't space for blaster. And now I'm dead to this deep breathing F tilt. Let's see where
Now,
we go
you
from
talked
here.
about maybe getting like a forward tilt off of that, but that would require playing a lot more grounded. It feels like Jeth is moving almost exclusively through these short hops.
Yeah, definitely, especially with a move like neutral air. I mean, Wolf neutral air is just so insanely good. Really, every spacing area is, but you know. All right, trapped on the platform. Not going to get tagged with that forward air. That could have been really disastrous if Chunky was able to find like a nair or double up air combo from that. Just trying to retake stage positioning with that zoning. Just trying to like really force Chunky to throw out less projectiles. But again, once he starts crouching, Jeth just kind of runs in and normally kind of gets tagged for it.
Landing right there at this point. This is looking more and more even for Chunky. Oh, that was a good read, but a little bit delayed. As no, we're trying to fighting our way through it. Come on, no. Yeah, we're getting out of here. I apologize, everybody. As I said, this is a problem we work to resolve constantly, but it's still going to be a little tricky. We'll try our best to make sure it doesn't happen for the latter stages, but we're getting all the kinks worked out. So I thank you from the bottom of my heart for your patience as we fight through this safer alternative to in-person tournaments.
Yeah, and hopefully we'll be back there soon. I feel like maybe Miss Omicron's done her thing. I'm just optimistic. Maybe she's ran her course. I don't really know. I mean, she got everybody, so maybe it won't mutate again. But every time I say maybe it won't mutate again, 10 days later, there we go. So I don't know.
Yeah, but either way. How do you feel about Chunky right there? I feel like Chunky got their groove back at the end.
Yeah, because it started off way in Jeth's favor. Like Chunky was not looking like Chunky for a second there. Chunky was getting kind of mashed up there.
Like what you always got to keep in mind is it's not just the losers who adapt, you know?
That's true. Yeah, that's very true. And again, I think their team is pretty balanced, but Chunky's definitely like the threat that I'm the most afraid of. Like, not that Cloud isn't also good, but it's just you're gonna fight more Clouds than we fit. It's point blank period. Like, unless you know somebody. I know somebody, but in the zeitgeist, you're gonna fight way more Cloud than we fit. And there's just so many little things you have to just keep track of. In their case, apparently crouching was really throwing Jeff off. And let's see. It looks like the matches ended. I'm not sure who won or how it went down. When we were last in the arena, it looked like Jeff was up 2 stocks and Chunky's 1. I'm very curious to know what happened, though.
Yeah, so am I. As now, going into the latter half of this, whoever takes this right here and now, it puts you at match point. Yeah, I would not be surprised to see our first semifinals go to a 5th crew battle. I mean, look at the way this is going. This is so swingy. I was not expecting it to be this close, but showing an immediate counter to Viri, but then Viri showing that they are not to be messed with, quite powerful. I mean, this is still very much, I think, possibly USF's game.
Yes. All right. They're sending... Okay, now we're getting Lucas versus Wolf. I'm not sure how many stocks Jeth has left. We're going to find out in a moment if it was 2 or 1. But Flux Waver showed us a lot of really cool stuff. Yesterday when we were watching, Flux Waver had those down air chains on lock, had a really solid neutral, good game plan. I'm excited to see them compete again.
Yep. Flux Waver just getting their fastballs, they're getting their lag check done. They are ready to take this 1 stock from Wolf. Lucas does have a pretty good Gimp game with their up B. That's something that could very easily interrupt Wolf, but you've got to find a way in on Wolf first.
That's true. And Lucas is a character that can kind of box with Wolf. Like, you know, down tilt is really solid. F tilt's good. He's got the options here, but so far it looks like Jeth has all the momentum, really trying to force Flux Waver to play at Jeth's speed, and it is working out in Jeth's favor very well. Oh, God.
Ooh. They go for that zero off ledge, but it does not cover standing directly on ledge. So Jeth has been avoiding it thus far, but if you get caught by that at 0, you're going to get carried across the stage.
Man, and Jeth only taking a single straight hit so far compared to the 92% he's put out, and a couple of really close calls from Flux Waver. Down air, down smash, almost shaving. A lot of pressure Flux Waver has to deal with, and he has not gotten anything started. Now, Wolf is relatively heavy as far as like combo weight, so there's a lot of things Lucas can get away with here. Oh, great recovery from Jeff. Not even going to risk going to ledge against his character. Fully understand.
Oh, but going on ledge against this character is going to be your death. 1 opening. That's all Flux Waver needed. Now it's an even 3v3 stock to finish off this crew battle.
Yeah, ending with PK freeze of all things too. And as I think as you were saying, if unless I didn't mishear you, yeah, Wolf's recovery options against Lucas are not going to be that stellar. I mean, there wasn't really a position he could have been in to not get hit by PK freeze. And I think if he had gone any lower, he wouldn't have been able to make it back either. So Flux Waver having great awareness of the angles that Wolf needs to survive, just covering hard with both down smash and PK freeze.
Yeah, it was looking pretty. It was looking so clean for Jeth, and I feel bad. But there's something to be said about finding that final hit, finding that final kill. If you are able to play like you are at kill percent all the time, play that safe, you are going to be fantastic. There's just some sort of mentality boost that comes when you're like, oh, this is my last chance. If I mess up here, the stock's gone.
Yeah, I think everyone just naturally, like, you're not running in as much. You're being really careful about your spacing. You're really, really keen and aware of the tools your opponent likes to use, or at least you try to be. That's definitely the mentality I get into when I'm in that situation, and I'm sure everyone else does too. But yeah, Flux Waver was like, I don't want to go down to stock. I can't let it happen. And he found a single opening and just completely reversed the tides on Jeth right there. I definitely thought he was going to go down the first stock before he was able to kill him.
Yeah, now the question is, I have to assume it's going to be Grapefruit, who comes in. There was that Steve play. Who is this? People just come out of the woodwork in these collegiate tournaments. It's like, hey, it's my buddy Matt coming in.
All right, Matt coming in with a DDD. Wi-Fi DDD is very good.
This is Rat Matner from before. Okay.
Oh, it's Rat Matner. Oh, he's got Steve and DDD.
Wait,
okay.
That makes sense. Hold on. Perhaps we are not the most intelligent side.
That's okay. That's okay. Also, full transparency, I was kind of checking my phone. The Bengals, which is the football team from my city, they're one game away from the Super Bowl, and they just tied it up, and now it's the fourth quarter. So I'm just like, woo! There's a lot going on for me today. There's a lot going on. Speaking of a lot going on, there was not a lot of shield, and that forward smash definitely would have broken it. So good awareness on Flux Waver staying way out of the way of that.
Yeah, and DDD, if you don't know, the main thing I think that makes DDD such a threat is second fastest ball speed in the game, but also floating. So you just have an amazing mix-up in the air anytime you're above your opponent, or you can just play the ground game with one of the strongest dash attacks there is.
It's doing the thing. It's one of those things where it's really tough to deal with because, like, psychologically it's tough because you almost always know what DDD wants. He's never going to, like, empty land because he can land with, Nair and Bear so well, so safely. But when's he going to do it? Because he'll be at double jump height for most characters, and then you're like, you let your guard down, and then boom, he just like lands on you with neutral air. And it's just really hard to deal with when he's going to do it. You know what he's going to do, but you just don't know when he's going to do it. And then you get hit by it, and you get more tilted. You're like, I knew he was going to neutral air me, but what do I do about it? He also has like a shockingly good ledge trapping game. There's a lot of options he gets with Gordo. As we saw, dash attack at the ledge is really powerful. Flux Waver barely survived it at 65%, but who knows? I mean, I think 1 or 2% higher that might have done it. So who knows?
Yeah, I'm not going to try and comment on who's going to win here because we have not seen enough of either Flux Waver or Rat Matner to get a good feel. Instead, I just want to talk about what's going to come up next because both these teams, they like to put they like to be a little top heavy in the way they construct their crews. And it feels like a sort of cycle where Viri can be the answer to Zoroaster or Chunky, but you would prefer to fight Chunky. I feel like Viri is doing a little bit better there. Zoroaster is really shutting down Viri in a lot of it's coming really close. But Zoroaster hasn't gotten to fight anyone but Viri, if I can remember correctly.
Yeah, I would assume, based on the players left in the tournament, this is probably going to be the most even set we're going to see today. Like, I'm at this point, I'm assuming that this is going to go to the final game, the final of the best of 5, because it's so back and forth. And even players like Viri and Chunky, who previously throughout the bracket were able to take like 7, 8, 9 stocks, and that's not an exaggeration on some of the other teams. Now that those two teams are kind of like butting heads against each other, it's just really, really, really even. And it's just so hard to predict who I think is going to take this.
Yeah, I think it all comes down. I hate to say it all. We're getting some info. Trying to figure out who won right here. Let's,
All right, let's
take
see.
a
Let's see who did
little
it.
look-see look.
All right.
Okay, it was Clemson who took it in the end.
Okay, so that gives Clemson a 2-1 lead over USF. USF is now officially, as the kids say, fighting for their life. They've got to find a way to get those huge leads like they've had previously, because Veery can do it, but it looks like the opposite team. It looks like Clemson is just so balanced that it's really hard for them to just like consistently get that like big momentum at the start of the crew battle. Like, he's definitely the player on their team that is like the best at that, but because they're not able to ride that huge wave coming into the matches, it's just really tough for them to like get anything super consistent.
I think the answer in the end lies down to Zoroaster, because Zoroaster is the answer to Veery. What is your answer to Zoroaster? I mean, you can set Veery in. Veery will probably win with a single stock, or might just lose against Zoroaster, and then you're done. Where do you go? Where is the adaptation? Is it going to be Jeth coming in to take down Zoroaster, but then who takes out Chunky? Like, it's really tough. This is honestly a really intricate game of mind games, and I don't mind the players taking some time to select who's going to play.
Right. And on top of it, I don't even know, because let me see. I think it was Riolu, right? The Pokemon trainer. I don't know what they're going to throw, because Chunky and Zoroaster are definitely the two biggest problems on the opposite team. And like, it seems like Veery is able to beat one of them, but never both of them. So I don't know if Grapefruit's going to be able to like kind of fill that gap, or if Jeth is going to be able to fill that gap, but they have to be able to contest both of them and not just one of them in these group battles. That's where the gap keeps coming from.
Yeah, I definitely agree with you there, Sai. Is right here and now, we're hearing them get into this game. I have to... I'll be honest, the prospects are looking slimmer and slimmer for USF. They need to make up this deficit that Clemson, I feel like, just has overall more gas in the tank.
Yeah.
And there are some subtle cleanups you could do, but still.
Oh, man.
It's impossible.
Also, I don't know if you can hear it on the mic, but because the game is going on, all of my neighbors are kind of watching it all at once. So there's a whole lot of let's go. There's a whole lot of hype for football happening in the building. It's kind of echoing in my apartment. I don't know if the mic is picking up on it or not, but
you're fine.
You know.
Hey, I got a blizzard that's being cleared outside my door. So.
Oh my God, were you getting hit with were you getting body with the snow too?
Yeah. Heavy weather here. I mean, I could say, PK freeze, but I don't want to get clipped and shit.
No, don't get clipped. Don't get that Shitter Tech Twitter account is just gonna post a link like, look at this. Look what they're doing.
I don't need that in my life. I don't need that in my life. So I'm just going to say it's a good thing. Both our mics are good, and we're not getting any sort of background noise pending producer approval. But either way.
And you made absolutely sure that in the commentator dungeon, I might put it. But yeah, I mean, honestly, shout out to you for the dedication. I'm not going to lie.
Yeah. I appreciate it. As right now, we're just trying to get some info on who's coming in next. That's why we're stalling a little bit, as we're just trying to real quick figure out this internet issue, because we want to show you guys these games. As much as I know you all love the Keel Miles and Sai podcast that has been impromptu developed here, we want to show you some good Smash Brothers. We're trying our best.
Yeah, it's just really a matter of, and even so, it definitely seems like USF is just very top heavy with the way they have their teams balanced. It's just going to be if Veery can get all that momentum or not. I think it really just, I hate to say it, but it really seems like it's just resting on if Veery can just do a lot of the work against Clemson. And it might not even be that way against the rest of the teams left in the bracket, but Clemson is just, they're just really, really well balanced. The skill gap there is tiny. Fluxwaver has come in and done plenty of work, even though I know we keep talking about Zoroaster and Chunky, but Fluxwaver is no slouch, No.
Okay, so it's going to be Jeth coming in. I've said Jeth in the past was looking like the answer to Chunky. We'll see if that remains true, as they're trying to play this very safe neutral. Even if you're just able to win with or lose while taking 2 stocks, that's crucial. But if Jeth actually beats Chunky here, that completely upsets this entire equation that we have.
Ooh, reflecting. That sun was not saluted. The Sun was unsaluted right there. Oh, wow. Jeff almost really tagging Chunky with no jump with that down smash. Wolf is a character that can deal with her off stage. Like, you know, she doesn't get to do projectiles for free. Man, that crouch, it literally just kills all the momentum from Jeff. I don't know what it is. Every time Chunky is crouched, he's gotten like 40-50% as a result.
Oh,
Not again!
Yeah, I apologize, everybody. I thank you for your patience. If you want, just go get a snack, go get some water. There is going to be more Smash all day, but right now we're trying to figure this out.
Yeah, we're going to cut
At
to
the
a break
moment-
for a moment while we try to work out some technical difficulties, but we'll be right back at you with more semifinals action in just a moment.
At ledge, you need to find a way off, but you're able to avoid Weep It. Chunky eluded. As Rat Matner gets back to the crafting table, they get spiked off the stage by their own blocks and finished down, but you're still going to get thrown off regardless.
I would say Chunky has really good defense too, because Matt is throwing out these diamond backers with all of them. There you go. Matt finding a stock. Like his zone where he's throwing them isn't bad, but oh no. Okay, Weepit's gonna be okay from that. But like, yeah, he's just been respecting them. He's been getting like Bear out of shield. Hey, look, it's Bear out earlier at the start of that 0 to 61. You know, shout out to the Weech. Didn't kill, but you know, still, it's definitely shades for Weech or something like that off the throw. Matt's not gonna be able to make it back from there.
You're wrong right there. Viri almost never gets hit by a projectile without also trading. And trading with a raw projectile is not great. I mean,
nice.
Ooh, you're still able
but speaking of throws, here comes Viri coming in with that attempt at the upper up air, or down throw up air. Not enough to kill just yet. Definitely still keeping Chunky on notice. And there's the back air covering.
Breathing's online that they could get another stock.
I do want to say, I know we spent 20 minutes on the mic of me giving you my Rob is busted sermon, but even in that situation,
though you're able to get the gyro on stage, it's not going to guarantee you a way off ledge. As now, Viri trying to get a miracle happening, and with full rage, that's still not going to kill. You've got the crown in hand, but not in position to really punish you hard for that. And the dash attack not going to hit through the neutral get up either.
That's nice. See what I was talking about with that back air? Like, throw the back would have worked. Roaster made it really, really good recovery, holding the wall. Oh, and that armor going to save Grapefruit. That definitely was a stock on most other characters. Roaster,
but unfortunately, Grapefruit not able to connect, and now you've been upbeat off stage again. Upbeat playing the game for Zeraster, and finally at this game. And Jeth, well, on the losing side of this right now, is just trying to find this kill move. There's a spike, but you're not able to get the up air follow up, and now you up smash on shield, and you know Chunky's gonna punish Jeth for that.
And then the immediate wolf or down smash could be absolutely devastating. So it's working. Oh God, that's so scary. It's working for right now, but he's gonna have to be careful.
But going for the up B out of parry, that's not going to be fast enough. Not at all, and you're sent off stage. Right now, Chunky is looking for this finisher right now, but Jeth dips a little bit too low and isn't able to Chunky's life as they're now at ledge trying to get off against Rob.
Yeah, it's very important to be able to mix up your mash. Like, Rob has a punish, with whichever mash option you choose, but you have to
they're not right next to Wii Fit. I don't think they've been let out this entire time. Bouncing them back and finishing them with a long-range snipe, but hey, there's some payback right there as the soccer ball flies in from off screen, but there's the back air. Straight from Rob. Find some real estate on these platforms, and even though they chase Rob all the way up, they're still not able to find the way down until Viri lands with the nair.
But he was very patient and was like, I'm just going to use the entire tank of gas to make sure we can stop it.
And
Dodge.
at the
There it
moment,
is.
oh, nice. Waiting out that cross slash. You don't have to deal with that.
That gyro
What
got
you
popped.
do have to deal with is that side B. Is that going to kill? No, but you're still off stage, and you got to be...
That's going to take limit off deck.
Straight hits from Viri, and now Rob is at max rage. This is terrifying. We have seen Viri come back from this, but no, they've been at kill percent for so long, and the down smash still isn't gonna do it. Viri will keep you off stage, and finally the gyro will snipe you. Getting caught by the gyro, just trying to get back. The back airs are doing a good job at keeping Viri off stage. Getting back onto stage is something that Clemson has been great off that platform as you go high again. Viri loves to go high because it gives you an opportunity to get that counter hit. Able to avoid that rising back air, and there's a rising back air, just putting constant pressure on. And with the up air, you're still not going to be dead, but it's so close. Air dodging through, you manage to get the shield out, but we're back from our little hiatus right there, as right here and now, it ended up being that Jeff took 2 stocks off of Chunky, the win condition that we talked about. So as they set up for this crew battle, Viri only has to take 1 stock without dropping any to set up a pretty strong win condition of their own.
Yeah, that's the exact optimal plan for them right now. Especially since Viri is going to have to come in and face, of course, not only Chunky, but if he, oh God, is it now? Is it happening? I thought we were going to see like a reversal dare from Viri. That could have evened things up really quickly. But yeah, I will say this: Chunky's really good about not getting tagged by the zero death. Like Viri's gone for it a lot and put him in like some really precarious positions. But he's very smart about like how to recover, when to save his jump. He comes back from weird angles that are like harder for Rob to cover, not impossible but harder. And I think that's really important to make sure that Viri doesn't get a ton of early momentum from taking a stock at like 60. And I don't just mean momentum in the crew; I just mean like emotional momentum too. You know.
And the momentum swinging definitely in Viri's favor a little bit right here. A nice ledge trap. You're going to be able to get the immediate up tilt. Going for that slow mash is going to be punished a lot more as you cover the neutral tech with the down smash. And Viri finishes it off without dropping a stock.
All right, that was exactly what USF needed, down to the T. And honestly, not that it matters, but taking very little damage in the process too. So it's going to be up to Zoroaster to come in against Viri, and it is going to be 3 stocks each. He's not going to be coming in with the lead like we've seen before. So this honestly is going to decide a lot, because Zoroaster is able to come out of this ahead. You know, USF is going to be under a lot of pressure.
They've done 1 3v3 before, and it was Viri who won with a single stock left.
Okay.
I think that's still a win condition for USF, because Viri, I feel very confident that they will be able to take 1 stock.
Absolutely, yeah.
With their 1. So if they're able to do that, then, well, I got faith. I got faith that USF can bring us to a 5th crew battle.
And if we want to talk about like the mistake factor between the characters of Rob and Cloud, it is way harder for Rob to like make a mistake and like fully SD than it is for Cloud to either SD, get gimped, or get killed outright at like 40 or 50. So Zoroaster is definitely going to have to work a little bit harder to take those stocks. It's not impossible. We saw up smash was a really strong tool for that. Of course, limit cross slash or finishing touch if you were like really in the zone can kind of take things from Rob early. But other than that, it's a little bit more honest on Zoroaster's side.
We saw Zoroaster just a little bit of a finishing touch previously. I don't think you're going to go for that against Rob.
No, you have to have a crazy read. And this isn't even that finishing touch is that bad either. It's been buffed in the. I think it's faster now. I don't know if the hitbox got bigger. That's what I'm talking about. That's exactly what I'm talking about. Like that element where you can like accidentally end up dying really early. Rob doesn't really have that, and that's going to set so much of the momentum on USF's side, especially if they're able to take even another one off Zoroaster.
Already, there it is, the down tilt chain. Oh, you're caught in hit stun right there. It's up, and it's already 52-52, and Viri's getting the lead. This is the momentum swing we were talking about. Clemson already starting to get nervous, biting their nails. Oh, they know this is it unless the Roaster can pull out a miracle, and with limit, it's possible.
Yeah, and Viri once again opting to just hang out, spend as much time in the sky as possible, and not getting tagged by that finishing touch, which he did end up going for. But yeah, he's playing like the main character once again and making this look like potentially a game 5.
Oh, going very high. This is a situation we've seen Viri get a punish for, but more often be punished for. As they get that down smash, the down smash coverage on the text. No! Oh, I assure you, chat, I assure you, our wonderful CENC audience, we're doing our best. As soon we will be back into this game, but with the momentum we were seeing right there, I have to assume that it's either going to be a 2 stock or a 3 stock for Viri, and we're going to go to a 5th crew battle.
Yeah, and it is unfortunate that we can't see it, but if Zoroaster was to make that comeback, it would be the most legendary thing that's ever happened, because that Viri momentum is looking in full force right now. He was taking really, I mean, it wasn't even just that like Zoroaster like SD'd a little bit. It's hard to even call it an SD. It was kind of like a forced SD. Like he didn't have his jump and he was getting pushed out with down tilt. So I don't know if he could have made it back. But even right after that, Viri put on like 80% right off the back as soon as he landed. So it just looks really tough.
It's funny. So I feel like the most deadly moves in Ultimate are the ones that do ridiculous knockback, or like the ones that are like little nudges. Moves that just like touch you. Like think like Little Mac aerials, but like, I don't know, 5% stronger. Like
Man.
Characters that have fast moves like that, like Sheik's entire kit, will just demolish your recovery just as much as knocking you into the blast zone.
It's true. If you get jab one at the ledge and you don't react right, you're done. Like if you're trying to like roll in and you get tagged, or you're trying to like air dodge in and you get hit and you like buffer and air dodge, you're dead. Like there's so many stocks I've seen just go away from that. Just like, oops, Falcon was just holding the A button, you guessed wrong, and now you're dead. It's like,
And that's exactly what Viri did, as you called out with that down tilt. They didn't need to knock Cloud into the blast zone. All they needed to do was get them 3 inches away from the ledge. Single unit. And then Cloud's Buster Sword is in the way of his hands and grabbing the ledge.
He's like, I don't, that's not what I do. That's not in the game. That option's not in the game.
Yeah, he needs that mechanic Sephiroth has, where if the sword goes into the stage, you stick in it.
Yeah, they gave him like original FF7 mechanics. He's like jumping. No, just pick stuff off the menu. We don't jumping. We don't do that here. No. Yeah, so it looks like that match is wrapped up. We're gonna find out in a moment who took it, but again, it definitely looked like Viri had all the momentum. Let's see what happened. I think
it's looking like Viri's still in at the very least, and Fluxwaver is in. I don't know how many stocks Viri has, but
did you say Viri has 1 stock or 2? 1 stock. Okay.
Okay. So, against Fluxwaver. Fluxwaver's good. Fluxwaver's very good. But they have not gotten these like huge swingy victories that we've seen, or at least we haven't gotten to see them. I apologize, Fluxwaver. We haven't gotten to see too much of your performance.
Yeah, not
hoping
just
it's
yet,
gonna be better.
But for him to take this, he's going to have to take 4 stocks, starting with Viri. Again, who definitely seems like a very top-heavy leader of their team. Jeff is out for the moment unless it goes to Game 5. But after that, if Fluxwaver is successful, he can be coming in against Grapefruit again, the K Rule. He again, this Pokemon trainer, which I don't think we're going to see. Who knows? But let's see how this goes down. He's got 1 stock to take from Viri. He's pretty good about preserving his first stock, too. When we saw him playing Jeth earlier, he was down like 100% against Jeth and was able to bring it all the way back. So, who knows?
Yeah. And I had said Viri's defense against projectiles has been phenomenal. Well, that's very important here. Getting your landings called out with PK Fire is going to be a big part of this.
Oh, that was kind of good.
Lucas's small size is making it a little tougher to land a lot of the confirms, but you're still winning neutral. You're still boxing out the character.
Oh, man. And Viri is just really mixing up between laser and gyro. You're seeing Flux try to react with like magnet, but it's not coming out in time. He thinks it's going to be a laser. It's actually going to be a gyro instead. Can't really figure out Viri's rhythm just yet, which is exactly what Viri needs going into this. He needs to absolutely secure this lead, make sure USF can take this to Game 5.
And Fluxwaver loves that Zeroff ledge. I feel like I've seen it like over 50% of the time. If you find a way to punish that, you might have a guaranteed kill.
All right, nice. Gyro out of shield, once again, going to add on a lot of pressure. Fluxwaver, he definitely seems like he's momentum heavy. Like, he might be down for a while, but when he does get that one opening, he gets great punishes. And a ton of damage recovered from that laser. That's something that Viri really is going to have to keep in mind. He can also reflect it, too, so... He's been winning the projectile game, but he definitely needs to stay on notice that Fluxwaver has totally brought this back based off just healing 2 of those lasers.
Yeah, and I feel like the pressure isn't enough. Now you get caught by the PK freeze. Not going to get caught by another one, though. Viri gets the landing there. You're searching for this kill so badly. You don't want to put your team in another situation like they were before, because Clemson cleaned it up when Fluxwaver had 3 stocks on the board, shielding all the hits in the air. You can see Viri definitely cleaning up their gameplay a little bit more. No more lasers, no more chances to mess up here. But that just means Fluxwaver has an invitation to get more and more of these PK fires on. Getting the grab right here. This is your chance. This is your chance for a kill, but an instant air dodge. You have the gyro in hand. What are you going to do with it? Just throw it off. Air dodge off stage.
Has a really, really good match. He's at very high percentage. He's still keeping himself in this, but he is going to go down to that down smash. He can potentially still, take Viri on and be in a decent position in the next game, but it definitely looks like USF is going to be coming into this pretty confidently, setting themselves up for a Game 5.
Oh, landing there right here. This could be big. The gyro's right there. Lucas isn't hit into it, though. Big opportunity for you. Not going to get by that PK freeze either.
There it is.
Is that the kill? Yes, it is. Viri, Max Rage is able to finish off Fluxwaver. Oh. Is Viri just going to work their magic? Is this the Viri the legends have told about?
This is Pokemon Legends of Viri right now. Like, this is insane.
Oh, and there it is, getting sent off stage. They're able to cover their attempt back on, but I don't see any attempts to avoid these lasers now. Oh, straight up the top. Okay, see ya.
All right. Flux absolutely needed that throw because all momentum was in Veery's side. It looked like he was about to take that sock again. Just having that gyro at the ledge is so threatening. Like, Rob can just cover so many options, and once he does guess right, it normally is death. Like, it's not like he's just sending you out there again and like resetting the situation. He is killing you. He neutral got up one time and ate that side B around like 65%. And there was just no hope. But Flux Waver does have a single stock. If he is able to make a 3 stock on the incoming person, whether that is Grapefruit or Riolu, Clemson is going to win the entire battle. But if he does lose a single stock, we're going to end up in a game 5. We really can't call it either way. I'm excited to see how it's going to end, though.
Yeah, between Grapefruit and Rat Matster was the other one. I have no idea, but it's 1 stock. It's 1 stock. But we don't know how these performances have been on these last stocks, and Fluxwaver is the kind of person. It's going to be Matt Ratster. You got to remember, Fluxwaver. They are the kind of person, they are the kind of character who can just kill you, who can just find the way in and demolish you. You remember what they did to Jeff? Mm-hmm. Jeff had the massive lead, and then they slipped up once. They got hit by a down air, and a down air, and a nair, and they're off stage, and they get PK freeze, and they're dead.
Now, as we saw last time, or I shouldn't say last time, but one, you're right, he played phenomenally against Jeff. When we were talking about like iconic crew battle fails, that 1 stock can mean a lot. We saw what happened in Midwest versus Japan. We saw what happened in the Mexico versus the world, the Frostbite event, or like USA versus the world. You can run in a crew battle and just get bodied. You know, it can happen. You can get 3 stocks in a crew battle real quick. So let's see what Matthew is going to bring to the table. He's going in with Steve. That's a pretty good idea. There's a lot of like explosive, weird neutral situations that could be in his favor, especially mine cards. That's the main thing that comes to mind to really throw Fluxwaver off his game. But Fluxwaver with 1 stock and a little bit of momentum, I could see them doing this. Is that his crouch walk? Weird.
Oh yeah. Have you ever played Minecraft, sir? Come on.
No.
That's how Steve walks around.
I haven't. All right.
But either way, that's not something from the game. But either way, an immediate swing. Rat Matner getting a huge lead off of that initial combo.
67% for the incomplete combo. Just to remind everybody how good Steve really is. Oh my god.
Oh, there's the tech chase on the platform. You've got them off stage. The down air could just be the finisher right there, but you're collecting resources instead. No need to put yourself at too much of a risk. You have such a massive lead at the moment.
Oh,
you just collect more resources.
Not him building letters at you. I thought he was about to put the L up or, ballot.
Yeah.
Whatever.
Oh, going for the roll read, and then they roll right afterwards, but it'll be the forward smash to finish them off. USF is taking us to a 5th crew battle. 1 last chance for both of these teams to stay in this and not be knocked out in the semifinals.
Yeah, Rat Matner making very quick work of Fluxwaver. I think the other team's going to have to consider that too, because I know he only had 1 stock to 3, and it would have been an uphill battle, but that opening stock was way in Rat Matner's favor. So they might have to keep that in mind too about when they're going to send Fluxwaver in. And that's important too, because again, Veery can't do it all. As long as you have the other members of your team stepping it up and doing their best, like we just saw, like Rat Matner really stepped it up right there. Like that's what's going to give them the edge. That's what's going to keep USF in this.
And I'm feeling like Rat Matner might be the key in the end. They went the DDD before, maybe just feeling that a little more, but that Steve right there was looking nice. Like that is the kind of swingy, that is the last key that you really needed. We've been seeing the meta unfold for USF this entire time.
We really have. Oh my goodness. I'm so sorry. Checking sports scores. The Bengals are in the lead by 3 points. There's 6 minutes left. And if they win, they go to the freaking Super Bowl. And
yeah, just an explanation for chat. If this happens, if they win, then you're going to hear Seismic blown out as everyone in his entire apartment complex pops off. So that's why we got to keep track of this.
It's going to be
production
drastic.
reasons only.
And my apartment overlooks a lot of the city, so all the noise in downtown, there's probably going to be fireworks, screaming, gunshots. I'm not going to step outside, but there may be a large chaotic amount of noise coming in from my apartment momentarily.
Yeah,
some of it coming from me because the Bengals haven't won a playoff game.
They're getting right into this,
and I'm 31.
This is a different matchup.
Oh, we got Jeff versus
Zoroaster. Most likely, unless there's a surprise newcomer.
I mean, they got a lot of cloud over there, so let's see.
We got a lot of cloud, but it's got to be Zoroaster. Zoroaster, rather. This is a pretty, this is a matchup we've been seeing since day one.
Yeah, it really is. Yeah, two very prominent characters. Wolf being the scarier of the two, at least at the beginning of the meta. The meta shifting a little bit. The meta shifting to show that Cloud is a bigger threat than people anticipated before. And that's a really good thing. Is like he's obviously not who he was in Smash 4, and people are like, oh, he's butt now. But like, no, he's had a lot of tools. He's gotten some light buffs, but I think just seeing that representation in people like Spargo and Cola is really shifting a lot of things over in his favor too. Ooh. Wow, he has not been touched. Not even once. Not even by a blaster. Not even.
You don't need a finishing. You don't need a finishing touch if you can't even touch him. Like, look at this. 26%. Like, you get one grab, sure, but you only get the trade at the end there. 45% on the board.
All right, Jeff is going to have to slow this down and try to take some of this momentum away from Zoroaster, because Zoroaster is looking incredible, only at 45%, and he's got limit on deck too. A couple of mistakes from Jeff could really, really start to spell disaster for USF.
And Jeff's starting to go for hard reads. Did you see that reflector come back in the end right there? That is a very committal option for no benefit, as now, look at you, forward tilt on shield. It's going to be safe for the time being, but you're still going to get cross-slash. Mercer's running away with this. Is this going to be Clemson?
That was also a really important moment for the knowledge right there. Like, Zoroaster ends up going for an unsafe up B, but the fact that Jeff was off on the punish time says a lot to him. That says, all right, cool, I have another opportunity to kind of like get away with this move. Jeff, for whatever reason it may be, doesn't seem to be ready to punish it. Oh my god, 48% coming off the Angel platform too. Zoroaster is in a really good spot to take this to 3-stock. Not going to get tagged by that back air, and only kind of barely getting punished. He's in a really good spot. Clipping him out of the back air with side B is a huge range play. Great spacing from Zoroaster.
The Roaster is on a tear right now, and Jeff is just out of there. They're like, okay. It's slowly but surely, the scale tips, and everything rests on Viri's shoulders. Ratmaster is going to be a threat to some players, but you need some sort of lead. You need something. And I think there's only one player who can give it to you, and Zoroaster has been the consistent answer to Viri this entire time. Zoroaster, I think, might be the key player in this entire crew battle.
My god, that was a relatively quick 3-stock too. That was only like what, a minute and 20, minute 30 maybe.
That was a Viri stock right there. Like, sorry, not to just keep calling back to Viri, but just rewatch Viri's games yesterday. It'll only take you 5 minutes.
That's true. Yeah, it won't take long. Yeah. Wow, this is looking really, 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 really rough for USF now. I mean, you know, hey, prayers to you. But that was an explosive start for that, especially considering Jeff has like been a pretty important component on your team this entire set. Of course, this is a best of 5. There's a lot of information to get. There's a lot of Smash that's happening. So maybe Clemson was able to kind of get the download on what Jeff wants to do. But wow, that is a tough start to even walk into the second round with.
Oh, yeah. Honestly, I'm not sure what the exact answer is right here. Is it's going to be Ratmatner trying to just take a little bit out. They understand how much of a threat Zoroaster is to Viri, so they just want to dull the blade as much as you can. But that Buster Sword is very resilient.
It's thick. It's reinforced. It's made of some pretty good materials.
Oh, yeah.
All right,
now
let's
we did
see if
some nice
Ratmaster
punishes.
The same momentum he had in the last game, because he was looking on fire the last time he's on stream.
Yeah, you got to find that opening, though. And as we've seen in Viri against Zoroaster, just having one opening is not enough to really contend, as the immediate down tilt does give Zoroaster an in. But there's your attempt at a combo, but it's not going to be true.
Yeah, Zoroaster mashing that up before his life does not want to risk those extremely high damage wood tool combos that Steve is known for. If there's any gap, he is looking for it. All right, he does not have a jump. He has minecart though, so wow, he's honestly really fine. Didn't have to worry about the ledge if you just, you know, make a new stage. Like, I'm not going down there. I got a new stage.
Yeah, sliding all around. Limit crossbow, though, going to send you off. Charging up that limit once again. Going straight to the ledge. Ratmatner. Oh, that was a very ambitious ledge trump right there from Zoroaster.
Yeah, really good idea. Definitely would have been the game if he was correct. But even outside of that, I'm not even going to call that risky because he's still only at 50%, and Rat Matner is consistently being pressured in the corner, trying to deal with these back airs, comes back with that jab to fair. Maybe he can figure something out and take some of this momentum for Zeroster, but he's still in a pretty tough spot.
That's the first minecart we've seen in a while. And oh my god, Zeroster just inside the house.
I'm like, he's inside
The
the
call's
house.
coming from inside.
He's behind you. He's hiding in the curtains. What do you do?
Oh, the back air will finally finish them. And crucially, Ratner did not get any diamonds at the end there. And they get shield poked by that.
Who is
You're not
this
dead there, are
Zeroster?
you? No, Steve's fine. You got the minecart to save your life, but you're out of iron at this point. Look at this. There's no resources for Rat Matner. They're almost starved out.
It's crazy to me that we're in game 5 of this crew battle. It's been so even and so close the entire time. But Zeroster is coming through just trying to cook the whole squad. God damn. All right.
And
you can recover
Rat
from that.
Matner mining for your life right now. Oh, you're
Okay,
able to
this should
refresh
be
the
a-
durability. Oh, they try to block him off though, and they can't quite do it as they finally get the hitbox extension, get the forward smash, and still Rat Matner is starved out.
Yeah, that was really, really smart too to make sure they extended the hitbox for that F smash because Zeroster was looking down. I mean, Rat Matner was looking down the barrel of a full limit cloud and kill percent. That was not a
Nice DI to get out of that up at D though. As though there's the start you needed. Goes for that craft mid combo. They're like, okay, I need this.
I love how he
need
stopped the
this
combo.
now.
It's like, hold on, I dropped my phone. Let me go get this real quick. I'll be right back.
Ooh, that was scary. I thought there was going to be a shield poke with that spacing right there. But good defense from Rat Matner as now. Ooh, just constant pressure. These gold tools, got to remember they're faster. But there's not going to be any sort of minecart extensions because, unless you mine iron mid combo again. It's looking like Rat Matner is starting to find the answer, starting to find the comeback right now.
He's playing in freestyle mode right now. He's really making it. He's changed his neutral to a point where Zeroster just seems to be off his rhythm. But that dash attack is going to keep him in the lead here. Zeroster taking 5 stocks. USF only 4 stocks to 7 at this point. That's quite the deficit to come from.
Just trying to get some more iron to fight with. Or you get spiked out of the minecart. Not going to get caught by the down air, but still the up B out of shield is a constant thorn in your side. Back to send you off stage. No limit to recover, but a nice air dodge back onto the platform.
Yeah, it definitely looks like now statistically Zeroster's going to be the MVP no matter what happens here. He's in a position to win yet another game. Rat Matner around 80%. Got to come back against these back airs. Got to respect his limit. Let's see what's going to happen. Tries to mix him up. It's a little bit too greedy, and Rat Matner getting an extremely crucial punish with that forward smash.
Oh, and there's the up tilts. Can Rat Matner do this? Can Rat Matner be the answer that you need? 41% already. Not undoable right now, especially as Cloud is now off stage with no jump. Is this it for Cloud? No, you get the limit, and they come back down swinging. And the anvil is not enough shield pressure. The up smash out of shield will bail out the roaster at the very last second, ending Rat Matner's comeback.
What an extremely clutch recovery. There were so many ways Roaster could have died there. If he had started building blocks to the left, if he had gone a little bit higher and tried to chase him with that back air, there were a lot of different ways Cloud could have died right there. But arcing perfectly over the wall that Rat Matner created was the only way he was going to make it back. And it was a super clutch decision for him to be able to do that. And yes, so they're going to get on the board. But again, Zeroster did come in and take 5 stocks at the start of this. What will they do from here? They still have Beery as the anchor. If Rat Master can do a lot of work to Chunky, they can keep this close. But
no. Remember.
No, I misspoke. I misspoke. Yeah, Rat Master's out. You're
3
right.
stocks left. Beery has to beat the roaster without a scratch on your shell because otherwise.
Yeah, I'm sorry, I misspoke. You're right. Yeah, they're way down right now. Beery is the last 4 standing between USF and defeat. It all rests on these 3 stocks from Beery. Let's see what he can do. Zeroster only has 1 left, but he's coming in with incredible momentum, taking 6 stocks, making him the mathematical MVP automatically in this final game. Let's see how Beery responds.
Ooh, this is very scary right now. They're trying to go for the landing there, not going to find the answer.
Beery's
At the moment, this is what we've seen again and again and again. The roaster just boxes Beery out. They cannot get in. The back airs are always perfectly spaced. The cross slashes are always such a threat that you have to respect.
Oh, that was super sick. Going for the Beerverse Blade Beam at the top. Beery definitely wasn't ready for that. Zeroster only taking 7%. Once again, playing like the main gosh darn character.
Very. Oh, there's the one opening. You've got to make it count. You can see they started mashing buttons as soon as it came in. It was educated mashing too. Not able to find the punish. No!
No!
As we get ripped away. Unfortunate. We will be getting back as soon as this match is over, hopefully, to maybe see Viri still has 3 stocks on the board. But right there, Zeroster was looking pretty dominant.
Yeah, Zeroster was really, really cooking Viri right there. I assume optimistically that he's not going to get 3 stock to Zeroster's 1. It definitely was starting to get a little closer. But Zeroster was doing a really good job of just holding down center stage. Viri was just under so much pressure trying to get back to the stage. Trying to land on Cloud is hard, period. But when he's right in the middle and he's waiting to see if you're going to land on the left or the right side, it's just really tough. It sounds like the game might be over from here. Or no, we're just popping back in. Sorry, I misspoke. Who knows how this is going to go, but either way, Viri has a mountain to climb. He wants to keep the team alive here.
Yeah, we've seen it done. We have seen it done.
We'll see what happens.
But every single player is such an obstacle. We have seen Viri get pretty much a 3 stock on Flux Waiver. We have seen Chunky pose a serious threat, and it has been Zeroster who has been the main antagonist or protagonist, depending on who you're rooting for Viri. As it was, in the end, 1 stock that Zeroster got. 2 stocks for 2 players. That is the win condition for USF. But Clemson, they have booked their ticket more or less. They just need to get it stamped.
Mm-hmm. And I'm going to say this. We've seen the play we've seen from both Chunky and both Flux Waiver. There's no way both of them aren't going to get at least 1 stock. Even if Viri plays absolutely out of his mind, it's just such an uphill battle to try to take 6 stocks from those 2 players that are very good at playing defensively. They're very good at navigating Rob's options, it looks like, from what we've seen throughout this crew battle. It's just going to be really hard.
Sai, you're thinking rationally here. Come on.
I am.
You've got to remember the last stock magic. This isn't just the last stock, the last player in a crew battle. It's not just the last chance. It is the last chance in a best of 5 crew battles. This is as far as it can go into the distance. As we're going to get into the game now and see if Viri can keep the hopes and dreams of USF alive with these 2 stocks on Kalos.
Okay, let's see what goes on here. All right, so Viri, once again, got a big mountain to climb. Pretty smart to send in Flux Waiver. I think that's better. I don't think these 2 have interacted as much as Viri and Chunky have. So good idea to kind of keep him in the tuck. But right now, it's looking really good for him. And again, Cal's going to keep him alive. Not going to get back air. Lucas has way too much range and recovery, but Viri takes that first stock, only taking 5%. As you were pointing out, today is Anime Sunday, and it looks like Viri is fully tapped in. Catch Viri winning this crew battle on Crunchyroll.
Oh, nice air off a ledge, though. Gives a massive opening to Flux Waiver. Can they turn this around? No, and they're punished for going for such a laggy up smash. Now, just being juggled across stage. Did you see the magnet come out for just a second? No, the pressure from Viri is too great. You're not getting any of yours here today, son.
Flux Waiver has to find a way to slow this down. He's playing in Viri's place, and Viri is doing that trademark, just full-on pedal to the metal, high-speed aggression we've seen him be successful with. Flux Waiver has to find a way to stop that. Getting some damage, though, coming in with these dares. Is the up smash coming? Gets a forward smash instead. I don't think Viri was ready to DI that. I think he held left, thinking it was going to be an up smash. Holds straight to the left, and is now the final stock standing between defeat and USF.
Oh, right here and now, this could be bad. Oh, they're just clanking with that forward air right there. The up smash out of shield. Okay, it doesn't matter how you win. You just got to keep this stock alive, or else Flux Waiver and Clemson's tickets to the finals. And with that opening there, it looks like they might do just that. But Viri isn't done yet. Viri isn't ready to give up quite yet.
Yeah, Viri is absolutely fighting for his life. Looks like Flux Waiver was able to slow things down. Oh no, is he going to die? Okay, he's not going to die just yet. Even getting dared, he was pretty good about his recovery. Just Viri was just covering a ton of different options all at once.
Yeah, not giving any option for those Lucas options to happen. Instead, trying to land with an air, trying to get this combo started, playing this very safe, getting the reflect on the laser, and knocking you out of the PK Frost, but still, very nice little bit of percent. Flux Waiver is very easy.
Oh. And in unrelated football news, the Bengals have a 3-point lead. There's 1 minute left. in the game, and the
This
opposite
is
teams
coming
are
down
going.
to the wire in every game there is, and the laser sends Lucas all the way off. The back air isn't enough. No. Oh my God.
Oh God! Not tagging the sweet spot of that back air.
Oh. Gyro.
I do it. Dare? No.
Oh,
Flux Wave are gonna make
doesn't
it
wanna
back
commit
one more
to it.
time.
The Nair coming out.
No.
Oh. Okay, we need to know how this ends as soon, because I guarantee you in 10 seconds it's going to be over. Right here, it's one or the other. Will Veery or will Fluxwaver give their team a chance here? We have to know. We have to know in the end. But right now, I thank you all for your patience as we get through this.
Yeah, I guess we'll find out what's going to happen in just a moment here. Definitely looked like Veery really powered up. Took that first stock, taking almost no damage from Flux. Flux was able to kind of get the momentum back in his favor, but I don't really know how we're going to go from here.
Against Chunky, I don't know how that's possible. But we have seen miracles happen before, Sai. We have seen some magic in the air. And that magic, I mean, just...
Veery
and
is
Veery.
still in this with one stock left. All right.
One versus three.
It is not impossible just yet. If Veery can pull off a 3 stock against Chunky, which he has not done just yet, they can win it all. Let's really see how hard Veery can put this college on his back, because
you could not ask for bigger stakes like this. You could not. Like, this is the most down to the wire it could get.
Oh my God. This and also the football game. I'm sorry. I'm really stressed out right now.
Yeah, every single thing. Oh my gosh. Every single little factor is blowing up as it has to be Chunky. There's no way you send in anyone else. What if we did see? What if you saw like morality come in? No offense, morality, but like we've had this storyline building and it's got to come to a head right here and now. Veery versus Chunky. Let's see how it pans out.
And man, what a set we've had to cast so far. Again, this is just the first of 3. It has gone absolutely down to the wire. Game 5, only a couple stocks are going to be separating this. Veery with 1 stock, Chunky with a full 3. It's going to be such a battle. Let's see what Veery can do here, because Chunky's in a really good position to take this for Clemson.
Immediate opening with that Nair, with that gyro, 30% on the board already. Kill percent for Rob. You know this. You love it. But right there, the Nair isn't going to find Perch. You can't find the way in, and Deep Breathing is now online.
Yeah, Veery is playing absolutely as defensively as possible, taking no risk, trying to get hit by as few projectiles as possible, not even going in there trying to scrap, especially when he has Deep Breathing on. Oh, but that's a lot of damage. 69% already. It's not looking good for Veery to make this comeback. 81%. Deep Breathing is going to be on the board once again, and he's still got 3 whole stocks to take. Oh, nice soccer ball.
Trying to say miracles don't happen. I'm ending it here. I am taking my team to where I have fought to be, to the finals. As now, going to the back here, not going to be the finisher quite yet. As they get ping-pong back and forth by the soccer ball. Deep Breathing online. 1 stray hit here will be the finisher. As this is a tense wedge situation, a standoff.
Oh, nice down smash from Veery. Not going to be enough to kill just yet. He's going to have to be careful with his gyro placement too. We've seen Chunky get a lot of neutral momentum back just from like bouncing the soccer ball off the gyro that's like waiting at the ledge, and it's flipped Veery up a couple of times. He has no room for error left. 132% Deep Breathing Wii Fit, and he's still got 3 stocks to take. This is just going to be really tough. Veery going, Chunky going deep, trying to find a stock. Not going to get it just yet. Overextending a little bit. Almost dying to his own soccer ball too. Gosh, this is close.
Gosh, 162% air dodge. Sledge barely making it back.
That might do it.
Full forward throw, not to do it. 177%. But that up there, you do it? No, they're still alive. As the back air doesn't connect either.
Not getting clipped out of that back air. And this might be to their benefit, because now, even if Veery takes this stop, I think his rage is going to mess up some of the 0 death string. So Chunky's got even more opportunity to win this.
Yeah, you're going to have to be creative. You're going to have to be clutch. As 2-1, 1 hit is your downfall. That's all you have to play off of, and Chunky knows it. It's got to be in their mentality right now. The Nair lands, but they're not able to get the follow-up.
Yeah, this is such a stressful situation. 1 hit from one of the most unpredictable characters in the game. Oh, speaking of unpredictability, that does it. Reverse F tilt is going to kill Veery off the top. He certainly wasn't ready for it, and Clemson is going to finally take it over USF, putting them in our grand finals.
Yeah, that was perfect. right there. You had the win conditions set up, and Viri, they kept the hopes alive for so long. They kept the fight going, but in the end, it was not quite enough. Because that is going to be Clemson winning their very hard-fought victory and now going to get a break as they wait and see who their opponent is going to be in the finals.
Yes, and not that I am not tapped in, but it is now overtime officially for the Bengals-Chiefs game, and the winner goes to the Super Bowl. So.
Yeah, well, as we start to get this figured out, we may be getting an interview, we may not, but for now, we got to break down what just happened. I feel like the opening was there, but we'll get to break it down in a little bit because we are going to go to a little break. When we return, we're going to have some more CENC Southeast action coming at you.
See you guys soon.
At ledge, you need to find a way off, but you're able to avoid Refit, Chunky, eluded. As Rat Matner gets back to the crafting table, they get spiked off the stage by their own blocks and finished down, but you're still going to get thrown off regardless.
I would say Chunky has really good defense, too, because Matt is throwing out these diamonds right now. All of them. There you go. Matt finding a stop. Like, his zone where he's throwing them isn't bad, but okay. He's just going to be okay. But, like, yeah, he's just been respecting them. He's been getting, like, Bear out of shield. Hey, look, it's Bear out earlier at the start of that. 0 to 61, shout out to the beach. Didn't kill, but, still. It's definitely shades of beach with that on the throw. Matt's not going to be able to make it back from there.
You're wrong right there. Viri almost never gets hit by a projectile without also trading. And trading with a raw projectile is not great. I mean,
nice.
Ooh, you're still able
but speaking of throws, here comes Viri coming in with that attempt at the up air, or down throw up air. Not enough to kill just yet. Definitely still keeping Chunky on notice. And there's the back air covering.
Everything's online that they could get another stock.
I do want to say, I know we spent 20 minutes on the mic of me giving you my Rob is busted sermon, but even in that situation,
though you're able to get the gyro on stage, it's not going to guarantee you a way off ledge, as now Viri trying to get a miracle happening, and with full rage, that's still not going to kill. You've got the crown in hand, but not in position to really punish you hard for that. And the dash attack not going to hit through the neutral get up either.
That's nice. See what I was talking about with that back air? Like, throw the back would have worked. Roaster made a really, really good recovery holding the wall. Oh, and that armor going to save Grapefruit. That definitely was a stock on most other characters. Roaster,
but unfortunately, Grapefruit not able to connect, and now you've been upbeat off stage again. Upbeat playing the game for Zeraster, and finally we're at this game. And Jeth, well, the losing side of this right now is just trying to find this kill move. There's a spike, but you're not able to get the up air follow up, and now you up smash on shield, and you know Chunky's gonna punish Jeth for that.
And then the immediate wolf or down smash could be absolutely devastating. So it's working. Oh god, that's so scary. It's working right now, but he's gonna have to be careful.
But going for the up B out of parry, that's not going to be fast enough. Not at all, and you're sent off stage. Right now, Chunky is looking for this finisher right now, but Jeth, it's a little bit too low and isn't able Chunky's life as they're now at ledge trying to get off against Rob.
Yeah, it's very important to be able to mix up your mash. Like, Rob has a punish, whichever mash option you choose, but you have to...
They're not right next to Refit. I don't think they've been let out this entire time. Bounce in the back and finishing them with a long-range snipe, but hey, there's some payback right there as the soccer ball flies in from off screen, but there's the back air. Straight from Rob. Find some real estate on these platforms, and even though they chase Rob all the way up, they're still not able to find the way down until Viri lands with the nair.
But he was very patient. He was just like, I'm just going to use the entire tank of gas to make sure you do not punish me right now.
And
Air
at
dodge.
the
There it
moment,
is.
oh, nice. Waiting out that cross slash. You don't have to deal with that.
That gyro
What you do have to deal with is that side B. Is that going to kill? No, but you're still off stage, and you got to be...
That's going to take limit off deck.
Stray hits from Viri, and now Rob is at max rage. This is terrifying. We have seen Viri come back from this, but no. They've been at kill percent for so long, and the down smash still isn't going to do it. Viri will keep you off stage, and finally the gyro will snipe you. Getting caught by the gyro, just trying to get back. The back airs are doing a good job at keeping Viri off stage. Getting back onto stage is something that Clemson has been great off that platform as you go high again. Viri loves to go high because it gives you an opportunity to get that counter hit. Able to avoid that rising back air, and there's a rising back air. Just putting constant pressure on, and with the up air, you're still not going to be dead, but it's so close. Air dodging through. You managed to get the shield out, but the up smash is the coverage you need. Veery.
Great DI from both sides here. A little bit late on the back air, but is going to take that first lap to the dash attack because then he's just enormous. Veery's still been fighting to take this first stop for over 2 minutes now. Finally finds it with that back air. He's been in kill position for a while.
Yeah, feels like they're trying to just cover this jump again and again and again. The gyro set up right there. Oh, they put the back air out and falling with it still hit them, and the gyro that back air at a shield range. Both at kill percent right now. One mistake is your downfall.
174% each, and Chunky coming in with
Think of how much time, how many sets you have to learn each other's habits here. That's very clear that's what they're doing. A couple more percent.
It's really funny how often Chunky makes Jeff switch his momentum just like that. He's like, all right, now I can't space for back air. Oh, okay, now I can't space for blaster. And now Jeff, not even on risk on the legends character. Fully understand.
Oh, but going on ledge against this character is going to be your death. One opening.
I think it's faster now. I don't know if the hitbox got bigger. Oh, this is what I'm talking about. That's exactly what I'm talking about. Like that element where you can accidentally end up dying really early.
This is your chance for a kill, but an instant air dodge. You have the gyro in hand. What are you gonna do with it? Just throw it off. Air dodge off stage.
Really, really good match. He's at very high.
Woo! Big. The gyro's right there. Lucas isn't hit into it though. Big opportunity for you. Not gonna get that PK free.
There it is.
Is that the kill? Yes, it is. Very more resources.
Not him building letters at you. I thought he was about to put the L up or the
yeah. Whatever. Oh, going for the roll read, and then they roll right afterwards, but it'll get a fourth. You don't need a finishing. You don't need a finishing touch if you can't even touch them. Look at this. 26%. You get one grab, sure, but you only get the trade.
That was also a really important moment for the knowledge right there. Rocher ends up going for an unsafe up B, but the fact that Jeff was off on the corner side says a lot. Flipping him out of the back air with side B is a huge range play. Great phase of the throw.
The roaster is on a tear right now, and Jeff is just house.
I'm he's inside
the
the house.
Coming from inside.
He's behind you. He's hiding in the curtains. What do you do?
Oh, the back here with Ratmat. They're mining for your life right now. Oh, you're able to refresh the durability. Oh, they try to block him off though, and they can't quite do it as they finally get back right now.
He's playing in freestyle mode right now. He's really making it. He's changed his neutral to a point where Zeroster just seems to be off his rhythm. But that year, he's in a position to win yet another game. Rat Magner around 80%. Got to come back against these back airs. Got to respect his limit. Let's see what's going to happen. Tries to mix him up. It's a little
right now, especially as Cloud is now on stage with no jump. Is this it for Cloud? No, you get the limit, and they come back down swinging, and the anvil is not enough shield pressure. The up right now, especially as Cloud is now on stage with no jump. Is this it for Cloud? No, you get the limit. Welcome back, everybody. We just had a nail biter.
Yeah, that was a full-on nail biter. It went all the way to game 5, absolutely down to the wire. Everything was resting on Veery to kind of put his team on the back and try to make up for the deficit that went in that game 5. But right now, we have a whole different squad coming in. We have UCF and we have FAU Red. FAU Red coming in. Now, as we discussed yesterday with UCF has some very, very, very heavy hitters. It looks like we're going to see Psychic come in first, who I think is the default person they have going in first, because they have both Jake F Smash, number 37 globally right now, and they have Javi on Earth on their team, number 5 in Central Florida. So this is definitely the team to beat tonight.
Yeah, and having a top-tier caliber player as Psychic is demonstrating as your opener, as your, quote, fodder? What?
Right. I don't even want to say, you're right, comparatively, sure, you could say fodder, but definitely not. It definitely doesn't play like fodder.
Yeah, and listen, FAU Red is strong. They're demonstrating that now, but they need to dig deep. They have a lot of time to adapt in this very long format, so we'll have to see if FAU Red is able to take down the Knights.
Yeah, we did see FAU Red do a bunch of cool stuff yesterday. Archmage, the Robin, was absolutely cooking. Arsenic as well, so don't get me wrong, we're not sleeping on FAU Red.
And we didn't even get to see their player who was actually ranked in South Florida, Omnilax.
That's true.
We'll see if any of these people will come into play to take down the Titan, the favorite to win UCF.
Now, so far, UCF does have a lead. It is a dwindling lead, you know. Psychic is at 117%. Joker has some pretty solid confirms here, especially near these PS2 platforms. You know, Fair One, U-Air, Drag Down. There's a lot of different ways you can secure a kill. But other than that, Psychic is playing a really good defense and starting to, like, widen the gap with these projectiles and a couple of these straight airs.
Nice forward air right there and trying to go all the way off to edge guard, but instead cover a high recovery that's not going to pan out. Oh,
nice dash attack, yeah. Really smart stuff, not letting Psychic get that neutral B going. If you are close enough to like pull up the burst option, it's definitely worth it. Worst case scenario, you trade with a single projectile, but you definitely eliminate the threat.
Yeah, you certainly do, as that's a nice nair. Shield poking just a bit. Oh, they're trying to read a full hop, both of them, and neither of them are willing to give it up.
Yeah, Psychic putting on some solid pressure, but Arsenic, once again, just being like, I'm skinny, and not actually like worry about even these larger Palutena hitboxes.
Yeah, the down tilt, not going to find Perch quite yet, but if you get Arsene off stage, well, then that could actually be quite detrimental. Down tilt, a fantastic two-framing tool, is there. There's some nice shield pressure. Slowly but surely, Arsenic running out of defensive options, but that spot dodge not going to stale.
All right, coming in with the neutral there again. Not going to get the double jump unfair read, but Arsenic is under a lot of pressure. It does look like he's able to land a little safer than most people with those downward-facing guns from the air. At least takes a little bit of the pressure away from Psychic, but other than that, Psychic still got a really solid game plan. Oh no! Awkward hit from the explosive game plan, or from the explosive flame. Gonna set Arsenic at a weird angle. Makes it back to the stage though, but Arsenic is already halfway gone.
Ooh, Arsenic. Going for that two-frame, but you can't quite find it. Fantastic pressure on the ledge though.
Yes.
Maybe a little too fantastic.
And again, this is still relatively close. Arsenic did SD only around like the 70s, so it was kind of an early death, but they're still keeping this super competitive.
Oh, you know they are. This dash tech will send Psychic off the stage. Hasn't been able to hit that two-frame just yet, but doesn't mean you need to stop trying, my friend. Arsenic now? Ooh, right at the ledge in a tech chase situation.
Yeah, trying to like force him to like recover high and like pressure him. Like you saw, he ran down and went for like a back air, trying to expect Psychic to go for like a little bit of an avant-garde warp cancel recovery onto the platform, but he just took the traditional route, didn't want to take any risks. And honestly, again, crew battle format, every stock matters so much. Don't want to do anything fancy. You're not sure if it's going to work or not.
And this auto reticle, it just covers so much stage positioning right here. Look at this, just constant cross-ups right here. As Arsenic does not want to be caught at the wrong side of Palutena's shield.
Yeah, but this fantastic spacing from Psychic is really what seems to be the difference maker here. Even right there, Arsenic had an appropriate up smash parry punish ready for Psychic, but he spaced himself so far out with that back here, he just wasn't able to get it.
Ooh, just floating in the air right there. Arsenic struggling to get back onto the stage. Oh, and we're just going to okay. We do think we have a solution, possibly now. We're going to try and figure that out as this match progresses. Hopefully we can get it figured out right as the crew battle is getting started. But for now, let's lay out the game plan right here. Arsenic is standing up to Psychic. And Psychic, a fantastic player, objectively in the rankings, is not up there with the rest of UCF. We talked about them. Hobby on Earth, a villager player aficionado. They... Yeah.
Continue.
Go ahead. Yeah, ranked 5th in Central Florida, as you said, with a lot of top 16s, some top 8s at majors, at regionals. They are definitely a threat.
Yes. I'm sure what you said was super on point. Unrelatedly, it turns out the Bengals are going to be going to the Super Bowl.
Woo!
So my entire home city is about to explode right now.
Oh yeah.
Myself.
Well, it's better that it happens on the break, you know?
Yes.
We can get the shout out. I'm hoping we see some fireworks right out your window. You know the way it is.
I'll open the curtains for sure.
Yeah. Some celebrations, probably some celebrations too at Clemson, who actually just won their semifinals too.
That's true. A hard fought battle. Shout outs to the roaster, definitely the MVP of their team for right now.
Yeah. That was intense. A lot of intense matches going on. Shout out to the Bengals, shout out to Zeroaster, and shout out to Psychic, who was opening that up pretty strong. Arsenic was able to keep it even, but it felt like for every single little advantage they got, Psychic got like 1.2. It wasn't quite like a Oh, what?
No,
Arsenic won that?
Oh, wait, Arsenic won. Wow. Oh, okay.
They were at kill percent on last stock against Palutena. Okay, Arsenic's goated. Okay, so you got to watch out. I'm adding it into the notes right now. Arsenic is a comeback god, coming back against Psychic after all that.
Yeah, he was in a really rough spot when the game shot out. But wow, all right, good to know. Good to know. And the notes are being live updated right now. So Arsenic is going to actually give FAU Red the first lead. Now, again, they have Omnilax, who is supposed to be their strongest player, Akasia and the rest of the Shoto's player. But they now the gloves are off. Psychic did a great job. Again, this is the best of 5, so we're going to see them plenty, I'm absolutely sure. But they are going to have to deal with both Jake F Smash and Javi on Earth. I'm not sure which one we're going to see come out here first. My guess would be Jake. I feel like Steve is probably a pretty solid idea against Joker. But who knows? Who knows what we'll see?
Yeah, the thing about it, Joker on one stock is going to get Arsene almost immediately. But if you get caught in a Steve combo, Joker will be gone by the time the cutscene is over, you know? Like, exactly. It's going to be gone.
Oh my gosh. Sorry, I'm really distracted. So I am curious to see who they're going to send in here. Yeah, Arsenic is going to get Joker. Arsenic is going to get Arsene. That was tough. Really fast. I would assume around like 30-ish% or so. It'll probably be there. If they do send in Jake, Jake has a lot of options. He can like choose to play really defensively and just kind of like throw out minecart and try to like throw Arsenic off of his like offensive game plan. We're not really sure how this is going to go yet. We're still not sure who they're sending in, but yeah, it should be some good stuff. But definitely important to get the first lead against them, because if the other two members of their team are as threatening as they are, you at least want to make sure you're killing the first player, you know?
I remember from the one, we got a little glimpse at Jake F Smash yesterday, and the mark, I feel like, of a good Steve is discipline in using your resources. You get the diamonds on first stock. You don't use them until you are at a clean stock lead or stock behind on second. What Jake would do is they would hold on to those diamonds, and then there would be a certain point where they would just craft diamond tools, and you knew the 3 stock was coming then. You only see them craft the diamond tools when they're like, I know I'm going to win right now.
They're just like, the time is now. Let's do this. Let's get this. Let's get this bread. And yeah, he's very, very good about like holding on to that.
Yeah, I'm excited to see how that's going to go. We're just trying to get everything set up initially, as we've just gotten in. Jake from State Farm is going to be the opener, or the second player coming in to try and take this one stock off of Arsenic's Joker after a monumental comeback against Psychic. Arsenic definitely putting their name to be considered in this crew battle. We'll see how they do now as the FAU Red holds a slight lead over UCF.
Yes, and again, it is unfortunate we didn't get to see the comeback that Arsenic made, but it is absolutely worth noting that they were in a rough position before that camera cut away, and they were able to take it back. So, all right, starting off, again, Arsen going to be on deck really quickly. Jake starting it off with these wood tool combos, which is what's really scary. Jabbed at the ledge. Okay, Arsen coming through. Going to make sure that he doesn't necessarily just like get fair to death and die right away. And a lot of potential for him to snatch a couple of stocks off Jake too while he has it. Oh god, that shield pressure.
Nice pickaxe right there. And no, speaking of the shield pressure, you don't even need to mine. Just get the fully charged up smash straight off the top. And that'll be the finisher for Arsenic, as Jake made a strong statement to open this up.
Wow. The way Jake was dancing around his shield, Arsenic wasn't sure what to do. Joker has pretty solid out of shield. Like, Nair is really good. Bear is really, really good if like somebody poorly spaces something. But Jake was just like crossing this shield up, especially with that anvil. Even if it hadn't broken, it might have poked, but well, I guess it didn't poke because it broke. But like, man, he was just in a really rough spot defensively and wasn't sure what to do. And Jake just looked like he was 2 or 3 steps ahead.
Yeah, the entire time. As now it's going to be them struggling. Arguably, in terms of rankings, Jake is probably one of the strongest players, but I feel like in terms of practicality, Jake and Javi are about on the same playing field with Psychic. Again, Psychic would be a carry player on almost any other team. Like, you've got to realize that. Like
if
it's brutal.
If they had thrown Psychic over at UCF, they would have had a bigger threat. You know, they would have had an even huger problem. But let's USF, excuse me. But let's see. They're throwing in. I'm guessing that.
I believe that's Omnilax right there.
There it is.
Yeah.
Throwing in Omnilax. He plays the Shadows. Jake does have all of his stocks, so the battle is currently even.
UCF and USF do have a little bit of a rivalry, and in terms of regions as well, these two have definitely played in the past. And as you can see, Jake knows that you can just go right up and pressure Omnilax in the corner. TNT down to cover any attempt to approach the minecart into the back air. Are you kidding me?
Yo, what what is going on right now? Jake is putting his man in the Twilight Zone.
Jake's in creative mode right now. Are you kidding me?
119%, fully uncontested, against a relatively high damage output character.
Yeah, because they haven't had a chance. Just one straight hit. That's the only thing you've gotten is now. Oh, looking for that forward smash is not going to happen. But you can't carry them that way, my friend, because you're just going to run straight into the trap. Oh, goes for the early kill right there. That could have feasibly killed, but instead you get knocked off ledge. Oh, very high jump, but it's covered the landing by that minecart.
Jake is just in full Looney Tunes mode. I've never seen so much TNT on an opening stock. Really got Omnilex kind of confused here. You saw him get a little bit tempted too. He tried to drag the combo over towards the TNT to kill Jake, but doesn't need it. Gets that tried and true up till short you and even things back up immediately, despite how much momentum Jake had going into this game.
Sorry, how did this become even? That was a great kill confirm, and kill confirms are going to be the main thing right here. Omnilex needs to steal stocks whenever they're laying out in the open, because otherwise Jake is just going to run away in the neutral. But the ledge step and the stocks, these are where the momentum swings will be.
Yeah, we're definitely going to be in for the long haul here, ladies and gentlemen. This is not looking like free money for UCF, not just yet. FAU Red is putting on a heck of a fight. And great air dodge read, too, to boot. Definitely looks like Jake isn't going to get away with, we'll just say Jake stuff for free.
Whoa, and they used the minecart off of the TNT being destroyed. And speaking of the TNT being destroyed, huge swing right there.
That is Jake, such a scary tool.
Gosh. The anvil right there just hanging out on top of the dirt blocks. The house is taken over by them, but Omnilex just gets straight back onto stage, going for that jab at ledge, looking for the confirm, but Jake is not going to give him to it that easily. But still, you're getting carried across by the Nairs. Ooh, is that it?
Hello? I don't know if that was the ideal angle to get hit from that Ken Shoryu. I'm not sure if maybe he mixed Jake's DI up. I wish I knew more about the Shotos to speak to that. But wow, Omnilex is keeping this close against arguably, you know, at worst, at absolute worst, the second biggest threat on their team, but statistically the biggest.
Oh yeah, is now and off stage. One touch is all Omnilex needs. And there was the touch, but it wasn't quite the right position. As now they get the parry on the anvil. That's crucial right there.
That was definitely going to be a shield breaker. Going to be damn close to it. Oh, the extension. There it is.
Perfect.
It's pretty hard to punish Steve F Smash as it is, but the fact that he can mix it up and extend the hitbox by clinking with the crafting table makes it even tougher to deal with as a mix-up, especially in a high-pressure like last stock situation.
Yeah, but props to Omnilex, though.
Oh, yeah.
I'm sorry. Jake, I would love to give more time to giving some deeper analysis into that, but I genuinely don't understand all of it. My bad. I will do my research. But Omnilex, literally a touch of death. Literally.
Mm-hmm.
They would get like 30% in stray hits, and then the next jab they would get would be death. And Jake would also get touch of 90% and then would get, but they would need to then do that and then find a very, I don't want to say obscure because I don't feel like anything is that obscure, but they would have to find some creative way to get the kill, whereas Omnilex was just looking for that jab.
Yeah, and it was still despite Omnilex having a comparatively more linear game plan, it was mostly working. Like, he even got solid confirm on that last stock. He wasn't able to fully convert it into Shoryu like he wanted, but it definitely had Jake on notice. Jake was just like, all right, I need to make sure that I'm, keeping my DI on point because Which is and the shuttles are such a knowledge check on like where you should be DIing when you're getting hit by certain moves. But yeah, it was very crucial for him to keep that last stock because taking Jake out and coming in with a player that looked to be as explosive as Omnilax could have been really disastrous for their school.
Oh yeah. As now it's going to be Archmage the Robin coming in on Final Destination, try and take down Jake with one stock.
All right, and again, as we said last time he was playing, he is going to be able to start with 11 sword for free, which is a kind of reasonable Robin buff, you know, if you're Team Robin here. So slight advantage going to come to him, but Jake does have only one stock left. Let's see what Archmage does to set up the neutral. Right now, it looks like he's getting tagged by these wood tools, so much damage, but not going to get sent off stage with that forward air, which is the main thing that Jake definitely wanted at those low percents.
Oh yeah. And it feels like so many things are just a bait to come in, and most teams will wait for you to commit to an option and then punish you. Jake will just preemptively throw out an option for what he knows we're going to do. As that TNT is such a massive hitbox that you can throw out with not that much windup. That's less windup than Falcon Punch.
That's true. Oh, yeah. And, like, the fact that you can change up the timing on it in so many different ways, the fact that you don't even have to use it in the same way. Like, Jake has been consistently using it in one way, but, like, it's got a lot of options. It just looks like a really powerful tool. I never thought it was bad, but I definitely might have been sleeping on it. Jake is really smart at what he does with it.
Oh yeah, as now, that was a bit of a scary situation, but they're able to get a void above the arc fire and to get the 2-frame as well, and lining in between every single up B as well. Now a high up B, an opportunity for a punish, and you know Jake's not going to let that slip away.
No way. He's doing a pretty good job, too, of keeping those walls up, making sure that Robin's not able to get his try and true projectile pressure going. Yeah, he's landing really well, too. He's mixing up his momentum with Minecart. He's drifting back and forth. Archmage just doesn't seem to be able to take Jake out of his rhythm. Oh, that forward air could have been disastrous right there.
Archmage did show right there that, they also show they have the kill confirms. They can stuff out that Steve when given the chance. And even though Jake was able to get a stock, Archmage still has 2 remaining to try and take on Javi on Earth.
Yeah, Jake wasn't leaving a lot of openings, but Archmage was very keenly aware when he finally did and got that arc fire to up smash. Super important clutch play right there because Jake was definitely in a position to steal another stock before his way out. And he already took plenty as it is.
Mm-hmm. As now at this point, it is kind of zooming along. And hopefully our connection is looking a little better. I'm feeling good. I'm feeling right. As I'm trying to think, Archmage, there's so many projectiles that Javi on Earth could choose to pocket. And it's easy to just talk about pocket as if Javi is now controlling the neutral in a dozen other ways, but
especially with F Smash, as we saw.
Yeah. In your opinion, what would you throw in that pocket of yours? Or would you just save it as a defensive tool?
I think arc fire would be like terrifying to have pocketed just because like being able to trap Robin at the ledge with your own moves, and also, you know, you have the options of tree, you have bowling ball, you have so many tools at your disposal already, but keeping an arc fire would be rough. Thoron is probably guaranteed death. And again, when it comes out of his pocket, I'm pretty sure it's only like 1 frame, so it's nearly unreactable. Nobody's going to do it. You just have to guess. All right, so Javi on Earth coming in as the anchor this time. Archmage, 2 stocks of their 3, keeping this extremely close. This is definitely not the UCF movie like we thought it was going to be. Not to sleep on FAU Red, of course, but boy, it's looking pretty good for them right now.
Look at this. They're able to try and just sort of zone them out with these, just varying between full hop and short hop. Full hop and short hop forward airs and back airs.
Yeah, the way that they're spacing it too is going to be really tough. Ooh, nice jab block with the landing forward air from Javi on Earth. That was really smart. It's going to be tough for Archmage to set up their projectiles just because Fair comes out so much faster than all of Robin's outside of literally uncharged neutral B. So they're going to have to come from like some tricky angles.
Ooh, nice nair, trying to confirm, but good DI from Archmage to kind of avoid that. Fire, going to be avoided. Nice pressure right there. What are you going to do about it?
Yeah, some little kids just punching you in the shins 30 times. I don't care who you are. You're going to fold. I'd fold.
Okay. Honestly, nice trades thus far, but it have been trades. And with Hobby being a stock up, it is still going to be very difficult to make up that deficit if you're only getting these. You got to find a huge swing somewhere at the early percents.
Oh, really smart jab from Archmage, though. I think people really do sleep on how much knockback that move has, like, unless you've, like, fought Robin a lot. But he can use the ledge pretty early with that. Definitely shades of Bayonetta at this point. Very important recovery. Of course, it wasn't safe, but he was doomed to die from that forward air if he didn't make a rash decision immediately. Keeping this really close with Javi on Earth, trying to go down for the aggressive neutral air, but Villager's recovery just has so many different ways to just keep him safe. It's just got to be a really tough character to get a drop zone edge guard on. Nice back throw from Javi, though. Really snuck that in there. Archmage on his final stop for FAU Red in the first part of the set.
Barely making it back to ledge early, and ooh, that was a nice bit of coverage right there, covering the roll with that massive hitbox, and probably would have hit some other options too. Now, we'll completely stuffed out right here. How are you going to get the kill? Dodging around these defensive options, trying to land with that 11 sword, but can't quite find it, and now the jab pressure again.
Archmage is getting bullied by nature for like 30 seconds. He was like, I have no neutral. There's trees out here. I don't know what's going on. But that's an up smash. That's going to do it. Archmage is going to take that stock. Only 2 stocks away from getting them the first point on this board. Otherwise, he's at 51%. He's got to play extra close against Javi. Oh, there are people going crazy in my apartment complex. You can't hear it, but people are just screaming right outside on the ground. I'm on the 3rd floor, but I can still hear it.
Wow. Look at the crowd in the background right now, popping off for Javi as they carry Archmage across the stage with the grab, though, and that gives Archmage another bit of a chance. But their projectiles just keep getting stuffed up by these tiny little slingshots.
Yeah, and again, positioning matters, and like Robin gets so much of his neutral, it just revolves around being able to short hop in, whether it's with projectiles or aerials, because they're very, very good aerials, but he has to be able to like get off the ground and control that little bit of horizontal space to do almost anything. Like grounded Robin, I'm not so afraid of, you know, like I'm like, okay, he's gonna, you know, he's not gonna dash that, it takes forever. He doesn't have the ground speed to like really truly scare you. It just takes too long for him to get there. It's his aerials that do everything.
And with the nair too, okay.
No jump. Good recovery from Archmage.
Up tilt, is that going to kill? Yes, it is. Your jump is called out, and Javi will take on the first point for UCF. FAU Red, though, putting up a very good boxing match of a fight. There is definitely potential here for this to last a little longer than perhaps the seeding would have expected.
Oh, yeah, this is definitely going to go on for a little bit here. I thought it was going to be like a pretty clean. I honestly thought Jake was just going to be like doing team wipes, but no, they are in for a battle. So the first game is going to go to UCF, of course. Not UCF, excuse me. UCF. But FAU Red definitely has a whole lot of gas in the tank, and they're keeping it way closer than a lot of people would have expected.
Okay, so now the order comes into question. I did like Omnilex against Jake, and going into it, Arsenic, a very surprising player. We did get to see Arsenic a little bit yesterday and had some very nice stuff, but we did not expect this. Now,
no, we didn't.
I don't remember who FAU Red lost to yesterday, but they did end up placing second in the pool, just barely getting in. And so, well, they did have some losses, but they had time to clean up, and more importantly, they had time to study and get ready. And a lot of that is showing in a big way.
Yes. It definitely looks like they have studied their matches. And, you know, one thing that could be the caveat to them, not that FAU Red isn't a strong team on their own, but the players being as well known as they are, there's so much data for them to look at. There's so many streams, and there's so many matches on YouTube for them to check out and study and try to figure their habits out. So it definitely looks like they're pretty well researched so far.
It's looking like they're going to open up again. Honestly, I can't say who they would send in first, but either way, it's going to be a rematch of Psychic and Arsenic. I'm very much looking forward. We had a little bit of a hiccup last time. I'm very much looking forward to see how Arsenic really works in these comeback situations, because obviously you've got Arsene and Psychic back on the OG main. It's going to be the Ness.
All right, yeah, we haven't seen them go Ness at all yet. We do have that as like their main character that they play. So now they're switched off to Palutena to Ness. I wonder if that's going to change things up for this Joker, especially considering they lost that 2-stock lead. So maybe going back to their comfort character matchup aside is what's going to work out best for them.
Oh yeah, as we're able to use that magnet to approach and maybe get some absorbs in there occasionally, but that does put you in a decent bit of lag, so you've got to be careful about it. But regardless, still able to find some chip damage.
I think a lot of this is going to come down to well-placed grounded footsies, because if it's an air-to-air battle, it can be kind of like dicey. But if Arsenic is good about like kind of like reacting to when Psychic is going to land with an aerial, like we almost just saw with that forward smash, that's where the gap is going to get wider and wider. Because otherwise, it seems like in my uneducated opinion in this, I'd say it seems like a relatively even matchup. I don't think I've seen Joker Ness happen a ton, but I can't think of anything off the top of my head that would be like crazy damning.
That Nair out of shield, though, is going to be quite a thorn in their side, especially if they're able to drift away like that. Because, well, a lot of aerials cannot hit Joker out of shield. Definitely can there, but that's a big counter.
Yeah. And having Arson on deck for that counter specifically means so much more. He could have ran down there and tried to like absorb it and like build Arson up. It wouldn't necessarily kill Psychic, but having the counter itself and also the little bit of boosted knockback from Arson's down guns really made it tough for Psychic to get back to the stage. Oh, but the back throw is going to even it up immediately, though. It is a little weaker than it's been in previous games. I know it's been Ultimate for a few years now, but being trapped to the ledge like that, it's still definitely going to seal you a stop.
Ooh, just putting some pressure on at the ledge with the PK fire. But there it is. And this reading right there on the EHA, trying to get some percentage back. Still going very even. Arsenic doing a great job of stuffing out Psychic.
All right, that double jump forward air is going to keep him trapped to the ledge. This is the big thing. So we saw Arsenic take that stock very convincingly from having Psychic off stage. Psychic does have tools, PK fire at the ledge is really scary. Yo-yo at the ledge is very famously scary. And with a tether recovery, I feel like there's a lot of different ways that Joker's going to get clipped by it. I think he's just going to need to force him off into the corner and try to set those situations up.
Going for these drag downs as well, but Joker on the ground, it's not really going to connect. Megan's not quite fast enough. No tech situation on the platform is going to lead to an up air. Arsene is almost gone, but just enough juice to help you get back to the ground.
Yeah, good patience too. Not going for that. A lot of Nesses tend to forward air off the ledge. It's like their go-to option. I mean, it's pretty disjointed. It's relatively safe. Arsenic was covering it, but a Psychic was being really patient. Didn't want to take any chances, especially while Arsenic was on deck. And speaking of Yo-Yo at the ledge, he is able to clip Arsenic with that up smash, giving him a slight lead, but he is at 107, so it's nothing to really write home about just yet.
Throwing down these PK fires again and again and again. Oh, they're able to get the drag down out of it too. Even more percent. It's going to mean Arsenic on the board, but that's a nice retreat off of that PK Thunder.
Yeah, definitely looking alive and well playing Ness rather than the Palutena. I'm not sure if they dual main. I didn't check the stats, but definitely looks like Ness is a solid plan for Arsenic. Oh, wow! Woo! And sometimes you find the perfect angle to just kind of like ignore the counter, which was definitely what it needed to stay in there, especially considering, 2 stocks is so much better than 1 in this format.
Well, an aggressive option to get above the yo-yo too. Fantastic work. As now you drift down with the gun again. Arsenic uses that gun to throw in the air, which I love. They get the tech down there, but it's not enough to save their life.
Yeah, that was one of those tricky recoveries. I feel like I only really see like Sand and like maybe Syrup make it back from like awkward situations like that. And that's not a shot at Arsenic at all. It was just an extremely specific Ness angle was needed to recover from there. Because Psychic was down there and he would have like body blocked the PK Thunder 1 if Psychic didn't play it perfectly.
And a factor we haven't really talked about much yet, we're getting into the grab kill range. Back throw is going to be a factor very, very soon, especially at ledge. And Psychic's got to keep that in mind. Got to watch out for the tri-state twister, the roll behind. Ooh. But they're still able to box out this Ness again and again and again. The percentage stacking up.
Yes, they are. And that neutral coming in again. Will Arsenic be the comeback king once more? Pretty considerably far down, but really even the gap up. He's got Psychic at some pretty dicey percents, and Arsenic is almost on deck, but the up air is going to give UCF the first lead. Okay. Now, the momentum swings
a little bit out of their favor. Now, there's some potential for some crazy comebacks, and I specifically have my eyes on Omnilax because a very explosive character right there. But you got to remember, Arsenic won the first game last time, and that was what gave them a significant lead. That's not going to be the case here.
No. Now, as you said, Omnilax very explosive, very much could clean this up and even things out. But you definitely want any kind of edge you can take against two different like Orion rank caliber players.
Yeah.
Okay.
Sorry,
people are going nuts again.
Yeah, I expect we're going to be hearing that all night, my friend. Wow.
I'm going to be out Ubering later too, so hopefully nobody flips my car over in celebration.
Yeah.
Or whatever.
For the moment, like, I'm trying to think, like, as much as I want to like talk about like simple improvements they can make, this is a very high level of play. There's not usually like one little habit you need to fix and then you start winning. That's just not how it works. There's a million different little micro spacings that are giving your opponent the slight edge. So I'm not going to sit here and be like, well, if you just space your net, no, that's not going to happen. I'm trying to think though on the grander scheme, if there's any sort of different player order that could help out, any matchup help they could do.
I'm really not sure. I can't
once you get to the high level, like it's easy to like. I think we should just focus for now on what they're doing well. I feel like there's a very flowcharty-ness, like just the way they would always go for that yo-yo at ledge. They would always get the nair drift away on shield. There's so much potential. And speaking of potential, you're taking a lot of the oomph out of Robin's kit by running them against a Ness.
Yeah, this is definitely something that we would consider to be like somewhat of a problem matchup. It doesn't mean that Archmage can't do it, because again, very impressed by their play. I really like what I've seen so far. But if you're trying to just sneak one stock real quick, I don't know if this is the matchup to do it. All right, we're gonna get into it. Let's see what happens. Ness's aerials can definitely keep Robin at bay. A lot of his projectiles, of course, can be absorbed or even reflected if they want to. But more important than any of what I just said, getting at a disadvantage against his character as Robin is going to be extremely tough.
Oh, is that back air right there? Already Archmage at such a significant deficit. The back air to finish them off.
Yeah, only 7% taken. And a really explosive continuation of the lead for Psychic. Now it's going to be even harder for FAU Red. And honestly, the momentum is still on their side. It looks like Psychic is about to come back in with get even more of these low percent nest combos.
Taking the pressure right there, not letting themselves be taken for a ride. But there, that up tilt almost was the opener you needed, but Robin not quite able to follow up at such a low percent.
Yeah, Archmage has spent a lot of time kind of trapped in the corner, and Robin does not have a lot of options to do with EK Fire. Like, you have to, like, it's not a guaranteed death sentence or anything, but this is definitely a character without the mobility to kind of, like, navigate that well,
Oh, yeah. Now, trying to take space, back air, trying to jump in. The fourth one will send them off. Ness's forward tilt, such a good boxing tool.
It's a sleeper move. People really, like, it has so much knockback to it, you just never see it. But
yeah.
You can definitely just outright kill with it if you clip somebody at the ledge.
These jumps keep getting called out with projectiles, but then there's a book gone. There's an opportunity for these jumps to not be quite as called out as the back air will get you almost dead. Only 60% right here. If they're able to finish you off, no, they're still barely alive. But now you're in tilt percent of pretty much anything the back air will do it.
Oh, wow. Now we can officially call this a UCF show, because Psychic, again, strong player in his own right, is fully got the team on his back, taking 5 stocks already.
Oh, FAU Red. A lot of potential in this team, a lot of potential in this roster, a very even roster all throughout. But what can you do?
The forward smash would have killed, but his range, he was just a little bit off the mark, and that's going to give Psychic another opportunity to rack up even more damage with his nest combos. Going for the double magnet dare, totally respected, just a little bit off the mark, but boy, that would have sent quite the message.
Yeah, Psychic is not putting themselves in positions where they can, where Archmage can really get a follow-up to land the confirms. And so you're instead fishing for stray hit after stray hit, but it's only Psychic who's finding the perch.
Yeah, I think we can safely say that sitting and robbing against Ness was quote, not the wave, because Psychic might take this without dying at all.
Yeah, we've got to just hyping up UCF is the only thing I can do here, because look at them. Look at the fantastic coverage. Like I said, textbook. Psychic just doesn't drop things.
And here's the sad part about it too. There's so much conditioning after playing this game where you're just like, I just don't want to go to ledge. Even though Archmage got punished for going high and just barely survived, he went high again because it's just like, you can't even take the risk of yo-yo, you know? Like, if you go off stage, or if you go above the ledge, like, maybe it'll mess up the recovery, but, like, coming back with just Rob and up B from that far away, you're definitely dying if you touch the ledge. So he just had no choice.
Mm-hmm.
All right, well, looking real good for Psychic. He, homeboy trying to OCV. We don't know if he'll do it. Omnilax is really strong, but, boy, really strong start for them on the second game.
Yeah, I mean, touch of death right here. I have to assume it's not going to be quite as brutal. I mean, all the Shotos have much stronger tools in neutral that aren't just negated by the fact that Ness moves around with an absorb tool. You know what I mean? Mm-hmm. I have a feeling we can get into the latter half of the boss rush, but once you're there, you've got to play. Not to call back to someone who lost, but you've got to play with the very factor, if I'm being real.
Yeah, the very factor, which is what we're going to be calling that for probably the rest of the night here, honestly.
Yeah. Sorry, Clemson. I feel bad for Clemson. Like, Clemson defeated them. They proved that they were the better team, and they did an amazing performance, but sometimes a player just sticks in your memory. And
Yeah. Homeboy is a protagonist.
But enough about them now. We got two more protagonists coming in. Now, oh wait, no, I forgot. Sorry, my bad. We have been running for a long time. It's still going to be Psychic who's gonna be in here fighting this out. That
Psychic said, yo, y'all gonna put some respect on my name. Like, don't get it twisted.
Yeah, I know.
Added to this invitational for a reason.
Yeah, I know Psychic is primarily a Ness player, specifically at non-collegiate tournaments. One stock against Omnilax. You want to give your team a lead? I mean, it's fine if you don't. You've already taken 6 stocks. Let everyone else play, but also the honor, the respect on your name when you get no CV. Okay.
Yeah, Ken coming in the game saying, I'm ready for you. We gonna see, buddy.
And the full stage Hadouken right there is going to beat out the PK Fire as well. Very nice footsies right now from Omnilax. Not really giving up any sort of
Oh, God.
Oh my gosh, that shield pressure right there.
Do you think you could have killed him at 19 if he broke it?
I don't know. Ken can kill whenever he wants. It's just a little bit harder to land this in terms of hit some other characters. But you get him. Yeah.
Oh God, Psychic!
Wow. He's dead? It's almost like a pseudo drag down falling out of the PK Fire like that. We were talking about jab 1 at ledge earlier. That's kind of what happened there.
I have nothing negative to say about Psychic's Palutena whatsoever, but oh my lord, this Ness is insane. I can definitely see them staying Ness for the rest of this battle because Jesus Christ, look at the damage he's done. He's taken 7 stocks. He's still not even in that much danger right now. He's at 63%, so he might die if he gets clipped, but he doesn't necessarily, he's not like super risky. I see Omnilax trying to slow it down, doing a little bit of walking, trying to get some anti-air with these up tilts, but even that isn't really netting them much, only a couple of straight hits. Meanwhile, Psychic is doing a ton of damage and is positioned himself to take an 8th stock at this point.
Omnilax is having a lot of trouble dealing with Psychic on this platform and coming down from the platform. It feels like it's just constant pressure, and the shield grab is going to come out. Going to be PK Thunder. No, it's not quite enough.
All right, FAU Red, don't let it be you. We're getting into don't let it be you territory. FAU Red, don't let it be you. All right, not going to stay on the back row.
Yo-Yo Red, no, that hitbox is going to hurt. The back air does finish it off.
Don't let it be you, FAU Red.
One stock in a dream for Psychic. Psychic sort of saying, oh yeah, Psychic's not. Psychic, they're good, but they're just not in the ranked caliber as Javier. No. Respect Psychic. Never forget the name as they come in here swinging, and they got the pressure at ledge, but Finally,
No! See, that, okay, so I'm not crazy. That is how you DI in Sure You Can. I don't think Jake's DI was on point that previous set we saw with him in Omnilex, but surviving that at that
finally.
rate, that's how you DI that.
Omnilex saves their team. 8 stocks taken by Psychic. But not 9. But not 9. That asterisk is going to be on there. And we were saying it was possible for Viri. I'm sorry, Omnilex. Come back in the final crew battle because it's looking like you're starting to get it together. I mean, I don't know.
You just said focus on game 3, bro. Like, you know what? Don't even stress yourself. See what you can learn. Here's the thing.
Their team got to be crowded around that switch, taking non-stop notes right now on every little habit they see.
I'm going to ask you a personal question because I assume you're a competitor too. You take 8 stocks but not 9. Are you happy with that 8 or are you disappointed that you didn't get 9? Psychologically, I want to hear your answer.
I'm happy for the 8. I'm happy for the 8. I'm more of a glass half full kind of guy, but I'm happy.
See, I would be like, dang, I would be so happy for that 8, but there would be there would be a 15-second window where I'd be like, damn, I could have had 9. Like, I know I have to like navigate that thought for a little bit, but 8 out of 9 is still so close. And the only person we did see do 9 was that Viri, I think. But
yeah,
if you told me to look at this roster and tell you that somebody took 8 stocks, and it wasn't Jake and it wasn't Javi, I would be like, wow, that's crazy. But yeah, I mean, let's look at Psychic. Let's brag on the boy real quick. Like, you know, number 1 of their local scene rankings, which it totally shows. They've gotten a few online first in a couple of seconds. They're consistently top 8ing at like 50 to 100 person locals. And yeah, the grind is definitely paying off. They also have on this team, there's also another player named SLK who we haven't seen just yet. But I mean, based on the work Javi, Psychic, and Jake have done, I don't know if they will. They might throw him in just for funsies. I don't know how good he is. I'm sure he's plenty good to be on the team. But man, they are all really pulling their weight today.
Yeah, and if you remember, last time Javi came in for a situation like this, like a cleanup situation, they had fun with it. Mm-hmm. And while I want to see Omnilex pop off, seeing a reverse 3-0 like this, a reverse 3-stock, it's always so interesting. However, I also do want to see if Javi does some shenanigans.
Yes, let's find out. So far, Javi, it feels like Omnilex will play a very calculated neutral. Like, Ken is an aggressive character, but you don't see Omnilex running in and trying to like force options out. He plays really patient. He's perfectly fine just walking, holding his shield up, trying to like get some parries on the projectiles perhaps. And then as soon as his opponent overcommits, that's when he goes in.
This is how you would have to start if you were starting a reverse 3-0 though. Look at this. But again, do you remember what Javi did? An incredibly slow start and then just so much a nice DI to get out of that.
I also really like that Javi went for up tilt 1, did not even risk overextending because had Omnilex pulled the trigger and gone for another Shoryuken at a disadvantage, he easily could have got reversal. And look at that, only 19% on Omnilex. What a fantastic start for him. Quite the mountain to climb, but what a way to get going.
I mean, theoretically, they did go kind of even with Jake. There's a chance, maybe. But, oh, that's some nice shield pressure right there. Omnilex is playing with fire.
Ooh, okay. Javi
They're
is
up
getting...
the kill percent right now, and they get out of that with the focus. The focus has been so crucial in keeping the disadvantage from becoming too insurmountable. But Javi's turning up the heat now. The aggression is starting to simmer over the top of the pot. Speaking of the aggression.
I love the Street Fighter shield noises too. That just made that like 10 times funnier. I don't know if I'm getting slap happy or what it is, but God, that's funny. Ooh, nice. Caught him at the
ledge, but you can't commit to the up B right there.
It's actually really crucial that Omnilex is putting this pressure on Javi at the ledge because Villager is probably one of the best characters at like setting up pressure from being at the ledge, throwing out so many different projectiles, having so much aerial drift and making it really tricky. But he was in a really rough spot right now. Oh,
and
nice.
There's the bury. And the fireworks sent up, but Ken's not going to explode quite yet. Instead, using that focus with a little bit of a get-off tool, sent off the side, but not quite a kill quite yet.
Yo, Omnilex is clean. I really like what I'm seeing right now.
Oh, yeah. Omnilex, their movement looks a little suspect when we first saw them, but then they really cleaned up.
Yeah, they're turning up right now. Still, 151%, a 5-stock deficit. This is pretty much all she wrote. Oh,
That was a funny freeze frame right there.
him being
But
thrown through like those early 2000s 3D movies.
it looks like a Kazuya move. Like,
It does. It just zoomed in so hard.
but yeah, trapped in the net and thrown off the side. I'm like, put on a show, but ultimately Javi, with the buffer of Jake as well, who's gonna clean up shop, and now one last crew battle for
Now,
FAU Red.
what on earth does FAU Red do going into this game? You have the person that you were allegedly the least afraid of running through and taking 8 stocks, almost OCVing the entire team. Obviously, they know they're going to go Ness. They're not going to go back to Palu. But who are they going to start? Do you think they'll start Omnilex again? I mean, he had a lot of momentum going in. Maybe they'll start him. But then I just don't know from there. That might be their best plan. They might have to start Anchor first at this point.
Yeah, I think Anchor first is the way to go, if I'm being real.
Yeah, I think that might be the idea. Like, sending Archmage in against him definitely doesn't seem like a good plan. I mean, he got 3 stocked, and it wasn't even like anything to like dump on Archmage over. It's just that's definitely a really tough matchup, and it definitely looked like Psychic knew it really, really, really well. And as you said, there is a decent amount of beef down here. I'm sure it doesn't matter much, but I know there was a couple of prominent Robins in Florida just generally. I know back in Smash 4 and maybe in Ultimate there was Dath. And not to say that all this happens based on like matchup and experience, but I definitely just went and sent Archmage back in to try that again. It just looked really insurmountably hard.
Yeah, Psychic. Well, I get it now. PSI, Psychic.
You just got
I just got that.
You just got it.
Because, PSI magnet. It all makes sense. Don't worry.
Yes, it does. And
Listen,
know what? Hey, you crossed the finish line, all right?
I'm a professional. I'm a
Yes.
professional. I know this game like the back of my hand, and I know some of the moves that Ness has. And we're going to see some of those moves because it looks like Psychic is coming back in.
He probably had to go take a Gatorade break. Like, dang, you don't need me again? Like,
and now they're like, okay, 9 stocks, but they're not going to let that happen. I
Right.
mean, only once will it happen to you. I hope, maybe.
all right, well, we'll see. All right, so they're starting off with Joker this time. They seem very, very rigid on like their player format. It definitely seems to be Arsenic, Archmage, Omnilex, no matter what. Let's see. I'm not sure. I mean, it's hard for me to like try to paint the picture for Arsenic after just that explosive round 2 for UCF. But who knows? Maybe you figure something out. Maybe you Google some frame data for Ness. Who knows?
Yeah, and some nice pressure with the guns and forward tilts. 2 very safe options that Ness can't really do a ton about, and it stuffed out the short hops as well with one of Joker's better disjoints.
That is true. Now this time we are seeing Arsenic get a whole lot of these side Bs. Even if Psychic gets to absorb them, because the way that the move works, it's only going to really give them like maybe 1 or 2%. So it's relatively low risk as long as your spacing is on point. But now we have the Arson side B, which is adding even more danger. And you're right, he's really taking it to him offensively with these guns.
Yeah, no, he's just blowing this kid away. As the back air will send Psychic far off stage. And is that a clean counter? No, you jump a little deep, but, well, we'll just say the counter hit.
I mean, functionally, it was the same result. So shout out to them, already doing much better than the previous round.
Ooh, and already a nice lead. Building it even higher with every little chip you get. Is a lot of retreating and just committing. Again, they use the gun at range, forward tilt when Psychic gets too close. But if Psychic goes in when they expect Psychic to stay away, then you're able to get the forward tilt. And build up percent, get the back throw, very nice. But Arsenic has a nice game plan playing out in front of us.
All right, so definitely even right now. Maybe honestly, if Arsenic can take this first game, I mean, even if it doesn't necessarily guarantee victory from FAU Red, they are down 2 sets. Boy, it's just it's almost a breath of fresh air just to not have to worry about getting ran through by Psychic again. And that gun was really well placed. Smart recovery from Psychic. That was an awkward angle. He's narrowly able to make it back, but that was almost a really early game.
Yeah, these forward tilts have been crucial to make sure that they are never comfortable getting off ledge. This ledge trapping, honestly, overall has just been impeccable. Not really a good position to go for any sort of counter shenanigans here, so instead, just taking the ledge trap. Overall, though, slow and steady wins the races. Arsenic cleans up their gameplay, reminiscent of the first crew battle where Arsenic actually gave them the lead.
It's true. And now he's in a great position, going out for that drop zone bear. This time he is really taking it to Psychic off stage. If nothing else, the match will be relatively even, but as soon as Psychic's boots aren't on the ground, it's looking like a stock loss.
It's landing there, right there into the parry, but that yo-yo is going to cover ledge as well as anything else.
Yeah, opting to go for the up smash yo-yo versus the down smash. I think the down smash may have killed, or if nothing else, it would have sent to the worst position. But either way, still a great punish from Psychic. But he's taking a lot of damage, getting double AHOD on top of it. This is in a really good position for Arsenic to be in.
Stacking up big as Psychic. It's landing there, right there. Oh. You're getting Joker in disadvantage repeatedly, but you can't quite get them there, but there's the up smashes them. No, not quite. Arsenic holding on to this stock.
Not the worst position in the world, you know. Arson isn't really anywhere close to being out. He's already at like relatively high percent, so we might not have to deal with that aspect of this. But other than that, it's still quite a lead to come back from. Wouldn't that be crazy to take 8 stocks and then only take 1, like right after? Like what a day.
Yeah, what a day indeed. No one was ready for that net. You ever get the back here on the field? We have seen miracles happen with this one stock. It's like, what do you got for us?
All right, a lot of damage. No jump from Arsenic, so he has to kind of hold that double forward air. Totally even things back up in just a matter of moments. Let's see if Arsenic can take some momentum back. Looks like he's got him trapped. He's got him A-high, using forward tilt to trap those landings, which is the main thing I think that's going to be the difference maker in this matchup, is if he can trap his landings. And so far, so good for him. Arsen's going to be on deck, and Psychic has to be very careful.
Oh, perfect spacing on that to force an up B recovery, but they're not able to hit them with the yo-yo.
Yeah, shockingly getting through that recovery. I'm not even sure how he made it, but congratulations to Arsenic for having another chance and for taking the inaugural game of Game 3.
Woo, okay. Arsenic redeeming themselves right there. They're supposed to be the wall that keeps Psychic out, and they did it once, and then the second time, well, the floodgates were opened, but this time you're able to plug the leak, and Arsenic will be taking FAU Red into the latter half of this crew battle with a slight lead, a very slight lead.
A very, very slight lead. But yeah, now, again, this time they're going to have to rest a little bit more on Jake and Javi, but, you know, those players have more than shown up and shown out, so still not a time to get comfortable for FAU Red, but that is substantially better than the way it started in that round 2.
Oh, yeah. Now, Jake or Javi, that's the question. I think Jake in this scenario came in last time, but I honestly think Jake and Javi are just like trading who comes in just to keep warmed up for the finals. No, like, this is still very doable, but FAU Red, you got to prove it to me. You got to show me the gumption, and Arsenic is starting to bring that out.
He's playing really well, and honestly, he is going to come in with that early Arson, so there's definitely an opportunity to snag one more stock for the road, you know, 1 stock to go, you know, stock for the doggy bag, so who knows?
Yeah, Arsene Joker against Steve, Arsene Joker, the best character in the game, so you're going to get a couple seconds on that character, but regardless of who comes in, I feel like Jake has more of an opportunity to shut down Arsene immediately, but Jake also traded out with Arsene when I think in the first crew battle. So we'll see how that goes going into this second part.
Yep, and we're going to find out momentarily. It looks like it is going to be Jake after all. Trying to think about what Arsenic should be watching out for, because Jake's neutral it's chaotic, but it's like organized chaos. You know what I mean? He's got a lot of really crazy shenanigans, and it's not consistent enough to like point to any one thing, at least not that I've watched so far from seeing him play this weekend. So it's got to be tough. I mean, I'm guessing just keep your spacing well with back air, especially since you're going to have Arsene back air on deck really quickly. But other than that, you just got to keep your eyes peeled for some Looney Tunes shenanigans, especially with the way you've seen Jake playing around TNT.
Yeah. Starting out on Kalos here. Arsenic gonna struggle to get this one stock, but Jake, well.
All right, Jake eating some meat.
Start.
All right, here we go.
Some nice little taps with the guns and immediately putting Steve on ledge where he doesn't really have a lot of options, but then he gets caught by the up tilt. Sure, just nice firms.
I like how he finished that combo and immediately went to the wall and was like, yeah, I know what you want to do now. I know you want to set up these projectiles, but no. Oh, but that Arsene A high is going to add a lot of damage. Honestly, things are relatively even at this point. I think one thing that's really important here is we need to see how Arsenic responds to Jake playing on the shield. Great recovery from Jake. Arsenic had a lot of different ways he could have killed with that back air, but Jake made a surprising, almost fully horizontal up B back to the ledge and ended up saving him.
Yeah, honestly, there's just so much good movement right here, but honestly, it's the back airs that have really impressed me. They didn't really get a ton of back airs besides a couple kills in the earlier stages, but right now Arsenic's back airs have been making Jake think twice about any sort of options you want to go for, but they still hang on to the stock.
Yeah, Arsenic's been playing really well around Jake's on-stage tools. He was very patient around that back down smash to the ledge. He's got that on lock, but he cannot find a consistent way to edge guard Jake just yet. Oh,
Black Knight right there just shoved the foot in your face. You're out of here.
All right, Joker wiping his shoes off. Only at 77%. That's not too bad. That gives FAU Red an even greater lead, and it looks like a pretty nice combo to boot.
Oh, I thought it grabbed you right there for a second. But that TNT just makes you stay away. I just feel like I don't have to deal with that.
No, we certainly do not. Oh!
Now the down smash? Yeah, that nasty angle, you're going to be out of here.
Yeah.
Arsenic taken out, but they do get one stuck on the board, maintaining the slight lead that FAU Red has. Can they get a point on the board?
All right.
Remains to be seen.
Another really big decision here is, do you want to send in Omnilex now? Because his match with Jake was looking pretty good. He definitely looked like he had a lot of answers. This could be the time. But then if they do and he ends up going down, then it becomes, what is that, Robin versus Villager? I guess that's not terrible. That's not too bad, I assume. I don't know. Things can be relatively even. We can definitely see FAU Red maybe put one up on the board and keep this closer.
Yeah. As at this point, yeah, I would send in Archmage just because I don't know. Because Omnilex did take 2 stocks off of Jake last time, so if you could just wipe that out, maybe the Villager could, maybe Archmage could do something against Javi on Earth. It's not unfeasible.
No,
it's not at all. Honestly, I don't want to speculate too hard, but I do feel like Omnilex might be the pick here.
Yeah, I think I would go with Omnilex too at this point. And I also think that the neutral between Robin and Villager potentially, if it ends up coming down to the last 2 characters, might be a little bit less chaotic than than Kid and Steve. A little bit less gambling is going to be involved on both sides of that. So yeah, I agree. I would send it Omnilex.
Yeah, just getting everything picked out. Now, I do want to talk about how Jake was recovering really well. But then as soon as they got off the ledge, that was what was covered. It was more ledge trapping than edge guarding, which obviously, Steve, very hard to edge guard. It's pretty hard to edge guard any character in this game if you're not completely prepared for it. But yeah, going up to the Kalos platforms was just an invitation for Steve to be punished over and over and over again. So yeah, we'll have to see. Looks like they're starting to get into the game now, though.
Looks like they're about to send their person in. They're almost prepared. Also, again, thanks so much for tuning in. It's been very fun hanging out with you, Miles. And the winner of this is going to move on to Nationals with $1,000 in their pocket. So shout outs to them.
Oh, yeah.
Well, the winner of the whole event, not this match, but you know what I mean. But the other person that's going to be going on to fight Clemson in Grands.
Yeah. And Clemson's a tough roster. Very even, but this is another very even roster that's finding themselves increasingly struggling. But they have a lead for the first time in a while. Let's see what they can do with it. Because, hey, I could beat my words. I told you. FAU Red started this at a massive skill disadvantage. They needed to adapt throughout the set, and now they're doing just that.
Oh,
but
man.
it's hard to adapt to that true combo.
Yeah, honestly, they were so high up since I started from the PS2 platform, which I don't even think it matters for Steve. He's just going to build his way up there. But, boy, that was almost an immediate stock on for Archmage. All right, yep, another platform tech situation. Nice down air from Jake, keeping the pressure high, only taking 13%. Minecart's coming through. Archmage is really going to have to find a way to like reset the neutral because it is way in Jake's favor right now. These projectiles are doing nothing. Minecart is coming through and disrupting a lot of what Archmage wants to set up. This just looks really hard.
I do like using the
Thunder.
Oh, no!
Not
Okay,
the Wile E. Coyote.
Yeah, we
Oh,
talked about
no.
Looney Tunes stuff. That was Looney Tunes right there. Minecart straight into the TNT to say goodbye.
God, that's so funny. Acme brand Jake coming in with all the Wile E. Coyote tools. Jake would have caught that Roadrunner. That's all I'm saying. Anyway, stocks are even now. UCF is back in this, no longer at a deficit. And it looks like he's just put a ton of damage on Archmage. Archmage does have Thoron at the ready, but he's just being bullied so hard by Jake's aerials, it doesn't even feel like a threat yet. Yeah, and that was a good place to throw it out, but of course, Jake is able to move so quickly horizontally with the minecart. He's able to just kind of stall midair and just kind of take that tool away from him.
Diamonds are still unlocked if you really want to at this point, and they're running out of their old diamond tools. Yeah, I was going to say that pickaxe, the durability has got to be up at this point, but
nice.
Ooh, the landing called out.
Yeah, Archmage actually taking a play out of Jake's book and extending his own F smash with the crafting table. And Levin Sword is already relatively active, but on top of that, man, what do you do?
Oh, what you do is jump off ledge straight into the minecart, unfortunately. As now Steven Stocks finish this off, Jake slowly taking away this lead that Archmage and Archmage had built.
All right, yeah, he's still got those diamond tools. He's got gold on deck too, just in case he loses them. Let's see when he gets started. Archmage doing a good job of avoiding those early percent combos, but these stray hits are kind of coming through and filling the gap anyway. Oh, nice.
Laddering you up, 57%. A lead for Archmage. A chance right here, but it's quickly stolen away. But the shore up back here instead of the full health, that's going to mean Archmage gets stage again.
Oh, fair to up smash. Is that going to do it? No. Great DI from Archmage. Keeping himself in this again. The stocks are even, so there is a lot of potential for FAU Red to get themselves on the board here. Into up smash. That's going to do it. Going to continue the lead that FAU Red had going, snatching it back from UCF and putting them in position to maybe get themselves on the board.
And this is hard fought. Like, the amount of effort they have needed to put into this, the amount of clutch they have had after coming back mentally from that amazing showing by Psychic in the previous game, they're able to do all this? It's unbelievable.
Yeah, honestly, I'm really happy that this is that much closer because taking 8 stocks, that's one of those things where it just takes the wind out of your sails. But they are infallible. They took that. They said, you know what? That's fine. That was a practice game. It's best of 5. We didn't need that round. Let's just reset everything again. And yeah, it definitely seemed to be the difference maker. I think they might be a little bit more balanced in the skill gap than we previously anticipated too. Because we saw earlier, with Veery's team, where it definitely was, I shouldn't say Veery's team, but he was definitely like leading the charge on what's going to happen. And we see a big explosive lead start this off again for this team. But now that they were able to kind of take him out, this is just really only like one stock separating them over and over again. It's just very close now.
Yeah, very close, as you might say. But
very close. Yeah.
I mean, 4 stocks to 3 is not terrible. And Javi on Earth definitely has shown proficiency in taking out this Robin early, but it's all about playing safe.
Yeah,
and
it really is.
I think Javi on Earth has demonstrated their amazing ability to do this. So, I mean, why would, like, you have 2 options here. I think you can rush down and completely stuff out anything Archmage wants to do, or you can just play it slow. Wait for your opening and then take it down. Who is this? K-Star? Is that Javi on Earth, or is
I think it's Javi.
does a new challenger approach?
I'd be wild if they didn't throw Javi in there. But I think the main thing we saw that was successful for him last time was that he just like dominated the mid range with those rising and falling forward airs or bears, either one he was doing. Like that just messed up Robin's neutral so hard. He is of course coming in with a 1 stock lead, but that might not mean much. I mean, Robin's got some pretty explosive plays too. We all saw that. We saw that he almost got that ladder combo off the top, which could have killed really early on Jake if he had.
Okay.
All right, let's see.
Looking sort of online as Javi begins with the barrage of slingshot projectiles, but that's the next situation right up that. Not able to follow up on it though, as the Lloyd Rocket zooms peacefully over Archmage's head.
All right, he's getting in a little close. Archmage definitely wants this, but I love that Javi is not afraid to scrap, especially jab you specifically. He wants to jab you.
Yeah, I mean, look at this. Oh yeah, it's a boxing match right here, and you're up 72%. Tree on ledge forces you very, very high. You get poked out of the air by that little slingshot, but you're back into it. The down air going to cover his landing.
I feel like at this point, we are pretty close to seeing Javi go for the shenanigans where he has the tree behind him and just jabs you for like an hour. Like, I wouldn't be surprised if he went for it at this point.
Yeah, you get jabbed through all 4 seasons at that.
Man, the music is changing on Animal Crossing stage. Like, you just got to hold it.
But Archmage is slowly bringing this back. They're keeping Javi consistently at ledge until you get caught by that Lloyd Rocket. Now you got to find a way to land. In fact, they're not going to finish you up quite yet, but it's a very disadvantaged situation. Oh, the tree! It's going to be clanked with, though, giving you a chance off ledge and finishing off 1 stock, giving your last player, Omnilax, an advantage.
Yes, that was absolutely crucial. Coming into that, taking that stock right before he went out. I knew that Arcfire to up smash was coming too. Javi was looking a little bit concerned with how he was coming to get off the stage. He had a really good attempt to take that stock with the tree, especially when it extended on the book. But yeah, now Omnilax is going to come running here with like a very small lead. And, you know, great if it wins and they get to put themselves a game on the board. But otherwise, that would mean that UCF will be walking into finals with a full 3-0 dub.
Yeah, and I didn't see exactly how it went down. I don't know all the intricacies, but I think that book clanking with the tree literally saved Archmage's life. Like, hey, paper beats rock, but does it beat wood?
Yeah, let's find out.
That requires further investigation. But anyway, I mean, again, kill confirms. That's what it comes down to, and that is what Omnilax's game plan has been. It looked like they had a little more trouble hitting them on Villager than they did, especially Villager and Ness.
Yeah, I mean, getting in with him, period, is already hard enough as it is, and Javi just seems to have a really good defensive game plan on top of Villager's innate, like, you know, we'll say slipperiness. How about that? We'll say slipperiness.
Yeah, as you have so many options to move around in the air, so many options to pressure you as you try to approach. And we'll see how those options come into play as Javi is going to get rid of their first stock. And Omnilax, the fate of your school rests upon your shoulders. What can you do for FAU? That remains to be seen here in what could be the final match of our crew battle.
Yes, and of course, Omnilax staying as the anchor is the most decorated player on the FAU Red team, so Javi has no room to get comfortable. I know he knows, especially if these schools have rivalry or have beef, he knows how powerful the player Omnilax is after having experienced it. So let's see how this goes down. And honestly, considering the way Ken plays, that he only needs a couple of confirms to like secure those stocks, Javi is going to have to play extremely well in neutral.
Naring out of that pressure right there, DIing in and naring, that was very nice matchup knowledge right there, because I would have never, it's always SDI up in a way, like I'm getting out of there. But Javi went in to get more aggression. That turn in momentum is already giving them a nice bit of coverage on Ken.
Ooh, this is looking really rough. Ken with relatively linear recovery options, not sure what to do. It looks like Javi actually got a bait watering nowhere near the tree just to try to give Omnilex a fake opening and capitalizing really hard and only taking 33% too. So the stocks are even. Again, this is the last 2 tournament stocks for FAU Red. He has to win this game to keep him alive here. But other than that, Javi's playing really well. He's only really lost neutral maybe twice. Like that 35% that he has on him, 28 of it was one combo. Oh my gosh.
Oh my word.
What does Ken
You're
do?
just being led out.
All right, Javi
Was there
getting a
a wall
little
jump?
bit greedy there.
I didn't know that, but
He doesn't need it, you know?
he needs it. But there is something you don't need. Getting nared out of that combo again. I'm not sure how Javi is getting away with this, but Omnilex, they're not able to hit the confirm, and Javi is on point with their defensive options.
Yeah, it's crazy to think about Omnilex coming into this with an entire stock lead and a character that just poops out damage on like everything, but he's only gotten 76%. Is that gonna do it? Oh, all right. Very important DI check for Javi. I don't know if that was the right angle, but either way, Omnilex had a ton of rage on him, so he is on his last stop. Let's see if Javi can take it home, or if we're gonna see FAU Red keep themselves alive and start another round.
Nice little movement right here, the footsies, as you immediately get the start of something big, but instead you get reversal by that dare. Javi's struggling to get killed, but you're forcing him into the corner. That might be just as good if you're able to get the finisher right here at lead, or they're going to send him off again. These little taps again and again and again. You're dead.
Wow, he made it
You
back.
lived that,
That's
and now you
insane.
get the reversal to what kill?
What did he do? Was it side B?
I
If
don't
he
know.
caught him with side B just now, this is the smartest player I've ever seen in my entire life, because he was getting thoroughly down tilted on the ledge in a rough spot. Did he just blow side B up? I don't even think it's active that fast.
Apparently it is, because now Javi has made this an even game, and I don't think even Omnilex was ready for that.
No. And again, Javi opting to scrap with Ken of all people, showing him I'm the one that really fights around here.
My word. His load rocket collides directly into Omnilex's shield. Nice little fastball right there to get around that little pressure, but still, you remain undeterred. Still just harassing this blonde combatant. Can't quite get in there. Ooh, but this could be big.
He went
This
in.
could be it. But again, naring out of it, knowing that you can't go for it right at the ledge right there. The focus stack lets you get back to stage. This is anyone's game. One little stray hit could be it as Javi continues to dominate the neutral, but the neutral doesn't matter when one touch could be your demise. One touch could be UCF fighting another crew battle, but is that corner going to be it? Yes, it is. UCF off of Javi's victory is moving on into the finals of the CENC Southeast Invitational.
And that was such a close game that definitely could have gone either way. Omnilex showing us some exemplary patience. Once again, his game plan, he's going to walk around, he's going to head his shield up, he's going to force you to overextend, and every time Javi took a single step forward, he was getting duffed in the face. He almost did it. There was a situation where he was being down tilted, and it could have led to a Shoryuken, but I saw the animation of a grab break happened. It looked like he was forced to clank with something, and it literally saved Javi's life. Javi was absolutely on the brink of death right there. But he is able to clutch it out. That's going to give them a 3-0 victory, but an extremely hard-fought 3-0 victory, at least for rounds 1 and 2. They're going to be moving on to Grands to face up against Clemson.
Oh, yeah. And I'm excited for that. Let's real quick, as we're trying to wrap things up in preparation for the finals, run over who they're going to be having to face. You just got your education on UCF. Some of our personal favorites to win this, but Clemson has made a name for themselves. They've got Fluxwaver and fantastic Lucas, who can steal a stock in an instant. We've seen Fluxwaver go down over 100% and then kill you in 3 seconds flat. It's fantastic. Then you got Chunky, who has at times been the consistent battering ram, opening up teams, hammering away at them with projectiles, and then finishing them off in style with deep breathing on the Wii Fit. And then finally, you have Zoroaster, rather. Maybe the MVP, taking out Viri consistently. Viri, one of the most deadly players we've seen, but up against this Cloud, they looked like nothing. So that is who you're going to be having to look out for going into this.
Yes, and it's going to be quite an exciting match. I do want to give one last shout out to FAU Red, because if nothing else, after, you know, having one person take 8 stocks from the crew and being able to fight all the way back down and give that to the final stock, being able to upset the person that you would consider your demon the round prior, being able to make those adaptations and keep that competitive takes a lot of skill and mental fortitude. So I do want to say shout outs to FAU Red. They played amazing. They really came back from the clutches and almost got themselves on the board, but UCF was just a little bit tougher at the end of the day.
Yeah, they just really couldn't. I mean, they couldn't hold it together. I don't even think it wasn't holding it together. I think that was holding it together to the best of your ability. But in the end, there's just a certain depth. There's a certain fluidity that people move with when they are one of the best. Like you've reached that next level, and you look like your character is playing with like 15% more airspeed and like a little bit more fall speed. Like they're just so consistent with how they execute their punishes. And that's what we've been seeing again and again and again. And we've seen that in bursts from Clemson, but it's all the time with Jake, Javi, and Psychic now adding themselves to that pantheon. I'm comfortable saying that now after that 8 stock performance.
Man, oh man. I actually wonder what Clemson's going to do, because I don't know if Clemson was watching the stream and taking note of that, but if they don't know, you should know that
you better
the player that is not Javi or Jake F Smash is the one that was the MVP that took 8 stocks.
Yep. 8 stocks. 8 stocks. And I feel like Ness, you know what I want to see? I want to see the Ness v. Lucas battle. It's like
see the kids fight it out.
Yeah. Like
anime protest.
I want to see those kids throw hands. Like, well, hold on. We've also got Javi coming. A lot of child characters coming in here. But either way, we're going to see them face off whenever we get these teams in lobby. So don't go anywhere. Well, you can run. You can grab a snack, grab a drink. Get ready for these finals because the Southeast CENC Invitational is going to wrap up soon enough.
Definitely doesn't play like ball.
Yeah, and listen. FAU Red is strong. They're demonstrating that now, but they need to be. Nice forward air right there. I'm trying to go all the way off to edge guard, but instead, cover a high recovery that's not going to can out. Oh. Ooh, Arsenic. Going for that 2-frame, but you can't quite find it. Fantastic pressure on the ledge, though.
Yes.
Maybe pressure. Nice pickaxe right there. And no, speaking of the shield pressure, you don't even need to mine. Just get the fully charged up smash straight off the top. And that is going to run straight into the trap. Oh, goes for the early kill right there. That could have feasibly killed, but instead you get knocked off ledge. Oh, very high jump, but it's covered the
full Looney Tunes mode. I've never seen so much TNT on an opening stock. Really got Amilex kind of confused here. We saw him get a little bit tempted too. He tried to drag the combo over towards the TNT to kill Jake. Away with, we'll just say Jake stuff for free.
Oh, and they used the minecart off of the TNT being destroyed. And speaking of the TNT being destroyed, at ledge, we'll keep with the confirm, but Jake is not going to give him to it that easily. But still, you're getting carried across by the Nairs. Oh, is that it? The anvil, that's crucial right there.
That was definitely going to be a shield breaker. Going to be damn close to it. Oh!
Perfect frame as well, and lining in between every single up B as well. Now a high up B, an opportunity for a punish, and you know Jake's not going to let that slip away.
No. Archmage just doesn't seem to be able to take Jake out of his rhythm. Oh, that forward could have been disastrous.
Good show right there. That they also show, and now the jab pressure again.
Archmage is getting bullied by nature for like 30 seconds. He's like, I have no neutral. There's trees out here. I don't know what's going on. But that's an up smash.
They like that because, well, a lot of aerials cannot hit Joker out of shield. Definitely can there, but that's a big counter.
Yeah. Psychic, but having the counter itself and also the little bit of boost and knockback from Arson's down guns really made it tough for Psychic to back to the stage. Oh, but the back wasn't even go too often. I mean, it's pretty disjointed. It's relatively safe. Arsenic was covering it, but the Psychic was being really patient. Didn't want to take any chances, especially while Arsenal's on deck.
Fantastic work. As now you drift down with the gun again. Arsenic uses that gun to throw in the air, which I love. They get the tech down there, but it's not enough to save their life.
Pretty considerably far down, but really even the gap up. He's got Psychic at some pretty dicey percents, and Arson is almost on deck, but the up air is going to give UCF.
Yeah, you've got to just hyping up UCF is the only thing I can do here, because look at them. Look at the fantastic coverage. Like I said, textbook. Confirms them hit some other characters, but you get him. Yeah.
Oh god, Psychic.
Wow. He's dead?
We're getting into don't let it be you territory. FAU Red, don't let it be you. Alright, you're not gonna stay on the back row.
Yo, Red, no, that hitbox is gonna hurt. The back here does.
Sure you can. I don't think Jake's DI was on point that previous set we saw with him in Omnilex, but surviving that
finally.
That height. I also really like that Javi went for up tilt 1, did not even risk overextending, because had Omnilex pulled the trigger and gone for another short you can at a disadvantage, he easily could have got reversal. And
cleans up their gameplay, reminiscent of the first True battle where Arsenic actually gave them the lead.
It's true. And now he's in a great position. Wouldn't that be crazy to take 8 stocks and then only take 1, like right after? Like, what a day.
Yeah, what a day indeed. No one is ready for that net.
Patient around that down smash to the ledge. He's got that unlocked, but he cannot find a consistent way to edgeguard Jake just yet.
Oh, the Black Meta Knight right there, but that CNC just makes him stay away. You don't have to deal with that.
No, he certainly do not. Oh!
Now the down set.
Keeping himself in this again. The stocks are even, so there is a lot of potential for FAU Red to get themselves on the board here. Into up smash, that's gonna do it. Gonna continue to lead the FAU.
It's gonna be Clankman though, giving you a chance off ledge and finishing off one stock, giving your last player Omnilax an advantage.
Yes, that was absolutely crucial. Coming into that, taking that stock right before he went out. I knew that arc fired up. Doesn't play like fire.
Yeah, and listen. FAU Red is strong. They're demonstrating that now, but they need to be. Nice forward air right there. I'm trying to go all the way off to edge guard, but instead, cover over a high recovery that's not going to pan out. Oh. Ooh, Arsenic. Going for that 2-frame, but you can't quite find it. Fantastic pressure on the ledge, though.
Yes.
Maybe nice pickaxe right there. And no, speaking of the shield pressure, you don't even need to mine. Just get the fully charged up smash straight off the top. And now he's going to run straight into the trap. Oh, goes for the early kill right there. That could have feasibly killed him instead of get knocked off ledge. Oh, very high jump, but it's covered the
full Looney Tunes mode. I've never seen so much TNT on an opening stock. Really got Omnilex kind of confused here. You saw him get a little bit tempted too. He tried to drag the combo over towards TNT to kill Jake with, we'll just say Jake stuff free.
Oh, and they used the minecart off of the TNT being destroyed. And speaking of the TNT being destroyed, at ledge looking for the confirm, but Jake is not going to give him to it that easily. But still, you're getting carried across by the Nairs. Oh, is that it? And that's crucial right there.
That was definitely going to be a shield breaker. Going to be damn close to it.
Oh! Perfect frame as well, and lining in between every single up B as well. Now a high up B, an opportunity for a punish, and you know Jake's not going to let that slip away.
No. Archmage just doesn't seem to be able to take Jake out of his rhythm. Oh, that forward could have been disastrous.
Archmage did show right there that, oh! They also show, and now the jab pressure again.
All right, everybody, welcome back to the CENC Southeast Invitational. We are finally here. This is the end of the second day. We are here at our grand finals, our final 2 colleges competing in this. We now have the underdog Clemson taking on the dreaded UCF, featuring players like Javi on Earth, Jake F Smash, and Psychic, and they're going to be going up against Chunky, Zorreaver, and Fluxwaver. Some very strong players in their own right. Everybody left in this grand finals has at least one player that has taken upwards of 7 to 8 stocks in previous rounds of this. So we've got nothing but heavy hitters left. And again, the winners of this are going to come in and take $1,000 home with them and get a chance to fight out for even more money down at Nationals in Atlanta later this year, IRL in Atlanta, Georgia. Miles, how are you feeling right now?
Oh, Sai, I am hyped. This is going to be a great grand finals because we just saw in the previous match that when a team that is very balanced gives it their all, they can stand up against UCF. Can they do it now? We'll have to see as Clemson gets into our first game. It's going to be going back. I asked to see Fluxwaver versus Psychic, but instead they're going to be on the Palutena instead of the Ness. I mean, I have to assume Palutena just invalidates this character, but we'll have to see how that pans out here.
Yeah, I mean, if anybody knows how bad Lucas Palutena is, it's definitely the other Ness main. He's probably fighting a relatively similar battle. So let's see how Psychic starts things off. Now, once again, I'm not going to... Oh, the tradition of not getting to see the first game is happening. Well, that's unfortunate. As I was about to say... I know you did want to see the PK battle between Ness and Lucas, but Psychic has opted to go Palutena instead. It's not a bad decision by any means because one, Palutena has like an overwhelmingly very good matchup spread against most of the cast. And maybe it's easier, maybe he has some stuff he wants to like try to finesse against Lucas. But boy, oh boy, that Ness in that round 2 of the previous set was really, really cooking. And considering, again, this is still best of 5, so the first team to win 3 of the crew battles is going to win. We can see the Ness later, but right now it looks like Palutena is going to be a pretty solid play for the crew.
Yeah, I feel like the Palutena isn't bad, and I think it's just option coverage. It's fishing for information. And if you get the information, if you get the feel, sometimes you're just feeling that switch. You're feeling the character swap. You're like, okay, I can definitely I can run them with my Ness, but I think you would rather feel that on Palutena and be like, okay, I can go Ness, than go Ness and be like, oh my god, I need Palutena.
Right, exactly. And I would assume that between both of them, there's got to be some really interesting shenanigans. Of course, both of their magnets can, absorb PK Thunder 1, meaning that recovery is going to be really weird. Lucas would be a lot less susceptible to that. He can, he can tether recover. He can drift pretty well. Even just throwing PK fires behind him, he gets like a little bit of a boost there. So I don't blame Psychic for just playing it safe and just be like, you know what? I don't even want to play this game. It's a little bit of too much of a gamble. Just going to kind of opt out and play Palutena instead, which honestly doesn't matter who you main. Generally, that's a pretty safe plan. It's a pretty safe, solid idea.
Yeah, 100% size. I've got to think down the line as well. Like, who is going to be the problem matchups for who? Because you've got we have people like Zoroaster rather.
Mm-hmm.
I'm thinking of Nor'easter, but
Northeastern,
they were really good. They were really good at shutting down the hyper aggressive playstyle of Viri. We don't really get to see that from either Jake or Javi. I mean, they have that hyper aggressive playstyle. When you get to that level, you always do, but they don't need it. They're not relying on that.
No. They both of them play a much more like kind of grounded, not physically grounded, but like a much more like grounded neutral. Like they're not like running in and trying to force anything. That aside, though, of course, they do have explosive offensive options. We saw Javi get this like crazy zero death actually. Like getting a platform extension with dash attack and like comboing in a bowling ball. Like Javi's got some crazy tricks up his sleeve, but he's very comfortable just like keeping you out of the mid range and just like forcing you to approach the game at the rhythm that he wants. And Jake as well. I am curious to see who's going to end up taking that very first round. I can't really call it. But based on how Psychic has been playing today, I would maybe give the edge to him even without watching, but can't ever really know.
Yeah, Psychic on point, on fire, consistently showing how just like they are less of, like I jokingly said, they're the fodder for this team. They're not the fodder, they're the battering ram to open all this up. Like, they fish for information. They see everything this team has to offer. And then Jake and Javi, they could also do this, or they could just clean up. I mean,
they honestly just have them both just kind of assigned a cleanup duty at this point.
And one important factor to mention is that while, excuse me.
Go for it.
While UCF, while Clemson just had a long break to study and watch the VOD and prepare. UCF is playing hot. They just came off of a win going into this. It's like the losers bracket run Magic, except you're not in losers. And I feel like that's pretty crucial.
Yeah, so I am really wondering. It seems like it's been going on for a while, so I would imagine no matter what's happened here, it's probably been a pretty close game. I'll go on break. That's fine.
All right.
But yeah, we're gonna hop back in just a moment. The victor has been determined. I do want to know who the victor was, but
yeah,
either way, we're gonna take a quick moment and be right back.
Oh,
Flux won. Okay, great. So Flux actually took it over Psychic. That's really important.
And with that Lucas win with Flux giving Clemson a slight advantage, we are just going to go to a quick break to try and get these technical difficulties taken care of. When we return, the grand finals of the Southeast will continue.
That's right. See you guys in a moment.
Really taking like 3% in the past 10 seconds, and Hawk's stock is almost gone too. Got the Rob Nair, good on time here to avoid, but eats the laser. This could be it, Max. All right, gonna be able to respond. No rotary arms there. Last stop.
I love the use of the megawatt tilt in air. You know, the soft megawatt just to hit the gyro on the way back. Oh, I was gonna say, yeah, repeated ram edge guards there could actually. Oh, no way! No way! Time gear!
Oh my god, that was insane. That was insane. I cannot believe he just kept him off him like that. 1-1 now. Oh my god. He really got that. I'm shocked, Max. The laser actually hitting. Oh my god. We're now 1-1. This is the first time we're now 1-1.
Finally, it had to happen in finals, of course.
True.
But wow, Time Gear with the comeback of a lifetime right there. I mean, that last stock for Hawk barely even existed. Just not many chances to play. And it all came down to that one missed rotor arm edge guard too, right?
Yeah.
Like, you are banking on the air dodge, you're waiting for it to just slightly overshoot, and then Min turns the edge guard back around on you, and then Time Gear plays a near perfect stock to run this one back and keep Miami University in it. I really like the lineup that they played this time as well. I think Rin first was smart. Snake is just so good at trading stocks. And then you had Ferb as kind of the weird guy, right? Just the ice climbers that no one really knows how to fight. But keep in mind, Okoro took 5 stocks. And we saw that come down to just 1 for Time here. Wow, the rest of MSU not even taking 4.
Yeah, it's true. Yeah, Time Gear's got to stay the anchor at this point. We figured it out that Time Gear can really, win this crew battle. That was the first time we've seen a player also win a crew battle from behind as well. Time Gear taking 6 stocks in total, I believe, for this one. So we know where Time Gear's place is now going to be kind of on the bench. It's now all about adjustment. And we are going to be just taking a quick mid-set break once again before we jump into not the final game of this set, Max, just gonna be game 3.
Yep. All right, we'll see you in a few.
Welcome back, everybody. We're getting right back into the game with Javi on Earth taking on Fluxwaver. Thank you all for your patience in that little delay. Hopefully that should get things cleared up and we'll have a good, clean game going forward.
All right, now, of course, this is a classic tricky matchup for Lucas because there's so many situations that are just absolutely checkmate. Right now, Javi is just absolutely bullying Fluxwaver, keeping him pressured off stage. He's got no air dodge, still able to make it back. He's got that great drift, but a ton of damage for his troubles, 80% so far.
I love Javi's use of jab. We keep talking about it, but anytime you're at ledge, anytime you're up against the screen, you know it's going to hurt. And even when you get a hit, you're trading with that side B. Every hit is an explosion that does not really go in your favor. Looking more like Snake right there.
I've never met Javi on Earth, but in my head canon, he giggles every time he gets a jab. He's like, like, that's how I imagine him playing right now. But yeah, making very quick work of that one stock from Fluxwaver. UCF, again, the problem team to have to come in and deal with. Fluxwaver was able to take the first game over Psychic, who went Palutena instead of Ness. I caught myself. But yeah, he came in there and just went crazy on that stock. We didn't even see that stock get lost to like the off-stage shenanigans we're used to. We didn't see PK Thunder get absorbed or anything like that. He just went in there with raw hands. Villager might be his secret. Shoto, don't at me. That's what it's looking like right now.
Yeah, I mean, it wasn't even just that like jab setup too. There was no one like, oh, got him, GG, shake my hand. No, like every option was covered. You got past the tree. Welcome to Fort Air Station. I mean, it was non-stop, constant pressure from Javi, and I've got to applaud the option coverage.
Also, while we were on break, I did pop in and take a look at the other stream, and Miami and Michigan right now is 1-1 with Time Gear taking 6 stocks from Michigan.
And we're allowed to be biased on this stream.
I can say whatever I want because I'm not on their stream. So go Miami. But anyway, yeah. So we're definitely going to be in for an interesting battle here. I believe that the stocks are even now, correct? It should be like 6-6 on this.
6-6 going into the latter half, and hopefully things have been cleared up. It's looking like, yeah. I actually have no idea. That's the standard.
I was trying to figure it out too.
Yeah, like I forgot. That's their like standard. I don't think Fluxwaver is with the team in person, but that's their standard team player. So I have no idea. If I'm not, you know what? I'm not going to speculate. These teams operate on a level I cannot comprehend, but I can talk about it. And well, I just like to see in this first crew battle how it plays out, because that's going to give us the basis for the entire rest of this grand finals, this first battle.
Yeah, I don't think we're going to end up with the kind of grands where like someone just like steamrolls through the whole squad. I think the days of that are like pretty much over. The players are just far too solid on both sides. And again, Clemson does have phenomenal team balance, and that really ended up being the difference maker for them today, is that they're just very well balanced. And so is UCF, so I don't know. But it looks like we're going to go in with, I believe, Zoroaster.
Zoroaster is my guess as well, unless Morality comes out of retirement. But no, I'm thinking Zoroaster. As here we go. Now, in terms of matchup, I have to assume Cloud wins. Cloud does pretty well against the more slower-paced, floatier characters. However, with the ground game so utterly covered, it might be a little tough. Nice using the down tilt to get in, but no real follow-up from there. And heavy reliance on up B could be an invitation for heavier setups from Javi.
Now, we have seen Zoroaster pull off some crazy stuff, especially in the last round when we watched him. It was game 5, and you saw him come in blazing, taking like 6 stocks by himself. But Javi is coming into this match pretty hot. Really fast win over Flux, and it looks like that momentum has not stopped.
Ooh. Stuffing them out with the forward air as they go over that platform, but now just getting little tippy taps every now and then. I talked about earlier, again and again, these little taps, they degrade your entire mentality. And eventually, going to be going down. Whoa! Did you see that upbeat spacing? Perfect from Javi.
Let's talk about some clean movement from Javi. Not only was he able to like linger up there, kind of wait out the limit, even go for like a B-reverse pocket just to stall for time, but being able to float into the stage around that limit cross slash, which is a considerably big move, shows this person really has a mastery of their character.
Now, going in with these back airs, with these forward airs. Let's see. Ooh. Yeah, now you've got the speed boost that Limit provides. Trying to use that to zoom all the way up to the small. But going off stage for these side Bs has not been punished quite yet, but it's always been avoided.
All right, this is really even so far. There's a slight lead on Zeroster's side, but he hasn't been able to find a consistent way to like close it out just yet. I think Javi knows that he's looking for these back airs or, you know, maybe a side B if he can find one. Those are going to be the main tools. And him throwing up all those forward airs and all those void rockets is making it really tough for him to find the space that he needs to take the first stop. Wow, a lot of shield damage.
I love that. Forces an early up B on the stage with that flower pot, and then you've got him on platform right above you. You've got infinite ways to cover that cloud.
Ooh, nice. I like the bait, going for the empty hop and the forward tilt, trying to force Javi to choose a defensive option, which is what ended up getting Zeroster killed. But he's really just dedicated to just making sure he's not taking a panic option and getting a bowling ball at the end of that string for a ton of damage. Looks like he's ready to take 2 of these. Okay, he's got limit. Oh, but that angle. He's dead.
Stuffing out that up B. I'll be playing no games.
Javi was at that 138% and just 0 deaths roaster out of nowhere. Exemplary play, like taking advantage of Cloud's poor recovery, but also the combo game was on point too.
Flashing away at that tree, but it's really preventing the micro station that you want to see. Finally gets the cross-up read. Well, Javi's already running away with momentum.
Javi's in a pretty good position. Zeroster's going to have to fire back with 0 death of his own, and that is much easier said than done against a character like Villager who's so floaty. But man, Zeroster getting his shins destroyed by all those jabs from Javi.
Yeah, no. I've got to be worried right now. I've got to be stressed. Even with this limit online, where are you going to get the stock? You've got to give your team a little bit of a chance because you've still got Jake to worry about. This might just be an information gathering crew battle to start us off.
It could be. I would say one of the big things we learned is that like Javi is still very comfortable naring at a disadvantage because Zeroster had, you know, if he knew Javi was going to nair, he's got way more disjointed moves that could beat it. He had limit on deck. He could have almost killed him if he was really super on the ball, but at least now he does know. And this is the beginning of a best of 5 set, so that little nugget of information come in later. And as you see right there, punishing that landing neutral air with that up smash is going to keep this close. Zeroster might even be able to take one more stock.
And up the side with that forward air. Cloud's up here. Oh, nice job getting the limit, but the tree growing at the very last second.
Wow!
Living that as the Lloyd rocket will end up stocking on some more damage. Getting another stock off Javi. That's crucial right there.
Dude, I'm not gonna lie. My commentary just like defaulted to like the crowd member in game. Just ooh, wow, ah. Like I literally didn't know what to say. It was just such a shocking string of events.
Yeah. I mean, I'm not sure what to say either. I don't even remember what I just said. I was just trying to hype up. Oh my word! Air dodging through the cross slash to get the finisher right there. Oh my god, Javi.
Great work from Zeroster though. He kept that close after. I mean, it was really close at the beginning, and the second stock was just kind of a bloodbath, but he really kept it competitive and at least got it to the final stock. Also, great DI on that tree because I think a lot of people would have died there. It was definitely an unexpected kill option. But yeah, he kept it pretty close, but that is still going to give UCF a 1 stock lead. So Chunky's going to have to come in, take on this last stock from Javi, and 3 full stocks from Jake F Smash.
We did see, I think they're saving Chunky for Jake, or at least trying to. Chunky was really proficient against Steve. At least the standard Steve stuff, like the 3 block up, the 2 block with a hole in it. Every single time that got thrown out, they had an answer to it, a hard answer to it. With Jake's more unconventional, more refined play style, I have a feeling it's going to be a little harder for Chunky, but they still definitely have that matchup experience.
Oh, they certainly still do. So I am curious to see how this is going to go down, and it's definitely absolutely crucial that they come in that with as many stocks as possible. Hopefully they can take off the first stock of Javi first, but Javi's playing amazing. Normally going into this, I would expect WeFit to be the one to have like an explosive combo and like an early kill, but we saw Javi get a 0 death off like seemingly nothing. So who knows?
Yep. Gonna be throwing these stocks away as, you know, do some stretching, get yourself warmed up for this match. Here we go.
All right, here we go.
Immediate Lloyd rocket to open up the stage, but the deep breathing is online. Giving a lot of respect to that, staying in the air, using your floatiness to avoid those soccer balls.
Yes, and finding just enough time to get that deep breathing in. But actually, Javi's stalling Chunky out with all those jabs, kind of like killing the time that he needed to, get those early percent high damage combos.
I like these falling up airs. And now you've got the soccer ball too. Can you throw out another one when you don't have that?
Do she get another one?
Do she get another one?
Another one?
I'm not seeing another one.
Do she? I don't think she do. Wow, that's crazy. I mean, the hitbox of the move normally it's still header is still like an extremely strong spike, so she's not like totally out of options on that, but that is pretty big. Wow, so between soccer ball and sun salutation, Javi just gets to remove one from the battle. That's pretty important. Despite that, though, Chunky's still playing really well and still in a really good position to take this first stock, which he absolutely needs so he can go into Jake F Smash Fresh.
Ooh! But the answer right there, calling you out. Javi has been going through these aggressive options, like he does the air dodge through the cross slash. Javi wants to get in and mess you up. But if you know that, just stuff him out with the sun itself.
All right, well, saving Chunky for last definitely seemed to like the play. Of course, you'd rather have Wii Fit fight a villager for one stock instead of three because there's so many explosive options if he catches like a fully charged Sun Salutation or something of that manner. But yeah, so we're coming into this fully even, 3 stocks to 3, just scrapping it out and seeing who's going to be the first team to get a point on the board.
All right, Jake hopping into the ring now. And the stage is set. 3 stock to 3 stock. I talked about Chunky's proficiency in this matchup against Lesser Steves, but this is no Lesser Steve.
No, this is
not at all.
Steves in the business, top 2, maybe top 3 Steves globally right now. So this is quite the battle for Chunky, but Chunky is playing very well. Let's see what they do.
All right, Chunky. Getting an early lead here could mean everything. It completely upsets any expectations we had about this match. And as you get that Sun Salutation started up, get the landing there, start up, nice 56% off of that deep breathing. That's beautiful.
Yeah, that's super important too, because that's the kind of combo damage you're used to seeing from Steve. So you got to at least be able to put that kind of stuff on yourself in case he does get in. And here he is getting in. Only 26% though. Messed up that combo, wasn't able to get both feet on the block. He could have got a bigger extension, and that gives Chunky enough time to not only deep breathe, but kind of like reset the momentum just a little bit.
Already diamonds on deck. There we go. Ooh. Just going for the repeated pressure, but that is a nice command grab right there. I think Wii Fit still makes it back, but that is like, again, that looks like the cane coming in from off stage and yanking you off.
It really does. It is really straight up, showtime at the Apollo. Like, you got to go, dog. They're not feeling you. You got to get out of here. 152% on Jake so far, but he does have Diamond. I don't think he's going to mine it just yet. He's probably going to wait for the stock to be gone. All right, Jake F Smash living up to his lineage.
But finally, someone punishes Jake for it.
Yeah, it's different now because, man, he was getting away with that a ton yesterday. And, honestly, today, too, earlier.
Ooh, wow. This is good positioning, though. The 2 blocks underneath the small battlefield platform means you can't be hit from above. You use the platform as your roof.
Yeah. And here we go. Jake going in with another TNT setup and actually trying to sneak an F Smash in there. Chunky just so happened to throw a soccer ball, but that's a lot of knowledge for them to keep in mind. TNT going close to the ledge. That's even scarier. Rolling out minecart, rolling away from that, keeping themselves safe and navigating Jake's ledge traps better than anybody has this entire bracket.
Chunky came prepared for this. Chunky might be the answer to UCF we've been waiting for. But Clemson, they're obviously not done yet. Jake is not done yet. As the ledge card gets going and you hand out on ledge for far too long, my friend. You're out of here.
Sending the minecart to hit the button to blow up the TNT. God, that's so funny. The Rube Goldberg machine is on.
Oh, yeah. Oh, there we go. Just little taps, 92%. This is the signature low percent Chunky we've been seeing. Vera was able to start down a little bit, but Jake is still learning the intricacies.
Yeah, and they're definitely... Oh, no!
Nothing intricate about drop zone forward air getting the spike.
Bonk, go to jail. All right, so here we are again. He still has diamond tools on deck too, so this could be disastrous. It looks like Chunky's doing a really good job of like competing with Jake air to air as far as these mine carts. But other than that, Jake is really starting to run away with a 68% uncontested, relatively safe. Got TNT behind him, all kinds of traps. What does the Chunky do? He gets F smashed.
You see the minecart rolling towards you. You have to react to a defensive option, but who's that behind the minecart coming in with a steel chair? It's Steve.
Yeah, that was a lot of great traps from Jake. And again, Chunky was doing a really good job of figuring things out on the fly, being like, okay, I think I can get out of this. There's like maybe one answer out of this. Like honestly, when I saw him with TNT on the side platforms before, I was like, I actually don't really know how you get out of this. But Chunky was finding it. And then as soon as he started to catch on, Jake was just like, there's more. I've got more in the tank. So shout outs to them. That's going to give them the first point. But this is still pretty close. I was only by 2 stocks, so Clemson is not out of this by any means.
Not at all. As, you know, just a little reset. Not in game. Not in game. As we are figuring this all out right now, that 1 point for UCF is huge. I think they could have definitely brought it back if they weren't winning, but like if they dropped this point, they could have brought it back. But getting this point on the board, that's a statement that's saying even when you're popping off, even when we have not figured you out yet, we can still play ahead of you.
Yeah, I would definitely say like their best bet is try to get like a really early lead and then have them like try to like, you know, maybe try to pick up the pieces and like get their game plan going. But they're already up by 2 stocks there. So it's only going to get tougher from here. I do wonder if Psychic is going to start them off next time going with Ness rather than Palutena. Again, we did see that Ness run in and get like a massive lead the previous round, and maybe he doesn't want to do Ness Lucas, but honestly, all I know is I see Psychic play Palutena, the stream cuts out, and Palutena didn't win. That's what I've seen so far. So who knows, maybe
it just keeps happening.
I know.
Like, what happens?
You know when it didn't happen? When Psychic was Ness.
Do we, like, go back to Smash 4 Palutena whenever the stream cuts out? Like, what's going on?
Maybe that's what it is. It's not even a custom one either. Thank God that died. I'm not even getting the customs. That was the worst. That was a terrible year of my life. It was a horrible year.
Either way, though. That was actually a pretty long time. I'm excited to get back into this. Honestly, who I'm most excited to see again is Javi. Like, I love seeing Jake's setups, but Javi is just, like, so fluid. Like, there's just a certain practice movement with every single thing they do. Like, they're microspacing. People throw around the word microspacing so much that it's lost all meaning, but the way Javi will just hover in front of a cross slash or air dodge through the cross slash aggressively. The triangle jump? Are you kidding me? Like, that's some nice stuff.
And he's also really, really good about like those tech chase situations where he's running in for those jabs. I've never seen a villager like trap people with jab ever this hard. Like normally you're like, oh no, I spot dodged too soon to the Lloyd rocket hit because it slowed down, or oh, I double jumped and got clipped by like, you know, this aerial. But like any situation where you might have to tech, Javi has been right there. Like, are you teching? Are you teching? Are you teching? Are you teching? And just like getting these jabs and just like really running stuff and just getting so much free damage and momentum from it.
Oh my gosh, just throw in these hands when you're at ledge, when your back is up against the wall. They're not letting up the pressure. They're adding more on, one fist at a time.
Can Villager jab lock you? Because I think if you press that button just once, it seems hard for that character to get a normal jab lock. Maybe also, on a platform you could do it with like a slingshot, but grounded. I don't know. I really don't know.
Also, does Villager jab kill? I actually genuinely don't know this. Like, it reminds me of Bowser Jr. jab because of the boxing gloves, but I'm actually not sure. Either way, it's just nice damage.
I think it's just a damage racking tool. Bowser Jr.'s is nuts.
Oh yeah.
I mean, thank God it's glued to a character that's not that great, but that jab is in a vacuum absolutely bananas. Villagers, though, I think it's just really good for racking up damage, especially considering you can set the tree behind you and just get like a free 60-70% if you really get the reads. Yeah, I don't think it'll kill. I don't know. Who knows? I've seen all kinds of moves kill. I've seen Zelda neutral B killing the blast zone before. Like, who knows what's going to happen? But to my knowledge, currently, it's not a kill move. Unless Javi figures them out, which you might.
We'll learn more about the killing potential of jabs as we're getting ready to go into the next round. little bit of reset between rounds here. Got to take the finals seriously. Get your water, get your juice. So you in the audience, you better be taking care of yourself too. Even if your team just won the Super Bowl, you got to drink some water, eat some vegetables or something.
I see you drink no water. Just put a vegetable on your tray. You got to start getting all aggressive like the lunch ladies used to do back in middle school.
Yeah, exactly.
I'm actually going to pop in on the other stream just to see.
Yeah. And while we're doing this, I just want to check in with production just to see what state the players are in if we're getting into the game soon, as we are just about ready to go. Confirmation coming in from the voice of God. Well, I have to assume we're starting out the same way. Psychic just likes to be the opener, the battering ram right here.
Right.
I'm hoping to see the Nest, but I understand the Palutena. Okay, this is going to sound bad. I want to see the Palutena, and I want to see the Palutena lose, because I've never seen Psychic lose on the Palutena just because we've gotten very unlucky every time.
So you didn't need the stats. You mean like visually you just haven't seen him lose
I just need to see how the loss happens, because the Palutena has always been good. You're always consistently getting the 0 to 50 nair loops and spacing of back airs. What is happening with the Palutena? I just don't know.
And every time the camera cuts off, they're in lead. They're in like the other person is off stage in the blast zone of their last stock, and you come back and you're like, yeah, Pauly lost. I'm like, how? What happened?
That one against Arsenic, I could not believe when that happened. I can't. Like I said, some investigations need to occur as we are getting soon into this game. We are, again, if you're just tuning in now, in the grand finals of the CENC Southeast Invitational for Super Smash Bros. Ultimate. We have Clemson University taking on the University of Central Florida, UCF. And right now, UCF is in the lead 1-0, and they've been our favorites this entire time.
That's true. I mean, it's just a very stacked team, but even considering how strong their team is, everyone they fought against has made it pretty close. We saw FAU Red get them down to their final stock in that third game. It's definitely not like the crazy balance of power shift that you expected it to be. These teams are, again, this is an invitational, so everybody in this invitational is here to destroy. And even names you may not know or names that may not be as famous as your others, don't sleep on anybody. That's all I'm learning from this, which I generally try not to do anyway. But yeah, don't sleep on nobody.
Yeah. I mean, that's the wonderful thing about doing these collegiate events. You get exposed. Like, sometimes you only learn about the top 10 in a region, but sometimes the top 10 aren't even necessarily the best. They're just the people who can go to local tournaments. A lot of college players, like, there are some serious threats. Like, there are people you don't know about in collegiate events, Arcadians, things like that. There are ways for you to be exposed to them. As we're getting into the match at last,
hey, we're getting it.
There he is. There is the little kid brawl we were asking for. Psychic taking on Fluxwaver.
I wonder why they're on PS1. Oh, they didn't want to be on PS1.
Oh, they did not want to be on PS1. Uh-oh. But either way, as we get this little upset, this little whoopsie-doo fix.
If just in case anyone is curious, it is still 1-1 on the Midwest stream. So who knows how that's going to go down. Also, to speak to your earlier point about like collegiate players being really good, just not being ranked because they don't go to things. Famously, one of the best Tekken players in our entire region, my friend and I, we just ran into him in the hallway. We were just goofing off just around the dorms, like sliding around with our socks, fully just not paying attention or whatever. And we see this dude playing Tekken, and we're like, oh, you should go to the arcade. And he's like, okay. And then he literally became, like, which is where we do our Tekken locals, and he literally became one of the best Tekken players in the entire Midwest. We were just like, oh, look at that. Like, some people just don't know. Like,
yeah.
I mean, I think this is such a great opportunity too, especially considering all these schools, like if the team that wins, they get like a free opportunity to travel. And I'm sure there might be people that have never gotten to travel for Smash before, or maybe don't even get to leave their hometown. So it's such a great opportunity here.
All right. Well, now we're not on PS1, presumably PS2. There we go. I think. Yeah. As we're getting into this now, Fluxwaver taking on Psychic, and right away we have.
Ooh. Oh my gosh. Psychic just immediately just decimating Fluxwaver at the beginning of that. Just a quick 0 death. Not even 10 seconds on the board. Catch him with that magnet dare. Fluxwaver's going to have to respond. Lucas does have the tools to do it, but man, it's much easier said than done. Here we go, coming in with these dares. I have not seen him fully like dare loop anybody just yet. Like I always see the attempt, but I haven't been able to see like the completion of the combo. Despite that, though, Psychic, once again, their Nest is playing crazy.
So much option coverage right there. Using down smash as Sakurai intended to cover the roll in. And right there. Woo. So,
Look,
honestly,
if I'm on Team UCF, I'm like, you playing Nest, I don't care. Like, I'm sure the Palutena is great, but this Nest is just, it feels like every time I see it, it's just playing on a whole nother level. It's just really getting a lot done.
Oh, yeah. As now, Psychic. Ooh, there we go. Some very nice shield pressure right there. Looping you around and catching the air dodge in with a massive up smash. Fluxwaver still behind, but the momentum is swinging towards the Lucas.
Yeah, that was so much damage. Even not killing, he got like, what, like 45, 50% for doing that? Like, great stuff to Fluxwaver.
Yeah, very great stuff indeed. Yep, using that little air dodge recovery, and that's best air dodge in the game, and they are going to use it.
Yes.
Woo!
Very smart recovery. Yeah, they're definitely just opting to never even have to use PK Thunder. And that drag down into the up smash. Super smart stuff from Psychic. Now got a 2-stock lead, already putting UCF in a really great position. Let's see if they can get a third and get that crazy momentum they're used to. But it's not going to happen. Lucas, famously having only kill throws, is going to be able to take Psychic out of there for that first stop.
I swear to God, Lucas is a heavy in disguise. Like, all of his moves, except for, like, some of his tilts, hit like a heavy. It's incredible.
And honestly, with F-tilt, that's still on the train too.
Yep. But either way,
all right, gotta heal
that is a
little
big
bit of
commitment on the absorb, but it's not punished too hard. If anything, you reset back to normal.
I like that he actually healed a little bit of that on the way back to the stage. That was really smart from Flux. Trying to conserve as much damage as he possibly can, but he's pretty considerably down. Psychic only at 19% so far. All right. Good, respecting the PK freeze. Not even going to try to absorb with the Magnet just in case he's wrong. Let's see if Fluxwaver can catch up and like maybe get themselves a game out of this though.
And these kind of matchups are always so interesting between the former Echoes, stuff like that. Like, ooh, just nice pressure overall. It's so hard to land as these little boys are floating around each other like Dragon Ball characters. Like they're just not touching the ground.
Oh. Okay, I thought we were going to see a dare to up air, which would have been a really interesting Nest combo. I don't think I've seen very often. But either way, Fluxwaver just barely hanging on to the beginning of this game, trying to find a way to take at least a second stock from Psychic. Back throw from the center of the stage, not going to be enough just yet. He's able to recover with Tether. Oh no, getting sniped by that PK Thunder.
All the way down, but that recovery, that'll get you far, my friend.
All right, let's see what Fluxwaver can do. If he burns that jump, he's screwed, and he gets tagged in the face with that down smash. Fluxwaver able to keep this close, 142% on him, and a couple of fares to boot. Let's see if he can maybe make this closer, but no. That back throw is going to do it.
Yeah, nothing's going to save you there. Not the biggest stage in the world, as my friend, you are sent into the stratosphere, and Fluxwaver knocked out. Psychic is going to be taking a slight lead for UCF, which again is how the previous, I don't want to draw comparisons, but that's how it went against FAU Red. Remember, Psychic had a very close game in game 1 and then went on a tear as Ness. You don't want to let it be you. Don't let it be you.
Don't let it be you.
Just this one stock. I don't know.
As we did see, they did start off with that really quick 0 death, so they definitely still have that in their pocket going into the next person, whether it's going to be Jake or it's going to be Javi on Earth. They both have to keep on notice that if they're not very careful, especially at the ledge where Steve and Villager are pretty comfortable, if they're not careful, they can explode and get killed anywhere sub 50.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So now the question does remain: how do you answer this Ness? I feel like Cloud does have a good matchup, but
that's a good idea.
I think I would prefer the Cloud to the Wii Fit, just because the intricacies of that matchup, like, unless you're very confident in your ability to fight that. Also, I feel like Chunky looked really good against Jake.
Yeah, you got to say Chunky for Jake for sure.
Mm-hmm. So, Zoroaster's got it, or Zoroaster, sorry. Making you way
sir,
Easter.
One day your name.
But yeah, Zoroaster, definitely the pick here. I feel like you do just get to box out Ness, and even though you get exploited off stage, most people do buy a yo-yo anyways.
Mm-hmm. It's pretty consistent.
Yeah.
Doesn't really matter who you are much.
And I feel like having mix-ups, again, Cloud just in general is very nice to play against floatier characters. It's so easy to keep them in the air and not let them touch the ground, but Chunky's coming out instead? Okay.
All
Let's see
right,
who
we'll
this
see.
is. Oh, wait, that might have just been a misplay. I think this is Zorister. If you remember. Yeah, wait, no, it is Chunky.
No, it's Chunky. All right, Chunky is coming in after all. All right.
Okay. Well, let's see what Chunky has to offer against this Ness, as you only got to get one stock off a Psychic.
That's true. Now, and as you've seen the past 2 days, Chunky is very good about getting like crazy aggressive starts and tacking on a bunch of damage or a quick stock as well. So honestly, between what we've seen from both of these players, the first stock could be taken in that in like 30 seconds.
Ooh. Right away. Get some nice damage in. Avoiding getting poked by that forward air. You don't want to drop shield early. Ness being constantly on top of Wii Fit, though, when do you get the chance to do deep breathing? You've attempted it twice and you got hard punished both times.
Now it's going to be offline for probably a while. 70%. And I know the ledge is a Wii Fit comfort zone, but Ness might be a character that can really take that from you. PK Fire hitting any projectile is going to be really big. Yo-Yo at the ledge is really big. But so far, Chunky recognizes that, isn't trying to stall the ledge, and is just really just forcing his way in to make sure he doesn't get tagged off stage. There's
Constant
the deep
pressure. And Ness has this sort of like diagonal burst range that comes from the weird properties on his double jump. How did they get Spike? What hitbox was that?
Header's insane, dude. I'm traumatized by that move. I'm gonna keep it a bean with you. Wow. Speaking of trauma, just barely not dying to that up smash because the soccer ball was able to shift Chunky out of the way. That certainly would have been stock at 153% though. Let's see if they can maybe take the first stock off Psychic and even things back up. But right now it's not looking good. Going to go for a DBZ trade, and Psychic is going to steal that stock after all, helping cement UCF's lead even further.
Yeah, and now, I mean, this is just objectively good play from Psychic. They're just threatening to salute the sun. They used it? Okay. That's some supreme mind games, some supreme conditioning right there. Yeah, I think you're going to be able to get back right here. You're not just going to throw out that salute the sun either, though, as you cannot find an opening. That back air to shield 2, throwing the legs back, is going to be the finisher. Psychic got a stock off the board, but they're going to be eliminated by Chunky now.
I'm not going to lie. I thought Psychic was just going to go for the suicide dare, which would have been a crazy clutch play. That could have been like a free stock just to cement the lead even further. I've seen Sin go for that a lot, actually. People try to gimp him off stage. He just goes for like a reversal suicide dare. It's like, it doesn't matter anymore. But Psychic plays a little bit more conservatively than that. He is going to go down, but he did still take that stock off Chunky. So Chunky's going to be running into this next round with a deficit.
Yeah, pretty sizable deficit as well. It looks like Jake is going to be stepping up to the plate, taking on this person who I said was maybe going to be their counter, their rival. And I do like having Javi in reserve. Javi has shown how clutch they are. I mean, come on. You remember that game against, who was it, Omnilax? It looked unwinnable, and all of a sudden Javi came from nowhere to finish them off.
That's true. All right, so we're getting into this. Again, Chunky's got to throw that first stock away, but let's see how well he's going to be able to continue to attack. He adapted really well, kind of ran out of steam on that final stock there. Jake just had too many tricks for him, but let's see if he learned a little bit more even from that.
There's the 3-tiered setup, and there's potential right there to sneak a projectile through, but instead, Jake is just going to hop around, bait some options, but the soccer ball bouncing up off the blocks is an invitation for a punish. 58%, and now you land off the up B. Getting laddered up. Steve evens it right back up. This is going to be a scrappy match.
Yeah, it's gonna be a drag down, bloody knuckle kind of thing because both of them are just getting combos doing anywhere from like 30 to 50 off any confirmed so far. All right, Chunky in a really weird spot, respecting the TNT, waiting a little bit, but is gonna get clipped by that minecart for hanging on the ledge and trying to re-grab. Man, yeah, I'm really gonna have to do some research to figure out what to do about that TNT. I wish I had advice. I don't really know.
It's such a good burst option, and you can forward smash right after it because it puts you right on the ground. It's incredible.
It also does a crap ton of shield damage too, on the off chance that you ended up blocking both.
And people talk about how good of a projectile, nice call out on the jump, but a good projectile the minecart is, but it's also so good at calling out any projectiles. If you get a short hop over it, you can either super armor through it or just avoid it altogether.
All right, Jake getting a little bit of a further lead. He was already up a stock when this started, but he did get a nice 51% combo. Diamond Tool still on deck. Got gold in the waiting stew. And he's setting up underneath the platform, once again, like you said, using it as his roof to make sure that he's stalling out as much of this deep breathing time as he can possibly afford. Coming through the minecart again, trying to trick Chunky up. Definitely looks like Chunky is fighting a much tougher match this time. He was able to secure that first stock with that up air, but other than that, looks like the neutral is all Jake. And a surprise jab to forward air. Barely going to survive that from Chunky. Perfect recovery, but man, does that not put you on notice?
And nice job avoiding the anvil as well. I mean, look at that. Nice spike downwards too, but there's the instant explosion. Jumping high, that's a nice way to get around it if you're going to commit to another option. Now, got Steve in the air. An opportunity right here. If you get deep breathing on again, you might get a kill, but I don't think Jake is going to let you.
Right now. He's got no resources, so Chunky can maybe run in and like force something to happen. He has not mined in a while. Oh, but the up smash is going to come in.
Yeah, I think seeing no resources baited Chunky in. They're like, now is my time to shine. Now's my time to exploit you. But no, sirree, not today. That's not going to happen as Jake continues to clean up.
I think it would have worked on me too. You're just like, all right, well, I have to take a stock no matter what. You don't have anything. You have to force yourself to mine. You can't really build right now if I get you off stage. I would have gone in a little ham too, but Jake was just looking for it and punished for that up smash, no problem.
Now Zoroaster likely going to come in to try and anchor for their team. With Jake is stock down, definitely feasible, but then you got to deal with Javi. And Zoroaster has just been consistent in shutting down people. I'm not sure about their comeback potential, but here's a chance for them to change my mind. Fighting Steve on Battlefield.
All right, Battlefield, pretty solid stage pick for both people. I like how you mind for like 2 seconds, like, oh yeah, I gotta go kill myself. I think you forgot. All right, but now they're ready. Zoroaster gonna come in and try to figure out what Jake is setting up. I feel like setting one block in the platform and one on the ground. Clout was just like, oh, I might not have approaches anymore, because he's gonna come in either dashing forward or short hopping in, nothing else. And then he literally like you saw him like short circuit for a second.
Yeah, now Limit is already online so early in the game. That's a tech situation on the platform, but Steve doesn't really have the tools to get there. No shield break right there, but still massive damage. As you already have Diamond Tools first stock, if you're going to be allowed to mine for that long, you might as well use it.
Yeah, I mean, he's only at 46% too, so honestly, nothing lost right now. I do like that he's attempting to break shield with that anvil. But Zoroaster catching on a little bit, really cleaning him up with his back air, forcing Jake to just recover normally, putting him in a weird spot too.
Yeah, but you're able to get back under that platform. But Cloud speeding in. The airspeed buff when you have Limit is so underrated. I mean, you just zoomed in with that back air, trying to two-frame with the cross slash. It's not going to happen. Did you see the lag on that clank?
Oh my God.
That was like 3 seconds.
Both people just having a full-on sword fight and just having to really think about the consequences. Like, hey, maybe we shouldn't be doing this, man. Like, they were really just stuck there for a second. Another anvil. Zoroaster's going to have to be really careful about being underneath Jake because he is getting consistently pressured with that one move.
Oh, this is nice right here. Able to get the dash tag. That's actually going to be the finisher right there. Jake down to his last stock.
All right. Yeah, Zoroaster's in a good spot. He's got Limit on deck. He's been known to pull off some crazy combos. Jake's going to have to be really careful. Taking a bunch of damage right to the face due to that Limit blade beam.
Zoroaster's picked up the pace. Look how fast they're moving. They are flying through the air to knock this Steve out, but, well, they're also flying through the air there.
Yeah, that diamond back air is one of those moves that you just have to respect no matter what.
Ooh, and now this is some nice damage. One good up to one good jab, and you could be seeing your stock vanish. You're so desperate to get hit. Look at where you're going.
Oh, God. Okay. Jake making a very,
right there.
very well practiced recovery because I was really concerned with that decision.
I'm like, okay, see it. As a sports match right there, but the cross edge of the stage will give you complete stage control.
All right, how's Jake going to get back to the stage? He's been pretty good about getting the ledge. Zeroster's been doing a lot of work trying to make sure he gets a 2-frame. And he finally gets the ledge trump back air. He's wanted that all day. We've seen him go for it in multiple games, but he finally pulls it off, especially when it matters against Jake's last stop.
Yeah, that was beautiful right there from Zeroster. And that quick play, they weren't just shutting Jake down. They were getting these big openings. Anytime Jake was under a platform unawares, Zeroster came speeding in to prevent any sort of resource gathering, prevent any sort of building. And that's the kind of trait you need to shut down these characters. I'm excited to see how Zeroster goes in against Javi. This is pretty doable.
Yeah, we're going to see. Zeroster's got himself a pretty good position. Is it 3-2 right now?
I believe so, yeah.
It's 3-2, okay, yeah. Again, this could be a knockdown, drag-out battle. Once again, it doesn't necessarily look like it's just all wrapped up in a bow, nice and neat for you, UCF. They're going to have to really fight for this.
Oh, yeah, as at this point, Javi coming in to save the day, but it's not going to be easy. Javi on Earth is going to have to play this lead and play it well, because I feel like Zeroster has gotten a little bit better at going for these stock stealing situations. I feel like a lot of Zeroster's kills initially were at 130, 40%, where that's where you should be killing. But now they're getting 70, 80% with these ledge trumps, going for these aggressive spikes. They're getting some earlier kills, and that's what you need to do when you're at such a deficit.
All right, let's see how this goes down. Once again, if Javi is able to pull this off, it's going to put UCF at a 2-0 lead. But Clemson not out of there just yet. Zeroster is great. He's really good at riding the momentum, and he could totally do this. This is extremely doable for him.
Just covering that initial, the initial opening with the Lloyd rocket, covering all of ground, forcing Cloud. Oh no, stay very aerial as we do get kicked from the game. I see your face, Sai. I already feel what you're going to say, but put it out there.
Nope. Just gonna, you know what? Things happen.
How's the celebration going outside, Sai?
Let's see.
Still going?
Yeah, still going. I'm gonna find out myself pretty soon, actually.
All right. Well, as they clean up this, we gotta. I don't want to sit here and just speculate about who's gonna win, and then we're like, "Whoa, what happened now?" Let's just talk about what they can do going into the last one. Let's just hypothetically say that Javi, with the stock lead, wins this. Where does Clemson go from here? Because I thought they were starting to get openings, but with Jake showing proficiency, taking out Chunky, and then Psychic actually getting a lead to start them out as Ness, it's not looking as doable as it once was.
And Psychic did start them off pretty solid. It just wasn't in the way that we've seen Psychic do before. Man, I really cannot call this. Who knows what's going to go down? I think Javi's got a really consistent neutral, though. I think maybe Zeroster might, catch him up, slipping once. But he's very good at locking it down and forcing his opponent to play his game. So it definitely would be tough to take that game over Javi with a one stock deficit.
For sure. Yeah, Javi doesn't seem like the kind of player to drop stuff like that. As at the moment, I think we should just take a minute to just think about UCF, how they have just completely changed. I like how they have faced challenges, but they always just manage to find a next level up. Every single time it feels like someone is starting to get the edge on them, they come back swinging. And I feel like that's a big thing, to be the top dog and still reach greater heights, you know?
Yeah, it definitely feels like they're playing not necessarily the heirs of we got this, no problem. You can definitely see them growing and adapting to the challenges they're facing, because honestly, really outside of a single round of the tournament, everything else has been pretty hard fought.
Yeah, I will say, as someone who does a lot of collegiate events, there are a lot of players who are ranked offline, and then they do stuff for their college and they kind of just slack off. I'm not going to name names, but it's it's obvious they're not giving it their all because it's not as big of a thing. It does not feel like Javi, Jake, and Psychic are doing that. They are giving it all to represent the University of Central Florida, and it is showing in the way they are holding a lead. I think they are undefeated in crew battles so far.
Oh my God, yeah, that's a crazy stat. Also, if anyone is wondering about the other stream, right now it looks like the Ohio team is up 2-1, so they are almost actually finished with their set on the Midwest side too. So both of us are both Southeast and Midwest are in their finals, and it looks like Javi has taken that over as a roaster, putting UCF at a 2-win lead, meaning that Clemson's going to have to really dig deep and figure something out because UCF is right on the cusp of victory.
Yeah, right on the cusp indeed, as now one crew battle remains side, just one, to figure out who is going to be our champion. It's match point right now, and magic happens when your back is up against the wall.
That's true. It's very true.
Like you said, there's a magic that happens when you're the last person in a crew, but even more than that, this isn't just the last person in a crew, this is the last battle. Like, all of them will be feeling that fire that you usually get being the anchor. Like, this is the anchor game for them.
Yeah. And you've seen that magic before. Like, Veery just barely wasn't able to clutch it out, but you saw him go super hard when he was, cornered back against the wall, had to put the team on his back. So maybe Clemson's got something.
Maybe. And we're only going to see more of that soon enough. We're getting the first initial bans, initial picks out of the way. And then we'll be right back into this match. While we're getting ready, make sure you grab some water. Stay hydrated. I just keep shouting that out because sometimes we don't get to either.
We're sponsored
so
by
I'm
water.
living vicariously
Death,
through your
water.
hydration.
Yeah, I got the Brita right over here. That water is filtered. That water is clean.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And speaking of clean, we're going to get to see this. I keep throwing around the word fluid. This is definitely, it felt very fluid, even though it was scrappy, just the way they float around each other in and out of each other's threat zones. It felt like float like a butterfly, sting like a bee.
Oh, all right. And we are back into this. Totally wasn't watching the other stream. So now we once again have Flux Waver and Psychic off, starting off the beginning of the crew battles. Oh
Look
my
at
lord!
This 69% off of that. Beautiful. And you drag them across. Go for the dare loops right there. Not going to connect, but Flux Waver with an explosive opening.
Yeah, not able to finish out into the stock, but God, 89% is nothing to sneeze at. I really loved the way he was on the stage too, extending the platforms with the side, or extending the combos with that side platform, just really letting Psychic know that he is ready for war.
Yeah, but after that initial opening, Psychic slowly clawing their way back into this with just little stray hits, winning the neutral, but that's a nice drag down right there as well, juggling as well. Psychic is keeping Flux Waver way above where they can't touch him and healing every time they get the chance.
Yes, another PK fire. All right, gonna get back to the ledge safely. Flux Waver actually just kind of opting to give Psychic a little bit of room. I'm not sure if he was looking to punish maybe a ledge jump forward air, but he is gonna get that initial back throw. Gonna force Psychic back into this offstage position. Really trying to clip him in two framing with these F tilts and probably a down smash soon enough, but he's just not able to find it just yet.
Not quite yet, but you're still able to get some good damage. They're clawing their back into this. They're both pretty much at kill percent right now, and I'm shocked that forward air didn't kill. Got the sour spot.
Ooh, tagged right in between the eyes of that PK fire. Flux Waver going to take the first stock on this, giving Clemson the teeny tiniest lead in the grand scheme of things, but a lead nonetheless.
Psychic looks to take it back in this PSI duel. Flux Waver, though, with a nice start with that forward air. Almost setting up a tech situation, but not quite.
Ooh, he's getting some good conditioning, too. You're starting to see him, he's forcing him into shield a lot more. He's starting to get these throw combos, and that's not even counting, the combos he's found just from, a straight dare either.
We were talking about the last stock magic, the last game, the anchor game magic. This is it. I'm feeling the momentum right here for Flux Waver.
All right, you're starting to see Psychic try to slow the pace down once again. Doesn't want to risk getting sent back off stage and having a disaster happen or get tagged with more of those PK fires. As we just saw, they can decide to stock. Ooh, not able to recover against that up smash, though. Going to clip the tether. Flux Waver is going to go down 2 stocks and are going to go down to a second stock and even that back up. But the neutral and the momentum is still pretty comfortably in his side eye.
Yeah, and going for that falling up air, you know they want that combo starter, and there's a combo of psychics. They do end up being absorbed, though. Half of that combo stolen away, and now you get clipped by the back air, able to land with the magnet on platform to escape disadvantage, but still, all of that work undone right now, as you're not even able to gain advantage again, and then here come the loops, looping right into the forward smash to finish off that stock. Psychic down again.
There it is. Flux not only being like, first of all, some of that combo didn't count. So we're going to heal some. But also, he finally finished those dare loops, chaining into that F smash and hard killing Psychic up the left side of the stage.
Yeah, like kids playing pretend. It's like, pretend you didn't hit me.
Like nuh-uh. I was on base. It didn't count. Like, it was that kind of energy.
Exactly. As, turn the lights out, but we'll have that back on in just 1 second. As there we go.
Yeah, even if you're playing from home, you still got to pay that light bill. So, both players trying to throw out their magnets, maybe trying to get some mix-ups here. Fluxwaver, once again, in a really good spot. He could potentially take this as a 2-stock over Psychic. Psychic last time won due to that crazy 0 death at the beginning of the game, but that's not looking like an option right now.
Yeah, if you don't get that now, I mean, Fluxwaver essentially had one of those of their own. Back throw, not going to do it quite yet. Throwing the PK freeze, trying to bait a magnet, I believe. But the down smash will catch the air dodge, led to 2-stock from Fluxwaver. If Clemson is going to do it anytime, it's going to be now.
Yes, that's a great start for Clemson. Fluxwaver showing us that his combo game is fully locked in and ready to go. Definitely showing us that he can take a couple more stocks off whoever he has to come in and play next. And this is giving Clemson the first lead that they've really, truly had in this set. Or at least the biggest lead they've had so far.
Oh, yeah, and I am excited. I am ecstatic because we might actually get to see the best Clemson has to offer. Clemson has always been looking really good. I think Clemson has the most balanced, like, all of their players are around the same skill level, but they all have different strengths. And they're just so balanced in finding these openings, and I'm really happy to see them succeed with this different sort of player layout, as it's looking like Jake's coming in next.
Yeah, honestly, if I would argue right now, based on how close these games have been, if Flux is able to take 1 or even 2 more stocks off Jake, they probably have this whole round, because Chunky's going to come in hot. Zeroster's still been doing really great against both of those opponents. So, yeah, as long as Flux can take even just 1 more stock, I'll say 2. He's got 2 stocks to work with. If he can take 1 or maybe even 2 more stocks off Jake, this round is kind of almost signed, sealed, and delivered for Clemson.
Yeah, as here and now, Jake's starting out. Let's see what this stage is going to be. It's going to be small battlefield. You know it. You love it. Oh, Flux over. Hey, yo.
All right. Yo, chill. We don't
do that. We'll call it microspacing and move on.
Yeah. All right. So, of course, Clemson up 2 stocks right now. Jake going to come in. He's getting these early wood combos, and oh my lord, 57%. Not killing off the top. Not able to like fully 0 death, but boy, 57 is a ton of damage to start with.
Yeah, and the only main fast disjoint that you have is the Zaire, and so you're throwing it out constantly. When you're at 0, you're hoping to get the loops if you can, but the lack of disjoints is honestly, it's kind of a struggle at times. Ooh, there, that was nice. The down air to punish that whiffed up air. That was beautiful.
He said, we're not doing elite today. We're going to go ahead and even this out. I like that he's just building platforms. And you're like, nope, this is close. Take the stairs. Like, jump up here. Go where I want you to go. And he's just getting, like, massive punishes every single time that Fluxwaver overcommits even a little bit. And I would even call that footstool dare something he got from an overcommitment. That was just a really godlike play.
Oh, and baiting. Oh, I feel like that was a bait to get Fluxwaver off and in disadvantage. Now you're struggling to get back to stage, get caught by the up smash. Jake has seldom been touched. It's just been a couple things, and you know what the finisher's going to be. It's going to be Jake F smash, finishing that off without dropping anything, dropping like 2 stray hits.
Girl, he took 18%. That's it. 18% in 2 stocks.
Yep.
18%.
18.
Well, it's even. All right. Jake is super on fire right now. That was an insane game he just played against Flux. He made very quick work of Flux. I don't even know where to begin. It just looked like Flux was not prepared for Jake's style of neutral. it looked like Jake just had all the answers. We saw Diamond Tools, and again, he was only at 18%. He had a lot of time to mine. I think PK Fire could potentially be an issue for him. I know the fire kind of extends a little bit on what it touches, but Jake was just honestly just totally in his own world, playing his own game, and he just made Flux look like a minion, like a Koopa in like a Mario game. Like it looked like a mild inconvenience more than a match.
What that reminds me of, do you remember when think back to Clemson versus FAU Red? Zoroaster comes in and 3-stocks Jeth, and it's like, okay, this is the big momentum swing. And that was the big momentum swing. There was no way of really coming back to that. That's what it almost felt like with Fluxwaver. And then Jake was like, nah, you're playing a different caliber here, son.
Yeah, Jake really just showed out just now. And that's a shame, too, because they had a really solid lead. They had a really strong opportunity. I'm not going to say they threw it away. It's even now. No one's losing. But they had a really solid opportunity right there to cement that lead, and Jake just shut it down.
Yeah. As now going into Kalos, it is going to be the immediate soccer ball, the immediate deep breathing. Remember last time, they were not allowed to deep breathe whatsoever, but this time Chunky was able to get it off and get some early percent combos, or not really, but they're just able to get this chip damage that they're, honestly, they get the chip damage more often than the combos. But, hey, speaking of combos.
Hey, speaking of combos, yeah. Starting off once again, 60% on Chunky so far. Jake chilling at 30, setting up those walls again, just totally ignoring all the Wii Fits projectiles. You see her trying to like jump around and find some angles. She decides, forget the balls, forget the projectiles. I'm going to go in here and handle this myself, and gets a little bit of damage with that last little bit of deep breathing.
I love the shore hop minecart punishes. Like, it's simple, it's clean, every Steve does it, but still, it's just such a good way to counter all of these over-aggressive options. Smacking it right back at you. I don't want anything to do with that.
Yeah, once again, Jake is so scary with these extended F smashes, especially when Diamond Tools are on deck. He's really, really good about that. And now he's given UCF the lead all over again, despite walking into a 2-stock deficit.
Ooh. Nice landing on the Kalos platform right there. Deep breathing is online, so you pressure the shield. Make sure you can't get any mileage off of that. Able to pick up the combo right there. You're off stage, going for that flame to finish them off, but mistiming it a little bit. They actually delayed the recovery with the header, and that is what let them get back on stage.
Super smart stuff. Jake trying to get us set up with that grounded Elytra. I've seen that lead to plenty. Primarily up smash is the main thing, but Chunky's going to tie things back up with that deep breathing back air and make sure that Jake does not have time to get comfortable yet.
Yeah, full hopping over that little sun salutation as deep breathing expires, and now that's Jake's go time, or hypothetically it is. Now you want some iron before you go in there. L.
Oh no, he built the L. L.
And you know what's really an L? Letting Jake get this much iron. Now it's full on the offensive. Plus, if you take this stock, you have another set of Diamond Tools to deal with right out the gate. This is Jake at maximum power, charged up, accumulating energy all throughout the night. This is everything.
Yeah, and if he decides to try to like gimp her about like throwing the blocks around, he's not even got to worry about dirt blocks. He's got like the iron now. He's got minecart going. He's got a lot of TNT pressure. That shield is so low. Get out of there, Chunky. It's no, you got to leave. You got to leave. He does. Oh no, we fit deep breathing is offline too. He's gonna have to really fight for this. Honestly, if you had deep breathing right there, it might even things up.
Yeah, and they went for it, and then they're like, oh, this isn't happening. Get me out of this. And they're able to get off stage, but there it is. Sent right back out, and you're actually out of iron for the time being, so forcing Jake to mine a little more. You want to try and get this stock so you can get some resources, but it's looking less and less likely if I'm being real.
Great recovery. All right, tries to punish with an F tilt, nothing super duper committal, but the up throw should take it. All right, Jake once again getting the lead, but it is very, very narrow now. Chunky's still in here. Oh no, he's in the house. What's happening?
Oh, right. That was really smart. Building the house to bait them inside where that throw is going to combo so well. Going to be taken out and reset the 3 iron as well.
It literally felt like one of those like old school cartoon traps where it's just like a cardboard box with a string on it. You pull it when somebody walks under for the treat.
Yep, that is exactly where you are. As a dash attack off that ledge. There you go. Every single time you see that forward air, it's so scary. And you get that little chip of the up tilt as well as you land down. Jake right now running away with this. Chunky, this is your last chance to keep things even, to preserve the lead that Fluxwaver gave you initially. But with the deep breathing, where do you go? The landing there, that's a nice place to start. 49% building up.
Nice.
This
combo.
is suddenly winnable.
All right, this just got real close. Just tacking on 40% at the very edge of that deep breathing. I will say that Jake having his less than linear neutral and being super like hard to predict, that's what makes it so tough for Chunky. But Chunky is finding the answers, keeping this close, and still has the potential to keep Clemson in the lead if he can seal this stock out somehow from Jake.
Oh, and clanking right there. That's scary. The diamond tool's on deck again and again, but no iron left. It doesn't matter, though, because the back air will finish you off, and UCF takes the lead in terms of battles and in terms of stocks. One player remains between Clemson.
Player. And that was very hard fought. Zeroster can do this, of course. He wasn't able to handle Javi previously, but who knows? Maybe he's going to have that anime power up, especially as Cloud himself. But who knows? Who knows? Oh, man. And I'm tuning into the other stream. It looks like I think they're 2-2. So the Midwest stream is on their final possible game as well. So all of this is coming to a head. It's been such a crazy weekend, but pretty soon we're going to have our champions that are going to be moving on into nationals.
Yeah. As honestly, I'm hoping Jake goes down here for a good show, and also because I need that bug net. There is a massive bug on the ceiling of my little enclosure right here. So I'm gonna go ahead and ignore it. As we're getting into this now, listen, I don't think it's a problem. I think it's fine.
Is it what kind of bug? I mean, if you need to, trust me, I can hold it down if you gotta.
No, I'm good. I'm good. I'm good. I'm good.
I'm rooting for you. Can you put a camera on the bug just so I'm just playing? Don't do that. All right, so Zeroster coming in here. Clemson at a slight deficit, 3 stocks to 4 for UCF. Let's see if Jay can take another stock and make the life a little bit easier for his homie Javi on Earth.
Those jab trains right there, looking nice, looking clean. Some nice percent, and that could have led to a stock, but no. It's the grab, but enough range on that where you're not going to get hit. The back air, though, stuffing out Jake. I recall how well Zeroster was at zooming in and taking them out.
All right, getting spaced out real hard by that back air. Zeroster's in a really good position to even these stocks up. Let's see where we're going with this. All right, gets the up B, able to land safely on the top platform, which, of course, probably is the #1 reason Cloud picked this stage. Jake rolling in, just narrowly not getting punished, and actually putting Zeroster in a rough spot.
Where do you go? Just jumping right through all those blocks right there. It's the only real option you had. And finally, the dash attack will do it. We're going to have an even game, 3v3 against Javi to finish off Clemson. If they can scrape this together, we're going to another crew battle.
That's true. A lot of pressure riding on Zeroster right now. Played that very well against Jake. Did not waste any time wasting these stocks. Did not fall for any baits. Even when he was in like a precarious situation with all those dirt blocks to the right side of the stage, just stayed calm, kept his composure, and was able to take it for the squad. Now he has to fight Javi. And last time going into it, was Javi at the deficit or was Jake at the deficit? Zeroster at the deficit.
It was Zeroster at the deficit right there. And I don't know what the stock count was as they finish it off, but it still wasn't like easy. Like, this is going to be a completely even game. And we didn't get to see the last one. This time, if we don't, I'm going to be so sad. Florida Internet, please don't fail us now.
Please, Florida.
That's Javi. Immediate drop off the platform, controlling this ground like we saw previously.
All right, for Zeroster, it all comes down to this. He's going to have to play an extremely solid neutral. Isn't going to be able to make any risky plays off stage. You know, there's no stocks to spare. Villager's very, very good about giving Cloud's recovery with, you know, tools like forward air, or even just neutral air, or honestly, we'll just say all of his aerials. So Zeroster's going to have to play an extremely grounded center stage game plan.
Yeah, and I love just keeping the limit online. I think having the limit full or close to full charge, going for a very aggressive up B out of shield, but Javi really good with using that nair to extend and then go into a dash attack right away to punish you while you are very far away.
Zeroster just getting plagued by those forward airs, just taking 6 of them back to back, but nevertheless, still does have a slight lead against Javi. Javi's trapped in the corner. What are his options?
That slash right there, the up smash. Roaster has the lead. This could be the turnaround Clemson needs, but a nair out of shield right there. Obby's not looking to give up yet, but that's a wrong direction forward smash and immediate pressure with the jab. You're going to go off stage regardless, my friend.
Can we talk about how the jab beat the upbeat? Like, I heard the upbeat noise, and it did not even have enough time. Zeroster doing a really good job, though. Again, staying very calm, cool as a cucumber, ice in his veins, getting through a crazy ledge trap situation with both the tree and the bowling ball.
When the blade beam right there, the Void Rocket as well, but none of these are going to lead to a kill. You need to find something a little more grand, Javi. A lot of little taps right there, but none really confirmed into the kills.
Yeah, not quite yet. He does have a ton of damage on him. It's looking like this is definitely going to be Clem's round to win as long as things stay at this pace. He's got limit as well. He could easily take 2 stocks here. Javi's got to be really careful getting back to the stage. Zoro going super deep trying to find a limit kill, but Javi just staying really patient and make sure it doesn't happen.
Javi reversed off of that?
Wow.
That's the awareness you need to be seeing. And even though this is still a massive lead,
all right, Clemson up 2 stocks. This is definitely their game to take. Javi could win the entire tournament right now if he makes a 3-stock comeback, or Zeroster's going to take this and we are going to go into a game 4.
Ooh, right here, the Nair, putting Javi in disadvantages. It's going to be a 3-stock Zeroster. You don't even need to do that. You have so much leeway to play with. But Javi, maybe the pressure getting to them a little bit. You need to find the way around Zeroster. Oh, the bowling ball. Oh, the Nair off stage. Okay, now you have something. You have a little bit of potential. But Zeroster is okay on slowing this pace down.
Yeah, Zeroster is just like, all right, I have the lead. I have no need to approach any of these traps. He's able to just like kind of counter space him with these aerials. He's doing a really good job of trapping his landings with up smash, as we almost saw right there.
The Cloud off stage right now,
save his jump?
charging this bowling ball, but that's a great early up B. Oh, it's not going to spike
he's
either.
Really good about recovering against Javi. And of course, he has limit on deck. Javi's in kill percent. It's going to take a miracle for him to be able to take this game. Staying
the miracle
steadfast
might
through
have
that, getting
stopped
up
there.
smashed.
Ooh, that immediate spot dodge, you got to keep that in mind if they ever do that on your shield again. But just little taps, but that dash tech ain't little at all, my friend. That thing's huge.
Shockingly, not enough just yet. Let's see if Javi can clean this up. Killing him with the tree.
Off the
All
top.
right.
Okay, hold on. This could be it. Javi retreating to that tree, retreating to safety. This could be it. The tree off a ledge. Is this the comeback of a lifetime?
There it is.
No. Stop
No.
that. They're still alive. Javi's keeping themselves in this as they use that Void Rocket to get off stage with the back air. We'll finish them. We're going to a 4th crew battle.
Yes, very, very well-placed back air. You saw him kind of hanging around on like the center of the platform. Like he didn't want to fully commit and like reveal his hand what his ledge option was going to be. Javi made a valiant effort. Definitely looked like he was getting in there with some momentum with that tree. That could have been huge, but it was just too much to come back from. He was already down 2 stocks. Zeroster just played really, really smart that game, and he has saved the team. Clemson is walking into a 4th game.
Oh, yeah. Zeroster keeps coming in clutch when they need it. Everyone else is being very consistent, and Fluxwaver in particular has come alive this set, but Zeroster, when they need him most, comes riding over the hill every time.
Yes,
It's
every single
incredible.
time. That is the main character of the squad. I am calling it now.
We've said that about a couple of them, but just wow. Just think about it. Think about how hard you had to work right there. Javi was really shut down. Like, I was worried that Zeroster's playstyle, I'm like, oh yeah, Zeroster is a very like shut down heavy playstyle because of how they played against Viri. And that's how they looked when we first saw Zeroster. I think it was against Jake. And then Zeroster zooms in with his massive punish and boom. Bam pow. You have one for each stock.
Man, oh man. So I wonder this and they hadn't really gone down a whole round before, had they?
I don't think so. I don't think so at all.
Yeah, and again, they were in a pretty good spot. They were up 2-0, but now they got to start it all over again, and it definitely looks like Zeroster might be the problem character for them because he put in some work against Javi. If they do start him again, that would mean it would be like potentially Cloud against Ness or Cloud against Palu. Zoroaster could do pretty well there. I think he's got a lot of momentum on his side, but I also understand there's a ton of value in just keeping him in as the anchor as well. So this is going to be a tricky decision for Clemson, but at least they get the chance to fight another day, the chance for $1,000, and the chance to fight it out in nationals in Atlanta, Georgia, just a few months away later this year.
Yeah, you want this $1,000. You want this land. This is what we're talking about. And remember, UCF has said they said that they have some very good offline players who aren't even playing yet. Back to the Palu. Okay, the curse. The curse. If it doesn't disconnect, I'm calling it they win. Because every single time we've seen that. Palu is just good at invalidating Lucas, though.
Mm-hmm.
So...
yeah, and Psychic, well, I don't know now. I mean, now this is the fourth game, and we've seen Psychic play this matchup with both Palu and Ness, and with different results each time, so who knows? But so far, off to a small lead with just a couple of neutral layers. I think he's just going to have to really respect Lucas's danger zones. Like, that boxing zone up close is going to be really tough for him to deal with. Counter? Oh, no, down tilt, okay. But Flux
that down tilt.
He's able to recover immediately thanks to that tether. But he is taking a bunch of damage and still has not fully landed back on the stage.
Yep. And that auto reticle. This isn't the first time we've seen Fluxwaver go down a ton and then come back by, well, an entire stock. But against Palu, when are you going to get that opportunity? You can't even get on stage.
Right. Why you hate from outside the club? You can't even get in. Oh, down throw into back air. That's a DI check. I feel like there's a lot of... I mean, at that point at 136, that's a death sentence. They could try to force a short hop up air. If you hold out, they can just still try to chase you down with back air. There's a lot of things Palatana gets out of that.
As at this point, just fishing for one of these combo starters. Nair drag down, up tilt, falling up air. All of these could give Lucas an opportunity, but if you avoid that threat range, then Lucas kind of just flails around you, throwing out these big hitboxes that have such wacky angles that you're not even getting much off of them.
Psychic still doing really well, only at 55% so far. Not getting tagged by that dare either. That definitely feels like Flux Waver's like personal win condition. As soon as he lands a dare, he just gets so much damage. It normally leads to at least 40%, or sometimes we've seen now even a stock. But despite that, Psychic fighting hard, forcing Flux Waver back off stage, not getting any guaranteed kills, but just getting so much damage and just consistently resetting the situation.
Yeah, every single time you're off stage, it's just one mini game after another that you keep failing. As now, you're falling off that platform with the Zaire. Luxsaver will persevere, will pressure the ledge, but they can barely get off. This time, they're finally back in the neutral.
That's right. That's right. All right, gonna actually warp high. Gonna ignore the ledge traps that Fluxwaver wanted to set up entirely, which was very smart. It's not gonna be something you can do consistently, but it's a great way to keep yourself in this game, or in the lead of this game.
Yeah, as we'll get this fixed in just one moment, but that up throw is gonna kill. Like you said, every throw with Lucas is a kill throw.
Yeah, he could have gone for down throw, up air, confirm. Could have done a lot, but up throw, of course, was the safest option. It was, and it's always fresh. That's the thing that's scary about this character too. Like, he has so many great kill throws, either, even including down throw because you get punishes after it, but also they're always fresh because it doesn't matter which one you use. They're all just going to be good.
Yeah, trying to cover these DINs, it's not going to happen, but auto reticle will find a little bit of a perch. It helps you control the ground a little bit, but that spot dodge is going to give you an opportunity to start fighting back, searching for just one of these connectors. But even then, I like how they're still using auto reticle even at this high percent, because that just means it guarantees whatever stray hit you get is going to be a kill.
All right, coming in with that drag down there, getting himself a little bit of free damage. Definitely starting to tie the percents up a little bit. Gonna have to fight back to the stage. Makes it back. Maybe Flux Waver can pull something off, especially if he's down there right now. But other than that, Psychic's neutral looks really solid. And covering that role with that F-tilt. I think people, I think Palatana players don't think the F-tilt is good, but everyone that gets hit by it does. And that was one of those situations where it's like, it's going to last way longer than spot dodge or roll. And yeah, none of that seems to matter because Flux Waver just came in swinging with that combo.
Ooh, yeah, hanging on that ledge is going to be punished hard by the down smash every time. As finally able to get back into it. Ooh, there's a Nair. That's a great start. Now going into the next stock, you have a nice percentage advantage, but able to use that Zaire to confirm into that hard-hitting forward air. Like I said, Lucas's aerials hit like a heavy if you space them right. It's just like Zelda.
They really do. And it was really important for him to stall, too, because you saw there was blood in the water. Psychic was looking for an opportunity to find, like, maybe a down air. But Flux Waver was, like, just totally threw off the momentum with the magnet.
Ooh, going for that aggressive dare. That's going to be punished hard as well. Down to tilt at ledge. Not going to be enough. You want to finish them off. You have such high rage. If you're able to get them up to even just like 100, that kill throw will most likely kill. Not going to hit by that PK freeze either. The pace is starting to pick up from Psychic. They're starting to get the momentum back on. Flux Waver is just kind of hitting them, but finally they're able to put a stop to him with that up throw.
Yeah, up throw's going to come in there. Let's see if Psychic is able to seal this out. He is at 0. He is resetting the situation once again. That Palutena down tilt. Such a scary ledge option. I'm not sure what Flux Waver can do about it, but oh no, he's regrabbing.
It's going to be a regrab. Whoa, they made it back, and they weren't ready for that. They went for the spike instead of the down tilt, and that's going to be to your detriment.
Yeah, they got a little bit greedy there. Still, they're in a really good spot, 127% to 0. But yes, that Lucas range is just insane when it comes to PK Thunder 2. It's literally twice as long as Ness's.
Finally gets that back air, tracks down that slippery little boy, and you're going to be getting a stock lead, just like game 1. Not like Flux Waver getting that 2 stock. Now you can start chipping away at Clemson. They found a crack in your armor, but you patch that up right away and you're back into the fray, and it's looking like UCF is on the warpath to end this in this crew battle.
Yes, it definitely looks like they are ready to take this and get them a trip to Atlanta and get them some Gus's fried chicken, which if you're around the South, you know is very good. Go to Atlanta a lot. My sister's down there in Georgia. But yeah, great start to them. This does mean that Psychic is now going to be locked into Palutena coming in against both Cloud and WeFit, which is not a bad thing. I don't know if Ness would necessarily be I don't think Ness would be better against Cloud either. So yeah, I'm curious to know who they're going to start. I don't know. I'm guessing they're going to throw Chunky in and save Roaster as the anchor because, man, he was a great anchor in that last round. Really, really saved the day.
Yeah, I think more than anything, Roaster is probably... I have to assume they're just meditating under a waterfall right now, preparing for whatever comes. Because, I mean, ideally they wouldn't even have to use them, but I don't know.
I don't know either.
Like, how does Cloud do against Pallet? Like I want to think about character matchups, but I think players are more important at this stage. We know so much about them at this point, and I think just, relying on Roaster's clutch after they just proved their power, I think that's the game plan.
Yeah, I definitely think it is. But Chunky, of course, no slouch either, and Chunky was leading the charge previously, so hopefully they can keep up that same momentum that they're used to. They've been playing really well all day as well, so Psychic going to throw away these first 2 stocks. We're going to hop right back into this battle.
Yeah, Chunky probably doing some deep breathing outside of the game too, trying not to drop any stocks to this Palutena. It's hard to track them down, but out of auto reticles range, but not out of headers, and the back air to shield too. Woo! They're getting some nice damage hammered in.
Yeah, 45% immediately starting this 4th game. Chunky really putting on a whole bunch of pressure, not letting Psychic get any kind of lead developed, and once again showing us that the first 20 seconds of the game against Chunky are just so scary.
Ooh, and they're just obliterating that Salute the Sun constantly, not letting them get anything like that. As under 27%. Ooh, yeah, that's a nice dash attack right there. Leaning way far off the ledge to finish off Psychic just like that. It's an even game again, Sai.
All right, even once more. So now they know Chunky's coming in. Are they going to send in Jake or are they going to send in Javi against the WeFit trainer? I think Javi would be the play, at least for this matchup. This is going to be stocks even. It definitely looked really tricky for Chunky to navigate around the pocket. Between Soccer Ball or Sun Salutation, one of them is just eventually offline. So my guess they're going to send in Javi. Not that I don't think Jake could do it, but I think just for 2 players of of a pretty high skill set, and you have a matchup where there's like a little bit of cheeses in your favor, you might as well go with that one,
Yeah, and I also think just mixing things up at this stage is important. Just when they think they got you figured out, quote unquote, just switch up the order. Make them think twice about who they're playing. Because I feel like going into an unknown matchup, the experience that Javi and Jake bring to the table is going to be much more impactful. Plus, again, I feel like the ability to disable header, I don't think there's anything, there are very few things in the game that really, win matchups for you. Like, sometimes Game & Watch's up, be out of shield, maybe. but absorbing that header completely changes the dynamic of the battlefield.
Yes, it really does. It truly, because they are sending in Jake. Okay, well, never mind. We're going to see Chunky and Jake once again.
Yeah. I mean, Jake has not disappointed thus far, and we'll get to see again. Jake has really put on a clinic at times. They trade back and forth in terms of combos, but it's never been that terrible as Jake now just starting off playing underneath this platform. Go for the grab, but instead that gets them tilted and they're off stage trying to recover. Avoid the landing nair, though, and it's their turn to play.
Ton of damage, 52% right off the bat. I do like that both these players are, if anybody breathes wrong at 0%, they're getting 50%. They're getting a bunch of damage no matter what's going on.
Yeah, you're never dropping anything, my friend. Like, that's just a little too much.
They're very good at making sure their strings are nice and tight.
That landing back air right there. Very nice, very beautiful. As now,
Jake, both players just powering up the best way they can. Jake mining a whole bunch of tools, and of course, Chunky starting to breathe. So when they do make contact, it's going to be crazy.
Yeah, the thing is, though, Chunky will lose their deep breathing. Jake does not. So this little training arc is not that impactful. Like
the training arc. That's so funny. That is what that was, though.
Yeah.
You wait till chapter 87. It's over for y'all. Fully.
Oh my gosh. That's a stare down right there. It's like, come on, jump. I dare you. Jump.
I love that. Jake was just like, I dare you to mash. You won't.
And then they said, okay, I won't.
He said, thank you. Have a nice day. All right. Okay, so that is going to give UCF a small lead. He is at 107. Oh, man, but playing some ping pong, bouncing him off the wall, playing racquetball, if you want to be specific, with Chunky's body, getting a ton of damage and punishing that offstage deep breathing. That's really important.
Air dodging through that back air, and you got to grab. What are you going to do with it? Deep breathing will make that almost kill, but not quite. Ooh, I like that. Throwing the header all the way up, and it does actually finish off Jake at that obscure angle.
Look at the math on that. Look at the geometry. That white girl in the math meme, that's just been WeFit this whole time. She figured it out. She solved the equations, and she took that stock from Jake, and she really needed it.
All right. Once again, the training arc continues as they just refuse. Okay. I mean, I respect it. You want to get that deep breathing online because you know that's your win condition. And if I think they have in their minds justified that interaction. They're like, okay, I get the deep breathing, you get the resources. I think I get more out of this interaction. But they both believe that. But right now, Jake is demonstrating it.
This might be like the 6th time I've seen Jake pull off that extended diamond F smash on the. Oh, that's big. That's a lot of damage on Chunky. I think people just need to
jump there as well. Goes for the big 2-frame with the down smash. That's not going to connect.
Okay, that time he was able to shield it. He didn't bother spot dodging because it would have been like twice as active as normal. So good awareness from Chunky. Jake does have 93%. He's not out of this just yet, but Jake's in a really good position to get back aired in the face. Never mind.
All right. That actually extended the hitbox of that forward air as well. Look at them now. Stalling out. You can see they want to get past that block so badly, but I don't think WeFit really has the tools to push past it, especially when you're under a platform like that.
No, I don't think she does either. All right, another minecart coming in from an awkward angle that Chunky's not really ready to deal with. Going off stage. Jake not getting super aggressive just yet. Wants to make sure everything is good to go with the TNT setup, and that was exactly what he needed. Paid off for him, and he's walking into the final game, potentially for Clem with a 1-stock lead.
That right there, we have seen Chunky avoid that a dozen times, but that was, I think, the first stock Jake ever took with that TNT down smash, and they got to take Chunky's maybe last stock too, because
that's one of those.
Yeah, go ahead. No, go ahead.
I was gonna say that's one of those things when you have so many different setups, and you have a player like Chunky who's pretty good at adapting to them. As long as you keep mixing it up, you always have something extra in the pocket. The TNT setup, which we hadn't seen very much of in their specific interactions, ended up being what he needed to clutch it out.
Oh yeah, it's just such a big area to cover. But isn't this what we saw last time? Wasn't it Zarister who had to take a stock from Jake and then 3 from Javi? Seems oddly familiar. Jake, you want to change the script a little?
We're going to find out.
I mean, if anyone's going to rebuild how things go, it's going to be Jake.
The big difference maker is that Jake was not able to take a stock when they did have that small lead, and sending Javi into the roster in a full-on 3-on-3 match. Zeroster nearly two-stocked him. It took a long time for Javi to get any momentum going. So Jake is going to have to definitely go into this with that in mind, recognizing that he needs to do a little bit of extra credit before he's out of here to absolutely ensure victory for Team UCF.
Yeah, and really wants this iron right now. Probably going for diamonds as well, but I think the iron, just having movement options is the biggest thing. Here's some damage, though. Some big damage, 58% already, and then building up that wall. But the thing is, the forward air just goes straight through that wall, especially when you're that close to ledge and you can't even back away from it.
Yeah, and this is getting dicey territory. Zeroster just now does not have limit, but Jake was forced to roll in twice. And honestly, my evil brain was thinking like, yo, you got finishing touch, you've got the box there. And once again, Jake is not able to secure a bigger lead for his teammate Javi. So once again, we're going to see Zeroster and Javi go at it 3-3, just like the previous round.
Now, one thing I want to talk about, one little ditty bitty thing that I want to talk about is how you remember at the very end of all that, how Javi was making a comeback, making a big comeback. And it was only just barely that Zeroster was able to stop themselves from being reverse three-stocked. Well, here's another chance. If Javi is able to play with that energy at the end of the game, it might be curtains for Clemson, but if they're able to win this, if they're able to bring UCF to a Game 5, I have no idea what's happening.
Oh, yeah, for sure. All right, this time we're seeing Javi once again spacing, but he's not afraid to scrap, but I don't know if that's really what you want to do against a player like Zeroster, and especially against a character like Cloud, because he is more than comfortable fighting it with you.
Oh, yeah. As looking for kind of like a maybe drop through platform nair, but Zeroster just completely zones you out, just obliterates any game plan you may or may not have. If you get the pocket on that, I was gonna say if you blade beam, could be bad, but there's a nice extension with the fireworks right there. 43% already. Nice little combo from Javi, but you're gonna need more than that. The grab might lead to that though.
That's true. I feel like Zeroster is actually getting off the ledge pretty safely against Javi, and that's one of those things that Villager can really shine at. So maybe during this match, Javi might go for like a little bit more ambitious traps when it comes to ledge. We are also getting some updates from the other team. Looks like Michigan State has taken it over Ohio with a 3-2 victory, and they are going to be the first team to submit their time down in Atlanta for Nationals and take home their $1,000 grand prize. Now we need to find out if UCF or Clem is going to be joining them in that battle.
Yes, try our best, Javi. Managed to bring it back there, but that was beautiful. Sets up the sapling, so Javi, Zeroster. Remember how they took that one stock. So Zeroster thought they were safe, but that's conditioning, baby.
And again, Cloud does have a really linear recovery. Granted, it gets a little dicier when he has limit on deck, but of course, once again, coming through, cleaning up Javi's stock with that back air at the ledge, he's going to have to really adapt to what to do when he's getting out of the corner. I know it's very comfortable for a lot of villagers to come off stage and like throw out those short hop forward or back airs, but Zeroster is looking for that, and he is thoroughly punishing Javi for doing it.
And here we go. Looking for, that's nice. Some nice damage on Javi, but still a clean lead for the villager. Again, covering ground, covering everything, but you just go to the ground that's not being covered by going behind Javi. Intelligent positioning, but it's still not going to save you completely. Tries to go for the same mix-up you went for before, but not quite going to work.
Great movement from Zeroster. That was like layers and layers and layers of traps, and he perfectly got out of all of it. Not going to burn limit just yet. He's got a lot of conditioning done with the bowling ball, but it hasn't really worked out yet except for just that one time. So Javi might want to start doing something different, or at least punishing the ways the roaster is reacting to it.
Ooh. Villager thrown up into the air. The dash tag not going to connect either. Just constantly trying to call out jumps with this up smash too, because it's got such a little ending lag that you can just sort of like zip out a dodge if things don't go your way.
All right, that time you saw Javi didn't even bother going for the ledge. It's definitely been like, you know, the scariest place to be. He just goes straight on stage, and Zeroster might pick up on that soon, and gonna ask him a question while he whiffs that cross slash, and that back air is actually gonna do it. That's gonna give Javi the lead. So once again, UCF one stock away from taking this, but Zeroster is far and away not out of this just yet. Great patience from Javi too. Recognizes the roaster is looking for him to come in with an aerial, trying to find a way he can get reversal with that back air, and Javi's just not giving it to him.
This is the end of the line. Either you pull a card out of Jake's playbook and build some new tracks, or like I said, end of the line. The roaster, do or die right now. And with Javi at the lead, slowly chipping on more damage, it's looking like more die than do.
Yes, it is. Able to land safely with that up B. Didn't catch Javi off guard, and he had just enough time to shield to make sure the lead didn't get any worse. But you are seeing Javi really respect that cloud back air. So that puts you in a position where either he's going to get back to stage for free, or the roaster's going to mix it up and start killing him with like up smash, something else instead. Or maybe even an F tilt. So that's really good for Ledge too.
Punishing that grab though, that's a lengthy option, as not going to get hit by that. Very delayed recovery right there. Blade Beam not going to connect either because of how long it took them to grab the ledge. Gives you more invincibility.
All right, so we were wondering what the answer to that is. It isn't to wait, it isn't to jump. It's to wait for the Blade Beam to come out and then use your roll and vulnerability to get through it. We have not seen the proper answer to that this entire 2 days of casting. But here we are once again, one stock apiece, UCF at 2, Roaster's team, Clemson at 1. And both of these people fighting for their lives, and such an opportunity coming in later this year too.
Tree online, limit online, as Cloud is desperate to try and get this hit, but every time you do, there's a little bit of a trade, but immediately 51% off of one juggle.
Whoa!
They went for the finishing touch, but the limit is now burned. You're off stage without it. You're building that tree, but not quite. You're not getting the chance to use it. Look at this. Javi, slippery, not willing to be tracked down, but the back air finally finds them. Is this going to be another clutch? I don't think Javi's going to let it happen. They can't, but that's a roll behind. You've got to be careful. Avoiding that forward air, not going to be caught by that trap. And that's the axe finishing you straight out the corner. Finally, UCF closes it out 3-1 over Clemson College, and they are your CENC Southeast Super Smash Brothers Ultimate Champions.
Yes, and what a hard-fought battle it was. We saw a lot of really great decisions coming from both Javi and Zeroaster. Both players played that really well. It just came down to another really clutch last stock situation where Zeroaster tried to end it all, got a little bit too greedy with that finishing touch, thinking that he was going to fall onto him with an aerial or something, but Javi just so happened to be like a little bit more patient. That definitely would have done it, and that would have sent it to a game 5, but Javi just was not there yet. He was just a little bit too early, and you saw Javi making some interesting setups too. He had the tree at the ledge, and he was waiting to figure out when he was going to water it. He definitely had some devious plans, but I did not expect this entire tournament to be decided by Villager X. I would not have guessed that was the move to do it.
Not at all. I could not believe how clutch they were at times. Again and again and again and again. They just kept coming back. Especially Javi in particular, just looking like they were down and then gaining back the lead out of nowhere, like jumping off ledge, dropping a tree in their wake again. And I do want to give credit to Clemson while we have a second, because I'll be real, I was not expecting anyone to really put up a fight against UCF at first, based on how dominant they were, but Clemson came in big.
Yeah, Clemson did a ton of work. Shout outs to all of their players. I know that all the accolades fall on the UCF team. Yeah, so we are going to cut to an interview. Would you like to do that, Miles? Or
yeah, we're going to go for an interview with a member of UCF. When we return, we'll get some more insight into how this CENC tournament run went. But for now, I've been Q Miles, the Spin Sai. We'll be back in just a couple of minutes. Welcome back, everybody, to the CENC Southeast. We are here with Psychic from UCF. How you feeling after that win, Psychic?
I haven't popped off over Smash in like 2 years, man.
Yeah?
And can I ask, like, what in particular made you pop off?
So actually throughout this whole thing, Clemson was the only other team other than USF to take a game off of us. So it was a lot closer than I originally thought it would be. But it was just a really close game at the end. Because if Javi didn't win that, we moved into game 5 and the pressure would have been on, man.
Mm-hmm. Okay, you were able to hold it together.
I will say, yeah, that pressure would have been crazy. I do want to ask you a quick question. Yeah. So, first of all, congratulations on that insane 8-stock run you went on, because I do want to hear you talk about that. But you know what? 2-part question. One, how you feeling after that? But more importantly, was this your first time getting into like the crew battle format, or is this something you've done before down in Florida? Crew battles are pretty big over here in Ohio, and I'm just curious to know if that culture is still alive and thriving down there too.
So the first part, the 8-stock, I was pumped for that because throughout this entire tourney, like Javi and Jake are like we're all ranked in Central Florida, but obviously they're like a next level, man. So I was just happy I could like participate. But it's like because even further in the tournament, I've done multiple 5-stocks, like a couple 4s, a couple 6s, but it's like it's a big ego booster to know that I'm just not the weak link here, you know, just hanging on. But yeah, and also this is actually this is my second crew battle ever. Most people do crew battles at like majors as like a for fun thing, but even that's that's like more of like the top players of a region, and I wasn't even ranked here until this past season, so. I'm very familiar with the format. I just haven't participated much myself, so it was definitely an experience. Also because it was through Wi-Fi. I've never, man.
Yeah. I think there's a little bit of new territory for everybody, but I mean, it sounds like you did great. It sounds like you had a lot of fun, and just from one competitor to another, I hope that you bring the fun of the crew battles into your own. Just generally, like if you're hanging out with the squad, you guys got like a smash session, like.
Oh yeah,
10 of y'all. Just do it again. They're super fun. It's such a fun way to grind. Not the most efficient, but it's mad fun.
I did it was my 3rd one. I did one a couple weeks because one of our friends was going away, so we did crew battle with them. But yeah.
Okay, cool.
Yeah. Yeah, this was definitely a thing.
Oh yeah, definitely a thing. There were some ups, there were some downs, there were some production issues, but I felt it went pretty good. But this victory does qualify you for that in-person invitational in Atlanta in this coming May. How are you feeling about that?
Very excited because first of all of the matches will actually be able to be streamed. There is no online arena.
Yep.
And another thing is, so I know I sent you guys the info that we had a 4th player. The reason why he wasn't really in this Wi-Fi format is because he is not that good on Wi-Fi. Also, he worked today, so it didn't really work out. But he is most likely going to be playing a lot more at the offline event because he is sick.
Nice.
Okay.
Nice.
So even though you guys didn't see him, I can definitely vouch that our team is only going to get stronger offline.
Listen.
I'm excited. You guys are going to be going up against Michigan, by the way, in case you didn't figure that out.
Is that our round one?
Close. Yeah. Well, I don't know if that's a round. Well, that's the other team that won.
Actually, is there only 2 regions for this? Because I know that only top 1 qualifies, but I didn't know if you guys took like from 4 different regions and it's like a round robin type of thing again.
I don't want to make any conclusive statements on that. I know there are some other things planned, but I don't know anything official yet. So just. Hey, shameless plug, follow CNC Official to get some updates
guys.
On that. Yep. Yeah.
Yeah, because I did know that the Midwest one was going on at the same time as ours, but I didn't know if there's like a Northeast, like a Southwest or whatever, so.
Yeah.
We are going to find out together.
Yeah, we will all find out together. But for now, that concludes the Southeast Invitational. Thank you so much for your time, Psychic, and good luck both in the in-person Invitational and everything else you're doing down there in Florida.
Yeah, thank you guys for having me. It was a blast.
Yeah. Congratulations today. You really earned it. Good stuff.
Thank you, man.
Yeah, and with that, we're going to go into our wrap-up.
Well, it's been a weekend. It's been quite the journey casting with you, Miles. It's been a lot of fun. We've learned a lot. You know, the real tourney is the friends you make along the way. But nothing else. I'm definitely gonna get me a good night's rest. I think all of us are pretty wiped out. It's been a tough one, but I'm super happy to have been here. I'm super grateful for the opportunity, and it's been really great to meet you and work with you. I had a lot of fun. I'm gonna be signing off in a moment, but of course, please follow my Twitter at SciPBOK. And if you are an anime nerd or a nerd in general, I also have a very fun podcast with the homies called Shonen Chumps, spelled with a U. Go ahead and follow that too. New episodes every other Friday. And again, thanks for rocking out with me. I had a blast.
Yeah, thank you. It's been a pleasure casting with you. This is actually our first time working together, and it went great, honestly. I think we did great this weekend, and I'm very happy we got to do this. But for now, I'm going to sign out too. You can follow me at KeelMiles IRL pretty much everywhere. I'm on Twitter. I'm on YouTube. I'm getting into TikTok. I'm not good at it yet, but you can watch me get better. But for now, we're going to wrap up. This has been CENC, the Southeast Invitational. Make sure you check out all the CENC social medias, Esports U, CENC. It's all merging together into one to make one massive event this May in Atlanta. So be there, be square. But for now, I've been Q Miles. This has been Cy. We're going to sign off to a quick break. When we return, Pauly Hype will be here to bring us all the way home.
One up.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the Collegiate Esports National Competition Valorant Super Smash Bros. Ultimate online qualifier here. That concludes it. Day 2, you have seen so much amazing action from a plethora of quality college teams. Let's go over real quick and recap the winners. In Valorant, it's going to be the Midwest region representative will be Northwood University. Amazing pool play and also bracket play to wind up winning. Well done to Northwood. We'll see them in Atlanta that first week of May. Over to the Southeast region, we have University of Central Florida, the Academy team, which is interesting because that's actually their secondary team that wound up winning, advancing, and we'll see them in Atlanta that first week of May. That's the Southeast region, Valorant. Now over to Smash, it was pretty triumphant, but Michigan State is going to be the representative out of the Midwest, and it's UCF Smash out of the Southeast. So University of Central Florida has had a fantastic showcase. They're advancing in both games. They came runner-up in other parts of the bracket. Amazing stuff. Truly, truly quality play from all the colleges, though, involved. So that's going to do it here for day number 2, guys, ladies and gentlemen. And I mean, what an amazing showcase of college talent. And thank you once again to our commentators, Max, Lyric, Cy, and Kilamiles. They brought it on both streams. So amazing. You guys did a quality job, and it was truly fantastic to have you here at the Collegiate Esports National Competition. Well, my name is Paulie Hype, and that's going to do it here from everybody over at CSMG, CENC. Thank you to all the players, college teams, production, everyone involved. We'll see you guys next time, hopefully at a live event, but maybe virtual. Anyway, we'll see you guys next time right here at the CENC. Have a lovely night.